It took 2 minutes for Han Xiao to browse the plan of Sile V, handed the document to Lothlin, and nodded. It seems that you are not going to seek the opinions of the people of Godora. Although this matter is beneficial to the future of civilization, most people's free will can only be dragged down, and they must act arbitrarily to promote this plan. Now, it is a private meeting without leaving any information, and Sile V's speech is much more direct. Lutherine next to her looked at the document with a light look and nodded with a reserved look. I have understood your request. Are you sure you don't need to implant something else in the minds of the people? Hearing this, Sailor V wiped his cold sweat. No. Eliminating discrimination is enough. Okay, just eliminating discrimination is very simple for me. Lutherine showed an unfathomable smile, which made Sailor V's heart tremble. Facing outsiders, Lothlin is not as casual as in front of Han Xiao. On the way, Han Xiao had already told her to maintain her pussy style and not to expose her true nature to scare Sailor V. At this time, Lothlin pressed her finger against her cheekbones, stared at Sailor V, smiled gracefully, and explained her thoughts. The Black Star has told me the situation. According to my understanding, there are 3 main roots of your bloodline contradictions. One is the pure traditional concept of bloodline passed down. Under the baptism of the interstellar environment, only a small number of pure blood species remain stubbornly believe in this view. I call this group of people a diehard, and the thoughts are the most difficult to reverse. The second is the discrimination caused by physiological differences, which originates from the instinctive sex disgust of seeing intelligent life and seeing deformities. Perhaps some pure blood species do not want to discriminate against mixed-race species, but when they see them, they can't help but hate them. This is the reason for most people's discrimination. To reverse this point, I think we should start with aesthetics. Third, it is the hatred accumulated by a large number of conflicts caused by years of discrimination, which is a historical legacy. Moreover, due to discrimination, the average social status of pure blood is higher than that of mixed-race species, and has more say in various industries and can be regarded as a class conflict. Although I can temporarily curb this hatred, if you do not change the status quo, the conflict will arise again in the long run. Sailor V was shocked. In his eyes, each of these 3 factors is an almost unsolvable problem. Just listening to Lutherine's analysis, he felt extremely troublesome and once again doubted the feasibility of this plan. Lutherine seemed to see through his worries and said lightly, "It will take at least decades to use conventional means to downplay these problems. But now with me, I can shorten this process by thousands of times. The first 2 points are the main crux of the problem. As long as the problems of diehards and aesthetics are solved, class contradictions will gradually improve." Sailor V took a deep breath, stood up, bowed deeply to Han Xiao and Lutherine, and gave a great gift from the stars. "Please." In the morning, the warm yellow sunlight awakened the sleeping city. In a commercial square on the home planet of Godora, there are tall buildings and floating cars shuttle between the buildings. The dew platform extending from the high-rise buildings will take off or land from time to time, making a prosperous and busy scene. At this time, there was a long queue at a floating bus station on a dew sky platform. It was the morning commute time for office workers. These Godora Genpi, who were preparing to go to the workplace, were waiting for public transportation. The productivity of the galaxy civilization is enough to support the fat man who is lazy and eats good food, but as the capital of civilization, the Mother Star has always maintained vigorous vitality. The people who settled in the Mother Star are all high-quality laborers who are willing to work hard. Unlike the marginal jurisdiction like the Gaudian colonial star, it is lifeless and is a fat man with no concept of going to work. Rudy was lined up in the middle of the line, dressed decently, looking like a social elite, but unlike the Godora people around him, he had no outer acoustics, spiral holes in his ears, and did not tie his braids and accessories like other Godora people. Because he did not have hair, his facial features were larger, which looked quite inconsistent, and his appearance looked very alternative. He is the only mixed race in the entire team. Liddy could feel the gaze that was thrown around him, hiding a faint repulsion. He had no expression on his face and looked straight ahead, as if his heart was as calm as water, and he didn't care. In fact, he hoped that the floating bus would arrive at the station in the next second, so that he would no longer have to endure such treatment of being watched, just like animals in a zoo. Ludi is already 63 years old this year. Judging from the lifespan of the Ghidorah people, he happened to be middle-aged. He is an employee of a large group with very old qualifications and a good income. Logically speaking, he should have a middle-class status in society, but his appearance has brought him potential resistance everywhere. He knew that his current position was basically the limit and he would not be promoted again. What he hates most every day is to go out to work, not because of the hard work, but because going to work means he has to socialize and to endure all kinds of strange gazes. Every day, he is under tremendous psychological pressure, but he cannot express any emotions on his face. He wakes up in the middle of the night countless times, and he will sit in the darkness, thinking about quitting just now. Why bother to destroy himself? But every time I see my sleeping wife beside me, Ludi will give up this idea. His wife is a beautiful pureblood. She married him, a mixed-race species, and gave birth to 2 children for him despite the opposition of her family. After years of marriage, his wife's family still treats him coldly, and his wife rarely complains. For the sake of his family, Ludi dares not resign. He can only let anxiety and boredom vent silently and silently in the time when a cigarette burns. For him, life is a pool of stagnant water, like a gray silent film played repeatedly every day. Only when he goes home and sees his wife and children smiling will he have the color and voice again. Ludi no longer has expectations for the future, and it is actually a beautiful way to see the future. What is terrible is that you can see the end of life at a glance. Ludi smiled self-deprecatingly. At this time, the 2 people behind him suddenly started chatting, and the conversation also reached his ears. Have you heard that the leader of the Dark Star was arrested some time ago, and the Dark Star organization was completely destroyed? More than half a month has passed, so of course I know. Hee. There are reports that the leader of the Dark Star has ended and he was imprisoned in Hongwang prison. I don't know this, tell me. Listening to the 2 behind him deliberately chatted for it, Ludi could only pretend to be inaudible. Because of the existence of the Dark Star, the hybrid species suffered more criticism. After the Dark Star organization was destroyed, the pure blood species mentioned the Dark Star intentionally or unintentionally in front of him more than once, as if this was a sarcasm. Ludi does not agree with the idea of the Dark Star. His mixed-race species who yearn for stability and even hate the Dark Star behavior. However, in the eyes of the pure blood species, it seems that every mixed-race species worships the Dark Star. The demise of the Dark Star is equivalent to the failure of the Dark Star, so they can act as a winner and be proud. At this moment, a virtual screen projection rose between the tall buildings in the distance, attracting everyone's eyes. The figure of Sail V appeared on the virtual screen. He faced the camera with a serious face and sat upright, as if something big was about to be announced. The same scene appeared in every city of Ghidorah's colonial planet, and the official issued an announcement to civilization. Under the gaze of the crowd, Seller V slowly spoke. Today, on behalf of Ghidorah's government, I announce an important decision. In order to avoid the tragedy of the Dark Star again, we decided to accept the help of the Amethyst civilization and use unconventional means to deal with our long-standing bloodline discrimination. Seller V recited the manuscript he had written long ago and described the situation as the Amethyst civilization took the initiative to help. After careful consideration, he decided to accept the help, beautify his words, and try his best to reduce the public's sense of exclusion. However, all Ghidorah people were still stunned by the news and silently. It was not until a few seconds after the news ended that countless people woke up like dreams and burst into an uproar. It's too sudden. There's no sign of it. This is to brainwash us. Why do we have to reverse our concepts? Free will cannot be violated? Seller V is crazy. Will there be sequelae? Is this the meaning of the Amethyst civilization? Maybe it's reliable. The Ghidorah people around them talked and had different reactions, but they were basically surprised and dissatisfied. Ludi did not participate in the discussion. and he widened his eyes and looked disbelief. At this moment, he felt that his long-numb heart seemed to be infused with vitality and beating. My stagnant future seemed to have cracked a gap, revealing the dawn of drastic changes. On this day, Ghidorah's network of people from all walks of life mobilized and asked about the meaning of the government from various channels, and people were in panic. No one wants others to tamper with their own ideas. Even a great thing that is beneficial to the collective will not work. Individual wishes rebounded as expected, but SailV promised subsidies, tax cuts, and various benefits after accepting the discrimination reform plan, but there was no option to give the public to refuse. The internet was full of noise, and the real protest march teams also sprung up like mushrooms after rain. SailV's plan caused a shock to society, but he insisted on his own. With Amethyst intervening, internal resistance was forcibly suppressed, and the huge government machine started to operate according to his wishes. The upper class of society is basically controlled by pure blood. These people have huge power. Most of them are diehards, and they have not received any news in advance. Although they hate SailV's plan, they did not immediately jump out to object, but instead kept their composure to the situation, so external resistance did not intensify. The name of Amethyst avoided more criticism for SailV. Star cluster-level civilization can still scare the Ghidorah people. Even if SailV's behavior is similar to a dictatorial, many Ghidorah people also believe that this is the meaning of Amethyst civilization. Various factors allowed SailV to forcibly promote this crazy plan that was almost chaotic. Seeing that the intention of the government could not be shaken, all the Ghidorah people's eyes were focused on the pilot area of the first discrimination and transformation plan announced by SailV, which was a marginal jurisdiction of Gaoting Colonial Star. The Fat Guy planet with extremely low importance is naturally an excellent area for pilot projects. Even if there are bad consequences, the negative impact on the entire civilization will be limited. Hongguang Prison, the highest confidential single cell. The leader of the Dark Star sat in the corner. The cell was pitch black, unable to see his fingers, and in the darkness, he could only hear his own breathing. His trial was over. Ghidorah and Amethyst got what they wanted, so he was locked up and would spend the rest of his life in prison. The hope that supported his beliefs had been destroyed, and the leader of the Dark Star seemed to have been removed from his backbone. His temperament collapsed, and his heart was insensitive. The Rainbow Prison can destroy the beliefs of the members of the Dark Star. He doesn't know whether he can persist in the future, but he doesn't care about anything now. Bang! A narrow feeding window under the prison door opened, and a dish of food was thrown into the cell along with the light. Recently, SailV actually wanted to brainwash all the Ghidorah people to eliminate discrimination against mixed races. Has he been instigated by your angry star? The jailer outside the door suddenly spoke in a sarcastic tone. After saying this, he closed the feeding mouth and gradually moved away from his footsteps. In the darkness, the leader of the Dark Star suddenly opened his eyes. His originally numb eyes were immediately filled with a look of astonishment, and he looked confused. Brainwashing a whole civilization. Damn, maybe we're the same fellows. You are even more capable of playing than me. You should only lead the Dark Star. Gao Tingxing is the first pilot area of Ghidorah's discrimination and reform plan. No matter purely mixed race, all Ghidorah people turned their attention to Ghidorah and wanted to know the specific approach of SailV. Under the gaze of the crowd, a giant flagship of the Amethyst civilization came to Gao Tingxing and used some instrument to release an invisible spiritual undercurrent to the entire planet. Sailor V claimed that Amethyst used a confidential star cluster-level technical instrument to transform the Ghidorah people's ideas on a large scale, and repeatedly assured the people that this instrument was very reliable. In fact, this was just a disguise he and Amethyst discussed with him, which seemed to be very disturbing. It was confirmed that this was Amethyst's help and reduced the people's uneasiness. The key figure in the real implementation of discriminatory transformation is naturally Lutherine. She showed her abilities vividly for the first time in front of Han Xiao. The large-scale spiritual undercurrent released by the Amethyst flagship on Gao Tingxing was actually augmenting Lutherin's superpowers with a device that specifically strengthens the mental power, which greatly increased the coverage. The Mind Master also has the skills of hypnosis and brainwashing, but the accuracy and range are not as good as Lothelin's supernatural power, infection of thoughts. Her supernatural power is a shallow brainwashing. The process is very gentle, and it is completed in a subtle way. It does not involve her own personality, but gives the target a new view of the things. It can even be understood as Lothlin opening a new perspective for the target to look at the world. This supernatural power is suitable for missionary and shaping concepts. The renovation project lasted for 2 days. Gauting's fat guys were originally frightened, but as time passed, they did not find any changes in their ideas. They gradually became confused and thought it had no effect. 2 days later, the Amethyst flagship was withdrawn, and all Godora people were paying attention to the effects of the pilot. The internet was full of topics about Gao Tingxing, and the whole people participated and curiously asked questions. Are there any residents of Gaoting? Come out and talk about your feelings. I don't think there is any change. Is it the only one of me? No, I'm also Gaoting, and I didn't feel the change. Has it failed? I don't know if you have the same feeling. I thought it was not effective at first, but just now, I took the initiative to chat with a friend from a mixed race. Originally, I felt a little slight rejected him, but when I saw him just now, I was calm and even felt that he was handsome. Cough, cough. Anonymous, I don't want him to discover it. Is that right? I'm different from you. I also have mixed race friends. I thought he was ugly, but I just chatted with him. Although I still thought he was ugly, the disgusting feeling that happened from time to time in the past was gone. The people of Godora gradually understood the changes of Gaoting residents. The transformed individuals maintained their own personality and even knew what changes they had. This result made Godora feel much more at ease, at least not forcibly distorting his thoughts. Salv has always been paying attention to the public's reactions. Seeing this, he held a press conference again, emphasizing that this discrimination and transformation plan is harmless and lets the public know their changes, respects individuals' right to know, etc. At the same time, the official is also secretly guiding public opinion, trying to make the public feel that accepting mixed races is an absolutely unchanging policy for Godora. Since it cannot change the general trend, changing oneself may be a good choice and can make the social atmosphere better. The success of the pilot and the control of public opinion have indeed reduced the vigilance of some people. Some people even recognize this idea, accepting transformation, so that those mixed-race species that are not pleasing to the eyes will no longer make themselves disgusted and can make daily life more harmonious. With the first success, Celerv also had the confidence. After observing for a long time, he used various means to confirm that the residents of Gaoting had no sequelae. Then he felt relieved and vigorously promoted the plan to allow all Godora colonial stars to undergo transformation one by one. The Godora people called this incident a discrimination and transformation movement. The pure-blooded diehards were powerful and were unwilling to accept, even if there were no sequelae of discrimination and transformation. So they used their power to create external resistance for Salv. The network of people in the upper class even caused obstacles to the operation of the government. The diehards incited public opinion to discredit Celerv, saying that he was a madman, even more crazy than the Dark Star, and was leading Godora to the grave and becoming a slave to higher civilizations. Many people have been guided by public opinion and become very angry, saying that the government will change their ideas if it does not seek their opinions. This is what they treat. Salv's reputation on the internet has plummeted, and he is even called the second leader of the second generation of the Dark Star. But Salv was not angry, but happy. He took this opportunity to explain publicly, regardless of whether the people believed it or not. It was an opportunity. As long as he did his attitude, he could shape his image. Some conspiracy theorists naturally did not listen to the explanation and danced more happily. Salv was not polite to them and asked them to take tea and let them calm down. He didn't care about these slanderous remarks. In his opinion, this was all pain. When the plan was completed, the entire interstellar society would naturally have a high evaluation of him and become the hero of Ghidorah in history. Seeing that public opinion was useless, the upper class secretly supported high-ranking officials within the government, hoping to impeach Seller V and find ways to change his leader. Unfortunately, since entering the interstellar era, Ghidorah has long taken back a large number of privileges from the nobles. Moreover, Ghidorah is hereditary, and the system is not democratic. Seller V has the support of Amethyst, and his status is solid. So in the face of the counterattack of the upper class, Seller V sneered at it. "Please, you are very weak." Seller V was unwilling to waste time in intrigue, so he directly interviewed many upper-class diehards with a very tough attitude. "If you make trouble, you'll have to pay back twice as much benefits as the government has given you in the past. You will stay wherever you cool down in the future." The upper class was timid and saw that various means could not stop the discrimination and transformation movement. They realized that they were unable to turn things around, so they changed the content of the protest, believing that if the pure blood species wanted to undergo transformation, then the mixed blood species also had to undergo transformation. Otherwise, there would be hidden dangers. Mixed races have always been bullied and accumulated resentment. After investigation, some rebellious mixed races have watched the discrimination and transformation movement, believing that pure blood has discriminated against them for so many years and caused so many tragedies. Now, if you say you don't discriminate, you don't discriminate. If you want to write off your previous bad debts, how can you do such a good thing? Seller V did not ignore it, and the mixed races must also be transformed and treated equally. The Ghidorah discrimination and transformation movement is in full swing and has caused a sensation in the interstellar world. The small galaxy-level civilization has successfully occupied the front page of the news for a period of time, and even the several star cluster-level civilizations with broken star rings are curious and waiting. The government brainwashes all citizens, and this kind of thing is too rare. Countless interstellar reporters flocked to him, and Seller V simply held a press conference to answer the questions that these reporters were most interested in. A day later, these famous media released their respective reports, one of which became popular across the planet and gained the most recognition. In a report, Seller V received a positive evaluation and was praised as a sensible thing. The reporter believed that the discrimination and transformation movement was a fierce medicine, which happened to target the stubborn disease of bloodline contradictions. Only a courageous leader like Seller V dared to implement this seemingly crazy plan. Although he was faced with many obstacles at the moment, it was actually beneficial to the future of civilization. In the report, Seller V was portrayed as a leader with great talent, long-term vision, and great courage. The report also interviewed many mixed-race species of Ghidorah who were wandering outside. Many people revealed their intention to return to Ghidorah. The reporter called this phenomenon Ghidorah's trend of unification. The idea that Dark Star failed to achieve, but Seller V did it, and did it better. The reporter thought it was very dramatic. The Amethyst civilization has also received enthusiastic and responsible evaluation, and is willing to come forward to resolve the internal conflicts of the civilizations under its jurisdiction, and its credibility has been improved. This has also caused unexpected surprises, which indirectly increased the support level of Amethyst in the three major border galaxies. The report also mentioned Han Xiao, believing that his capture of the leader of the Dark Star some time ago was the root of all this later, which made Ghidorah close to Amethyst and indirectly triggered a discriminatory transformation movement. Although outsiders do not know that the discrimination and transformation movement is actually the result of Han Xiao's threading needle behind the scenes, this report did not forget him and believed that Black Star was also a must-have, giving him the merits and making his reputation in the interstellar world more positive. Han Xiao also felt quite relieved when he saw this report. Sure enough, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In his previous life, no player had completed the Bloodline mission. Ghidorah's bloodline conflicts continued to be corrupted. Although there were no galaxy-level terrorist organizations similar to the Dark Star, the increasingly sharp internal conflicts made the rise of hybrid species less and less channels. They were all people in the lower class of society, which caused a large-scale loss of hybrid talents, and at the same time gave birth to many rebel forces and endless civil strife. If it weren't for the mission, Han Xiao wouldn't have cared about Ghidorah's internal conflicts. His original intention was to do the mission and get rewards, but the result seemed to be a great thing that would be a great thing for a long time. The current Ghidorah government has done what the old enemy and Xing did not do. Han Xiao couldn't help but have a whim to see what the leader of Xing reacted to this. Rainbow Prison is an independent interstellar fortress, suspended in the universe, and is highly vigilant. Han Xiao is now in Ghidorah. Not to mention a prison. Even Cellar V's boudoir is still shining. He applied to visit Hongguang Prison, but Ghidorah agreed without saying a word. The Blacklight Lurker came to Hongguang Prison and stopped at the airport dock. The warden came out to greet him directly. "It is my honor to see you, the respected hero of the Medal of Gore, the friend of Ghidorah, and Lord Blackstar." The warden was respectful. "I want to visit the members of the Dark Star in Hongguang Prison and then go to the leader of the Dark Star." "Please trouble you," the warden. Han Xiao smiled slightly. "Please follow me." The warden led the way ahead, and Han Xiao followed him into Hongguang Prison. After walking through the prison cells, they were all members of the Dark Star. Han Xiao also met the former Dark Star cadre Degulish. This guy was covered in electromagnetic shackles, and his expression was numb and dull. He knew that he was living happily here at a glance. After visiting, Han Xiao came to the most difficult prison cell, where the leader of the Dark Star was locked up. The warden opened the prison door himself and reached out to invite Han Xiao in. He stayed outside tactfully, leaving room for the two to communicate alone. Han Xiao walked into the cell, the door closed behind him, and darkness fell in front of him. He summoned a floating guard to turn into a source of light and illuminate the room. The leader of the Dark Star was sitting in the corner, and his depressed temperament actually disappeared. He stared at Han Xiao with his eyes very complicated. "Is it you?" "It's me, I'm here. I'll answer the 3 questions you will ask at one time. Can we talk about something else?" Han Xiao rolled his eyes. The leader of the Dark Star is speechless. Why do you like to block others' words? At this time, the leader of the Dark Star suddenly realized that he and Black Star had been hostile for so long. This was the first time that both sides had formally chatted, and suddenly felt that things had changed. Although, as the saying goes, the one who knows a person best is his opponent, the leader of the Dark Star found that he actually knew almost nothing about Black Star, and he didn't know what kind of person this guy who destroyed the Dark Star was. Chapter 7:12, the end of the Dark Star, the dedication of the leader Han Xiao looked at the Dark Star leader up and down, and was amazed. "Your eloquence seems to have improved a lot. I heard that the Ghidorah government is using radical means to deal with bloodline contradictions. It is better than me." The Dark Star leader's tone was complicated. "From the perspective of a war criminal, you have good news." Han Xiao joked. The leader of the Dark Star shook his head. "Do you know I will be executed in a while?" Han Xiao's eyes moved. "Isn't your punishment imprisonment indefinitely?" "It has changed. It is probably the request of the Red, so Empire." The leader of the Dark Star sighed. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he nodded slightly. The Red Second Empire wanted to suppress Krent's crime as soon as possible, so it naturally wanted to kill this important witness. Since the political transaction has been completed, the leader of the Dark Star has lost its value, and Amethyst and Ghidorah did not reject the Red Second Empire's request. Although the leader of the Dark Star is a disaster level that is of great research value, it is only a slightly larger bargaining chip in the political casino between civilizations. What made him curious was that the leader of the Dark Star was acting calmly, even though he knew he was about to be executed. "Don't you hate me?" Han Xiao was a little curious. "If I really hated you a few days ago, it's different now." The leader of the Dark Star's eyes were complicated. "I was once lost and made a deal with Krent, doing some dirty work for them. They promised to build a home of Ghidorah's mixed race in the shining world in the future. When you were caught, I thought everything was over, but I didn't expect. At the most desperate moment, I saw a real turning point. During this period, I reflected on everything in the past. The existence of Dark Star made Ghidorah know the danger of bloodline contradictions. Eliminating me, my old enemy, was equivalent to eliminating the final resistance. In order to avoid the appearance of a second me, Ghidorah finally made up his mind to eradicate bloodline contradictions. Although the method was different from mine, Ghidorah's government did better than me. Maybe you don't believe that everything I do is to change the situation of the mixed race. It's just that my identity makes me choose extreme methods. The future I look forward to is like a shadow of nothingness. No matter how I do it, it will be forever far away. It is you who let me see it. It turns out that my belief is not without any hope, but it only needs to pay a price. And that is my life. I don't hate you. If I was not caught by you, the discrimination and transformation movement would not appear. If life can be used to lay the foundation for my ideals, I have no regrets. You have made my death meaning. The tone of the Dark Star leader exudes a sense of liberation and acceptance of his fate, and he actually smiles. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, unmoved, and said slowly, "You have died as much as you want, but don't say how noble you are. You are still a terrorist with blood debt." He would not pity the other party because of the dying repentance of a villain, but he was just accepting his fate after the end of the road. If the leader of the Dark Star was not caught, even if he knew that surrendering himself could change the situation of the mixed race, this guy might not be willing to sacrifice his life. I know. The leader of the Dark Star lowered his eyes. Han Xiao touched his chin and had a bad taste and said with a smile, "But your guess is wrong. Ghidorah is determined to resolve the bloodline conflict. It is not because of you. You are not as important as you think." Then why? The leader of the Dark Star looked puzzled. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Tell you the truth, I was the one who convinced SailV to promote the discrimination and transformation movement. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The leader of the Dark Star had wide eyes, unable to keep his calm, and suddenly stood up with a look of shock. He didn't think Han Xiao would come from all over to deceive him, the dying person. "Why are you helping me?" The leader of the Dark Star trembled with his lips. Han Xiao TSK and said angrily, "Help you? Are I familiar with you? Don't be too sentimental, okay? I have my reasons, but it has nothing to do with you." The leader of the Dark Star was silent. Han Xiao was the one who caught him, and Han Xiao was also the one who fulfilled his philosophy. His mood was extremely complicated, and he was entangled like a mess. In the end, all the entanglements turned into a relaxed relief in facing fate, which turned into a sincere thank you. "Thank you." Han Xiao was a little surprised, nodded, and said nothing. He had finished speaking and felt that there was nothing to talk about. So he turned around and was about to leave the cell. At this time, the leader of the Dark Star suddenly spoke. "Please wait. I have a last request, and it is my only request." Han Xiao paused and turned around in confusion. "What else do you have to say?" The leader of the Dark Star slowly said, "You have risen in just 10 years. I have studied all your achievements. I think you have the blood of the combat race, and can absorb some of the opponent's abilities by killing individuals, so your strength will improve rapidly." "So what?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This is not a secret. He had never thought about hiding it. Those who are interested can naturally discover it, but no one knew that this was because of the player panel, which would only be attributed to his extraordinary talent. The leader of the Dark Star took a deep breath. "It's better to die in your hands than Ghidorah. You're more qualified to judge me than them." And the leader of the Dark Star expressed his relief. "This is the only reward I can bring out." Han Xiao was shocked, and a prompt popped up on the panel. "You trigger the only hidden mission, the ultimate wish of the Dark Star leader. Mission introduction. You destroyed the Dark Star, but you also completed the Dark Star concept. The Dark Star leader hopes to die in your hands and give your abilities to you. Task requirements. Kill the Dark Star leader. Reward. W experience. Randomly reward X1. Randomly draw 2 abilities of the Dark Star leader. Skill/features. Hide mission." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He used to defeat the budding leader's task, and the reward was also to draw 2 abilities. He got the first template expertise from it, and then he started the road to boss templates. The leader of the Dark Star is also a boss with a major line. This only gender task is the unexpected joy of this trip, which made him feel excited. Han Xiao looked at him deeply, raised his right palm, and more than a dozen lightning-like mechanical forces shot out from the palm, sank into the void, connecting to the blacklight lurker warehouse far away at the dock, and apostolically transformed more than a dozen powerful mechanical warriors in the warehouse. The continuous energy flowed into Han Xiao's body along the mechanical connection. His energy level was rising steadily, and his aura seemed to condense in his substance. The bubble-like secret energy emerged from his palm, compressed highly, emitting terrifying energy. "I promised you," Han Xiao said in a deep voice. The leader of the Dark Star let out a breath, dispersed the little remaining energy protection in his body, and slowly closed his eyes. Outside the cell, the warden was paced back and forth, waiting for Han Xiao to come out. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the cell, and the entire prison seemed to be shaking. Boom! The warden was closest to the distance. His ears were almost deaf. His expression changed drastically, and he thought an accident had happened. So he hurriedly shouted, "His Excellency Haixing, what's wrong with you?" While calling Han Xiao, he opened the prison door. When the prison door opened, he saw clearly what was inside, and his shout stopped abruptly and stuck in his throat. "I saw broken limbs and broken arms all over the ground, and the ground and walls were covered with splashed flesh and blood, as if a person had exploded from the inside out." Han Xiao was opening a shield of plight, and the splashed blood did not touch his body. A head rolled on the ground. The warden looked closely and found that it was the leader of the Dark Star. You. The warden looked horrified. "He begged me to kill him. Anyway, you all want to execute him, so let me do it for you." Han Xiao put away his shield, glanced at the warden, walked out of the cell, leaving the warden in a daze. The leader of the Dark Star was an important prisoner. Looking at the bloody ground, the warden didn't know what to do, so he asked the adjutant to receive Han Xiao on his behalf. He resisted the discomfort and hurriedly reported to his superiors. The warden thought he was going to be unlucky this time, but when his superior heard that it was Han Xiao gone, he had no intention of pursuing it. With Han Xiao's current status in God Aura, killing a death row inmate by himself is not a problem at all. Strength is privilege. What's more, the leader of the Dark Star is originally Han Xiao's spoils. God Aura is not so pedantic and will not destroy her good relationship with Han Xiao because of this little thing. It can be said that in God Aura, Han Xiao can almost do whatever he wants. The warden was secretly stunning Han Xiao's influence. He was afraid that Han Xiao would be dissatisfied with his actions just now, so he hurried back to the dock, just in time to catch the last journey, and sent Han Xiao onto the spaceship and watched him leave the prison. Han Xiao set up automatic driving for the spacecraft, and then went to the practice room, opened the panel to view the tasks, and receive the reward. You fulfill the ultimate wish of the Dark Star leader. You gain W experience. You get a random reward X1. Han Xiao nodded secretly. His level is too high now. Although there's a lot of experience of 150 million, it is just a drop in the ocean. Random rewards are still stored. There are now 3 random reward opportunities on the panel. He is very confident in his luck, so he is ready to hoard them and draw them after completing the bloodline task. The task settlement card is not a rare reward, and maybe he can only draw it without touching. The final reward is the highlight. You get reward. Draw 2 abilities, skills/features of the leader of the Dark Star organization. Tip: the Dark Star leader is a magician, and some of the extractable abilities have been automatically adjusted according to your profession. Randomly drawing. Drawing is completed. Please select one of the following 5 abilities as reward 1. Advanced Free Element Affinity. Feature: your spirit has traveled to 100 subdimensional secret realms and has been baptized by time and space. Spiritual resistance plus 20%. Mystery plus 10%. Intelligence plus 5%. 3. Secret Vision. Skill: mysterious attributes natural plus 25%. Lasting for 10 minutes. Cooled for 25 minutes. Consumed 450 abilities. 4. Revenge of Pain. Skill: you can use pain to stimulate cell potential and exert strength beyond the limit. Whenever you lose 3% of your health, You can use close-range attacks to cause normal damage equivalent to 1.5% of your health, and consume 300 strength 5. Curse of Luck. Skill. You use luck as a sacrifice to pray for the favor of the god of doom. Your lucky attribute, nature, 90%. The lucky attribute of the target, nature, 90%. The duration of 3 hours, no consumption, and you cannot reuse this skill before the end of the curse. The average quality of the ability drawn this time is still good. Han Xiao nodded secretly. The magician's spells are driven by magic and are incompatible with mechanics, so most of the spells are in a state that cannot be extracted. Only a small number of skills can be adjusted by themselves and become universal abilities. In this way, a large number of low-level spells by the leader of the Dark Star are eliminated, which increases the chance of getting good abilities. The leader of the Dark Star is a boss-level figure and has template expertise, but not every time you can get template expertise. Han Xiao is not sorry. He just took a look, and he had a choice. Thanks to a little bee for his thousands of rewards. Thanks to the giraffes for their love of watermelons. Thank you for Pipamio's reward. End of this chapter. Secret vision is useless, just pass it away. Affinity of advanced free elements is not very useful. Being beaten back to the blue is the king. The efficiency is far higher than this expertise, and the apostle transformation also makes Han Xiao not lacking blue. Spiritual secret refining. It is definitely not a loss to increase mental resistance and intellectual attributes, but unfortunately the improvement is a little smaller, which is average. In terms of mental resistance, he has advanced mind resilience, and after the apostle becomes a person, he can absorb energy to return to the blue and replenish blood. In terms of intelligence, he has research theory, constantly stacking attributes, and battlefield intelligence, increases intelligence by up to 15%. In addition, there are also large medals of honor and 10,000s of manhunts to increase the full attributes by percentage. Although spiritual secret refining is comprehensive, the bonus is average. Han Xiao thinks the effect of the last two abilities is more interesting. Painful revenge, just in line with his own flesh level. Every 3% of his blood can cause damage equivalent to 1.5% of his health, which is equivalent to additional counter damage while being beaten. It doesn't seem to be much, but he has terrifying recovery ability. His current health is about 200,000. Assuming that the enemy's damage to him accumulates to 300%, then Painful Revenge triggers 100 times, which can cause about 300,000 damage in total. Even if it is reduced by the opponent's resistance, it'll be a good damage, and its health will continue to increase as it upgrades and has a growth potential. Han Xiao felt that this skill should be a form after the pain chain was adjusted. Although it can only be triggered in melee and has limitations, it is just right to deal with the sudden face. After all, the risk of firing a gun at me is still quite large. It may not be able to control the enemy. If you fire counter injury, it will at least make people afraid of it. In the natural disaster level, Han Xiao's strength is already at its peak, and he has to consider a battle that exceeds a level. You will definitely be beaten. With your attack power of Super A, you will not have to worry about slow blood loss. You will stack the thickest armor and get the most poisonous beaten. Get a counter-injury skill to increase the benefits of being beaten. And after obtaining the apostle-making ability, the close combat power will increase accordingly. It can be used as one of the regular combat modes again, and you will definitely have the chance to trigger Painful Revenge. It is estimated that you can deal damage to this skill by just touching it. Han Xiao always wanted to give up being beaten, but he had no choice but to find that he might not be able to get rid of MT's fate, or being beaten is the most cost-effective. What made his eyes shine was Curse of Lucky, which he thought was the most valuable ability in this reward. Originally, this is a skill that both sides suffer. The luck of oneself and the target are reduced by 90%. However, with his poor luck, quantidal, and whether it is reduced or not is the same as none. Could it be reduced to 0 points? Han Xiao doesn't believe that there are still people who are less lucky than him. He is very confident in this regard, It's not anyone I target. In terms of luck, everyone here is the European emperor, and I am the only younger brother. Han Xiao fell in love with the curse of lucky at a glance, which is equivalent to having no negative effects, but can greatly weaken the opponent's luck. Isn't this just pulling the enemy to the same level as you, and then defeating him with rich experience? It's perfect for me, perfect. Han Xiao's lips curled slightly and directly determined the options. You get painful revenge. You get the curse of lucky. After closing his eyes and feeling it for a while, Han Xiao opened his eyes and exhaled, feeling happy. The leader of the Dark Star gave me 2 good abilities. As expected, an honest and simple man like me will always be rewarded. Han Xiao rubbed his hands and smiled. His face neither blushed nor breathed. After long-term accumulation, he has combined a powerful combat system that can rush to the natural disaster level. But he has not expanded because of this. He knows better than anyone else that all Super A levels are perverts, and ordinary people cannot become Super A levels at all. Each of them is a boss in the boss, with a complete set of template expertise and bug skills. His system is far from the most perverted among Super A levels. For example, the alien god is almost omnipotent. Wei Ning's ability is very strange. Emmy's force field can attack and defend extremely comprehensively. The domineering person can penetrate stars with his body, let alone the famous mechanical country. His current combat system has the biggest characteristics of only being beaten and not dead, and it needs to be improved. Next, as long as I wait for the Bloodline mission to be completed, I can try to stockpile the task settlement card. 7 years are enough. As long as I complete the 200th level of advancement, I can spend all the accumulated experience in version 2.0 and transform it into real combat power. Han Xiao pondered. Yesterday, under the supervision of the Amethyst civilization, the Ghidorah discrimination and transformation movement ended successfully. Seller V delivered an important speech on this incident. He believed that whether it is pure or mixed, he should adhere to the principle of the Ghidorah community and should not be separated from each other for blood. In the future, we should not distinguish each other and build Ghidorah together and strive for civilization. According to insiders, Seller V suffered various obstacles during the transformation process, and his reputation fell to the end. Fortunately, after completing this project, his achievements were finally recognized, and his approval rating once rose to 91.67%. Amethyst Civilization believes that in Ghidorah's long history, Seller V is undoubtedly one of the most courageous leaders. Well, the above is today's Gardon Galaxy Express. Let's go. Sale V turned off the virtual screen, looked proud, and looked at Han Xiao and Lutherine opposite the reception desk. The plan has finally been completed. I'm really grateful for your help. Lutherine smiled reservedly, and the wind was calm. She picked up the cup and took a sip of Ghidorah's special drink, with a calm attitude of this is just a slight effort. Han Xiao almost gave her a thumbs up next to her. Expert, this pretending is simply silent. Every wrinkle on Sale V's face seemed to be grinning. He was proud and solved the stubborn disease that had plagued Ghidorah for many years. He could predict that he would be able to be famous in history and be regarded as Ghidorah's hero by later generations and written into textbooks. This can be said to be the greatest achievement. After all, as the saying goes, great men who are not written into textbooks have no soul. And this opportunity was given to him by the Black Star in front of him, and Sale V was extremely grateful. As for the return, we will follow the agreement we set at the beginning. The first is a large amount of money and materials. The second is to open up more channels for purchasing materials. The third is the right to mine more resources. The third is the right to mine planets. And we officially provide equipment and manpower. The fourth is the right to borrow military factories. And the fourth is the right to build spacecraft for the Black Star Army with Ghidorah's military factory. And the fifth is the right to call technicians to cultivate professional talents for you. And finally, political support. Sailor V said one by one. No problem. Han Xiao listened carefully and looked serious. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. These are all agreed upon conditions. Regarding materials and money, He now has a lot of mines at home, so he doesn't care much about it. The main reason is that the right to borrow from military factories and the right to call from technicians is quite good. The productivity of a galaxy civilization cannot be underestimated. Borrowing them to launch spacecraft with hundreds of large military factories in the galaxy is very efficient. And calling technicians can train exclusive scientific research talents for the Black Star Army, which is conducive to long-term development. However, compared with the power rewards, Han Xiao attaches the most importance to the divestment mission, which was not completed in his previous life, and it was also the first S-level mission he solved now. The Bloodline mission in the panel was shining with a glimmer of light, showing completed. Han Xiao was patient and did not check the panel immediately. He chatted with Sail V for a while before he left with Lutherine. After the two left, Sail V stood up, looked at the clear sky outside in front of the window, and imagined a bright future. At the same time, Rudy was also full of expectations for the future, just like Sail V. His life changes very clearly. After the discrimination and transformation movement, he found that he was walking on the street and no longer had those indifferent and alienated discrimination. His colleagues became friendly and friendly. His wife's family became enthusiastic and no longer cold. His superior assigned him important work and seemed to have the intention to use him. My children are no longer taciturn in school and have made many new friends. Everything is getting better. He rekindled the enthusiasm for life. Thanks to Sail V, to Amethyst Civilization, to Black Star who captured the leader of the Dark Star. Liddy was grateful. Han Xiao took Lutherly on the spaceship and embarked on the way back. After entering the jump mode, Han Xiao was about to go to the practice room to check the rewards, but Lutherline stopped him, looking curious. Black Star, do you really think that my brainwashing can completely change the bloodline discrimination of Ghidorah people? Will it not cause a rebound in the future? How can I know? It's not my business. Then do you still trust me so much? Lothalin TSK. Even I don't confirm that this plan works. You don't understand the details of my superpowers, but I always feel that you have more confidence than me. I can predict, and I can say you can do it. Han Xiao rushed to settle the rewards and was in a state of arrogantness. He directly used this tried and done excuses and hurried into the training room, leaving Lothalin thinking about it. Closed the door of the practice room. Han Xiao couldn't wait to open the panel and read the prompts for the task rewards again. Destiny has been completed. Task evaluation, B, good. You gain W experience, random reward X3, Ghidorah contribution degree plus, eternal copy crystal. Ghidorah passed X10. You gain political assets X1. Wow. 1.25 billion experience. 7 or 8 times higher than the death mission of the leader of the Dark Star, which is comparable to the 5.0 version of the mission reward level. Han Xiao looked surprised. These experiences are not small for him. The best thing is that he directly gave him 3 random reward opportunities, which is worth 3 A-level tasks completed with high evaluation. He now needs to hoard random rewards to draw task settlement cards. The specificity of the S-level task is that there are few clues. Before completing it, even the reward is not disclosed. It is the first time that Han Xiao learned about the reward of this task. Perhaps because he passed the evil path, the task evaluation is only good. After all, the brainwashing method is unstable, but if you have to pass the level with a normal method, Han Xiao has no choice. It is already a surprise to be able to complete this task. The contribution of the Dora can change a lot of good equipment for players, but it is of limited use to him and is better than nothing. 10 eternal copy crystals are good things. Eternal means they are not disposable consumables. They can be reused, and there is a limit on the number of uses per day. Ghidorah passed. Copy. Access level LV60 LV180 with a huge span, proving to be a super large copy, and the reward must be very generous. Han Xiao can't use it, but those players' guilds will definitely buy these eternal dungeon crystals at all costs, which is equivalent to allowing the guild to have a large dungeon that is repeatedly brushed, which can provide the club's professional players with a steady stream of trials, faster upgrades, and more resources. Although the power source of the NPC template has continuously generated copies, it cannot produce eternal copy crystals, and the guild must want to get their own stable copy. Rich people like to use money to buy peace of mind. Han Xiao mainly likes the player's experience. He has no shortage of money, and it doesn't matter whether he sells it or not. However, using these eternal copy crystals as high-end products in the camp will help attract players. Han Xiao looked at the last reward, 1 point of political assets. Political assets, 1 God Aura civilization. You are loved by the God Aura people. When trading with the God Aura people, you can buy goods at a lower price and sell products at a higher level. God Aura is willing to listen to your request. You can directly make suggestions to the God Aura government, and according to the rationality of the suggestions, God Aura's civilization has a slight chance to adopt your opinion. This is one of the symbols of political influence. Your achievements are spread in the universe. When interacting with certain forces or characters, the cumulative efficiency of favorability plus 30%. You have valuable experience. The efficiency of gaining experience in all forms plus 30%. Note, the above-mentioned effect conditions are for the effective conditions of the God Aura relationship to maintain respect. It's really this thing. I thought I was wrong. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Political assets are the same as legendary, but they are more rare than legendary. In his previous life, he only saw screenshots posted by others on the forum. After taking a look at the NPC template, all my reward amounts increased by 60%. The effect of political assets is much stronger than legendary. Han Xiao also completed S-level tasks in his previous life, but it was either a large-scale task that many people participated in or a challenge task of fighting and killing. It was his first experience as troublesome as Bloodline. Political assets have great benefits. For Han Xiao, he thinks that the most useful effect is to accumulate favorability and gain experience efficiency plus 30%. As long as the trigger conditions for political assets are met, you can always enjoy the bonus. These 2 effects are also applicable to players. It is very troublesome to obtain political assets. It requires completing a lot of complicated processes and wasting a lot of time. These 2 effects are compensatory and have a long-term return much higher than investment. Just imagine a player with a bonus of 1 point of political assets is equivalent to spending the same time doing tasks, and his experience benefits are higher than others. His level can always be ahead, and he has more idle experience to learn and upgrade his skills. Over time, the gap between his panel strength and others will become bigger and bigger. In his previous life, Han Xiao had seen many guilds fighting for their own professional players to gain political assets. Experience is not an R, it is not a physical object. Players cannot trade. All the forms of gaining experience can enjoy bonuses. So will the experience I harvested from players also enjoy 30% bonuses. Han Xiao was moved. He has an NPC template, which can obtain player experience by imparting skills and other methods. Experience only exists on the panel, and there is no physical object. Since there are Krypton gold props, such as double experience cards, it is not impossible to add 30% of experience out of thin air. If it works, then his efficiency in harvesting leaks will increase sharply. After putting away the prompts for the task rewards, Han Xiao looked at the accumulated random reward opportunities, and the rewards added were 6 times in total. Net, if you have 6 times, the chance should be very high. Since the number is enough, let's try it. Han Xiao pondered for a while, and then began to settle the random rewards. Luckily affects the explosion rate of various good things, but the task settlement card is a reward with low value. Han Xiao does not want to wait until he returns to the headquarters to touch for dine before the lottery. It is easier to ship the goods in a bad mood. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you have obtained this time is please select one of the following 3 rewards: double experience card, 2 blank character advent card, 3 large experience crystals, 3. The first time I didn't come out, Han Xiao was used to it, and he didn't change his expression. He took a look and chose the blank character advent card, and he went to play with Emeth another day before using it. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you get this time is please select one of the following 3 rewards: Energy Enhanced Halo, Fashion, 2 random duplicate crystal, 3 Awakening Fluid, Normal Edition. Han Xiao TSK and drew prop rewards twice in a row, but he didn't draw a settlement card, which is not great. What I drew this time is average. Han Xiao touched his chin with a helpless look on his face. Sure enough, the effect of touching forwarding and not touching forwarding is different. The halo of luck is really strong. I really want it. After looking at nothing good, Han Xiao simply chose a energy-enhancing special effects halo. The cheap halo fashion is to enhance the light and shadow effect caused by the energy discharge, making the light cannon appear thicker and larger and look scary, but in fact it has no practical effect. Just be handsome. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you get this time is please choose one of the following 3 rewards. Strength 3, Agility 3, Endurance 3, Charm 75, 2, Charm 25, Lucky 5, 3, Mystery 20, Charm 50. What's this all? Han Xiao's eyes twitched. This is the best thing to be a dark face. You can always see strange things. The second and third items were useless to him. Han Xiao chose 1, better than nothing, and he had no choice but to breathe and began the 4th random reward. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you have obtained this time is please select one of the following 3 rewards. Task settlement card, 2 small pieces of experience crystallization, 3 ray sublimation options reorganization card fragments, 2. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he spent 4 random rewards and finally calculated the settlement card. And that's it. He directly selected the task settlement card, and Han Xiao patiently used the remaining 2 random rewards, drawing 200 experience and a general skill respectively. The effect is to increase the critical hit rate by attacking the enemy's head and cool down for 8 seconds. 6 chances to get a settlement card. That's fine, at least it solves the urgent problem. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he got 1, he would not lose money. He could solve the current advancement task. After completing the advancement, he would spend all his experience, so he was not in a hurry. He had 7 years to slowly collect more settlement cards. Han Xiao immediately used this freshly released task settlement card. You are using. Closing is in progress. Closing is completed. The 200 level advanced task has been completed. Advanced success. Endurance bonus increases. Endurance equals 45 health equals 55 physical strength. The heart trembled suddenly, as if hot magma was pumped out, instantly filling the whole body. Han Xiao took a breath, feeling that his body seemed to be melting, and the cells were subtle sublimation again. The pain lasted for a while before it slowly faded. Han Xiao took a deep breath, sweating profusely, but his complexion was very full. As if he had just been exercised, his spirits were refreshed, and the heat was steaming all over his body. The upgrade restrictions have been eliminated. Han Xiao took a deep breath and invested all the accumulated experience to upgrade from level 200 to level 207. According to LV2, Strength 240, Strength 3, Agility 4, Endurance 5, Intelligence 0, you get 8 free attribute points, potential points. Experience has finally been consumed. The experience accumulated is just a number, and it is valuable only if it becomes combat power. The experience accumulated in version 20 is almost gone. After all, Han Xiao felt the surging power in his body. This is the peak state at present. I finally spent all my experience. Han Xiao looked at the prompt and found that the level bonus also changed. When you reach the level a standard combat power of 0000, you'll get a level of bonus. Later, for every 0000 points of Iana added, the level bonus will be enhanced. The original effect is that the endurance bonus is an additional 0. All resistances are 8. The highest attributes are 0, and the remaining attributes are 5, with an additional 30 free attribute points and 5 potential points. After the level bonus is upgraded, it becomes an additional 5 for the endurance bonus. All resistance 2, the highest attribute 5, and the remaining attribute 8, with an additional 8 nets. Most of the free attribute points are thrown into intelligence. Han Xiao drew 40 points and threw them to the endurance. The endurance benefits are very high now, and the full intelligence bonus in the early stage has accumulated a lot of intelligence, and it has become very high under various feat bonuses, so you can temporarily delay the move. Moreover, after fighting with the strange god, Han Xiao was quite afraid of the super A-level attack power, and he would definitely not lose if he added some endurance. Then I browsed the properties panel at this time. Total level, 207, main occupation, mechanical system, race, void twisting, human form. Attributes, strength 504, agility 94, endurance 040, intelligence 2859, mystery 432, charm 24, lucky, free attribute point, 0, potential point, 24, happiness, physical strength value, 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 2,840, LV2 total strength bonus, strength 9, agility 2, endurance 2, endurance 2, and endurance 8. Physical strength bonus, strength 9, agility 2, and endurance 2, and a 0 potential point. Tisk, machinery, is the king, and learning martial arts cannot save the Chinese. Han Xiao noted. It took him 3 years to change his job, but from his successful job transfer to his current progress, he has been very smooth, and he has made great progress. This advancement is not a racial sublimation, and the change is not large, but the health value increases very quickly. Compared with before the advancement, the health volume has increased by 1/4. The higher the level, the greater the gap between the health volume and the lower level characters. Han Xiao dared not imagine how succulent the Domineer was. Not only did he defend against terror, but he might also have millions of blood. His whole body was hard, and he must be very perverted. Level 207 is closer to Super A level. I have spent all the experience I have accumulated. With the experience level of the 20th version, 7 years may allow me to level 4 or 5. If I want to quickly reach level 30, I can only wait until the 30 players come back. I will just stock up on some more task settlement cards next. Han Xiao thought to himself. After the mission was over, Han Xiao returned to the headquarters for a few days to rest. Before the holiday was over, he found out the employment list of the Legion Mercenary Department, looked for a suitable task, and returned to the world to accept employment. The Black Star came out of the mountain to do the mission, and soon spread throughout the Colton Star cluster, which immediately caused shock to many forces. With Han Xiao's current status, how could he still need to carry out the employment mission in person? And aren't you fighting a war? Do you still have free time to generate income in person? Is the secret war so stress-free for you? The employer of the entire Colton Star cluster was excited. With the strength of Black Star, he was afraid that there would be any task that would not be completed. For a time, the business of the Black Star Legion Mercenary Department soared 3 times, all of which were for Han Xiao. The employer who successfully hired Han Xiao was flattered. As an employer, he was as good as his boss, and he did not dare to neglect this fierce man with Super A-level potential. Han Xiao's current strength is to carry out employment tasks, which is simply a word of rashness. Whether it is to wipe out the rebels, eliminate wild beasts, or chase star pirates, they come directly to the door and crush them. The enemy cannot even make a decent resistance. Han Xiao has more time on the road than fighting, which makes people frightened. Because Han Xiao acted alone, he thought Krent would use the same trick again and sent someone to assassinate him. However, he worked 7 or 8 consecutive jobs and was calm and could not even see the assassination Mao. The incident of the Dark Star made Krent lose his underwear. Now, it is a frightened bird. When he saw Han Xiao wandering outside alone, he immediately had a dedicated think tank team to speculate. With the status of Black Star, there is no need to hire it yourself. So obviously, he is seducing us to assassinate him. He must have wanted to copy the affairs of the leader of the Dark Star and find an opportunity to blame us. This person is so bad. So the Krent sneered at Han Xiao wandering outside. Humph! The intention was too obvious, and we have seen through it. We will never be able to fall into the trap. Moreover, Krent has just suffered a political blow and now wants to keep a low profile for a while. Krent has not yet thought of a way to threaten Han Xiao, so he has no intention of assassinating Han Xiao for a while, which is one of the reasons. While Han Xiao was doing random rewards for employment accumulation, various departments of the Black Star Army were also developing steadily, and he applied for many technical personnel from God Aura to come to the Black Star Army to train special talents. The first investment for Verna was burned out within 3 months. Renard, in accordance with Han Xiao's request, took out 150 million inars and added the second investment. At the port of Long Tanfu Island, 1,000 warships are docking here, forming different formations according to different warship models and arranged neatly, including 2 huge flagships as the core of the fleet. The Star Pirate spaceship was squeezed into the corner of the dock, trembling and dared not object, because the outer armor of the 1,000 warships had a common pattern, painted with a light green void dragon head, and under the dragon head was a throne, and a circle circled the logo. This is the symbol of Longtan's 2nd Field Force. Verna took several assistants to accompany Aesop and Jenny to inspect the troops at the dock. We now have 1,000 warships produced by Galaxy Civilizations, 300,000 Space Marines, including 450 Class B superpowers, 240,000 Class D superpowers, and the others are personnel below the D level, mainly management, logistics, transportation, and other positions. Verna introduced the current scale of the 2nd Field Force of Longtan to the 2. It's only been less than half a year, and you've achieved such results. It's a good job, Aesop said with appreciation. Verna said embarrassedly, it's mainly Black Star's help. It's difficult for me to make money by myself. How much did he spend? Jenny asked with a frown. 70 million in ours. He invested another 150 million a few days ago. Verna swallowed. Even though she was a natural disaster-level strongman, she couldn't help but be impressed by Han Xiao's richness. I'm really willing to spend money. Jenny stretched her eyebrows, snorted softly, and touched her hairline that was gradually retreating. The maintenance costs of these troops are about 8.5 million inars a month. Now Black Star pays for the maintenance. This maintenance fee, Verna asked carefully. It's a bit expensive, Jenny subconsciously muttered, and suddenly gave a slight pause. She suddenly remembered that she had almost never given Han Xiao aid or maintenance fee. Although the Black Star Army is Longtan's field force, it has always been responsible for its own profits and has to pay a portion of the profits to her every month. Because the Black Star Legion had almost never asked for Longtan support, she rarely thought about it. Only then did she realize that the Black Star Legion was actually very worry-free and self-reliant. She was so keen on expanding her business, just to earn maintenance fees. Jenny shook her head, feeling that she was not a good manager. Aesop interrupted. He Xing spared no expense to help you form a unit. It seems that he has decided to leave. Verna, you have to find a way to create income business for this unit. In the future, the maintenance costs of this unit will be borne by us. We don't need too many field forces, otherwise the cost will be too high. You cannot just accept Black Star's funding. You don't have his ability to make money, so you have to learn to control the scale. Okay. Verna nodded hurriedly. Jenny, who was silent for a while, sighed and couldn't help but express her heartfelt words. Black Star is really a rare talent. Aesop nodded, expressing his agreement with this statement, paused, and added helplessly. It's a pity that he grew up too fast. A person with such talent will not always serve others. I forgot to calculate the rank bonus before, but now I add it. Aesop, Verna, and Jenny were chatting. At this time, a spaceship that the 3 of them knew was coming from afar. It was Han Xiao's car, Black Light Stalker. Why is he back? The 3 of them were stunned. They had just talked about Han Xiao and said, He Xing is here? The Black Light Lurker squeezed into the dock of Long Tanfu Island. The cabin door opened and Han Xiao landed on the ground. He glanced at the Star Pirates who were shaking like quails in the corner of the dock. He curled his lips and then saw Aesop and the other 2 and walked over to say hello. Yo, they are all here. What are you doing when you are back? Jenny snorted coldly. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you, especially your charming hairline, which makes me think day and night. I can't sleep well. By the way, Have you had time to sleep recently? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He knew Jenny's G-spot well and knew how to make her angry. You are such a bastard. Jenny was poked into the pain and gritted her teeth. She was too lazy to talk to Han Xiao anymore. She turned around and left, stepping heavily on the ground, as if she treated the ground as Han Xiao's basin, and she wished she could poke the hole in Longtan floating island with her heels. Watching Jenny go away, Han Xiao then looks at Verna. What are you doing just now? We are reviewing the second field force. Verna stuttered, her face slightly red. This army was formed by Han Xiaowakian. Aesop just told her that this was a symbol of Han Xiao's intention to leave. At this time, the master suddenly appeared. She was uncomfortable and felt inexplicably nervous about being caught. Aesop had seen strong winds and waves, but was not embarrassed at all. He revealed the topic and said, "Are you looking for Emmys? She didn't know that you were back. You should practice superpowers in the palace now. You can go find him." Han Xiao nodded and rubbed Verna's head casually. Seeing that her face was red, as if it was ripe, almost burning and smoking, he left with satisfaction. Although Verna is a natural disaster, this girl is too soft and cute. Every time Han Xiao sees her, she can't help but want to touch her head and tease her. After all, she is his future successor, so he is not polite and has a casual attitude. He had just solved a job, and Long Tanfu Island was nearby. He simply came back and took a look, preparing to use the blank character card and burn an Emmy's ability. As he came to the palace, Han Xiao met Hela and Aurora, and his eyes lit up. Hela wore a tight red combat uniform made of high-strength nanofiber material. Compared to 3 years ago, she had a broader mind and a hotter figure. Her appearance and temperament were getting closer and closer to the goddess of death in her previous life. She was very cold and indifferent. Her cold style and a charming face made her look tempting and charming. Aurora, who was on the side, also grew a lot taller, and her skeleton was still one size smaller than Hela, but her milk volume was evenly matched. You can tell at a glance that your life ability was developed very well, with white and tender skin and full of vitality, which was obviously overnutrition. The two of them were covered in sweat and were walking out of the palace. It seemed that they had just had an exercise. When they saw Han Xiao, they stopped at the same time. "Wow, are you here to see us?" Aurora looked surprised and threw herself into Han Xiao's arms and twisted her back. Hyla twitched her eyes and walked slowly over. Okay, big enough. Han Xiao quickly pressed Aurora's forehead to push her away, looked at the two of them with a look of relief. "It seems that you have practiced well with Emmys." The two sisters' supernatural potential reached S level, grew rapidly, and the energy fluctuations emitted reached the level B standard. Hela is more powerful. Han Xiao estimated that Hela's energy level was about 000. In the original plot of the 30th version, she reached the natural disaster level. Although she has not improved her strength by massacre now, with her potential and hard work, the chance of being promoted to the natural disaster level in these 7 years is still quite high. Han Xiao's thought flashed, and he paused. While rubbing Aurora's head, he asked Hela, "When you become a natural disaster level, come back and help me." With the record of his previous life, Hela's combat power will definitely not be much weaker. When she reaches level A, she will definitely become a right-hand man. Aurora's milk volume is amazing. With this powerful treatment, it can effectively reduce casualties of cadres and has a great effect. Okay. Hyla nodded, and this time she answered very decisively and was not arrogant at all. "I thought you would hesitate for a while. After all, it's very safe here at Emmys. How about you always put safety first?" Hyla's face was expressionless. This was originally what we agreed on. When I reach the natural disaster level, I can naturally protect Aurora. I can't stay in the same place all the time. Since I have come to the universe, of course I will see every corner of the world, and she also has a certain ability to protect herself. Han Xiao looked at Hela left and right. "Why do I feel a little insincere?" Hello. Hela turned his face away. She practiced hard not only to protect Aurora in the more dangerous sea of stars, but also to have the qualifications to help Han Xiao as soon as possible, in order to repay his kindness. She has a strong personality and must pay what she owes others. And when I work for Han Xiao, I can see him often, but it takes a long time to practice and long time to see Han Xiao once. I miss you very much. Are you here to find Lord Longzhu? Asked Hyla. Yeah. She should be in the garden. Go find her. Hyla lowered her eyes. Han Xiao was about to step into the palace, when Hela suddenly called him behind his back and couldn't help asking, "What is your strength?" She has not reached the level where Han Xiao is, and all kinds of news have exaggerated elements. So, she has always been curious about Han Xiao's real combat power. Well, you can hit you with 2 hands. Han Xiao smiled. Hela gritted her teeth secretly. He clearly knew Han Xiao the earliest, but now he can't even catch up with Han Xiao, and his competitive spirit was once again stimulated. When I arrived at the garden, Emmys was floating in the air, looking at a dim star in the sky with his hands behind his back. Hearing the footsteps, she looked down and slowly landed in front of Han Xiao, her soft long hair and a tulle-like black dress fluttering in the wind. "You're back, Black Star." Emmer's eyes curled, and he praised with a smile. "I heard that you funded the 2nd Field Force. You've done a good job. It's easy to do anything with money." Han Xiao smiled and quietly used the blank character card on the panel to use Emmer's. The new character card suddenly took shape and turned into Emmer's character advent card. "Is there anything wrong with you coming back to find me?" Emmer's blinked. "Can't you come back to see you if you're fine?" Han Xiao naturally wouldn't say it was for the blank character card. Emmy suddenly sighed. "You are becoming more and more unrestrained in front of me. Isn't this because we are very familiar?" Han Xiao called out. "Is that all?" Emmy stared at Han Xiao's eyes, smiling. Black Star is getting stronger and stronger, and its identity, strength, and status are constantly improving. The gap between the two in various aspects is rapidly narrowing. Black Star faces her more and more casually, no longer regards herself as a subordinate, but is more like an equal communication. The thought flashed, and Emmer suddenly said, "How long has it been since I visited your territory last time?" Han Xiao was stunned and thought for a while. "It's been several years. What's wrong?" The last time Emmers visited the Black Star Army, it was already the beginning of the 20th version. It was at that time that he accepted the 2 sisters of Hela as students. "After just a few years, your power has grown to its current level. Black Star, take me to your territory and visit it." Emmys tilted his head, with a smile that Han Xiao couldn't understand in his eyes. Han Xiao was a little surprised, but he was also used to Emmy's casual personality of thinking about it. After thinking about it, there seemed to be nothing to refuse. He felt that Emmys was probably very quiet and thoughtful. "I was so idle." So he nodded. "Okay, since you want to inspect the leader, I will accompany you. It just so happens that I have a holiday recently. So go to the headquarters of the Black Star Army. How about it?" "Well, you decide." Emmy smiled. The 2 of them left as soon as they said they could. Aesop was still inspecting the troops at the dock, but he didn't leave. Seeing that Han Xiao had just left for a while, he turned Emmys onto the spaceship and took him away, and he looked helpless. Kimmenstar Outer Space Orbit, Black Star Legion Headquarters Satellite. The Blacklight Stalker returned to the headquarters, and the 2 walked off the spacecraft. Han Xiao took Emmers to visit various areas of the headquarters. Members of the Black Star Legion who passed by on the way all threw strange eyes. The rumors of the 2 splitting up have not disappeared. At this time, many people were in a strange mood when they saw their own Legion commander and Emmers appear together. At present, Emmers is still the immediate boss of the Black Star Legion, as if they were here to inspect. Han Xiao was introducing along the way. Emmys listened silently and did not speak. He quickly finished visiting all areas of the headquarters and finally came to Han Xiao's office. All the cadres of the Black Star Army who were staying at the headquarters were summoned by Han Xiao and were waiting in the office to meet Emmys and undergo review. As soon as Emmys entered the door, the cadres of the Black Star Army who were waiting stood up one after another, nodded, and gave enough respect to the super A-level powerhouses. Emmers glanced at Melos and others and smiled slightly. "I still remember you. They're all old subordinates of Black Star. Your name is Melos, right?" Emmers came to Melos and nodded with a smile. "I can see your potential. You should be able to reach the natural disaster level. Merlos's face was happy. He had been worried about this matter, and he felt much more relaxed at this time. He believed in a super A-level judgment. Emmys then came to Erosia. Seeing that she was still so cold, she smiled slightly without saying much, and moved to Sevilla again, reaching out to touch Sevilla's head. What a smart child. I think you have the potential to become a disaster level. Sevilla opened her eyes wide and blinked, feeling strange. She always felt that Emmys seemed to like guessing other people's potential, not sure if it was her quirk. Emmy stayed in front of each cadre for a while and said a few words. Each cadre responded differently. Fording smiled warmly. Harmon looked confused. Renard was serious. Lutherly was neither humble nor arrogant. And Camp, Marion, and Miss Check, who came to the disaster level, were trembling and excited. Finally, when he came to Ricky, Emmys glanced at him a few more times. I didn't expect you to be the band UMNO under Austin. Oh, what's the use? Wasn't you still fired? Ricky sighed. He was used to seeing super A-level powerhouses. At this time, his attitude was the most casual among the cadres. At first glance, he was a salted fish who had seen the world. Emmy smiled and returned to Han Xiao. She had just reviewed it. At this time, no one of the cadres in the army spoke, and all his aura was suppressed by Emmys. Okay, hey Xing, I'm going back. Let's leave now. Han Xiao was stunned, ran over and walked around for a while, and wouldn't he stay for a few days? I've seen what I want to see. Emmers shook her head. The rise of the Black Star Legion is too rapid. Observing the Black Star Legion is equivalent to observing Han Xiao's ambitions. She has figured out what she wants to know and has an answer in her mind. Maybe I'm really not suitable to be his leader. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he understood something. He sighed secretly and had to let the cadres disperse and take Emmers back to the dock. The two of them remained silent along the way. Send me a spaceship. I'll go back by myself. You don't have to go there again. Emmers said, Okay, I'll ask someone to make arrangements. Han Xiao called the person in charge of the dock and asked him to bring in a spare spaceship. The two of them were waiting for the spaceship at the dock, and Emmers suddenly spoke without looking back. A few years ago, you notified me that you were going to participate in the secret war, but you didn't ask for help from me. Why didn't you do this? Han Xiao heard this and coughed. You are sensitive and not suitable to participate in the secret war. I informed you that you did not stop me, so I just thought you had agreed. At that time, you did not express your intention to intervene, so I didn't ask for help from you. But why not try? What does this mean? Han Xiao frowned and could only see the back of Emmy's head and still did not look back. He had to change the topic. I was so angry a few years ago. When Krent was ambushing, I asked you for help, but you didn't agree. Han Xiao was talking about the third ring of the mission, and he applied for Emetha's help, but was rejected. If you insisted at that time, I would still agree to you. If you insisted on asking me to join the secret war, I would not have refused, although I don't like to get involved in these things. Emmers said indifferently. Han Xiao couldn't see her face, so he could only analyze it from her tone and asked tentatively, What do you mean do you want to interfere in the secret war? I don't need me anymore. Emmers paused, turned the subject, and said lightly, I have never seen you stop myself since the first day I knew you. Why? Is this going to play a puzzle with me? When did you become so confused when you talk like this? Han Xiao twitched and thought for a while and said helplessly, It's not time to stop. You have the capital to stop, I don't. What are you afraid of? Han Xiao's eyes moved slightly, and he didn't answer. At this moment, a spacecraft finally stopped in front of Emmers. The hatch opened, and the gangway was lowered to ask her to get on board. Emmers stretched, tightened her clothes, outlining her beautifully curved waist, sighed, and said softly, I hope one day you are willing to stop and see the scenery along the way. No matter how big the universe is, it has an end, but its ambition is endless. After that, she strode up the gangway, closed the cabin door, and isolated Han Xiao's vision. She never looked back and could not see her expression. Watching the spacecraft eject from the orbit, turning into flowing light and disappearing into the sky, Han Xiao then withdrew his gaze, let out a breath, and rubbed his temples. He always felt that Emmys had changed now, and his temper was becoming more and more capricious. When did she start to change? Han Xiao pondered. The Red Empire and the Glorious Federation argued, and their influence radiated to the entire sea of stars. And once they were driven, each star domain was affected by the red tide, and the turmoil continued to ferment, and the interest pattern was slowly shuffled in various conflicts, and the various star clusters that broke the star rings also had large or small battles. The red tide swept across the entire sea of stars. In contrast, the chaos of the broken star rings is just the tip of the iceberg under the general trend of the red tide. The situation of the Secret War is several times more complicated than in the previous life, with more participants, and there are even many unexpected events that have not happened before. However, generally speaking, the war field and the Agency Number 0 are still evenly matched, and the situation is stalemate. Scenes of ion cannons crisscrossing, battleships shattering, and superpowers fighting one after another, and countless scenes of fighting, negotiation, assassination, robbery, and rebellion were staged one after another. War is also an opportunity. No one is fighting for the sake of war. The Black Star Legion draws nutrients from it and expands steadily. Han Xiao is active in the Secret War, raising the war with war, becoming the most shining new star on this stage. The general trend is like a rushing river, which can never stop or retreat. The secret war between Krent and Amethyst is also becoming more and more intense in this chaos that has affected the entire universe. The Blazing War took away the 7 years of this universe. Shanghai Calendar, July 17th, 704. Black Star Legion Headquarters. Dung dung dung. In a bright alloy corridor, the tall back with long hair and waist is moving forward slowly. The alloy combat boots step on the ground and make a clanging sound of footsteps. The white gold, purple-edged women's light armor mecha only covers the key parts. The black high-strength nanofiber technology tights are lined with black, showing her graceful figure. As she moves, the waist twists. The surface of the black tights follows the movement trajectory of the muscles, gradually illuminates the blue-green matrix patterns. Especially the waistline has the most dense patterns. Several grassroots soldiers of the Black Star Legion walked out from the corner, wearing the same style of Black Star armor. When they saw this woman from a distance, they all looked solemn, stood up straight, and saluted. His Sergeant Chief Affairs Officer. She paused, and a polite smile appeared on her exquisite face, as if flowers were blooming and shining, which made several people feel moved. After she walked away, the few people came to their senses with a look of unfulfilled expression. So beautiful, worthy of being the number 1 beauty of the Black Star Legion. I would love to see me. Dream, you. Lord Savia is a natural disaster-level strongman and the chief apprentice of the Legion commander. How could he look to you? The woman who walked away moved her ears slightly, and when she heard the conversations of several people, she showed a hint of helplessness in her eyes. It's Sivia. Over the past 7 years, she has worked hard to practice, struggle to survive. After repeated, diligent training, suffering, the potential hidden deep in her genes has been extracted, and she finally achieved the achievements that she should have in the previous life version 3.0 and entered the field of natural disasters. As his strength grew, his fame also increased. He became the Chief Affairs Officer of the Black Star Army. At the same time, his identity as the Chief Apprentice under the Black Constellation was also uttered. Others would no longer joke about this title, but would recognize this title. The natural disaster level vitality is long. 7 years have carved a beautiful face for Sivia, which has completely developed. Her long hair is fluttering, tall, and graceful. She is a pure natural beauty who can score above 9.5 points. She has good looks and strong strength and high status. Sivia is sought after by a large number of rough men within the Legion. In terms of popularity, among all the cadres, her popularity in the Black Star Legion is second only to Fording. Sivia came all the way to the open-air platform at the top of the base. This is the highest altitude of the satellite at the Black Star headquarters. It is surrounded by a universe with starlight shining light. You can see the Golden Gate star close to you, just like an extremely huge planet hanging upside down in the sky, occupying a large area of the sky. At this time, there were many cadres standing on the platform, and they turned their heads to look at her. Sivia glanced at her. Basically, the backbone of the Legion who held important positions was here, including Deputy Commander Lockheed, Logistics Director Renard, Fleet Commander Melos, Cultural Instructor Laughlin, etc. There were about 20 people, including 15 of them at the natural disaster level. The people are all here. How are you doing what I asked you to prepare? The calm male voice sounded, and Sawia looked in the voice. A tall figure stood on the edge of the platform, wearing a special black dress made of nanomaterial, with his back facing everyone, looking up at the Golden Gate star in the sky. It was Han Xiao. As you told me, everything is ready. Sivia nodded. Very good. Han Xiao turned around and looked calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of expectation. Compared with 7 years ago, his appearance has not changed much, and he still looks young. But after all, he has spent a real 7 years, and is already a man in his 4th century. His wrinkles are not engraved on his face, but in his heart. Although he is still handsome, his temperament has become more calm and vicissitudes. The cadres present had a deep understanding of his changes. If Han Xiao was like a ferocious tiger 7 years ago, his reputation had been fixed after 7 years of precipitation. At this time, Han Xiao gave them the feeling like a majestic lion. Just looking at each other can make everyone outside Riki feel pressure. Today is the day when the 3.0 version is opened, and Han Xiao has been waiting for this day for a long time. It's a whole 10 years. Han Xiao sighed secretly that for the players, this is just a background introduction, and he has indeed experienced these 10 years. For the day when the new version was opened, he made a lot of preparations in advance. At this time, the cadres present came to report the preparations in person, but they just did things according to Han Xiao's instructions and did not know the reason. This time, the 3.0 version incident has changed a lot compared to the original plot of the previous life. In the past 7 years, the secret war has become increasingly fierce. Due to its own operations, Krent is not as strong as the original plot. The mechanism of Zero has fought back and forth between the war field, not as passive as it was originally. Both sides have entered a white-hot stage early. The battlefield is not only Shifeng, Kaya, and Chida, but 2 new galaxies have been affected by the war. Secret War is one of the main lines of the 3.0 version of the Broken Star Ring area. Because of Han Xiao's participation, Secret War is more complicated than in the previous life, and there are more forces participating in the war secretly. When the player comes back, the Secret War, transformed by Han Xiao, is one of the main lines of 3.0 that players have to go through. During these 7 years, the Black Star Army's business structure has stabilized, focusing on war, mining, and employment, developed step by step, and successfully gained a foothold in various galaxies. Its power is spread across the Colton Star Cluster. More than 500 satellite bases, 300,000 warships, hundreds of millions of members, and its assets reach the level of 10 billion. It is already a behemoth. With such a huge force, it is more than enough to support millions of players. Moreover, version 3.0 is also a booming period for new players, and the Second Star League has the best results to base it. China will definitely have more new players. The Black Star Army has sufficient ability to cultivate a large number of new players. The 7-year war career has provided Han Xiao with continuous experience, allowing him to level 211. It is indeed a bit difficult to provide him with such a late-stage upgrade consumption. The return of 3.0 players is another opportunity to quickly level up. Han Xiao is already waiting for it. He took the time to hire hundreds of times in 7 years and stocked up a batch of task settlement cards, which are prepared for level up. Han Xiao's preparations over the past 7 years are equivalent to sharpening his own sickle. It can be said that everything is ready now, and I only need leaks. Han Xiao took a deep breath, looked up at the Golden Gate star in the sky, opened the panel, and silently watched the countdown of the update time. 3.0 version is enabled. Retrieve data. Retrieve data. Player forum is open. Welcome to the 3.0 version of Star Sea. Red Tide. Finally started. In version 3.0, player strength can change from quantity to qualitative change. The concepts of millions of C-level superpowers and millions of B-level superpowers are very different. This version is the era when the Black Star Legion truly rises. Han Xiao's eyes were bright. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned his back to everyone, waved his hand. Send all the spaceships. At the same time, Kim and Star. Due to the relocation of the Black Star Corps headquarters, the Black Star 1 base of Kim and Star was transformed into a surface office stronghold, with few people stationed, deserted, and very empty. Suddenly, countless white lights flashed by at the same time, and players appeared one by one. The empty stronghold instantly became crowded, and the deserted base suddenly became lively. Haha, it's finally online. New version. Chiming Chow. Is this version of the name like this? I'm taking date pills. It's 3.0. Can't you take off your pants? Negative review. A male player was furious. I'm shocked it's the third version. Is the pants taking off the pants still dead? The person next to me looked horrified. We take off the pants and party has been watching, never leaving. Chong Kong is awesome. Hao Ian is awesome. Some people were immersed in the second Shanghai League that just ended some time ago and could not extricate themselves. In the base, more than 100,000 players were excited and talkative, as noisy as the vegetable market. Before the version update, all players gathered in various bases to go offline. The number 1 base was the largest, with more than 100,000 people, and they appeared in large numbers at this time. The first wave of time was launched. After the second league ended, he relaxed a little. As a professional player, he must not fall behind when a new version was opened, and all professional players were launched as soon as possible. Kwang Dao, Hao Ian, Wang Ho generals, and prime ministers, Li Gu and others were all online at base number 1. At this time, they got together. The habit of professional players is to check the changes in the panel first. The attributes and skills have not changed, and the level limit has been increased. It seems that the level limit of version 3.0 is level 120. Hao Ian said in a deep voice, "The camp panel is still there. It's great. The Black Star Legion has not yet closed down." Kwang Dao breathed a sigh of relief, and the others also relaxed a lot. The Black Star Army is still here, which means that the contribution they accumulated in the previous version will not be wasted and their efforts will not be in vain. After quickly checking the attribute panel, the professional players felt relieved. At this time, the other players were almost excited and started to do their jobs. Players have experienced 2 version updates and have now gained experience. When a new version is opened, the most important thing is to first figure out what has changed in the world. All players in the base, including professional players, took out the communicator, opened the calendar, and saw how long it had been since the version was updated. After seeing the date clearly, everyone was in a panic. Damn it, from 2.0 to 3.0, it's been 10 years since it was from 2.0 to 3.0. It's too long. The previous version of NPC won't forget us. I remember that it's only been about a year after the time between 1.0 and 2.0. Why did it double all at once? It's so scary, so scary. Is it related to the main line of this version? It took 10 years to form the main line. I remember that before the update, there was a video of the meat bow that was revealed in the existence of the Red Empire in person. The meat bow analyzed that the 3.0 version is likely to be related to the Red Empire. Will the name Red Xiao come from this? It's 10 years since the previous version, and this discovery completely shocked the players. This is the longest update span. Everyone was talking, and at the same time, they looked around and looked at the base to see what changes had happened in the base 10 years later. Soon everyone discovered an abnormality. In the last version, this base was the headquarters of the Black Star Army, with people coming and going, and there were many mercenary NPCs, but now it is deserted, and even an NPC character can't be seen, as if the building is empty. There will be no accident in the Black Star Legion. Someone opened the interface of the Mercenary Alliance. but found that the mercenary resume of the Black Star Legion had disappeared, and the Black Star Legion could not be searched for. Then everyone wanted to open the subprogram of the Black Star Army, but the prompt, "The version is too long and the permissions are insufficient. Please refresh the registration information." In the past 10 years, Philip's subroutine has been updated many times. Players' subroutines have long been unable to be used. They must be authorized by the Black Star Army to re-register before they can be used. This discovery spread to 10,000 and hundreds of people, and many people's hearts suddenly became hung. Almost all Chinese players are in the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army has been regarded as their own camp by them. Players are eager to know what the Black Star Army will become when they are away. Go out and have a look first. Quang Dao was most anxious and hurried out of the base gate, and professional players followed one after another. Seeing someone taking the lead, more than 100,000 players from the base came out one after another and left the base. They found that the road was unobstructed and there was no access control. After walking out of the base, the players looked back and found that the number 1 base had shrunk a lot, and it seemed that it had been transformed and many areas had been demolished, which seemed very declining. Seeing this, Quang Dao and others couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Outside the base is the street of a city on Kim Star. The orange warm light shines on the rooftop rooms, leaving dusk-like light and shadow. The streets are full of players and are crowded. Many people have to activate the mecha, fly into the air, and look for NPCs everywhere to ask for clues. There were many Ghidorah pedestrians not far away, and Quang Dao, Han Xiao, and others rushed over and grabbed one of them. "Hey, what are you doing?" The passerby looked horrified. "Don't be afraid. We just want to ask some questions," Quang Dao said hurriedly. Passers-by nodded timidly and suddenly glanced at the Black Star sign on the mecha of Quang Dao and his group, and their faces changed. "Are you Black Star people?" Everyone's faces were happy. 10 years have passed, and this person still knows Black Star. There is a chance. Quang Dao hurriedly pointed at the base number 1 and asked, "Yes. Is it the headquarters of the Black Star Legion? You are Black Star people. Why do you still want to ask me?" Passers-by looked puzzled, but he still answered honestly, "It's not the headquarters of the Black Star Legion." "Then where is the headquarters of the Black Star Legion now?" Quang Dao couldn't wait to ask. The passerby pointed to the top of his head and shrugged. "Here, that's it." "In the sky?" Quang Dao, Han Xiao, and others looked up in confusion. Their faces froze suddenly, and their mouths wider and wider. Gradually, more and more players looked up at the sky, as if they were all immersed in a fixed technique, and opened their mouths to look up at the sky, like a turtle basking in the sun without moving. What jumped into the eyes of all players was a huge, steel-colored planet floating in the outer space of the Golden Gate star, occupying most of the sky, as if it would fall to the earth at any time. There's no need to look for such a big planet that is so close to you. It is impossible to pretend that you can't see it. This fortress as big as a planet is the current headquarters of the Black Star Legion. More than 100,000 people looked up at the sky together. All of them were confused. In 2.0, the headquarters of the Black Star Legion was just a base. After 10 years, the Legion had a planet fortress that was no smaller than the Golden Gate Star as its headquarters. What has the Black Star Legion experienced in the past 10 years? What have we missed? I'm so obedient. Such a big piece of stuff is the headquarters. How much is this thing worth? The Black Star Army will not dominate the Gardon Galaxy system, right? Just as more than 100,000 players were looking at the sky together, and everyone was confused, everyone's panels were shocked, and they received the message at the same time. The crazy knife came to his senses and hurriedly opened the panel to look at the prompt. The surprise instantly floated on his eyebrows. All Black Star Legion players got new camp missions at the same time. First ring, task introduction. The storm is changing, the years are flying, and 10 years are fleeting, and the universe is in a mess and undercurrents are surging. You will participate in this tide of the era. It is time to return to your team. Task requirements. Go to the nearest Black Star Legion satellite fortress. Reward, 5,000 experience. Black Star Legion favor 300. This mission is a serial mission. Han Xiao has been watching when the players will go online. It is the mission he posted to all Legion players through the faction panel to guide the players and guide them to understand the new version of the ship, so as not to be confused. Han Xiao's wording is very formal, making it look like a new version of novice missions. In any case, all tasks are released on the panel in the eyes of players. Players have just entered the new version. Just when they were eager to understand the changes in the environment, this task suddenly became a light in the dark, like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey, making them itchy and attracting the attention of all players. This is the guidance task of the new version. You can know how far the plot has developed. Believe me, you will never be wrong. The meat bag looked confident. It turned out to be a guidance mission based on the Black Star Legion camp. Kwang Dao's eyes lit up. This must mean that the Black Star Legion will be an important character in the 30th version of the plot. No one refused the guidance mission in the version of the plot. Many players had their own goals. Next, just go to the dock to take a spaceship and board the huge planetary fortress in the sky. Just as everyone was thinking this way, dozens of small black dots of sesame size suddenly appeared in the direction of the satellite at the headquarters of the Black Star Army, which descended at a speed visible to the naked eye and quickly amplified. It was a fleet with the Black Star logo, suspended above the heads of more than 100,000 players, and the stable anti-gravity device did not stir up a strong wind. Many players present were stunned. At this time, the trunks of dozens of warships opened and released a traction beam toward the ground. At the same time, the people on the ship spoke through special loudspeakers, and the sound echoed in the sky of the entire city. All members of the Black Star Legion, please board the ship. Repeat, all members of the Black Star Legion, please board the ship. These are the spaceships sent by Han Xiao to pick up the players. The players present did not expect that the Black Star Legion would send someone directly to pick them up, and were very surprised. This is Ghidorah's planet. It's so full of fanfare that it can affect the whole city. Is the Black Star Legion so popular now? All signs show that the Black Star Legion in their impression is no longer the same, and many players are increasingly eager to know what changes have happened to the Black Star Legion 10 years later. Everyone boarded the spacecraft one after another, and the fleet then closed its tide and turned back. After boarding the ship, the players acted and wanted to find the NP on the ship for information. However, the journey from Kim Star to the Legion headquarters was too short, and it was about to arrive at the station in less than half a minute. Players who were interested in inquiries had to give up. The headquarters of the Black Star Corps in the porthole was constantly enlarged. Only when it was close could it see the details of the satellite fortress. The surface was full of defense measures and was filled with various strange devices. Some players even saw the thruster. It was better to say it was a satellite warship than a satellite fortress. Professional players gathered together and observed through the porthole. Mad Dagger couldn't help but be shocked. This thing looks so strong. It's more like a weapon than a fortress. I remember the last version. The flagship of tens of thousands of meters was already very scary. Unexpectedly, as soon as the new version opened, a more shocking interstellar weapon appeared. I remember there was no such thing in the previous version of the Legion. Hao Yin said, I don't know if it was created by Black Star. Feng Yu was curious. Soon, the fleet entered the airport, and more than 100,000 players came out one after another, quickly occupying a large area of the dock, looking around, curiously observing the surrounding environment. As soon as we arrived here, many players felt the lively atmosphere. The NP with names came and went. All of them were members of the Legion with the Black Star logo, which was countless times busier than the base on the surface. Is this the new headquarters? Is there no NP to welcome it? What are you going to do next? Just as the player was hesitating, the panel changed again, and the first ring prompt was completed, and Han Xiao directly released the second ring task. Second ring, task introduction. In 10 years, the pattern of the Star Sea has undergone tremendous changes. You need to learn about the deeds of the Black Star Legion in the past 10 years. Task requirements. Update and activate the internal programs of the Black Star Legion. Watch the video courses. Reward. Experience. Black Star Legion has a 500 favorable impression. Han Xiao has been secretly observing the player's movements in the base. He does not need to show up. He can guide the player's actions remotely in the form of a mission, which is more natural and hidden. That's right, this must be the background introduction of the new version. I just said that there must be a version prompt, just like 20. It's so convenient. I thought I want to find clues by myself. Kwang Dao's eyes lit up. He was thinking about how to know what happened during the version update, but he didn't expect that this guidance task would directly publish the information they wanted to know most at the moment, which was comfortable. The task requirement is to update the internal program, that is, the Phillips subroutine, which is installed by all members of the Black Star Legion. It has functions such as querying their resumes in the Legion, querying accumulated achievements, browsing camp stores, summoning airdrop materials, etc. More than 100,000 players took out the communicator and clicked on the program. This time, there was finally a reaction. Philip's virtual image turned into a three-dimensional projection, floating above the screens of communicators, opening brittly. In the coordinate detection, the coordinates have been confirmed. You're located at the Black Star Army base. The permissions are thought. The database update permission has been obtained. Please scan and verify. Buzz. Before the version update, the Phillips subroutine did not support the three-dimensional projection function, and players could only tease Philip in words. At this time, Philip already had a virtual image. He was a finger-sized little boy who looked as cute as a girl and looked very tender and cute. Many female players' eyes suddenly turned into shining little stars, and they couldn't help but touch Philip with their fingers. Although they didn't feel like touching the real object, Philip seemed to have been poked, covering his little face in tears. His innocent little eyes seemed to say it hurts. His three-dimensional projection has the function of virtual sensing. At this moment, a large number of female players, including Feng Yu, were instantly captured by Philip, and maternal love was flooded. Wow, how can you be so cute? Oh, this is the feeling of giving birth. It's so cute that my heart is about to melt. Cute, I think it's right. How Ian pinched Philip's head, slammed it into a lot of light chips, and the next moment it turned back into a three-dimensional projection, huddling in the corner of the screen, trembling. How Ian thought to himself when he saw this. There is no damage information. It seems that he can't fight as a pet. Are you a devil? The crazy knife on the side twitched with his mouth. Everyone teased Philip for a while before Philip prompted that the update had been completed. The players present officially opened the internal program. Philip retracted the screen and issued a prompt. The permission has been reactivated. Welcome to the Black Star Army. Please watch the next course. Each player's communicator emits a ray of light, forming a virtual three-dimensional screen and starting to play the video. The title is Black Star Army History, which is the course required by the mission. After Han Xiao set up the reactivate program, the course will be played automatically. Not only players, but also the course that every member of the Black Star Legion needs to watch. It is a textbook used to establish the Black Star Legion camp culture. The creator is Lutherine. In his previous life, players basically had to explore the background of the version update by themselves, and the efficiency was very low. Han Xiao used his advantages to directly tell the players the history of the version update by using this method, so that they could figure out the situation earlier, which could save a lot of trouble and improve players' sense of identity and belonging to the Black Star Legion. The players were excited. They were about to know what the Black Star Legion has become now. At this time, they all calmed down, staring at their respective virtual screens for a moment, focusing on them. The Black Star Legion was established in the 88th year of Xinghai Li and has been established for 17 years. It was once named the Black Star Mercenary Group, and its founder was Han Xiao. Luo Selin's voice sounded, and the black silhouette of Black Star was shown in the picture. Standing in front, there were figures of cadres standing behind him. As soon as I saw the beginning, the meat bag's eyes lit up. It feels like a blockbuster movie. After talking about the founding time and the leader, Lothlin changed the subject and directly introduced the scale change process of the Black Star Legion. The plain star map of the Gardon Galaxy is shown in the picture. The upper left corner indicates that the time is 88 years. It was when the Black Star Mercenary Group was first established. In the vast galaxy star map, an extremely inconspicuous green that represents the power of the Black Star mercenary group at that time. Then, the time in the upper left corner began to slowly roll, and the small green dots wandered everywhere. Finally, they found the base and stopped and began to expand into a small, irregular green area. They slowly expanded over time, showing the development trend of the Black Star Legion in this way. Not only more than 100,000 players at the headquarters, but also players online at other bases are also watching the courses simultaneously. These are the changes that players have experienced in 0 and 20. At this time, they're displayed in this way, and everyone is interested in watching it. As the green area slowly expands in the Gadon Galaxy, the time in the upper left corner finally came 10 years ago, which was the time before the version update. Many players are concentrating on it. From now on, it is the 10 years they have not experienced and the unknown changes they have made. At this moment, the perspective of the video suddenly drifted away, expanding directly from the Gadon Galaxy to the entire Colton star cluster, and the star map instantly magnified dozens or hundreds of times. At the same moment, the green area originally limited to the Gadon Galaxy instantly spread to most of the Colton star clusters, occupying half of the land. The players present were stunned. As the date in the upper left corner jumps, the sphere of influence soars wildly. If the expansion speed of the Black Star Army in 20 is running, then in the 10 years of version update, the expansion speed is like a fighter plane. The date finally reached 705, and 90% of the entire Colton cluster was green. At this time, Letherine's background explanation rang out in time. Now, the Black Star Army has completed its transformation, with branches all over the Colton star cluster, and its business scope includes war, planet mining, and various types of employment. It is also a long-term ally of the Amethyst civilization, the collaborators of dozens of galaxy-level civilizations, and nearly 20 natural disaster-level powerful people under its command, with hundreds of thousands of warships and hundreds of resource planet mining rights. It is a large armed organization ranked among the top in the Broken Star Rings. The Crazy Knife and Meat Bag opened their mouths wide, and the expressions of all the players around them were exactly the same as them, stunned and shocked. When I saw the headquarters of the army, Kwang Dao had tried his best to overestimate the power of the Black Star Legion 10 years later, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated the Black Star Legion, and his imagination limited him. This feeling is like after a night of sleep. The township factory where you work has become a Fortune 500 company overnight. Why did you go to heaven when I turned my head? Everyone was curious and itchy about the events of the Black Star Legion over the past 10 years. They wanted to drag the video progress and jump to the back immediately. What happened when we were away that made the Black Star Legion become a major force at the star cluster level? One more later, the scale of the Black Star Legion scared the players. The video continued to play. The picture changed and finally began to talk about the most curious content of the players, the specific deeds of the Black Star Legion over the past 10 years. In 695, Xing Haley, the Red Empire expanded, codenamed Red Tide. Under its influence, the Broken Star Rings were in turmoil. The Krent Empire instructed the war field to invade the Amethyst civilization. A secret war broke out, and the Black Star Army joined Amethyst and fought for it. The war lasted for 10 years and has not ended yet. During this period, the Black Star Army fought south and north, experienced hundreds of battles of all sizes, confronted the war field again and again, and gained a reputation. Letherine introduced the background of the secret war, and everyone was shocked. Red Tide? Isn't this the version name? It turned out to be the expansion of the Red Empire. At the end of the 20s, Black Star vaguely revealed the information, and it turned out that it was really the obscure information of the next version. The Black Star Legion was actually involved in the War of Star cluster-level civilization. In this way, the main line of the 30 version should be related to the Secret War. Many people secretly speculated. If we continue to think about this idea, the expansion of the Black Star Legion must be related to participating in the war, and it should be that it made money from the war. However, they only guessed half of it, and the following content immediately ignited everyone's passion. In this war, the leader Black Star showed his Super A potential, crushing all the enemy's advanced combat power, and was invincible. He was the most hopeful person to become the next Super A-level powerhouse in the Broken Star Ring in decades. At the same time, under his leadership, the Black Star Legion also expanded significantly and was attracted by Amethyst and dozens of galaxy-level civilizations, and finally formed its current scale. As the leader of the camp, Han Xiao introduced him in detail, explaining his terrifying record and its important impact on the development of the Black Star Legion. Many players understood that the video meant that the Black Star Legion could develop to its current level. 90% of the time, it was because of Black Star. If Han Xiao had not shown his Super A-level potential, the Black Star Legion would not have stood out even if it participated in the war. Net, it is Black Star that has made the Legion bigger to this point in 10 years. The player suddenly realized and instantly refined the key. Super A-level. After 2 versions, they already knew that Black Star was very strong, but they didn't expect that Black Star could still break their inherent impression and give them a new surprise. Super A is the supreme powerhouse standing at the top of the Starry Sea. Black Star is a character in 10. The plot runs through 3 versions. Now, he is actually qualified to be the supreme powerhouse. He is probably the main character in the 30 version. Han Xiao has long been the NPC in the minds of Chinese players, and his sense of identity is overwhelming. Seeing that the boss of his own camp is more vigorous than Brother Wei, the players suddenly became excited and couldn't stop talking about it. Before the version was updated, countless players were already looking forward to what the 30 Black Star Legion would become. The result at this time made them very satisfied and even felt an unexpected surprise. When we were not around, Black Star was as reliable as ever, and it was so powerful to manage the Black Star Legion so well. The team leader is still awesome. With such a strong leader and a higher development limit in the camp, players' enthusiasm for the Black Star Legion has increased significantly. The video continues, and Lutherly continue to talk about the specific deeds, what kind of battles the Black Star Legion has experienced in the past 10 years, and what achievements have been made, interspersed with Han Xiao's personal deeds. Countless times, one enemy has been used to kill many times, killing the enemy, resolving assassination again and again, fighting with the strange gods, destroying the Dark Star, etc. The course comprehensively introduced the history of the Black Star Legion. After the video ended, many players looked unsatisfied because the Black Star series video with meat bags laid the foundation. This video gave them the feeling of watching a drama. After catching up with the plot of the Black Star Legion for 10 years, it felt like it was changing for a while. It felt comfortable and thriving. This is the background introduction of a new version. Why do I think it's more like a cut scene? Black Star is awesome. It's worthy of being a growth camp. And the future is bright, ha ha ha. The players present were still having fun and were talking. Yet the changes in the Black Star Legion really surprised them. After the shock, they became overjoyed. Since it is a good change, players will feel relieved. The more awesome the Black Star Army, the happier they are. This is because they have witnessed the entire 3 versions of the NATO camp. I didn't expect that so many things happened when we were not here. Kwang Dao tasted it and couldn't help but sigh. The meat bag was heartbroken. It's a pity that so much news material. How many videos can I make? The video sorted out the history of the Black Star Army, and players had a clearer understanding of their camp. Han Xiao has always been committed to using the faction to enhance the player's sense of belonging, and the effect is remarkable. A historic camp has a unique culture, and a sense of belonging has always been one of the other important factors that influence players in addition to interests. Through the past 10 years of deeds, all players have a basic understanding of the situation in the 30 version. It can be said that under the guidance of Han Xiao, players are adapting to the 30 version at the fastest speed, which is what Han Xiao wants to see. The second ring prompt to the mission was completed, and Han Xiaoma continued to release the third ring task, and continued to remotely control and guide the players. All Legion players have received new guidance tasks. Third ring, task introduction. You have already understood the situation of the Broken Star Ring. The Black Star Legion is participating in the Secret War. As a member of the Legion, you should make a choice. Task requirements. Accept Secret War tasks through internal programs. Reward. The plotline of the Secret War is opened, and the Black Star Legion has a good impression of 800. Can the main line be triggered at the beginning? It seems to be the same as the 20th version. The Alienation Disaster version also entered the main line as soon as it was launched. Many players did not doubt that he was there. Through the Philips subprogram, they clicked the option to apply to participate in the Secret War. In his previous life, players entered the 1930s and spent a period of exploration. Only after the guidance of their respective camps did they participate in the main line of Secret War one after another. Now, Han Xiao directly threw the main line in front of the players, saving a lot of time and allowing players to participate in the war in advance, which would be more beneficial to him. Originally, the method to trigger the main line of the Secret War was to join the war field or the zero mechanism. However, Han Xiao had known this before, so it took 10 years to develop the Black Star Army into an important member of the zero mechanism, connect with the main line, and bind the camp so that players do not need to join other camps. As long as they stay in the Black Star Army, they can also obtain the main line of the Secret War. Han Xiao's achievements during the version update are gradually emerging. The next moment, a prompt popped up in the players panel, triggering the main task that Han Xiao had 10 years ago. S-level camp, war mission. Task introduction. The Krent Empire invades the territory of the Amethyst civilization, and you choose to stand in the camp of the Amethyst civilization. Task requirements. Obey the instructions and repel all enemies that invade the territory of the Colton Star Cluster. After the mission is over, different rewards will be given according to the task evaluation. S-level main mission. The player's eyes lit up. The main lines of the first two versions are A-level tasks, which is the first time they have accepted S-level tasks. Han Xiao got this main line 10 years ahead of the player. Although the S-level mission will not be reviewed before it can be reviewed, he knows that he has already won the highest evaluation. This main task has a suffix. Well, it means that we can also do this task in a Krent camp. He was so stupid. Learn from one example and guess the facts. In the original plot of the previous life, players can choose one of Krent or Amethyst to join. The two camps are attractive. The Colton Star Cluster, where Amethyst is located, is the birthplace of the player. As the defender, he has geographical advantages. The Overlord in the war field is super A level, taking the initiative and being very attractive to players. The 20th version of the original plot does not have the existence of the Black Star Army. Ghidorah and the Dark Star are the forces that guide players into the universe. They each recruited some players and embarked on different paths. Among them, some players recruited by Dark Star, because of the relationship between Krent and Dark Star, seamlessly connected to the Krent camp in the 30th version. With the appeal of the domineering, many players chose to join the war field, while the zero mechanism was very passive, and there were relatively few players joining. However, Han Xiao had already changed the plot direction. He laid a good foundation in the 20th version, squeezed away Ghidorah and the Dark Star, and ran away almost all the players of the Sea Blue Star. Nowadays, the Black Star Army is the most important member of the number zero mechanism, which means that players are innately standing in the Amethyst camp. Only children make choices. I want them all. If you want to join Krent, it means that the cost of investing in the Black Star Legion in the first two versions is wasted. The cost of players changing camps is extremely high. Although players do not like to be forced, with the sense of belonging in the first two versions as the basis, Han Xiao's move will not arouse the rebellious mentality of most players. The Super A-level Overlord is indeed a bit attractive, but just now, the player learned through 10 years of history that Black Star also has Super A-level potential, which has led to the loss of core competitiveness in the war field, and the attractiveness of the camp has dropped sharply. At least most people will not do this even if they realize that they can change camps, because it is not worth it. So Krent and the War Realm will no longer be able to get a large number of players like in the previous life. The butterfly effect caused by Han Xiao has continued to this day since 20. But players are all kinds of strange things, and there may be no doubt that there will be a poet who wants to join the Air Woozy Association. Han Xiao has already prepared the countermeasures. In the past decade, he has considered various possible accidents. While the players were excited to discuss the main mission, Han Xiao no longer pretended to see the scenery, returned to the inside of the satellite fortress, and pondered secretly. The first step is completed, and you have to fertilize the next one. On the dock, more than 100,000 players dispersed in groups of 3 or 3. The guidance mission issued by Han Xiao was over. Everyone decided to explore the facilities here on their own at the headquarters of the Black Star Army. Players know that if nothing unexpected happens, in version 3.0, this planetary fortress should be their base camp. The headquarters of the Black Star Legion is very active, with more than 100,000 people not appearing crowded, and they are quickly dispersed and integrated into the normal member group of the Black Star Legion. Quang Dao and Hao Ian acted with several professional players with good relationships, following Meet Bao and Feng Yu next to them. The group was walking and stopping, observing passing NPCs while discussing the main task they just obtained. The plot of the new version is very exciting. We actually have to go through a super large interstellar war between 2-star cluster-level civilizations. I looked at the forum. Foreigners in other star fields did not get the main mission, just like us. They're still exploring. Quang Dao said curiously, "This is not the first time. In every version, our main line of broken star rings appeared the earliest, and this should be the feature of our side." Flash Fried Rice shrugged. "Indeed, we're the same in version 2.0. We learned the main line as soon as it was launched. Other star fields were a few months to a year later than us." Hao Ian nodded. "Looking at this, Black Star should be the main NPC in version 3.0. He has been running through 3 versions in a row, and the main line 3 times is related to him," said Meet Bao, pinching his chin. "More than 3 versions." Quang Dao looked excited. "I saw him as an NPC character during the internal test, but I didn't expect him to become so powerful later." The meatbag's eyes lit up. "There are so many scenes in Black Star. I see that there are no plot characters like him in other star fields at all. Only Black Star is an NPC that must appear in every version, and has continued 3 versions. I think Black Star is probably the protagonist of the entire Broken Star Ring plot, the son of destiny here. That's right, this content is great, and my next video will definitely become popular again." Now Han Xiao is extremely popular among the Chinese player group, and the video just now also introduced his achievements in 10 years. It was when players were in high interest. The meatbag felt that he could take advantage of another wave of popularity, using the Broken Star Ring protagonist as the entry point to make a new video for Black Star, which will definitely become a hot topic. In the first 2 versions, players have experienced many heroic plots in the Sea of Stars and have seen various NPCs. Many of them are sought after by players. However, the NPC that is the most impressive to players is only Black Star. Even players in other star fields are well known to their names. At present, Han Xiao is the most popular NPC for players. In the eyes of many players, the production of articles, videos, and fan content about Black Star is a business opportunity. The Black Star series video is a famous work of meatbags. It is still a must-have series for new audiences. It has been serialized to this day and has been widely circulated. Because this series has brought huge popularity, Meet Bao is the person who spared no effort to shape the character of Han Xiao. However, because of the huge business opportunities of Black Star, other video producers also like Han Xiao's popularity and follow the trend to produce various videos about the Black Star Legion. However, Meat Bun sees the market as early as version 1.0, which is the authentic in the eyes of players. It can be said that players' love for the Black Star Legion is largely due to the meatbag videos that have helped a lot. Everyone is a member of the Black Star. Seeing the camp grow with their own efforts, it has been made into a TV series, and it has a strong sense of substitution. Video producers like Meat Bao use the popularity of NPCs to make profits, but on the other hand, they do not know that Han Xiao is also using them and benefiting a lot. No matter how strong an NPC is, it must be spread through various entertainment works so that more players can recognize and accept it and become popular characters. The group agreed a few words and returned to the main topic and continued to talk about the new version. This is what professional players care about. By the way, with our strength, it should not be able to affect the outcome of interstellar war at this level, said Quang Dao. Feng Yu nodded and said seriously, well, I just checked it. The agents of both sides of the secret war are the War Field and the Number Zero agency headed by the Black Star Legion. The leader of the War Field is Heber. He is one of the 4 Super A-level players in the Broken Star Ring. They are even higher than the natural disaster level. Needless to say, the Legion is powerful. Both sides are so powerful. The number of participants in the war is probably in billions. Even if all players participate, I don't think it will have much impact on the outcome of the war. Hao Yin thoughtfully and analyzed. If you say so, Secret War is just the background of the new version. Our main activity area should be a small battlefield in the war. Our degree of participation in the war itself must not be high. I'm afraid it will be another cutscene. Flash Fried Rice smiled bitterly. But this may not necessarily. The Crazy Sword's eyes turned and saw everyone looking over and explained, think about it. In the 3 versions, our level limit is constantly increasing. The plot level has just experienced changes in the planet, galaxy, and star cluster level. The combat power level between the stars has a stable system. For example, C is the quality of the basic space warrior, and B is the backbone. This system does not change due to the update of the version, but our level continues to improve, which means that our position in the Star C and its influence on the Star C plot have been growing with the version. Now the level is open to level 120, and the first batch of players should all reach level B. According to this theory, our importance in the new version must exceed the first 2 versions. So I think that in the 3.0 version, we could participate in the Star C plot to a greater extent, and the gameplay will definitely show new changes. Everyone tilted their heads and thought for a while, oh, what this slut seems to make sense. The meat bag's eyes shining. Can I copy this analysis? Bah, can I quote it? I'm pleased be a person. Shining Fried Rice was speechless. By the way, although we triggered the main line, how should we participate in the war? Should we obey the arrangements of the Legion or accept the mission by ourselves? At this moment, Quang Dao and others suddenly discovered that the members of the Black Star Legion around us suddenly gathered in one direction, and their communicator also vibrated. Philip issued a reminder to ask all members of the headquarters to go to the headquarters square and announce something. Quang Dao and others mingled into the crowd and came to the square. At this time, there were crowds of people, and other players arrived one after another, mixed in the crowd, waiting with the members of the Black Star Legion. The ground in front of everyone was raised and turned into a high platform. Virtual screens appeared above the square, broadcasting the pictures on the high platform, allowing the crowds in the distance to see clearly. More than 20 senior Legion cadres appeared on the platform. Many of them were familiar faces, and the players below whispered. 10 years have passed, and the 2.0 version of the Army cadres are still there. It's comfortable. It seems that there are many new cadres. Oh, is that Beauty Sivia? Oh, it's the feeling of a chicken moving. I'm polite, what about you? Humph. So what about Beauty? I'm a scholar. Dragon-licking friends will never be slaves. Historical rules tell us that in the end, there will be nothing. Seeing the familiar NPC in the previous version, many players were very pleased and used to throw reconnaissance at the cadres above. Except for knowing the names of the cadres, everything else was question marks. All the members were extremely dangerous and could be beaten. Until now, players have personally experienced the current forces of the Black Star Army, and their impressions are much more intuitive. Buzz. The space in the center of the platform fluctuated, and a figure appeared out of thin air and walked out of the void. It was Han Xiao. Only then did the more than 100,000 players present see Han Xiao with his own eyes 10 years later. He was still in a familiar and friendly outfit, taller and calmer. Quang Dao and his group found that among the members of the Black Star Legion around, many of them showed admiration on their faces. From this detail, the group knew more clearly the position of Han Xiao, the leader in the hearts of his subordinates. He turned on the camera function and took photos and collected materials. Including players, countless people in the square stared at him. Han Xiao cleared his throat, and his voice spread throughout the square through the machine. In half a month, we will cooperate with the large army of the Number Zero Agency to launch a large-scale counterattack in the war field. At that time, a large number of people will be recruited to participate in the war. In addition to the soldiers who have been recruited, the Legion will accept the application for voluntary participation from other members. In addition to the remuneration paid by the Amethyst civilization, the Legion will provide additional subsidies to the participants. The specific amount depends on the duties. For details, please check the announcement of the internal system of the Legion. When as a mercenary group, you only need to share the employer's rewards to the members. At this time, the Black Star Legion completed its transformation and became a private armed organization. It needs to pay wages to the formal members, which is equivalent to maintaining an army. Participating in the war is extremely risky and requires additional subsidies. The war is all about money. Fortunately, the Black Star Legion is different now. It has channels for making money by mining resource planets, consortium funding, commodity sales, employment business, resource support provided by the Amethyst civilization, and other money-making channels. The assets can afford the current scale. Quang Dao suddenly realized it turns out that he is participating in the war in this way, and he has to apply in the Legion. Only by participating in the war can we improve the evaluation of the main task, but we can choose to paddle. It turns out that it is not a force plot task, and it is still quite free. The players discussed it with interest, and the square became noisy. At this time, Han Xiao looked around, smiled secretly, and continued. All participants will enjoy a 50% discount on purchasing various products produced by the Legion. Half a month later, the participants will gather at the headquarters and head to the battlefield in a fleet. If you have any questions, you can ask about the intelligence of the Legion program. Everyone was stunned. 50% off? All camp products are 50% off. Damn, there are such additional benefits. A great profit. The players present were ecstatic and couldn't wait to open the faction store interface. Compared with version 2.0, the types of camp products have increased by hundreds of times, and there are all kinds of equipment, materials, and props. Because the Legion cooperated with many consortiums, Han Xiao deepened his cooperative relationship, negotiated with the heads of these consortiums, and opened the commodity channels of each consortium to the members of the Legion, which was equivalent to borrowing the goods of these consortiums to enrich his camp commodity library, transferring flowers and wood, and becoming an intermediary to make a profit of the price difference. In this way, as long as things are not too rare, they can be bought directly in the Legion store, resulting in a significant increase in the logistics capabilities of the Black Star Legion. Han Xiao also integrated a large number of drawings in the past 7 years and vigorously built the logistics department. With the support of strong economic strength, he established countless military factories and assembly lines for the logistics department, and also cultivated a group of professional talents. The Legion has extremely strong independent productivity and has hoarded thousands of mechanical equipment, including high-end rare equipment, pink equipment, and orange equipment. All supplies and equipment are supplied to all members of the army, and as long as they have money, they can arm themselves to their teeth. The standard armor of the Black Star Legion has also been improved many times in 7 years, integrating a variety of intermediate armor technologies, strengthening it into armor with better performance, and equipped on a large scale to middle and low-level Legions members. It is called the 7th generation of individual armor of the Black Star Legion, which is divided into more than a dozen models such as strong offense, defense, and reconnaissance. Most players' armor is already behind, and compared with the current 7th generation of armor, is like a simple handicraft product. Looking at the list of the camp store, the players present were in a hot mood, especially professional players like Quang Dao and Hao Ian, who were not short of money. As long as you participate in the battle, all good things, including orange gear, will be 50% off. You must not miss the opportunity. You will never come again. Players have accumulated a deposit in version 2.0. Finally, They encountered such discount opportunities and could afford more powerful equipment. The idea of being thrifty and thrifty was immediately thrown out of the sky. What's the purpose of saving money? Isn't it just to spend it at the right time? You can't bear it anymore. There is no need to endure it anymore. Without exception, the players present did not hesitate to apply for a military operation in the Philippe subroutine half a month later. Philippe's processing speed was extremely fast, and he quickly passed the application of all the players present. Han Xiao released the tasks he had already compiled. Faction War Mission, Black Star Counterattack. Task Introduction. The Zero Agency has prepared a large-scale counterattack military operation. As a glorious Black Star warrior, you participated in this expedition. Task requirements. Follow the Black Star Army fleet and follow the orders to participate in the battle. Reward. Black Star Army favorability plus 500. Start the follow-up campaign mission of the Secret War. The players present only browsed a quick glance, and their attention turned back to the faction store. Sure enough, the price of everything was halved. Everyone was overjoyed and wanted to dance. Han Xiao released this task to guide the players, because the main task cannot be released by himself. So he lets players know that after participating in the war, he can start the follow-up mission of the main line of the Secret War, giving players a reassurance, increasing their interest in participating in the war, and reducing the number of people who choose to paddle. In his previous life, the Zero Agency assigned players to participate in the battle, and he left so many players behind, so he had to do the job. This large-scale military operation was not proposed suddenly. Han Xiao knew that the players would return during this period. He had already started preparing for this large-scale counterattack 2 months ago. He has been waiting until now, in order to bring players to participate in the Secret War. Although players have stocked up a lot of experience and money in version 2.0, Han Xiao now needs a sky-high price to upgrade. It is not enough to rely on the experience accumulated by players in the previous version. Players must fatten up the players. Otherwise, the task settlement cards they have accumulated will not be useful. Now that the version is open, Han Xiao can't wait to guide the players to participate in the battle, just to let the players do campaign tasks as soon as possible to earn experience. Only by improving the players' consumption ability and allowing the players to become rich together can he earn more. His practice has always been aimed at mutual benefit and comprehensive well-off. In other words, the leeks are not yet fully mature and need to be fertilized. Moreover, Han Xiao is very clear that when the level limit of the new version is increased, players' first choice must be upgraded. In this way, players' desire to consume will be reduced. How to stimulate domestic demand and make players willing to take out their wallets to consume is a difficult problem. Having a 50% discount on buying things for participants is Han Xiao's way of stimulating players' desire to consume. A large number of players formed a surging crowd, left the square, headed straight to the logistics department, and browsed the store list to find their favorite equipment or props. I have a set of standard armor, and I have to get one for pink equipment. I have sent it, and I have made a lot of money in this wave. I didn't expect that the version would have such benefits from the beginning. This is to improve our combat effectiveness and allow us to protect ourselves in the war. Or is the regiment commander love us? More than 100,000 players almost squeezed the logistics department and all came to place orders to pick up goods. In addition to single players buying and buying freely, some guilds have begun to organize manpower, call on friends, and conduct crowdfunding. This opportunity is once a lifetime. If you raise more money, we will buy a big thing directly. Jupiter, the president of the Gods Guild, looked excited and prepared to use the guild activity funds to raise money to buy a few sets of mining equipment and mining spacecraft. In the future, he would take members of the guild's peripherals to mine resources and provide the guild with a steady stream of profits. Professional players, such as Quang Dao, prefer high-quality rare equipment, and find club guilds to get money and buy pink and orange equipment. These more than 100,000 players were like taking aphrodisiacs, and they had unprecedented desire to consume. They purchased a lot of bags and bags in their hands, all of which were new equipment. Although their wallets were hollowed out, everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. Save half the money, Be happy. Meanwhile, Han Xiao returned to the office to check the backstage financial revenue of the Legion. In less than half an hour, I made 2.7 billion in Rs. Han Xiao was secretly shocked. Even though the Black Star Army is now rich in assets, this is not a small amount. In terms of calculation, more than 100,000 players spent nearly 20,000 in Rs per person. Although the products were 50% off after deducting the cost, this wave of profit was hundreds of millions of Rs. With the current productivity and warehouse inventory of the Black Star Legion, it is just a piece of cake to meet the needs of all players. Han Xiao did not play the method of raising prices first and then giving discounts. This time he actually gave 50% off and mastered the technical patent. The profit after the discount was still very high. Players are not stupid. Remember the prices of the previous version. Besides, what Han Xiao lacks now is not money. There is no need to ruin the players' favorability for this profit and let players feel the real benefits. Han Xiao's goal is not to make this wave of money. He stimulates players' desire to consume, mainly to empty the player's wallet, and then use long-term discount activities to make players have an urgent need to make money and will work harder to participate in the battle. This will allow them to indirectly gain experience, repeat, and continuously cycle. Squeezing players' wallets can inspire their fighting spirit. A mature leak must learn to fertilize yourself. These players spent all their money, and it should almost start. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and curled his lips. In fact, emptying the player's wallet is just the foreplay prepared by Han Xiao, and the real harvest has just begun. Logistics Department. The deposit amount is less than 3 digits left. The players happily changed into new equipment, thinking that it was worth the money, and they still felt that they were still happy to spend money. They opened the camp store and browsed it to see if they could get any advantage. After looking at the powerful equipment that was still sky-high after discounts, many players were tempted, but unfortunately they couldn't afford it even after discounts. So they had to stop YY and looked away to see if there were any cheap equipment. At this time, many people discovered that there was much more knowledge in the camp store than in the previous version. After a closer look, many players were shocked. The faction store has collected all the basic and advanced knowledge of the 5 superpower systems of martial arts, machinery, magic, superpowers, and mindfulness. Even high-end knowledge has a part. Everyone clearly remembers that in version 2.0, the knowledge of the 5 major professions of the Black Star Legion is not complete. In fact, basic and advanced professional knowledge can be collected by spending money. With the financial resources of the Black Star Army, Han Xiao has collected low-level professional knowledge in all professions in 7 years, and even bought a lot of high-end knowledge. The Black Star Legion has reached its current scale, with countless members under its command in various professions. So much knowledge is purchased to facilitate the cultivation of warriors. However, in the eyes of players, this has extraordinary significance. In order to learn their professional knowledge, players in other star fields must cultivate the favorable impression of professional mentors and promote contributions from different camps, which is very troublesome. However, the knowledge of 5 professions can be learned in the Black Star Legion, which means that they do not need to change camps or find mentors. The professional knowledge is handled by the Black Star Legion camp, which can save a lot of energy and time. This is an advantage that other Star Domain players do not have. What surprised players the most was that not only did they have more professional knowledge, but they also didn't have to spend money. In the previous version, it costs money to learn knowledge. In the store list, learning professional knowledge does not require consumption of an R, but only the contribution and experience of the camp. Although the experience cost of learning knowledge remains unchanged, the required camp contribution is also 50% off. Is knowledge really free? This is unreasonable. Why don't knowledge cost money? Then we lost money on spending money on knowledge in the previous version. Wait, I found a reason. I asked Philip indecisively. Some players had strong ability to act. I opened the internal program to ask and got the answer soon. As the scale of the Black Star Legion expanded, training camps were established in various places. In order to cultivate Legion members on a large scale, the redemption model of professional knowledge was changed. Tuition fees were no longer charged. As long as the Legion members had enough contribution, they could apply to learn professional knowledge. This system is not only applicable to players, but also to NPC members, which is equivalent to the on-the-job training courses of the Black Star Army. Everyone suddenly realized it and realized the great cause of the Black Star Legion. The Star Cluster-level organization is indeed different from the past, with grand actions and perfect systems. So, is this our benefit? Except for some people who felt depressed that they spent money in vain, everyone else was overjoyed. Then it doesn't take money to learn knowledge in the future. Just as the camp contributes. Damn it, it's too profitable. It's worthy of being a growth camp, and the treatment is amazing. Most players feel relieved and personally feel the actual benefits brought by the development of the Black Star Legion in the past decade. With the benefits of the camp, the Black Star Army is far ahead of all the camps that other Star Domain players have joined. So happy. Just 3 serial guidance tasks just now rewarded a lot of camp contributions. I can learn several knowledge, but I haven't learned the basic knowledge yet. Hee, it just happened that the money has been spent, so it doesn't take money to learn knowledge. The camp contribution can also be 50% off. This wave of benefits is really damn fat. It's too profitable. With the idea of not taking advantage of it, many players with potential points are excited to learn professional knowledge. As players purchase this knowledge, Han Xiao's dry experience slot began to grow slowly. Finally come. Han Xiao breathed a long sigh and felt relieved. This is what he needs the most. The cancellation of tuition for professional knowledge is to harvest the player's experience on a larger scale, because this system also takes into account other non-player members. So Han Xiao changed to a system of contribution to exchange for knowledge. Because for normal members, experience is a physical object that does not exist. If there is no contribution requirement, it is equivalent to giving it away for nothing, and serious problems will arise. This is the bottom line for maintaining the camp system. In order to let players take out the experience they are ready to upgrade to learn knowledge, Han Xiao used 3 guidance tasks to give players a wave of camp contributions, and used 50% off promotional methods to stimulate players' desire to consume and empty their wallets. After the player spends money, he is still unsatisfied with the 50% off event and will definitely want to continue to take advantage of it. At this time, let the player find that learning knowledge is not money and the contribution level can also be 50% off. A considerable number of players can take their experience out to learn knowledge. The reason why they are superior is that knowledge can actually be learned at any time, but Han Xiao needs to harvest the experience of a wave of players in a short period of time. After 10 years of holding it in, he couldn't help it. Considering that the faction contribution level is to maintain the value of the secondary currency and cannot cause inflation, Han Xiao did not give players too much contribution level for free. Otherwise, he would have wished to give players 10,000 contribution level and directly stuff the reverence relationship so that they can learn enough knowledge, not only spend all the players' money, but also spend all their experiences and lose both their wealth and wealth. But it's better to harvest slowly. Leave some experience for players to get to level B quickly. You can't even get the roots. Han Xiao knew very well that he could not help grow. Seeing the experience slot rising wildly at a long-lost speed, he licked his lips, looking moved. After 7 years, I can finally fill the experience slot, a little slut who is dissatisfied with desire. Through the dissemination of player forums and internal programs of the Legion, players who are online at other bases also learned about the discount for participating in the battle. More than 10 days later, more than 1 million Legion players gathered at the Legion headquarters to choose to participate in the war. A considerable number of people fell into the promotion routine and handed over their wallets. Within half a month, they provided the Black Star Army with billions of net profits and huge returns. However, the player's tendency is mainly to upgrade. For example, a group of professional players are focused on leveling in the early stage of the version, and only a small proportion of players who choose to learn knowledge are selected. But Han Xiao was not discouraged. When the player gets rich and has overflowing experience, he will definitely buy the knowledge in the Legion. Sooner or later, this experience will be included. The experience gained in the past half-month alone is already more than the total experience he has gained in 7 years, and his efficiency is overwhelming. Players enjoy the new equipment happily, while Han Xiao happily counts the money. Within half a month, he upgraded himself to level 217 intermittently, and he was still 3 levels away from level 220 advancement. After this wave of harvesting, the players' deposits and experience have been basically cleared, and the oil and water on their bodies have been squeezed out, which takes time to recover. The players' savings are still a little less. As a result, at the end of the previous version, many people went to the auditions of professional leagues to join in the fun, and their experiences were used to upgrade their skills. This group of people did not save much experience, so they still had to fatten up. At this time, in the lounge in the conference room, a group of cadres shouted around the card table. Han Xiao leaned on the sofa on the side, did not participate, and was alone, concentrating on the problem. After fighting this battle, we should be able to get all the advancement experience. Maybe we can upgrade to a few more levels to shorten the gap to Super A level. Han Xiao pondered to himself. Although it did not reach the A level so quickly, Han Xiao was quite satisfied with his current progress. Other Super A level seeds have not been able to find a way to become a Super A level, and they are stuck in the bottleneck and cannot make progress. They only need to upgrade to grow quickly, and there is no real bottleneck. Not to mention that he also stocked up on task settlement cards. As long as he had enough experience, it would be natural. Han Xiao was thinking, and a cheer sounded from the other side of the poker table. Lockie looked helpless and muttered, "I knew I would definitely lose." He stood up and left his position. His card game was defeated. On the other side of the card table was Reinhard, with his back straightened. His expression was meticulous, and he nodded slightly, as if he was saying he had given up. Yes, our logistics manager won 5 games in a row, killing 5 people. TSK, I lost 50,000 Dinal. I would have known to buy Renard. The deputy commander was abused throughout the whole process, and his skills were too bad. The mechanic's logical ability is indeed great. But why is Mr. Hashing so poor in card skills? Teacher, someone is talking bad about you. Suiya turned around and shouted at Han Xiao. Han Xiao came to his senses, walked behind Ziwia with his hands behind his back, bent down and put his chin on Ziwia's head, glanced at everyone, and looked like which pussy is behind me Kong Kang's back. And he looked like he was, I'm the one who is behind me. Because most of the cadres will participate in the battle a few days later, the backbone of the army is basically on standby at the headquarters. Han Xiao just held a short meeting, and after that, everyone came to the lounge to play cards and start a bet, which is a group of old men. Han Xiao refused to participate in all the activities that were striving for luck. Reinhard was looking at the drawings next to him, but Sivia couldn't stand losing several games in a row, so she insisted on pulling Reinhard over to vent her anger. Although Renard doesn't like wasting time on entertainment activities like Veen, he is occasionally invited to the game by others and has his own deck in hand. I don't know how to play the Veen card, and I'm embarrassed to be a cadre in the Black Star Army. Although the cadres of the army have strong power, they usually do not handle affairs or fight, and they also have their own interests like ordinary people and like to have fun. Since he was finished playing, Renard took it seriously with his usual style. He has strong logical abilities, has always been very good at playing cards, and has rich card games. After he completed all kinds of tricks, he only needed to push the rest to finish. He beat 5 opponents in a row and showed no mercy to his own sister Lutherine. Renard slowly put away the cards, looked around, expressionless, but seemed extremely arrogant. Who else? Suiya raised her head and pushed Han Xiao's chin and said with malicious intentions, "Teacher, why don't you play a set too?" Harmon said honestly, "I lose against Black Star, and I will definitely make a profit." "Okay." Han Xiao snorted coldly. "Whoever wins me will beat me to death. And who will play with me?" No. Everyone waved their hands repeatedly. "You are the boss. You're the most vigilant. You dare not play or play." Renard tapped the table gently and said seriously, "If no one plays with me, then I'll leave." At this time, Melas stood up, the big golden knife sat down opposite him, sneering, with an expression of "I'll meet you." "You are very arrogant. I'll let you understand what real technology is." Renard had an expressionless face. "You want me to know what real luck is?" "Oomph, strong luck is also a kind of technology." Melas sneered. "It's over. Reynard's winning streak is about to end." "What a panic, Reynard. Punish this bastard." Everyone looked excited. After 7 years of hardship, Melas finally crossed the threshold of natural disaster level. His talent is indeed superior to others. He is worthy of being a character with the halo of the protagonist. He seems to have become A-level while playing cards, which makes him angry. Among all the cadres, Melas is most keen on the Veen card, and whoever he catches, because victory usually belongs to the God-Drawing Dog Association, and Fording doesn't like playing cards, so Melas has a faint authoritative position in the Veen card world of the Black Star Army. Even players know that Melas will be welcomed, and they can even find Melas to play cards, and even have corresponding tasks. Veen won Merlos reward experience, and had the chance to win rare cards from Melas. After a few words of the conversation, Melas and Renard were officially in the game, and both of them brought the Black Star Legion deck. 5 years ago, the Veen card was updated. Now, as an affiliate of the Longtan camp, the number of cards on the list surpassed Longtan. There are a total of 8 cards. Among them, Han Xiao's personal cards have been enhanced by a wave, with many special effects and high health, and has become a rare card. Not long after, Melas continued to draw. Although Renard had good card skills, he still fell into a passive position. Han Xiao suddenly had a bad taste and threw a lucky curse on Melas. "Oomph, you're dead." Melas twitched confidently, glanced at him, and his face suddenly stiffened. Veen's card is a lucky identification technique. The lucky attribute is the most obvious role in playing cards. Melas is 90% less lucky than himself, but in front of Renard, he has no blessing from the halo of luck and has been wiped out for several consecutive moves. Reynard easily counterattacked, and the situation quickly flipped. "Oh, is your luck finally unsatisfactory?" "Haha, you have today too." Melas defended with a dark face and stammering his neck. "What do you know? This is called strategic abandonment of advantages. I will turn the tables in a flash later." The onlookers laughed, and the room was filled with joy. Han Xiao did not join the fun anymore, sat back on the sofa, and opened the forum to observe the players' recent movements. Less than half a month after 3.0 was opened, and players in other star fields were still in the exploration period. The news revealed by Han Xiao has become an important clue for other Starfields players to find their respective main lines, benefiting all players. This time, the main line of the new version of the Broken Star Ring is the first to appear again. Other Star Domain players are envious and jealous, which leads to the forum's Broken Star Ring section being the most active. Many other Star Domain players come over to leave messages to discuss. It happened that Meat Bao released a new series of videos, guessing that the Black Star Legion is the hidden main line of 3 consecutive versions of the Broken Star Ring. Various analysis was given, and Han Xiao licked Han Xiao and caused widespread discussion. Han Xiao and the Black Star Legion have become a hot topic in the past half-month. Han Xiao glanced at the post and basically discussed his importance and past deeds. The meat bag gave him a wave of presents, which was not a bad thing. What makes him happy is that in addition to introducing the new version of the program, the new episode of the Star Sea Times focused on introducing the current benefits of the Black Star Army based on the player's intelligence. Just in the 3.0 version, a large number of new players will appear. The Star Sea Times highlights the benefits of the Black Star Army, which will attract many people to choose to be born in the Broken Star Ring, indirectly increasing the number of players here. You can only learn knowledge once, and those new players are new markets that can bring new benefits. In addition to the novice planet of Sea Blue Star, there are new novice planets on the Broken Star Ring. Find time to build the Black Star Legion base there and collect these new players into the core in advance. Han Xiao pondered. In addition to the Ashes players who started playing in 1.0, he also had to increase the scale of the Leak Land. Players in other star fields are also huge potential markets. Unfortunately, the distance between the star fields is too far, and the power of the Black Star Legion cannot leave the Broken Star Ring. There is no hope for the time being. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. He has always coveted players in other star fields, but due to distance restrictions, he cannot attack them. Scan the post casually. Han Xiao's eyes suddenly paused, and one post caught his attention. The title is The Real Way to Play the Secret War. What the hell is the real gameplay? Why don't I know? Han Xiao pointed in curiously. The poster ID of this post is called Xia Yi Fanhua. The content of the post made Han Xiao unable to help but raise his eyebrows. You can choose two camps of the main line of the Secret War. Everyone already knows this, but we are in the Black Star Legion, and basically everyone is on the side of the Amethyst civilization from the beginning. Since that's the case, why can we still choose the Krent camp? I think this contains potential hints. And the hint is joining Krent, the benefits contained in greater than staying in the Black Star Legion. This is the correct gameplay of this main plot. I'm not talking nonsense. The first reason is that I have been inquiring about the deeds for 10 years. From the beginning of the Secret War, the war field has an advantage. Until now, there are still initiatives and more areas of invasion. According to the trend, the chance of Krent winning is far greater than that of Amethyst. Based on the example of budding organization and alienation disaster, I have concluded a conclusion that the higher the level of struggle in the main plot, the smaller the influence of our players on the plot direction. Secret War is a competition between two-star cluster-level civilizations, and I don't think we can decide the result of the war. In other words, according to the general trend, Krent is the party that wins this secret war. Although staying in the Black Star Legion has many benefits, the main mission will fail in the end, and the evaluation will be lowered. If you join Krent, even if you paddle throughout the whole process, the evaluation of the main mission will be improved because of the victory of the war. The second reason is that almost no one joins Krent at present, which means that the competition is very small, and there's a chance to get more resources and opportunities. For millions of players on the Black Star Legion, so many people grab heads, resources, and tasks. It obviously takes more effort to get a decent reward. The third reason is that it is the connection with the future version. The data shows that the backer behind Krent is the Red Empire, and the Red Empire is one of the 3 cosmic civilizations of the Star Sea. The future version is likely to revolve around cosmic civilization. Therefore, joining Krent is equivalent to opening up the upward ladder to cosmic civilization. No matter how powerful the Black Star Legion is in the future, it cannot surpass the cosmic civilization. So in my opinion, staying in the Black Star Legion can only enjoy the immediate benefits, but will lose more opportunities. Maybe the benefits of the Black Star Legion are a trap. Only smart people can see through it and choose Krent. After reading the post, Han Xiao's expression was very subtle. He knew this player called Summer Night Fanhua. In his previous life, Summer Night Fanhua was a famous hidden plot explorer. He was keen on analyzing the plot, had excellent brain-enhancing skills, and was well known. To be fair, the analysis of Xia Yi Fanhua is indeed logical, and it is very clear, with a look of the world is turbid and I am alone, that seems to be true at first glance. However, Xia Yi Fanhua is fundamentally wrong. All of these were deliberately created by Han Xiao, so there is no potential prompt. If someone really believes it and goes to Krent to change jobs, the consequences will be so sad just thinking about it. Han Xiao looked helpless. If you have brain supplements, you must conform to the basic law. Smartness is mistaken by intelligence. I hope no one is really cheated. After Han Xiao remembered the player Xia Yi Fanhua, he then threw this matter behind his mind. This is something that must happen. After all, players are explorers. There will always be people who yearn for novelty and unknowns that cannot be stopped. It is better to let it go. Only after experiencing wind and rain can you realize the value of the leak greenhouse. After looking at the player forum for a while, the sofa next to him suddenly shook and sat down alone. Han Xiao turned around and took a look. It turned out to be Renard. No more playing cards? Ricky pulled Ferdine over and played, and he was just a big deal. Renard's expressionless face was rare, and he was extremely rough. Han Xiao laughed and stared at Renard sideways, asking casually, "Do you have any wishes recently?" You must say them out. No. Think about it carefully. Don't be afraid of trouble me. And tell me if you have anything. Renard's eyes were strange. Why do you have to ask me such questions every 1 or 2 months? I'm not polite to my subordinates. Han Xiao coughed. For the sake of Renard's perfect mechanical feeling, he would ask Renard about his well-being every once in a while and try to trigger the task. However, since he rescued Lothering, there has been no mission on Renard, which makes him very tired. Only in this way can he have a chance to get a perfect mechanical feeling, or find some people in private to kidnap Rutherine and wait for Renard to beg me to save the person. There are talents in this area in the Happy House. Han Xiao's eyes were circling. His Excellency Blackstar, how long do you think this war will end? Renard asked suddenly. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, For me, war is an opportunity. As long as there is profit, the better the longer the battle is. But, compared with those interstellar civilization wars that often take 100 years, the scale of secret wars can only be considered average. As long as the Red Empire and the Glorious Federation end the negotiations, Krent will withdraw its troops. Well, according to my rumor, the 2 cosmic civilizations will probably stop negotiations within a few years. Renard shook his head. In the current situation, Krent's plan has been mostly successful. When the Red Empire gets its wish, it will help Krent redividing the area of the Thor Krent and encapsulating the several galaxies occupied by the war field into the territory of the Thor Krent. Amethyst does not find a backer, and there will definitely be no one to help. Yes, if you want to maintain an independent civilization, you have to bear these. Han Xiao did not comment. He had some ideas, but there was no need to tell Renard. He paused and said, But even if the secret war ended, the red tide would not disappear in a short time. It was like throwing a stone into the water. While splashing water, it would also form an ever-expanding ripples. Will it disappear in a short time? There are countless civilizations and forces in the Starry Sea, all with their own interests, like a bunch of matches that burn a little bit. The red tide was like a little bit of Mars, igniting their sleeping desire. Once the valve to control desire was opened, it would not be so easy to close. Amethyst also knows that the war field can no longer occupy so many galaxies. This battle is a large-scale counterattack. The goal is to completely clear all the strongholds in the war field in Kant's galaxy and regain control of a whole galaxy. This is the largest military operation of Amethyst since the Secret War. Almost all came out. Han Xiao's tone was serious. In 2 days, the Black Star Legion will officially go on a war, joining with other colleagues from the Zero Agency to expedition the Kant Galaxy. This time he is planning to give players sufficient opportunities to play and hand over all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous work to players, mainly to cultivate players so that they can do more battle tasks and apply more fertilizer. Anyway, the player won't die. If you don't go to hell, we will go to hell. Besides, it's a bit thrilling, and the game experience is definitely great. If players don't die, they will feel bored. Xiao Fanhua stared at the player forum for a moment, paying attention to the replies in his posts, and the rebuttals accounted for the majority, which made him look very bad. This post is a plot clue that he finally thought of. Xiao Fanhua is quite proud of it. In his opinion, it will definitely wake up many confused players, lead them to the right path, and get their admiration. However, the response of the post was contrary to his imagination. Players already agreed with the Black Star Army. Most people were sarcastic about him, criticizing his ideas to be worthless and calling them blind guesses. This made Xiao Fanhua very angry and had a kind of anger that was treated as a donkey. These people don't know how to use their brains at all. Xiao Fanhua was angry and sneered at a sarcastic player for a while. He was in a bad mood and simply refused to read the reply. His eyes were unclean and his heart was not upset. When a future development confirms my idea, you will know who is right and who is wrong. It will be too late to regret it. Xiao Fanhua snorted coldly, revised the post, and added this sentence. At the same time, in another place in the Legion headquarters, a player named Everlasting Resentment Heaven also saw Xiao Fanhua's post. Chang Genshin has always thought that he is a high-quality plot stream and likes to discover unknown plots from others. In the post of Shanghai Chronicle, he is one of the fanatical recorders and even established a small guild to play with dozens of Ashes players who are keen on digging out the plot background. When I saw the post, Chen Genshin immediately felt that Xiaoyi Fanhua was right. The main line will not give a meaningless camp in vain. There must be a hidden plot on Krent. Everlasting Regret made the world determined to tag all members in the guild and release links to Xiaoyi Fanhua's posts. Look at this post, it makes sense. I decided to join Krent's camp. People in the guild were bubbled up. President, think twice. If you guess wrong, you'll be disheartened. Actually, it makes sense. President, it must be interesting to take me one. President, how do you want to join? It seems there is no channel. Chen Genshin replied. I searched for information. There are news reports that the war field is also adding troops to Colton's side. I think as long as I go to the enemy's stronghold on the front line alone, I have the chance to join. I just take this opportunity to participate in the war to change camps. This is a betrayal, and I will definitely not be able to return to the Legion in the future. Someone said, if you can't go back, you can't go back. The war field is a big camp at least, and it may not be worse than the Black Star Legion, and there will be a chance to contact the Red Empire in the future. It doesn't matter if Chen Genshin Tion. This is all guessed. Maybe someone guessed it wrong. I don't think it's wrong. Chen Genshin shook his head. Besides, so many players are staying in the Black Star Legion now. No matter how the Legion develops in the future, they will know, but no one discovers the hidden plots on Krent. If I want to play, I have to play some plots that others don't know. But the Black Star Legion benefits are so good. Haha, I don't play profession, so why do I have to do that force myself? Chen Genshin laughed. He is a player with a lot of knowledge. The novel plot is more attractive to him than to make real benefits. Among the player group, there are many people of this type. Xiaoyi Fanhua's post still had some influence. In addition to those who refuted it, some people were skeptical and curious about the Krent camp. Only a small number of people are players in the plot similar to Everlasting Resentment, while most of the others are gamblers who are interested in the interests of Krent's camp. 2 days passed in a flash. Today is the day to go to war, and the manpower has been assembled, and a huge fleet is on standby in the military satellite port at its headquarters. As special warriors, more than 1 million players independently form a unit and stay on warships, feeling excited. They are no strangers to such large-scale tasks, but every time they participate in such a task that millions of people work together, most people feel excited and nervous, and have an epic feeling of working together to do big things. As a camp that unites all players, the Black Star Army feels very belonging in this regard, as if shouldering a mission. All the participants stayed in their respective battleships, and Loki's face was displayed on all virtual screens of each battleship. He was speaking to all members. It was originally the job of the leader of the camp, but Han Xiao felt that Loki was simply a genius in mobilizing morale. So he simply asked Loki, the deputy leader, to mobilize. So everyone had to listen to Riki reading the manuscript in an unimpeded tone. We will die sooner or later. The difference is whether we die today or tomorrow. The morale of the entire army, 20. No matter how weak or powerful it is, it cannot defeat death. Life is just a process of slowly rotting. Everything you do is meaningless to this universe, including this war. Whether it is victory or defeat, it has nothing to do with you. The morale of the entire army, 40. However, even though we know that the ending cannot be changed, we still work hard. Even if we know that life is more precious than anything, there are always people who take risks. Even if we know that we are just a chess piece in the war, which will be decomposed into dust by various weapons of ion cannons, thermonuclear missiles, and annihilation beams at any time, we are still willing to take a risk. Why? Morale is slowly rising. Because money. Morale instantly returned to zero. Only you can enjoy life with money. Only if you have money. Only if you don't compromise with others. Only if you have money. Only if you have money. Only if you have money. Only if you have money can you solve problems easily. We are all warriors, and fighting is our way to make money. Are you short of money? Then pick up your weapons and kill the enemy. War is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. Every enemy clearly marks the price. How much money can be made depends on your own number of enemies you kill. Trigger special effect. Interest stimulation. Morale plus 80. Those fake slogans and beliefs will only make the members of the Legion sneer. After all, secret wars are the interests of the Amethyst civilization and have nothing to do with them. They fight for money. The best way to mobilize is to tell the truth. If you're doing something false, the effect is not as good as telling everyone how much an enemy is worth. Countless players looked at each other, and they thought they would hear passionate speeches, but they didn't expect it to be so real. Blackstar, you have changed, but we like it. Han Xiao held his smile and hurriedly kicked Ricky away, who was still unsatisfied and wanted to add another sentence. If he was allowed to not follow the manuscript, his morale might be gone. Han Xiao coughed, took over the conversation, and said in a deep voice, the whole army set off. Rumble. The next moment, the surface of the satellite at the headquarters of the Black Star Corps slowly opened, revealing a large number of starport launch orbits. Tens of thousands of warships flew out of the orbit one after another, neatly arranged in the outer space of the headquarters. The fleet accelerated to enter a leap at the same time, turning into tens of thousands of streams of light, instantly disappearing into the boundless universe. Passers-by on Kim and Star stopped one after another. When they raised their heads, they could see the sky passing through tens of thousands of dazzling meteor tracks and fleeing into the distance. Headquarters in the war field, Herbert Star. His Excellency Baz. Intelligence came from the front line, and the Agency Zero came out in full swing. The target was the Kant Galaxy, and the Black Star also took action personally. I have arranged troops from other galaxies to support it. The staff officer of the war field, Jod, looked up at Heber, who was like a hill, and reported respectfully. Yeah. Heber responded lightly, saying that he knew, and asked again. Hailstar has not grown yet. Chowda hurriedly said, It's been 7 years, and the strength of Black Star has not changed significantly and has not improved. When talking about this, Chowda couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Black Star was in the limelight at the time, as if it could become a super A-level at any time, but in the past 7 years, Black Star has not made any breakthroughs, and its popularity has been reduced a lot, and some forces no longer pay attention to him at all times. Every super A-level seed is a genius, but after a brief sensation, everyone became like everyone else, and Black Star is no exception. It turns out that he is no different from other super A-level seeds. Herbert shook his head, a little disappointed. He has been waiting for Han Xiao to grow up, wanting to wait for Han Xiao to reach the super A-level before killing him, so that he can kill the new super A-level record and put his own deterrence and influence to the next level. 7 years ago, the news that Krent had a rift with Krent, but both sides were allies and had the same interests, so this small conflict did not affect the plan to continue fighting for Krent in the war field. I looked down on him. Herbert felt a pity. With his status, killing a super A-level seed has no reward. Chowda couldn't help asking, Hello, Dominator. There was almost no progress in the past 7 years. Will he suddenly break through the boundary and become a super A-level? Herbert looked down at him and slowly said, Before the first person appeared, the natural disaster level was the strongest individual strength in the universe. It has been maintained for countless years. Generations of geniuses have not touched the threshold of super A-level. The life limit of super A-level is not so easy to break through. Compared to talent, luck is more important. After all, after becoming super A-level, it is almost a new species. Chowda has heard rumors such as super A-level is a new species more than once, and was secretly curious about where the huge gap between super A-level and natural disaster level strength came from. But obviously the domineering person didn't want to tell him. So Jod had to hold back his curiosity, changed the subject, and asked, Does the Black Star have a chance to become a super A-level? Well, maybe after decades of exploration, he can become a super A-level. Herbert said in a deep voice, But Krent's plan can be completed in 2 or 3 years, and the war will end soon. By then, the Black Star will die in my hands, and he will not have a chance to live for so long. Herbert's patience was limited. He made the decision at the beginning, and he waited for the Black Star to become a Super A level, which only lasted until the end of the Secret War. After the war, there will be no strategic restrictions on Super A level and not being able to take action at will. At that time, even if the Black Star is only at the natural disaster level, he will kill himself. After the fall, the cadres who kill my overlords will inevitably have to pay the price. Kant Galaxy, the 4-star area. A huge fleet is lingering in a void universe, comparable to the scale of the Amethyst Army or the Krent Supreme Fleet. Both are the official fleets of the star cluster-level civilization. Two giant flagships that last tens of kilometers are the core of the fleet, integrating the military shipbuilding technology of Amethyst. The appearance is a super polygonal dark purple prism crystal, like artificially cut purple diamonds. The vein-like blue-gold energy patterns flash in the crystals. The surging ghost energy spreads the flagship along the blood vessel-like transmission pipeline, giving it extremely strong defense capabilities, and can spray super-compressed ghost energy annihilation rays from every edge and corner at any time. Star Diamond-class flagship, the signature model of Amethyst Civilization, is a super flagship made of Gemini stars and Amethyst Civilization specialty materials called Dark Crystal. It is produced from the Amethyst 3 warship factory and acts as a war weapon for the number 0 mechanism. Every time Han Xiao saw these two big things, he almost drooled. It contained the engineering technology crystallization of star cluster-level civilization. Unfortunately, this flagship is not a product, and the Amethyst Civilization technology tends to be crystal magic and rune magic, with less mechanical technology and less matching with him. After a long-distance high-speed leap, Han Xiao brought the Black Star Army fleet to the assembly site, where there were already tens of millions of warships on standby, all of which were troops of various members of the Number 0 organization. After 10 years of war, Amethyst invested a lot of resources and used military factory riots to support the Number 0 organization, resulting in the expansion of the fleet size of each member. The flagship of the Black Star Legion is a spherical armed satellite base. According to the appearance, Han Xiao gave a name, Pargasus, that he thought was very appropriate. This is the improved satellite fortress of Han Xiao. It is smaller in size and strengthens the movement and combat capabilities. With a more stable dark energy reactor as the core, the cost is within a controllable range. According to Han Xiao's estimate, it is approximately the same as the flagship built by ordinary interstellar civilizations. This drawing comes from the satellite defense fortress in the field of war. Han Xiao carried forward his sole talent and copied it many improved versions, which completely implemented the use of the theory. After all, Han Xiao pointed out virtual technology as a tendency, and did not specifically build super-large machinery like the tendency of armed forces. He could not draw out some of the drawings of supergiant machinery, so it is easier for him to reverse the actual mechanical creation. The secret energy is still too dangerous. Han Xiao is currently only using secret energy in high-level superpowered mechanical weapons. He uses more stable energy for large fortresses like this. Dark energy is everywhere in the universe and also belongs to the application category of alien energy. All the leaders of the participating forces were summoned to conduct a combat meeting on one of the Star Diamond-class flagships called Eternal. As the leader of the Black Star Army, Han Xiao naturally had to attend. At this time, he stayed in a conference room with hundreds of people listening to the remote commander of the Amethyst Civilization. The virtual screen shows the distribution map of the warfield strongholds of the Kant Galaxy. Each transition base station connects 3 to 14 planet strongholds, forming a fast support system. There are 11 base station systems in the Kant Galaxy. The plane map is generally shown in a fan shape, spreading inward with the first base station system on the galaxy border. The enemy's fan-shaped territory can be roughly divided into 3 layers, namely the 6 weakest peripheral base station systems, the backbone base station systems in 4 buffer zones, and the bridgehead base station system that originally landed. This large-scale counterattack was from the outside to the inside, all the way to the core base station system, expelling all enemies. Information shows that the war field has known our actions and has increased our vigilance. We are facing tough battles of head-on confrontation. Han Xiao didn't listen very seriously. He had learned about this information from Lever, and he casually looked at the people around him and passed the time. Here are various leaders, the most powerful ARC organizations, hero groups, New Felon Rebel Army, and other organizations. They were once ace members of the Number Zero organization. Now, the leader of the Number Zero organization has become the Black Star Army, which is one shorter than him. At this time, the commander said, "Reinforcements have been mobilized in the war field. Hardaway will join this battle." "Lord Black Star, we are on your side." Han Xiao came to his senses and nodded, and the other leaders nodded to him. He is now the most capable person in the Zero Agency. He is in charge of the entire agency, and the strongest enemy will be dealt with. At the level of advanced combat power, all the forces present rely on him, which is also one of the important reasons why the Black Star Legion has outstanding status in the Zero Agency. According to information, Hardaway and reinforcements are defending the innermost bridgehead and are building various powerful defense facilities. They want to use the peripheral base station system to delay our progress and gain time to strengthen defense. "Can't you directly attack the enemy's bridgehead?" asked a force leader. The commander said in a deep voice, "The Kant Galaxy borders the Kaya Galaxy. After the war field broke through the Galaxy border blockade, the power spread to Kant, so the rear of the bridgehead is also a stronghold in the war field. We have to occupy it directly to attack the bridgehead. At that time, we will be attacked from both sides and attacked by the Kaya Galaxy and Kant's outer stronghold. Therefore, we will start to eliminate the enemy's stronghold from the outermost periphery, and the pressure will be very small." After looking around, the commander continued, "Because we have to seize the time, we must remove all the peripheral base stations as soon as possible. The enemy troops at the outermost site are the weakest. Our troops have an absolute advantage. We will divide the troops into 6 routes to attack 6 peripheral base stations. The specific allocation is as follows." After hearing this, Han Xiao found that the Black Star Army would lead several troops to attack a stronger base station system. His eyes turned and suddenly spoke. "I have a suggestion." "You said." The commander's attitude was quite respectful. Han Xiao pointed to the star map. "This smallest base station system only links 3 planet strongholds. It's too troublesome to send a team to go there. Leave it to our Black Star Legion. I'll take some people over and pull it out." The commander hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, then I'll take back this part of the troops." He trusted Han Xiao's strength very much, but there was no one in the 3 planets, and there was no natural disaster level. Black Star could solve it alone. The enemy had no masters in the peripheral stronghold, letting a strong man like Black Star take charge of the army, which was a waste of resources. Then the reward. "Don't worry, it will definitely satisfy you." The commander nodded. The Black Star Legion took on the additional tasks, and Amethyst would not be stingy. Han Xiao smiled. "I don't want much. Just give me 7,000 tons of dark crystals and 2,000 tons of string alloy. Rare materials can create many elite mechanical soldiers. Compared to money, Han Xiao now prefers camp specialty materials as rewards. I will report it." The commander's mouth twitched. Back at the marbles, Han Xiao called the fleet commander Melas to show his strategy of dividing his troops. Lockie will lead the large force to participate in the joint attack on the other side, while Han Xiao himself will pull a lot of people to attack the smallest base station system alone, and the troops will be divided into 2 groups. "Do you need to bring people?" Melas was puzzled. "You can destroy 3 planetary strongholds alone. I'm going to bring Sivia and Marion, and there are also some undead troops, mainly to train them." Han Xiao shrugged. "Okay." Melas nodded. "I have something to tell you. I didn't take away the immortal troops. You have to use them to death and throw them into the most dangerous battlefield. As long as there is a risky job, the department will throw them to them." Melas scratched his head. "I understand. Let them follow Harmon to act together." After giving in, Han Xiao issued a limit mission to the Legion players through the camp panel, indicating that he would divide the troops into 2 groups and draw some people to follow him, with only 300,000 places. Passing the faction panel, in less than 3 minutes, the 300,000 places were all collected. Han Xiao called hundreds of spaceships, took Sivia, Marion, and the 300,000 excited players, left a large army, and headed straight to the target location. Han Xiao's goal in this military operation is to fatten players and let them gain more experience, so he is willing to take charge of more tactical actions. In addition to the auxiliary tasks of the main line, he also plans to use the camp reward amount every day to send experience to all players in the name of following the troops. Planet K-00156, one of the planetary strongholds in the outer base station system of the Kant galaxy in the warfield. This is a new stronghold that has not been completely transformed. The earth gray and steel color intertwine the surface, and thousands of warships parade in the outer space to guard the stronghold. Hundreds of flowing lights cut through the dark universe, leaving the transition mode, and stop not far from the planet K-00156. The soldiers were very fast, and Han Xiao did not stop and led his team to arrive here quickly. 300,000 players stared at the planet through the viewing porthole inside the spacecraft. Their faces were excited. That's the target. It's finally going to start. I'm almost dead. Have you triggered the battle mission? Mine is destroying the planet's stronghold in front of you. Are you the same? Many players have successively obtained campaign missions attached to the main line, and they are all required to break through the planet K-00156. Crazy Knife and some professional players participated in this mission, and Feng Yu followed him. Needless to say, he would go wherever Black Star went, and he would always be on the forefront of the news. At this time, a warning yellow light lit up in each spacecraft, and Philip's voice sounded at the intelligence system. The officer goes to the charge cabin, prepares before airdrop, checks the integrity of the armor, and checks the operating status of the survival system. We will enter the planet K-0156 atmosphere, descend on the surface, kills the rebellious enemies, destroys the base group on the ground. Repeat, the officer. Many players heard the order and went to the airdrop cabin together, but Feng Yu turned her head and looked out of the porthole with hesitation on her face. The defense fleet of the planet K-00156 had discovered the squad that was gradually approaching and quickly surrounded it. The enemy had thousands of warships, more than 10 times the number of this squad. It was like sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. It seemed that it could not break through the enemy's blockade at all. How could it be airdropped? Feng Yu has always paid more attention to the details in this regard. Why are you standing there? You're leaving. The meat bag on the side pushed him. Seeing this, Kwang Dao stopped and waited for her to follow. Wait. Feng Yu waved his hand, took out the communicator, summoned Philip, and asked, the enemy's fleet is surrounded. How to deal with them? If our warship is destroyed, all the people will be sucked into the universe. That's not a problem you need to worry about. Philip said cutely, the enemy's fleet will not cause trouble to us, Buzz. Feng Yu also wanted to ask, and the meat bag around her suddenly exclaimed in surprise and shouted, Look outside. Black Star is coming alone. When the crowd around heard this, they stopped and looked out of the window curiously. Feng Yu also hurriedly raised her head, returned to the window with a few steps, looking out. Han Xiao flew out of the fleet alone and met thousands of enemy warships. Thousands of enemy warships recognized him and fired directly. Thousands of ion cannons seemed to turn into a triangular cone and shot them quickly. The players watching in the spaceship still couldn't help but get nervous. In the last version, Black Star did not show its overwhelming strength in the universe. Although they knew that this version of Black Star must have become stronger, this was the first time he saw him take action, and no one knew what level he was at. This is the concentrated fire of thousands of warships. Can it be stopped? Just when everyone was nervous, Han Xiao suddenly had his hands in a claws, as if he was using the space as a canvas. He pulled it hard, changing the curvature of the space around him. The countless ion cannons shot suddenly dispersed and shot around, and his body passed by Han Xiao. Immediately afterwards, the space around Han Xiao was rippling, and the barracks and boxes jumped in space, arranged neatly behind Han Xiao in a matrix shape. Quang Dao took a quick look and calculated the number of soldiers' boxes, which were 121 in total. The next moment, all the barracks opened at the same time, as if they had released Pandora's magic box. Endless mechanical black tides surged out, firing millions of explosive energy cannons, like a moving thunderstorm cloud covering the sky and the sun, and almost in the blink of an eye, swallowing a small half of the enemy's fleet. The shields of hundreds of enemy warships were torn apart in an instant, and the hull exploded into continuous fireworks. In just a moment, half of the enemy's thousands of warships were lost. Even though this terrifying mechanical black tide rushed towards the enemy, the players watching on the spaceship couldn't help but breathe and felt a sense of oppression. In the past 7 years, Han Xiao has not had much experience upgrading, so he focused on expanding the Mechanical Legion to improve his strength. His scale has reached tens of millions. He has created a new intelligence, specializing in combat operations, and Philip is specializing in serving as the butler. Alarm! The energy level has been detected to rise sharply. Pay attention to avoiding it. The spacecraft sounded an alarm and came into everyone's ears. Suddenly, the surface of the K00156 planet suddenly produced a strong energy fluctuation. The spacecraft's viewing window was automatically adjusted, enlarging its sight. I saw a large anti-space orbital gun specially designed for flagships on the surface of the K00156 planet, which was 200 meters high. It had been activated and aimed at Han Xiao. A strong purple light surged from the muzzle with a diameter of over 100 meters. Han Xiao's eyes were also attracted, and he threw out a compression ball, which quickly spread in space, turning into a frozen star cannon of ice. The mechanical force flowed into the mechanical structure, and even more terrifying energy burst out. The gun barrel sprayed out an ice-blue column of light, quickly crossing the distance, and accurately hit the anti-space orbital cannon on the surface. The spacecraft's viewing window faithfully showed the results of this attack. Everyone saw that the base group where the large anti-space orbit gun was located was left with only a huge frozen pit, full of ice chips, and the surrounding land was frozen, stretching for dozens of kilometers, and the area was still expanding. Although the sound could not be heard, many people shivered and felt a chill behind them. If this is a normal colonial star, I am afraid that a city can be destroyed with just one shot. Just as everyone was stunned, Han Xiao suddenly moved, passed through the chaotic enemy fleet, quickly rushed to the vicinity of the enemy's huge flagship, and directly turned on the mechanical apostle. The eyes under the mecha lit up with surging blue light, which was a manifestation of the extremely abundant energy in the body. Han Xiao pressed the flagship's high-level electromagnetic shield with his palm and continuously released his secret energy through his body. The shield with the flashing arc was dyed into a dark blue color, flashed a few times, and shattered into the sky with light. Han Xiao was unobstructed and directly rushed to the external armor of the flagship, with his hands forming claws, and inserted it into the flagship armor. The continuous stream of secret energy poured into the enemy's flagship along the 10 fingers. The tiny cracks with Han Xiao's palm as the center, with the faint blue light quickly spreading the external armor of the flagship, like the veins of energy. The entire flagship seemed to be shining shattered porcelain pieces. When the light of the crack was extremely dazzling, the flagship exploded and shattered. The blue flames surged out, quickly burning all the internal oxygen, and then extinguished for a moment. At the same time, the mechanical army had destroyed all enemy warships, like a tired bird returning to its nest, reclaiming the barracks box, and disappearing without a trace, leaving only the wreckage of warships floating in the sky, like a giant beast with only skeletons left by ants. The battle ended in less than 5 minutes. As long as the interstellar powerhouse of his level is not constrained by superpower of the same level, one person will have no pressure to destroy a small fleet, which is the basic operation. Philip's cheerful voice sounded from a spaceship. His Excellency Black Star has cleared the obstacles. Please prepare. We will airdrop in 3 minutes. Repeat, Black. Good. The onlookers' throats swayed and subconsciously swallowed. Is this the world of the strong? Awesome, awesome. The individual power competes with the fleet, and the players are dazzling and fascinated, like a top-level special effects blockbuster. This light, this fire, ah. The last time they saw Han Xiao take action, they didn't have this kind of crushing combat power. It seems that too many changes have happened in the past 10 years. A sense of vicissitudes in Kwang Dao's heart inexplicably. The meat bag had a shiny look. He slapped Kwang Dao's butt and asked hurriedly, "Hey, didn't you say that our strength will be unlocked continuously with the version? Will we all reach the level of destroying the fleet in the future? This is interesting. It should be possible." Kwang Dao was not sure. According to his idea, since the power system of the Star Sea remains unchanged, the effect of their becoming stronger will also affect NPC's view of them. This is another highly free real-time computing world. Perhaps they can achieve combat power like Black Star in the future. Feng Yu was thinking about it. She felt that the impact of all players' upgrades was not just as simple as PK becoming more powerful. This small episode did not affect the speed of the spacecraft's advance. Hundreds of soldiers carrying spacecraft approached the planet K-00156 atmosphere, and the intelligence system has begun to count down the airdrop. Under Philip's urging, 300,000 players were ready to go, climbed into the airdrop cabin, eager to try. One by one, the orbital airdrop cabins like space coffins slipped into the drop track. The crazy knife, meat bag, Feng Yue, and a large group of other players stayed in the same airdrop cabin, and all took out their own weapons. Even psychics and martial artists would be equipped with some firearms and weapons as conventional combat methods. Feng Yu frowned, and suddenly something happened. By the way, Black Star destroyed the enemy's warships. Wouldn't we just need to strike the ground in outer space? Why do we need to airdrop? Everyone was stunned, but there was no time to think. The next moment, the airdrop cabin suddenly shook, and everyone felt weightless. Boom, boom, boom. Han Xiao was floating next to the fleet, overlooking the planet under his feet. The dense airdrop cabins were like burning meteorites, dripping through the hot trajectory, shrinking into subtle points, landing in the bases and strongholds on the surface. Han Xiao enlarged his vision. On the ground, the airdrop cabin released a steady stream of players, turning into a torrent and sweeping out all the way. There are many surface bases in this planet's stronghold. A non-commissioned officer in the war field led his troops to fight against the players. Players with different abilities fought fiercely with the 10,000 B soldiers and the muscle-dominant warriors. The strongest person left behind on the enemy was just level B, and they retreated step by step in front of the fearless players. Yes, this wave should be able to earn a lot of experience. Han Xiao had no intention of helping and sat cross-legged in the outer space, overlooking the battle situation. Countless individuals of the size of gravel exchanged fire with weapons in hand, and the surface exploded repeatedly. He took the initiative to apply to deal with the smallest peripheral base station system. These 3 planetary strongholds and jump base stations are the fertilizer he prepared for players. In addition to campaign tasks and camp tasks, these warriors stationed on the surface of the war are all walking experience, killing them all, and players can gain a lot of experience. With his level, if you kill this group of miscellaneous soldiers, your experience can only be +1/+1. However, players are different. They have low levels and can expand these enemies to countless times a profit, and then harvest this experience from the players themselves. The perfect production chain is just like feeding chickens and laying eggs. The player's strength is getting stronger and stronger. It is estimated that, like in his previous life, he will slowly step onto a larger stage and be exposed to increasingly stronger forces. Han Xiao sighed secretly. In the previous life, as players' strength increased and they were active in various parts of the universe, many powerful Star Sea forces were paying attention to the player group. In the middle and late versions of the previous life, players also had a loud nickname in the Star Sea. Cancer of the Universe. Han Xiao always thought that this nickname was very stylish and appropriate. But now, players are still far from this level. The first and second batch of Ashes players in the 3.0 version reached level B, which is the beginning of the rise of players. As a peasant-class fighter who is determined to spread the glory of leaks throughout the universe, Han Xiao knew that he still had a long way to go. His Excellency Black Star, aren't we going to help? Just as Han Xiao looked down at the planet and pondered, Marion, wearing heavy armor, flew to Han Xiao and asked if he would support the ground troops. He is one of the 3 natural disaster levels who joined 7 years ago. He is a powerful weapon warrior. He is taciturn, devoted to improving his strength, and is quite loyal. He is trusted by Han Xiao. No need, this is training troops. You have other things to do. Han Xiao waved his hand. Marion nodded. When this planet's stronghold is attacked, the jump base station will definitely open a fast support channel. I need you to attack the jump base station in reverse when reinforcements arrive, control it, and then quickly send me to the other 2 planet strongholds through the base station's wormhole channel. I will destroy all flight vehicles and lead troops to clear them. Han Xiao said. He wanted to turn the ground troops of the 3 planet strongholds into lambs to be slaughtered, destroy the means of escape, and trap them in the planet strongholds, and no one of them could escape. 1 bag of fertilizer could be spread over 2 bags. Han Xiao wanted to say something. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he felt the change in the time and space coefficient. He smiled. It's really time to say it. You 2 are ready. You guys are here to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlpool-shaped blue wormhole passage was created out of thin air on the outer space of the planet K-00156, spitting out warships. Without saying a word, Suiya decisively increased the propulsion power of the armor, turned into a stream of light, flexibly and lightly avoided the lateral light cannon, and rushed into the wormhole passage. Marion followed closely behind. His performance became much more rude. He directly spread dozens of layers of shields and charged in the artillery fire. On the way, he crashed into 2 small assault ships and rushed into the wormhole. Both of them are mechanical warriors, and the mechas on them are all highly improved equipment that Han Xiao has carefully improved. Combined with his own natural disaster level strength, it is enough to control a transition base station without advanced combat power. Moreover, the 2 men installed Philip's subroutines on their armor, which expanded his data range and disguise. When the 2 men passed by, they could also help remotely and invade the base station. The support fleet continued to appear, with more and more numerous, and surging artillery fire was coming. Han Xiao remained cross-legged in the improved and enhanced 11th generation Watch Protocol automatic defense. A total of 361 blue and gold floating guards surrounded him, weaving an extremely thick phantom shield to block the enemy fleet's bombardment. I'm not in a hurry now, so I'll play with you. Han Xiao grinned, and thoughts came to his mind. The terrifying data stream hit the intelligent systems of these warships at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the intelligent firewall of the spacecraft was riddled with holes, and the computing module became unstable, and he kept shouting, no, I'm going to die. After many transfers, his virtual technology skills have been strengthened to a new level, and the intensity and speed of invasion are different from the past. He also replaced a new cutting-edge knowledge of the manipulation system from the Amethyst civilization, quantum matrix thinking field. The data range increased countless times, and the invasion method had revolutionary changes. Han Xiao was able to directly connect to the quantum network. Within the range of the range, thoughts can stir up data torrents, and the invasion ability is strong, and the intracranial yellow films are no problem. This is the signature ability of a virtual mechanic. Han Xiao has become stronger in all directions. Although he has not reached the Super A level yet, he is already a well-deserved high-level powerhouse in the Sea of Stars. Virtual mechanics are a killer weapon in the interstellar battlefield. Even if Han Xiao does not use the Mechanical Legion, he can easily deal with small fleets. While he invaded virtually, he made the enemy fleet busy. At the same time, he sent elite Mechanical Legion to carry out boarding battles and eliminated enemy personnel. Now he is not in a hurry. He is ready to reduce damage and seize these warships. With ease in the battle and no pressure, Han Xiao withdrew some of his attention and simply checked the player's battle situation. The surface of the planet K00156, inside a certain stronghold, was already a tragic battlefield at this time. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen large-caliber armor-piercing blasting bullets wrapped around the mechanical force pierced the body of a beast soldier, and torn flesh and blood scattered all over the ground. The crazy knife kicked the corpse that was hit by inertia, then raised his arms, spread a metal wrist shield, and blocked a series of explosive gun strikes. He was calculating his durability in his mind, and he shot a large step, and a sliding shovel rushed into a 5-person team of the enemy, threw out the electromagnetic chain and the spiral knife, and fought for a while to kill the 5 people. After breath of breath, he looked around. This was the hub hall of this stronghold. Countless players who dropped the doors fought with the enemy in the hall. The artillery fire was crisscrossed, and the ground was filled with dead bodies of the enemy. The players died and turned into white light and resurrected without leaving any corpses. Therefore, the scene looked like a one-sided massacre, like a locust passing through the border. The players spontaneously formed a team to cooperate with the sound of artillery fire mixed with the sound of energetic shouts. Turn monsters, pull monsters, output in the back row. The main T is stable, inject vitamins, and the deputy T3TS are ready to take over at any time. The mechanic quickly set up the turret, but it's a fool. Haha, I've made a lot of money. A 10,000B soldier has so much experience. Damn, who the hell is the fucking robbery? Players of the superpower system show their magical powers, and various energy fluctuations are continuous. With their fearlessness, they kill the enemy to retreat step by step. The number of players is superior, and their individual strength has reached a good level, at least at level C, and there are even a very small number of Shalippo sword god-type players who have a lot of experience in the previous version have been upgraded to level B, and they have the greatest reliance, resurrection. Such a unit needs reconnaissance, temptation, feint attack, sneak attack, ambush, and just airdrop it. The crazy knife directly broke through the blockade line and rushed into the corridor of the stronghold base. Although the battle mission only required the clearance of the ground stronghold, he was experienced and knew that killing the non-commissioned officers and commanders of the stronghold could definitely significantly improve the task evaluation. So he simply left behind the miscellaneous troops and looked for the enemy's command center. There are many players who have the same idea, and Mad Knife dare not delay. At the same time, the command center of the stronghold was still operating in the monitoring equipment, showing dozens of areas where fighting broke out in the base, and it was in a state of defeat. The commander of the stronghold looked ashen. His legs were trembling uncontrollably, and he was frightened and angry. This is the undead force of the Black Star Legion. The commander of the stronghold bit his lip and panicked. As an opponent, people in the war field have learned about the information of the Black Star Legion. This undead force is the hidden ace of the Black Star Legion. It has disappeared for a full 10 years and is now appearing again. A wave of despair arose in his heart. The terror of the immortal force was already shown in front of him through surveillance. The group of people were extremely bloodthirsty, and they would not leave any living under their command. It would not take long to waste the stronghold. Their spacecraft had long been blown up by the Black Star in the outer space and had no way to escape. Now was the support fleet. The commander of the stronghold held a last glimmer of hope. 17 messages were sent, but no one answered. The support force had lost contact. I'm afraid it had been Black Stars. The intelligence personnel looked panicked. The commander of the stronghold was completely desperate and had no choice but to watch the death period approaching. Let's just vote. Boom. Before he could finish his words, the door burst into a blast, and the sword broke through the smoke and rushed in. Without hesitation, he changed into another mechanical melee weapon, wielding Gao Zhobua to cut the battle axe, and chopped him as he saw him. Wait, I'm the supervisor of the stronghold. I surrender. The axe blade, flashing with silver light, approached, and the commander of the stronghold was frightened, begged for mercy in panic, raised his hands, and knelt down. The battle axe stopped 10 centimeters above the commander's head. The commander's lips trembled and almost collapsed all over. At this time, the Mad Knife poked his head out and looked at you with confusion. "Are you the commander?" "I am." "You surrender?" "Yes, right." The crazy knife paused, muttered suddenly, and tried hard with his wrist. Gao Zhobuk cut the battle axe and directly split the commander of the stronghold, who thought he had escaped, and died, into 2 pieces. He shook off the blue blood from the axe blade and shook his head with a fierce knife. Surrender did not trigger the mission. "What's the use of you?" "Oh, there's so much experience in killing the non-commissioned officers." Kwang Dao turned around and left. His back disappeared at the door of the room, leaving behind dead bodies and blood spurted across the wall. At the same time, the base station is moved inside. The long alloy giant sword was dragged upside down by a slender hand, and the sword body was filled with golden red energy arcs. The tip of the sword drew a deep mark on the hard metal ground, as simple as cutting tofu. This is an alloy corridor with black war field soldiers in front and behind, constantly approaching. The high challenging armor beauty in the middle was blocked by the armor shield after the mechanical force was added, unable to stop her from moving forward. Sivia seemed to ignore the army attacking from front and back, turned to look at the porthole in the corridor. Marion, wearing a heavy mecha, was fighting the defense fleet outside and was rushing around and was so happy. "Hurry up and take the base station down. Don't let the teacher wait too long." Sawia muttered to herself, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, and swung her body. The soldiers in the universe who were driving a spacecraft to siege Marion clearly saw that a circle of dazzling golden red rings suddenly exploded inside the jump base station, directly dividing the entire base station in half, cutting off 1/5 of the area and breaking the cut and flattening. "Why are you more rude than me? Don't break the base station. We still need to use it." Marion was helpless. In the outer space of the planet K00156, Han Xiao was floating in the universe, waiting silently. Most of the support fleet just now was seized by him, and he was lying beside him. At this time, a circle of wormhole passages opened again, and on the other side was the second planet's stronghold. The few remaining guard fleets shrank into a group, as if they were panic and shouting, "Don't come over." Han Xiao laughed. 3 bags of fertilizer. No 1 bag can be left behind. Sivia succeeded so quickly. It seems that I have trained it very well. Because Sivia captured the transition base station, Han Xiao quickly attacked the remaining 2 planet strongholds through the enemy's quick wormhole channel. Originally, after the base station was lost, the troops of the remaining 2 planets knew that they were not the opponent and wanted to retreat. However, Han Xiao was too efficient, and the enemy could not move away the supplies from the surface base group in a short time. The fleet of the second planet was completely destroyed, and the fleet of the third planet was abandoned to the troops on the surface and escaped after the tail was broken. Losing the flight vehicle, the ground troops of the 2 strongholds became trapped beasts, watching the airdrop cabin hit their foreheads, and the screaming undead troops surged out like a tide, bringing blood and killing. There are no superpowers that are newly added to the outside world, which just meet the player's level. Occasionally, some B-level superpowers are considered boss monsters in the eyes of players, and overall, the clearance is very smooth. It didn't take too long. Han Xiao took 300,000 players to wash away 3 strongholds. None of them were alive, and all the heads were from the players. With the rewards of campaign tasks and camp tasks, this group of players gained a lot of experience and felt happy. The remaining power of the jumping base station was also removed by Han Xiaoqing, who had been freed up. The materials left over from the battlefield of this base station will be cleaned and taken over by the logistics troops, so he doesn't have to worry about it. This base station system has been successfully removed. Han Xiao contacted Melos and asked about the battle situation of the Black Star Army, mainly to check the experiences of the players there. Under the leadership of Raki and Melos, the Black Star Army was cooperating with several other allies to attack a strong base station system. Millions of players were dispersed and attacked 6 planetary strongholds to carry out airdropping ground battles. The team with the largest number of people was led by Harmon. Han Xiao brought out the image of the battlefield. The picture showed a wilderness battlefield. Harmon rushed in the front. His roar was full of energy. His furry and burly body was hard against the fire of the enemy's ground vehicle, wielding the war hammer to rush into one position after another. More than 100,000 beast soldiers hung on him and swung him without any impact on him. How could he be so cruel? A large number of players followed him to cooperate in battle. As the soul of Harmon Warrior burned, he would always rush into the crowd with the most dense artillery fire, so the players behind him also suffered the most intense concentration of fire. Although Harmon made the players scalp numb, following him, the ground was full of opportunities for a final blow, which was both painful and happy. The treatment of large troops is not as good as that of Han Xiao's 300,000 players. They don't have so many heads to enjoy, and the final reward should be a little worse. However, according to the current level standards of the players, the reward is still very generous. There are a few battles next, so it should be fine to get most people up to a few levels. Han Xiao pinched his chin. 3.0 has only started for more than half a month. Not to mention those very few people who have become B levels. All Legion players hover around level 93 on average. When they reach level 100, they can reach level B. At that time, the combat effectiveness of the player team will undergo a qualitative change. In the early stage of the version, due to the increase in mission rewards, players upgrade faster, and it will not be too difficult to reach level 100 in the short term. When Sivia and Marion completed the mission, Han Xiao praised the efficiency of the two. Needless to say, Marion is hard-working and reliable combat power. After these 10 years of hardship, Sivia has finally cultivated into the right-hand assistant that Han Xiao wants to be able to stand alone. This is all well taught by the teacher. In the cab of the spacecraft, Ziwia listened to Han Xiao's appreciation and showed a sincere smile on her face. She still remembers that more than 10 years ago, her heart was blinded and she tried to attack Han Xiao. But in the end, Han Xiao led her on the right path. Ziwia was very grateful to Han Xiao. The 10-year child labor contract would have passed, but she did not mention it again. If Han Xiao had not taught him carefully for more than 10 years, she would not know which galaxy she was in, and she could not imagine how bad life would be. Rather than saying that it was a sales contract, Ziwia felt that it was more like an excuse for Han Xiao to help her. After more than 10 years of getting along, she had already relied on Han Xiao like an adoptive father, and she did not mean to leave immediately after she was full of wings. Keep working hard. You still have room for improvement. Han Xiao nodded. Shortly after entering the A level, Svaya is a weaker level in the natural disaster level. Only with Han Xiao's special orange mechanical equipment can he exert his strong strength, and he still has the potential to continue to become stronger. Han Xiao asked the troops to rest for a while, then set out to meet with the large army. There were many people on the side of Quirky, which made him feel relieved, so he was not in a hurry to rush. When everyone returned to the main force, the battle had been over for a while, and they successfully destroyed a base station system and were cleaning the battlefield. Good news kept coming. 6 strongholds in the war field outside the Kant galaxy were successfully removed, and some fish that escaped the net escaped back to the 4 base station systems in the second layer of the backbone area. The Zero Agency integrates its team and advances vigorously. In the next 10 days, the troops' propulsion slowed down. The base station system defense force in the enemy's backbone area was much higher than that of the periphery, and it also received support from the rear from time to time, barely dragging the footsteps of the large army of the No. 0 Agency. In the past half a month, the players have sufficient combat opportunities, have adapted to the mode of the campaign mission, rushing everywhere, rushing to the most dangerous front line, and making a lot of gains. Cold-blooded. This is the impression left by the player army on other members of the No. 0 mechanism. If you do not accept surrender, even if you give up your resistance, you will be killed without leaving any living mouth. All parties had known that the Black Star Legion had such an undead unit, which had disappeared for 10 years and reappeared. Its role in the war was very obvious, which made many forces envious. As the Black Star Legion becomes stronger and stronger, many forces have studied the information of the undead team. According to the external performance of players, most organizations prefer this to be an external dimension projection of the universe wonder type, immortal, but resurrection requires a certain kind of energy, and the number of resurrections in a short period of time is limited. Although there are not many millions of low-level superpowers in the interstellar war, the advantage is that they can be recycled, with one less enemy death, and they will always have 0 casualties, comparable to the special troops of the Undead Army, Demon Pool, Immortal Weapon Country, and other famous special forces. In the eyes of other forces, this group of undead people is Black Star's ace troops and special troops, which are even more powerful than the B soldiers in the war field. With the current status of the Black Star Legion, it is qualified to have a special force. Although many forces envied it, they did not intend to provoke Black Star for the sake of millions of undead people. Moreover, except Han Xiao, others do not know the growth of players. Han Xiao was in charge of his side and did not take any action for half a month. However, he could make Qianjun E alone. The enemy's advanced combat power was timid and did not dare to fight. Han Xiao was really famous. There were too many A-level supermen who had been killed in the past 10 years and had already possessed the status of strategic deterrence. Ordinary natural disaster level did not want to fight him at all. In this battle, the only opponent who is qualified to fight is Hardaway. This super A-level seed is really difficult to deal with. Han Xiao fought with him 13 times in 7 years and won all the results. However, although Hardaway was stupid, his mind was not bad. He ran faster than anyone else when he saw that the situation was not good. Because he did take the beating, Han Xiao never caught him. Finally, he felt what the enemy was feeling when dealing with him in disguise. Han Xiao estimated that he could only beat Hardaway this time, but he didn't mind at all and was in a relaxed mood. The player has returned, and his level has rushed up. It will be much easier to beat Hardaway at that time, so he is not in a hurry at all. The leader stroked, so Loki led the Black Star Legion's advanced combat power to take action. Now Loki has firmly taken the position of Deputy Commander of the Black Star Legion. He is also the #1 figure in the eyes of outsiders, and he is the magic leader in the Legion. Although the negative energy is overwhelming, Raki's combat power is still trustworthy. The former UMNO leader is not a false reputation. His magic power is as vast as the sea. Using the forbidden technique is like throwing garbage at will. His actual combat power can rank in the top 10 in the Zero mechanism. After spending more than 10 days to break through the base station system in the 2 backbone areas, the remaining 2 voluntarily retreated and all returned to the last core base station system. Originally, the war field wanted to use other strongholds to delay time and take the opportunity to arrange more defensive facilities. However, the attack of the #0 agency this time was fierce and could not delay time. So I simply saved the fleet, gathered troops, and prepared to fight the #0 agency. The last enemy base station system of the Kant Galaxy gathered the retreating troops and a large number of reinforcements, with a very strong force. The Zero agency formulated a tactic for response. The task assigned by the command center was to restrain the enemy's advanced combat power and defeat Hardaway. After the fight started, Han Xiao didn't care about the players, so before the war started, he instructed the cadres to arrange the players clearly. At the same time, the non-commissioned officers from the last base station system of the Kant Galaxy were also holding a busy meeting to discuss how to deal with the attack of the #0 agency. As the remote commander-in-chief, Chowda also attended the meeting through virtual projection. We have 14 planet strongholds and a jump base station. Whether the enemy is splitting troops or general attacks, we have ways to deal with it. Although the fleet is small, as long as we persist for 3 days, the next batch of reinforcements will arrive. They will bring a teleportation stargate. The Zero mechanism cannot always gather large forces. Our companions in other galaxies can take the opportunity to expand. The longer it drags, the more beneficial it is to us. There is no need to fight to the death and not retreat. We can retreat to Kaya, wait for the large unit of the Zero mechanism to disband, and we will break through the blockade line again and return to Kant. Everyone expressed their opinions, but they were not unified, mainly to express their suggestions to Xiao, and Xiao was the decision-maker. After hearing this, Xiao nodded and said, "We have already made plans for the general direction. Fighting is inevitable. Now the enemy takes the initiative. The response measures we have arranged may be useful, but the tactics must be adapted to the enemy's movements. What you need to consider most at the moment is how to resist the opponent's advantages. I won't talk about the strength of the number 0 mechanism, far more troops than you. In terms of advanced combat power, Black Star is unmatched, and we have a great disadvantage." Hardaway heard this and said in a deep voice, "I will hold him back. He has defeated you more than a dozen times, proving that you cannot fight him alone. You have many cases of retreating early, which has resulted in the entire army being wiped out by the advanced combat power that helped you to restrain Black Star, and at least 15 A-level superpowers were killed." Jode said bluntly. Sometimes he simply suspected that Hardaway was sent by the other side. Every time he made a move, the casualty rate on his side would increase significantly, and he was cheated. Hardaway was speechless and could not refute his behavior of selling his teammates when he saw that the situation was not good. So he had to snort and express his dissatisfaction. Jode's face was serious. "This time, I will hand over the weapon specifically to deal with Black Star. I can only use it once. You'd better seize the opportunity." Hardaway touched the thing in his pocket, looking a little hesitant. A few days ago, Jode sent a team to hand over something weird to him, saying that it was a special weapon used to deal with Black Star, which could severely damage Black Star and allow him to use it when fighting Black Star. Although Hardaway does not know the specific function of this weapon, it is definitely something used to plot. Hardaway works for the war field mainly to fight Han Xiao. Only by being upright can he stimulate his potential. He is reluctant to use other means to plot against Black Star. Do you understand? You must find the right opportunity to use it. Xiao repeated. This doesn't look like the style of a domineering person. Hardaway was dissatisfied. This is my request. Jodder emphasized his tone. He respected the domineering demeanor, but some dirty work must be done by someone. He finally got this special weapon and did not tell Herbert. Hardaway hummed and reluctantly agreed, secretly making up his mind just not to use it. Anyway, he is just here to fight. He doesn't care who loses in the war and who wins. He is not a subordinate in the war field. If Chowda can punish him later, if this is true, he will be done alone without them. Please bookmark this site to read the latest novels. The war field has been fighting with the Agency Number 0 for 10 years, and both sides are already very familiar with each other. This battle is another battle, and each is ready. The large army of the Number 0 Agency did not delay and soon launched a general attack on the last base station system of the Kant Galaxy. The front line encompasses all enemy strongholds, and more than a dozen planets ignited war at the same time. The Black Star Army fleet cooperates with other members to attack multiple planet strongholds. At present, players are not very useful in interstellar combat. Han Xiao regards the player as the vanguard of ground warfare, and is in the most intense front-line battlefield. He is full of danger and is on the front line of robbing people. He is fearless and can also attack the enemy's defense line. As for Han Xiao himself, he was in the core main battlefield and followed the large force to attack the enemy's core jump base station. His own troops have an absolute advantage. This time he doesn't need to go straight in. He just needs to sit in the Star Diamond-class flagship Eternal, watching his own fleet attack the enemy's defense line like a dam breaking and slowly advancing. The Eternal Bridge command room. The inner wall of the spacecraft is like a transparent crystal, as if it is on an open-air platform, and you can clearly observe the battlefield where artillery fire is everywhere from all angles. There was a colorful, three-dimensional projection of the narrowing battlefield in the air in the command room, and the commander and staff team were monitoring the changes in the battlefield. Han Xiao stood aside and looked up. He is not a commander this time, but as his strongest senior combat power, he is also a senior member, sitting in the command room and ready to attack at any time. The commander and others were analyzing the battlefield, and Han Xiao listened. The enemy has drawn some of the fleets from other strongholds to return to the base station to defend the base station. The counterattack power is very tenacious. It takes a long time for us to penetrate the enemy's thick fleet defense line and satellite defense base. However, there's also good news. Since the troops from multiple enemy strongholds gather to defend the base station, the defense strength of the stronghold itself has decreased, and the troops that attack other strongholds are gaining an advantage. Han Xiao nodded, and the jumping base station links all strongholds, like the heart, transporting blood to various organs. The most important thing is that once it falls here, the entire base station system will be gone. Because of the huge advantage of military strength on his side, the large army mainly attacked the base station, and other teams put pressure on the planet's strongholds. In this way, in order to defend and jump to the base station, the enemy had to recruit troops from other strongholds, which could speed up the clearance of enemy strongholds. The goal of a number zero mechanism is actually to give priority to destroying the fleets of these planetary strongholds, because once the base stations of the jump are lost, the fleets of the enemy's various strongholds will retreat decisively and retain vitality. Therefore, the main battlefield seems to be a general attack, but in fact it is to hold back the enemy, let other troops kill more enemies, and expand the results of the battle. The more troops, it means willfulness. Han Xiao's eyes swept across various areas of the battlefield and observed Hardaway's traces. His job today is just to repel Hardaway. Didn't see Hardaway fighting. Han Xiao touched his chin. Are he going to take action? Have he found his traces on other battlefields? Perhaps Hardaway will avoid him, give full play to the maneuverability of the base station, and support other strongholds through the wormhole. Other troops do not have advanced combat power to withstand him. However, Han Xiao was not worried. If Hardaway dared to avoid him, it would mean that no one on the enemy base station could restrain him, so he could push the line and force Hardaway to come back to guard the crystal. The other teams did not find him. The commander shook his head. He is still at the base station. As long as he doesn't come out, you don't have to do it. They're worried. Han Xiao nodded and simply opened the player forum to pass the time. At this time, players are all carrying out their own campaign missions. A large number of posts on the forum are screenshots of each battlefield, and players show different enemies, bosses, and loot. Some players also publish videos and live broadcasts, such as players for various clubs actively release live broadcasts, showing the scene of professional players teaming up to fight and attracting fans. Participating in a huge war made them feel very exciting. Fighting on the front line is not easy, and it is interesting to be challenging. Han Xiao roughly scanned the forum, and most players were satisfied with this battle. Compared with other Star Domain players who are exploring the main line, players on the Black Star Army have begun to absorb the nutrients of the main line plot. After browsing the forum for a while, the commander's urgent call made Han Xiao come to his senses. Hardaway appears. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He closed the forum and looked at the battlefield. He saw Hardaway appearing in the attacking fleet of the Black Star Army, attacking warships one by one. Quirky went to intercept, and the two had already fought. His Excellency Black Star, please repel him. The commander's tone was solemn. In the cosmic battlefield where ion cannons intertwined, Quirky and Hardaway were fighting each other, and the staff in his hand was flickering. The gorgeous magical light hit Hardaway like a waterfall, turning into broken jade-like light chips, like splashing colorful magic water splashes. Hardaway is a melee T, Locky is a long-range turret, and the battle between the two is obviously the way I run and you chase the kite. The battlefield continued to shift, and the two people's battle burst out with surging energy fluctuations, which were as dazzling as stars in the detection radar, and the warships approaching were affected one after another. After rolling and turning for tens of thousands of kilometers, it was only a short distance in the universe. The two of them moved from one corner of the battlefield to another corner. Hardaway seized the opportunity to hug Quirky and crashed into a battleship of the number 0 mechanism. The two fell inside the cabin and quickly got up and met from afar. A harsh alarm sounded inside the warship, and the defense measures were fully opened. Various small, floating guards, mobile artillery and mechanical guards rushed over from various passages, and the fleet's escorts also rushed over. The passage behind Hardaway heard dense footsteps and mechanical movements. He didn't look back and punched his back with a punch. The huge force squeezed the air in the cabin, bursting out a powerful shock wave, sweeping by like a hurricane. The cabin behind him was torn apart, and the guards who rushed over were almost wiped out with one blow. Hardaway withdrew his hand, looked at Lockheed, and exclaimed, "I am worthy of being the deputy commander of the Black Star Legion. Your magic makes me feel very dangerous. You can rank in the top 5 among the magicians I have seen." "Oh, I knew I should have chosen to be a mindful master back then. What's the use of magic? It's not too much to beat you to death, so it's still difficult to learn." Lockheed sighed and put down his staff. Seeing that he had no intention of attack, Hardaway looked puzzled. "Do you want to admit defeat?" Lockheed shook his head. "I can't beat you to death. You can't kill me. Anyway, Black Star will come soon. Let's let it be. Save some effort." Hardaway looked strange. "You obviously want to be lazy." At this moment, Han Xiao flew in from the hole in the warship and was stunned when he saw the two people living peacefully. Without waiting for him to speak, Riki spoke immediately. "I'll leave it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Riki sent himself out with a teleportation technique and disappeared. Han Xiao was helpless with Riki's salted fish style and turned to look at Hardaway. "It's you again. I have to go to the war field to cause trouble for me. If you like being beaten so much, I might as well let me catch you and beat you 3 times a day. Only by being an enemy of you can you have the intention of murderousness towards me. And such a battle is valuable." As soon as I saw Han Xiao, Hardaway's fighting spirit burned and he rushed forward. Han Xiao had already activated the mechanical apostolic transformation, superimposed nearly 1,000 attributes, avoided Hardaway's culling, grabbed his arm and threw him out, and smashed a new hole in the ship. The melody force transmitted by the void surged into his body. Han Xiao raised his hand and shot out a melody impact, which exploded Hardaway a little further and then summoned the Mechanical Legion. A cold sound rang out from Han Xiao's mecha helmet. "Sparta's waiting for the commands in the Legion. This is the control intelligence exclusive to the Mechanical Legion." Han Xiao named it Sparta, and this name sounds like he can fight a war. Han Xiao issued an order that the Mechanical Legion cooperated to fight under the regulation of Sparta, and a group of mechanical warriors surrounded and intercepted Hardaway. After fighting so many times, Han Xiao knew Hardaway's ability. Because it was difficult to kill this messing stick, the Mechanical Legion focused on control. Hardaway fought fiercely with the Mechanical Legion. Han Xiao fired cannons at random, occasionally breaking the approaching enemy ships, and then entering Hardaway's voice channel to harass the mouth. "Stop fighting. You can't win anyway. When are you going to run away this time? I'll leave you away in advance. Discuss you. Stand still and let me fight a few shots to vent your anger. Next time I fight with you, how about, hey, how much salary has you paid for the warfield? I'll double it for you. Be my subordinate." Hardaway's face became darker and darker, and he couldn't help but yell, "Shut up. Focus on hitting me." He likes to use strong enemies to squeeze his potential, and believes that only a thrilling battle with tense body and mind can gain something. As soon as he was distracted by Han Xiao, he immediately felt annoyed. Han Xiao was about to say something, and at this moment, Xiao's serious voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel, and he and Hardaway both heard it. "Hardaway, use the weapon I gave you right away." "Weapon? The enemy may have prepared special means for me." Han Xiao became alert immediately, and the Mechanical Legion stepped up the offensive, while he stared at every move of Hardaway. However, Hardaway seemed to have not heard it, and he buried his head in fighting the Mechanical Legion. "Did you hear it?" Jod said angrily. "Do you want to disobey the order?" Hardaway turned a deaf ear. Jod's tone suddenly became cold. "I know you are disobedient." Hardaway suddenly felt something was wrong, and the special weapon on his body suddenly reacted. This was a secret speech bead, which suddenly unlocked and opened on its own. A faint white light ball between the virtual and the real flew out of it. It seemed to exist in the form of energy, only the size of a palm, floating beside Hardaway. What is this? Han Xiao and Hardaway were both stunned. Before the two of them could think, the white light ball suddenly disappeared and teleported on Han Xiao's shoulder. Han Xiao had already been alert and reacted immediately. Shuttle through the void. The space around seemed to be stagnant. Han Xiao shook off the white light ball and retreated quickly. This thing looked very strange, and it was obvious that the farther you hid, the better. The next moment, the white light ball turned into a stream of light and shot over, which could actually move in the void dimension. Han Xiao was shocked and kept dodging, and the white light ball was chasing him reluctantly. Han Xiao hurriedly removed the void shuttle, directly started a short-range jump, and instantly left the battlefield. However, the white light ball teleported in front of him like a directing skill, and he would hit him no matter what. This thing couldn't flash. Han Xiao's eyes narrowed, and he shot him with one shot, but the white light ball seemed to be a phantom, and a light cannon passed directly through. There was no way to avoid it. Han Xiao simply supported multiple layers of plight energy shields, and the Shan Yuan mecha's arm turned into an armored shield and went forward to it. But the heavy defenses could not touch the white light ball at all. The light ball passed directly through and hit Han Xiao's body, and then disappeared. Han Xiao touched his body, and it seemed that he was not injured. What the hell is this, The brain suddenly burst into sharp pain, and the battle information popped up on the panel. You are hit by Cisco's skills, and you are suffering from some mental damage. You enter the state duration unknown. 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 Han Xiao gritted his teeth, looked surprised, and stared at the prompts on the panel. What shocked him the most was the attacker. Cisco, the only Broken Star Ring super A-level powerhouse he has never dealt with. Mastermind. How could it be him? Broken Star Ring has 4 well-known super A-level powerhouses: the Domineering Herbert, the Dragon-Headed Emmys, and the Cursed Master Austin. Han Xiao has more or less intersected with these 3 people, but he has never even seen the last super A-level star-eyed Cisco. Cisco's territory is located in a star cluster on the edge of the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao once attended a party of overlords, but Cisco was not present. Cisco was born in a galaxy civilization and is now the supreme leader of this civilization. He led his tribe and compatriots to develop silently in his territory, not expanding outwardly, not causing trouble, and is even more low-key than Austin. Could it be that this guy also secretly defected to the Red Empire? Under the mecha helmet, Han Xiao's face was gloomy and clear. In the 3.0 version of the previous life, Cisco did not intervene in the secret war. He could only attribute the situation in front of him to his influence on the world. Although I haven't seen Cisco so far, Han Xiao remembers the information from his previous life. Cisco is not a humanoid creature. It is said that Gene Rebirth has a weak connection with a god from an external dimension in the Void Spirit sect. It has extremely high spiritual talent and has the skills of activating mind power and realizing mind power. The attack he suffered was a Cisco mental power skill attack stored by some means. It was not the arrival of Cisco's original deity, so the damage was not high. What made him headache was a bunch of negative states with unknown duration. Han Xiao was not sure whether this sneak attack was instructed by Cisco or whether the enemy obtained the item from some channels, and Cisco was unaware of it. These thoughts flashed through the brain in the lightning, and Han Xiao had no energy to continue thinking at this time. The negative state began to work, and his brain was noisy, as if countless villains were whispering deeply. The scenes in front of you are stacked, like countless mirrors placed at diagonal angles, with hallucinations. A feeling of weakness arose in the depths of my spirit, like an overdrawn of extreme fatigue, but unable to fall asleep. Now guys in the war field know that the disaster level cannot pose a threat to me, so they only use super A-level methods to deal with me. Han Xiao gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The Mechanical Legion strengthened the offensive towards Hardaway in accordance with the established order. At the same time, the Mechanical Army, like a black tide, began to enter the battlefield in large numbers, defeated enemy warships, and accelerated the advancement. Han Xiao no longer cared about the order to delay time, and prepared to capture the jump base station as soon as possible, in the battle, and deal with his negative situation as soon as possible. Hardaway was a little stunned. The white light ball was a mental attack, without intuitive power, and he didn't know what damage Han Xiao had suffered. Even he, a super A-level seed, could not be seen, and others on the battlefield were even more unclear. Only Han Xiao knew what had happened just now. "Jod, what the hell is that?" Hardaway's face was not very good-looking. He didn't like to plot against opponents worth fighting. "This is a secret." Jod was dissatisfied with Hardaway and was too lazy to say that Hardaway was just a cooperative partner and was not loyal to the field of war. He did not regard Hardaway as his own person he could trust. Hardaway was angry, and while dealing with the fire from the Mechanical Legion, he observed Han Xiao in the distance. He seems not to be affected. What damage did the white light cause to him? Xiao sneered, not intending to explain. After 10 years of fighting, a large amount of intelligence has accumulated in the war field to fight Han Xiao. Compared with the strong physical vitality, Black Star is a mental weakness, which cannot be concealed and most forces can guess. But Han Xiao is only relatively weak in this regard, not the absolute key. His vitality is still strong, and ordinary A-level mind masters or spiritual masters are still no match for them. But if you're a super A-level mind master, it will be different. This ball of mental toxins that come from Cisco is embodied, and is something that Jod finally got. His inspiration came from the fact that the leader of the Dark Star summoned the clone of the strange god 7 years ago, with the purpose of weakening Han Xiao. Because the Overlord has always hoped that the Black Star would reach Super A, and wanted to kill him head-on and improve his deterrence. Xiao took Heber's order first, and never used this mental toxin against Han Xiao, silently waiting for his progress. But not long ago, the Domineer told him personally that Black Star was almost impossible to become a Super A in the remaining 2 or 3 years of the war, and Domineer's plan was about to fail, so Xiao believed that there was no need to let Black Star go, which was not contrary to Herber's idea. If the Black Star cannot become a Super A, then the Overlord will only take action after the war is over due to the rules of the war. So Xiao decided to find a way to use Cisco's mental power toxin to weaken the Black Star, reduce the opponent's strength, and reduce the pressure on his own advanced combat power. This mentality is similar to the idea of holding a stock with great potential for a long time, but the growth of the stock has stagnated and even has a downward trend, so it sells to stop loss. Cisco's mental power toxin is very hidden and the source is not visible. Chowder probably doesn't even know who he has hit. Your mission has been completed. Please find an opportunity to retreat by yourself. Chowder calmed down, said casually, and interrupted the communication. He was already very satisfied with the Black Star's attack this time. Hardaway was silent, and he was the only one left in the communication channel. After being attacked, Black Star no longer continued to harass him. He suddenly felt a sense of loneliness and aspiration to retreat. He rushed left and right on the battlefield, using the Warfield fleet as a restraint, and relied on his indestructible body to rush out of the encirclement of the Mechanical Legion, snatched a spaceship, and quickly left the battlefield, jumped and fled. Han Xiao was already used to his escape posture and knew that he could not chase him with his current strength, so he recalled the Mechanical Legion and turned around to deal with other advanced enemy combat forces. The hostile natural disaster level fled one after another. The Eternal also entered the field to participate in the battle. The crystal edges and corners shot out a series of super-concentrated phantom annihilation rays, destroying all ships passing by, leaving line-shaped blank areas on the battlefield. Faced with the irresistible advancement of the Zero Agency, the war field changed its strategy, no longer resisted desperately, and began to fight and retreat. Seeing that the jump base station was about to fall, the warfield directly bombed the base station, actively cutting off the links to the strongholds of each planet and not leaving it to the enemy. Losing the fast wormhole passage, the strongholds on other planets became independent, and the fleets of the strongholds also began to evacuate, abandoning the Kant galaxy and retaining their vitality. It didn't take long for all troops in the war areas to evacuate, and a large-scale counterattack of the Agency 01, expelling all enemy troops in the Kant galaxy. The galaxies stationed in the war field have changed from 5 to 4. That is, the foundation of the war field in the Kant galaxy is unstable. If it is replaced by 3 galaxies that have been occupied for a long time, it will not be so easy to expel the enemy. Even so, this time it was a rare victory. The Zero Agency was inspired and confident, and Amethyst was overjoyed to hear the good news. The player's campaign mission has also been settled. The victory results have improved the mission evaluation, and the rewards have increased. A planet stronghold that has been occupied by the Agency 0. Black smoke rolled, and scorched corpses were everywhere. The soldiers who cleaned the battlefield walked through the messy battlefield and confiscated the spoils. There are many players mixed in the team, cleaning the battlefield, picking and picking, just like picking up garbage. This time I got a good harvest. If you disassemble these broken equipment into materials, you should be able to sell 1 or 2,000 inars. Quang Dao picked up a broken high-tech mechanical warhammer and threw it into the trophy box that was floating and following, feeling happy. The members of the Jianxing team also seized the spoils around and chatted in groups of 3 or 3. Deputy Captain Xia Xiaojian picked up a broken explosive gun, curled his lips, threw it aside, and asked casually, "Captain, how much experience do you have?" "Let's take a look." Quang Dao glanced at the panel. "You can almost advance." Since the end of the 2.0 version, these professional players were going to participate in the professional league, so they didn't have much experience. The level after the opening of the version was not the highest, and many people had not reached level 100 to advance. "You upgrade so quickly." Xia Xiaojian was envious. "I have almost any experience. I kill more enemies than you, and the mission evaluation is higher than you. So of course you upgrade as fast as me." Quang Dao was proud. Xia Xiaojian curled his lips. "Forget it, I won't compete with you. I'd better spend some experience to learn high-end knowledge and suppress the level." "What to do when you press the level?" "You should go to level B. Maybe you could get a level B when you hit those C-level monsters and get experience and punish them. Anyway, if you were an example, I'd better wait and see." Xia Xiaojian smiled. "It's up to you, coward. You'll be up sooner or later." Quang Dao rolled his eyes. On the other side of the battlefield, Cheng Genshin was also cleaning the battlefield with a few friends and chatting about topics. This battle has finally been completed. Let's find some time to go to other galaxies to respond to the conscription orders in the war field. Cheng Genshin said, "During the war, I didn't have much chance to join the opponent's camp. Now that the battle is over, I can move freely. I decided to take action after the eternal regret. It seems that there is still a 50% discount now. I think we will enjoy the last wave of benefits before changing camps. First, return to the headquarters of the Black Star Army, spend all the benefits this time, and then join the war field." One person said. Cheng Genshin nodded. "It's okay. It's just that the main line evaluation added to our battle this time should be washed away and replaced with the main line mission of the Krent camp." Someone said regretfully. "That's nothing to do." Chang Hentian shook his head. "But at least we have received the reward for this battle. It's not a loss. Compared with the hidden plot of the Krent camp, this loss is nothing." Everyone nodded. At the same time, at another stronghold, Xiaoyi Fanhua is also thinking about this issue. After this mission is over, someone should join Krent. At that time, I can verify that my inference is correct. Krent is the best choice. Xiaoyi Fanhua muttered secretly. He believed in his speculation and was full of expectations for the Switch camp. The large army is cleaning the battlefield. Han Xiao asked Melas and others to be responsible for handling problems after the war and locked himself in the training room. In the room, Han Xiao looked pale, closed his eyes, focused on his own, and felt his negative state. It took him a long time to open his eyes and look solemn. The problem is very difficult. Soul poisoning always makes him in a state of mental weakness with a reduced attribute by 20%, and his physical strength and strength consume an additional 15%, which requires more energy to use his skills. Sensory misleading reduces his hit rate, critical strike rate, and dodgeability. The whisper hallucinations continued to harass him mentally, and strange voices kept whispering in his mind, making it difficult for him to remain calm and rational. The most dangerous thing is that he has other subpersonalities, and the mental parasitism is that this group of mental toxins parasitizes in his spirit. Every time he consumes his energy, part of his energy will be absorbed by the mental toxins, which is used to nourish the weak subpersonality, make the subpersonality stronger, and compete for the control of the body. If the control of the body is robbed, the panel says it will enter a state of chaos, without being controlled, and without distinguishing between enemies and us. But Han Xiao knew that for him, the actual effect would be more complicated, not just as simple as entering a state of chaos. Cisco. Alas, I hate mastermind. Han Xiao frowned and rubbed his temples. Now the secondary personality seems to be very weak, and he has not felt its existence yet. But every time he does it in the future, the secondary personality will grow stronger. Could it be that the goal of the war field is to limit my actions and prevent me from fighting at will? Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. Even if he was prepared for the attack of a super A-level mind master, he would still be hit. It seems that we have to let go of other things and find a way to solve these negative situations first. Han Xiao sighed. The duration is unknown, and I guess it won't disappear by myself. How should I eliminate it? He endured the mental fatigue and thought secretly. The easiest way is to ask Cisco's original help. But Cisco didn't know whether it was an enemy or a friend, so he came to the door rashly and fell into the trap. The second way is to ask Austin for help. You can consider this. The information on the panel was not inconsistent. Han Xiao wanted to see the details of the mental toxin, but his profession was very materialistic and could not give his spirit a physical examination. So he had to summon Loki and Ferdine. You have been attacked by a super A-level mental master? Ferdine and Loki came to the room. After hearing Han Xiao's explanation, they were shocked at the same time. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows and sighed. It's hard to defend against it. I didn't expect to meet Cisco. Fording, please help me check how bad the situation is. Fording became serious, solemnly stretched out his hands, pressed behind Han Xiao's ears, closed his eyes, and explored his mental power into Han Xiao's brain. Han Xiao could feel Fording's mental power tentacles stretched in. Buzz! Suddenly, the vision in front of him changed, showing the scene of his mental and mental domain, which was shared by Fording. The spiritual brain is a vast white world. Han Xiao and Fording both exist in the form of a spiritual body in light man, overlooking the spiritual brain. At this time, 1/10 of the area was filled with purple-black mist, and the mist tried to condense into a human form from time to time, but failed every time. This is the toxin of mind that is parasitic in your mental brain. Fording's tone was solemn. It will constantly absorb your energy and expand by itself. When it expands to 30% of the area, your subpersonal personality will have its own consciousness and start to compete for the body. Han Xiao's face was not good looking. Can you clear these toxins of mind? Fording shook his head helplessly. This is a piece of mind power of a super-level mind power master. It is domineering and eroding, and it is difficult to eradicate. Even my mind power will be swallowed by it and turn into nutrients. Sorry. At this moment, Loki's mental body also squeezed in and appeared beside the two of them. He glanced at it and then patted Han Xiao's shoulder. You are out of help. Pass the position of the Legion commander to me. I will inherit your career. I really thank you, Han Xiao said angrily. The toxin of mind sounds quite serious. Although Han Xiao felt it was troublesome, he was not very panicked. He always believed that there were always more solutions than difficulties. You can't remove toxins, either? Han Xiao asked her key. At most I engrave the rune array of spiritual defense on you. delaying the erosion of the mind-power toxin. Loki sighed. However, these methods cannot cure you. It is indeed a mistake for me to choose to be a magician. Fording interrupted. I can also help you strengthen the mind barrier and suppress the mind-power toxin. As for completely expelling it, we can't do it. You have to find another way. Fording's talent is the highest in the Legion, and he entered the natural disaster level earlier than Sivia, but his identity in the Legion is similar to a guest official and does not hold a specific position. Then help me suppress the toxin of mind first, and I will find a way to find other things. Han Xiao felt relieved. As long as he was not helpless, it would be easy. The super A-level mental power is very strong, but the natural disaster level can also provide a certain degree of defense. Fording's spiritual body shines brightly, and a continuous stream of invisible thought power surges out like a sea of tides, wrapping Han Xiao's spiritual brain world, and the spiritual barrier presents a stable shield structure connected by countless hexagons. Soon, the activity of mind toxin was significantly reduced, and the purple-black mist showed a certain inertia and no longer churned. Han Xiao was excited, and the symptoms of weakness and mental harassment were greatly reduced. The attributes of soul poisoning were reduced from 20% to 14%, and the negative effects of whispering hallucination and sensory misleading were also significantly weakened. The rune magic array must be drawn on your body. Go out first. Loki's mental body withdrew from Han Xiao's brain domain chat room. Han Xiao and Fording also took back their spiritual bodies, and their senses returned to the outside world. Han Xiao's vision changed, and he returned to the spaceship's practice room. Fording withdrew his finger and walked aside. Loki walked up, flipped his palm, and appeared an emerald-green crystal wand with the length of his forearm. The end of the wand was swaying with dazzling magic light, and a few shiny pieces were emitted. He raised his hand and made a move, and more than a dozen thick magic books appeared in front of him, turning the pages automatically, making a clamor. During the flipping process, the pages of books filled with various magic languages automatically fell off from time to time, surrounding Loki. These are the magic circle model records he had prepared to engrave Han Xiao after searching for magic books, and took them out for reference. Take off your shirt. I will draw a magic circle on you. Han Xiao untied his clothes, revealing his strong upper body, tight abdominal muscles, and knotted back muscles. While full of strength, he also has a streamlined beauty. He is not as thorny as a martial artist, but is just rightly strong. The expertise he extracted, golden proportional body, made his figure look like a work of art. Draw it. Han Xiao nodded. Loki mobilized his magic power. His eyes radiated, and used the magic wand as a brush and the magic power as paint to outline the magic circle on Han Xiao's body. The cold magic power wandered around the body, accompanied by stinging pain and a little itchy, which was quite similar to the feeling of a tattoo. After drawing for more than 10 minutes, Rakib breathed out and sprayed out a misty spell breath. The light in his eyes gradually faded. It was already extremely serious for the master of his level to portray a set of enchantments in more than 10 minutes. Loki took a few steps back, looked at Han Xiao, and sighed, "Although I don't know if it's useful, I'm really good at painting." Han Xiao lowered his head to observe. At this time, his upper body was covered with extremely complex rune patterns, like a tattoo, and could not be smeared. The left pectoral muscle is a multi-ring, nested blue-gold, circular magic array. The abdomen is a number of irregularly shaped magic arrays arranged like constellations. They are connected together by chain-shaped runes. The arms are covered with patterns, as if chains are wrapped around the arms. The back is also full of magic arrays. The spine is used as the trunk, extending out the lush magic array, like dense bushes and fruits on the trees. In addition to his face and head, Han Xiao's upper body was covered with runes, emitting a flashing glimmer, and the frequency was like breathing. I used the technology of portable enchantment, using your body as the cornerstone, and engrave a rune magic array on it. It will automatically absorb the free magic elements from the outside world to replenish energy and maintain operation. Portable enchantment is an important technology in the enchantment system. It enchants life, bodies, and strengthens certain qualities of the opponent. Some magic civilizations will use this method to enhance the combat power of soldiers, and some strong people will also enchant their bodies and solidify certain spells. Han Xiao is familiar with this form of enchantment. He had a mage who specialized in this kind of business in his previous life, and players could get services as long as they spend money. This is also an important business for the Dharma Master to make money, just like the mechanical player selling products. Han Xiao stroked his arm curiously and could clearly touch the runes patterns with his fingertips. Even with his experience, he felt that the enchantment on his body was extremely complicated. The limitation of portable enchantment lies in the physical strength of the enchanted person. The more enchantments, the greater the load. Fortunately, your body is very tough, so I have portrayed a large number of magic circles for you. Riki talked jokingly. The protection of Emperor Vaya, the embrace of the white magic ancestor, the autism of the Libis, and the autism of the spirit. There is also the stable spiritual Komotan 13 rings alchemy array, the spiritual furnace to enhance mental power, etc. The effect is good. I feel much more comfortable. Various hallucinations were suppressed, and Han Xiao's brain became much clearer. After looking at the panel, the effects of various negative states were weakened again. The weakening of the full attributes of soul poisoning was reduced to 5%. And the impact was already very small. On the panel, the effects of these portable enchantments are shown, most of which are to increase the mental resistance value. Due to the increase in the base, his advanced mind toughness bonus effect also increases. By the way, I also engraved a spiritual exploration magic array for you. Lockie pointed to a small magic array in Han Xiao's chest. As long as you focus your consciousness on it, you can enter the spiritual brain domain by yourself without our assistance. I think you may need this ability to observe the erosion of mental toxins. This is practical. Han Xiao Ishi is relatively materialistic in the mechanical system, has no spiritual ability, and cannot detect the spiritual brain domain by himself. He can't ask people to help every time. With this enchantment, he can enter his own spiritual world at any time. He tried it. His vision changed instantly, and his mental body entered his spiritual brain alone. At this time, many barriers in the brain area blocked the toxin, and the area of the toxin was suppressed and narrowed from 10% to 6%. These methods can only be suppressed. It seems that if you want to expel the toxins, you still need to help you at a level A. Han Xiao said intimately. Needless to mention Cisco, I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend, and the two have no friendship. Han Xiao doesn't plan to find him, so it's more convenient to ask Austin for help. Although Austin is not a professional mind master, both the magic and mind power systems belong to the mysterious profession. Han Xiao left the spiritual world, took out the communicator, thought about it, put on his clothes first, and then contacted Austin. Black Star, Austin, a childlike person, appeared in the virtual screen with a curious look on his face. I haven't contacted me for a few years. What's the matter with you? Your Magister. I hope you can get your help. Han Xiao nodded and explained. You were actually hit by Cisco's mental power attack. You're in a bad luck. Austin smiled. Okay, come and find me. I haven't seen Cisco for a long time. Let me see how he has made any progress. The 4 Super A of the Broken Star Rings. Heber is overbearing, Emmer's willful, Cisco is cold. Only Austin is friendly and speaks nicely. When he heard Han Xiao's request for help, he agreed immediately. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Riki. Do you want to go with me to Austin's territory? Riki shook his head. Since he had come out, he didn't want to go back. Okay, then you're in charge of the Black Star Legion and cooperate with Melos, Sivia, and others to deal with the follow-up issues of this battle. I will leave for a while first. Han Xiao said solemnly. Now, you are the only 2 of you in the Legion know my current situation. Don't tell others. Even Xiao, didn't know the specific effect of this group of thought power toxin on him. Han Xiao was preparing to block the news and did not want to expose his temporary weakness. Fuden, you can follow me first, Han Xiao said. With Ferdine by her side, you can get the halo of high-level luck, and once the mind power toxin changes, Ferdine can help herself to a certain extent. The most important thing is that fighting in person will cause strength to turn into nutrients from mental power toxins, so you have to bring some thugs around you. Fording is now a level mental power master, and his combat power is reliable. You are in trouble now. Of course I will be by your side. Fording smiled warmly. His handsome face seemed to emit light. Please take away your magical powers and stop using charming techniques. Han Xiao has a headache. After the end of the counterattack campaign, the Zero Office left some troops to garrison the Kant Galaxy border and set up blockade lines to prevent the war from making a comeback, while other participating forces returned with full load. More than 1 million players who participated in the battle had a lot of gains and were satisfied with the team's triumphant success. Han Xiao took Fording and another thug Marion to leave the main force and head to the Red Rogue Cultivation Society in Austin. The faction panel can release camp tasks remotely, and all the products that should be included are placed in the faction store, so Han Xiao does not need to be with the players all the time. Players made a lot of money this time, and the 50% discount of benefits has not ended yet. There will always be people spending in the Legion, so Han Xiao doesn't need to worry about it for the time being. Moreover, after this battle, there will be no more large-scale military operations in the short term. He has enough free time to solve the problem of mental toxins. The Red Painting Society is located in another star cluster, and the journey is quite long. Han Xiao and the other two embark on a journey. Meanwhile, the Warfield headquarters, Herbert Star. The command center counted the defeated war losses. Xiao listened to his subordinates' reports, and the war losses were quite large, but he smiled and was not angry at all. The Zero mechanism came out in full swing, and it was normal for them to be expelled. However, the biggest result of this time was to successfully plot against Black Star, and Xiao was very satisfied with this. Black Star is just one person, but it has overwhelming combat power at the level of advanced combat power. Over the past decade, the warfield has lost dozens or hundreds of natural disaster levels in Black Star's hands. Even if there's an entire star cluster as a talent reserve, this is not a small number. Herbert's heart is as hard as iron. He doesn't care about the loss of war and is calm, but Xiao can't do it. He is the calculating housekeeper, and he feels more distressed than anyone else about the loss of advanced combat power. If Heber hadn't wanted to raise pigs, Xiao wouldn't dare to let Han Xiao stay active in the war. He has used so many methods but failed to kill Black Star. Even if Black Star was in the plot, Xiao didn't feel that he could threaten his life, so he did not plan to carry out subsequent assassination. Black Star would be left to your Master Baz to deal with it personally. Jod was in a happy mood and was already satisfied with being able to weaken Black Star. Although I don't know what kind of injury Black Star was injured, Xiao secretly prayed that the best result would be, that is, the Black Star could not continue to participate in the battle, and that Amethyst could not use this ace. Without Black Stars, their advanced combat power in the warfield is qualified to be waived. In a certain galaxy of the Colton cluster, Longtan Floating Island is slowly drifting in the universe. Compared with 7 years ago, the terrain of Longtanfu Island has undergone significant changes, becoming 3 floating islands, 1 big and 2 small. The largest one is the original floating island, now the main island, and 2 other small floating islands circling next to the main island like satellites. These are 2 newly added sub-islands, stationed in Longtan's armed forces. With the support of the Black Star Army, Verna spent 7 years expanding the second field fleet of Longtan to a considerable scale, and even the port of the main island could not be installed. The 2 sub-islands were military camps, and it was the land where Aesop asked Ameth to use force to pick out from the surface of the planet. After 7 years of development, Longtan has also gained a new look. At this moment, Emmys, Aesop, Verna, and Jenny gathered at the port of Longtan Main Island, and all the famous members of Longtan were here. A brand new dark red spacecraft docked at the port, and Hela and Aurora stood in front of everyone with their luggage. The two of them are still in temperament, but they are much more mature than they were 7 years ago. Both of them are wearing combat uniforms of different styles, with distinct colors. Hela's clothes are black and red, while Aurora has a white background and gold edge. "Don't you really want to stay and help me?" Verna spoke with regret. Now the Black Star Army is close to independence. The Second Armed Forces, led by Verna, are the fleet exclusive to Longtan. She is the fleet commander and has elite soldiers and strong generals under her command. She worked for Longtan for 7 years and had established deep feelings with Longtan's cadres and was quite close to Hela and Aurora. Today is the day when Hela and Aurora left Longtan. After practicing with Dragon Saint for more than 10 years, Hela finally planned to leave the mountain. Verna asked the two sisters to stay more than once and became her right-hand man, but unfortunately they had decided to leave. "Sorry, Sister Verna, we reached an agreement with Uncle Blackstar very early, and we will definitely go to him." Aurora looked apologetic. Verna sighed. The Blackstar Army helped her a lot. The Hela sisters were very ties with Blackstar, and she was embarrassed to keep poaching. Jenny snorted coldly. "I called 200,000 in NARs into your account, enough for you to use on the road. Blackstar is the rich man. When you join him, I don't need to give you money." "Thank you, Sister Jenny." Aurora thanked politely. "Humph." Jenny turned her head, and the performance of the two insisting on joining the Blackstar Legion made her feel very depressed. Visander laughed and said, "After seeing the Blackstar, remember to say hello to me." "Okay." Aurora nodded. "By the way, I'll say hello to me, Zitsidi Hire, the logistics manager of Longtan, who is used to being a transparent insect, also spoke. "I know." Oro pulled her neck and had been together for more than 10 years. Hire's hideous Zerg appearance still made her a little scared. Aesop shook his head and said, "I have peeked at your future, and I don't know whether it is right or wrong to ask you to find Blackstar. Fate is always in an uncertain state and will change at any time. This is what you told us." Aurora blinked her big eyes and said crisply. Aesop sighed repeatedly, muttering words like Blackstar, death, war. Finally, the eyes of the two Hela sisters gathered on Emmers. Emmer smiled faintly, opened her red lips lightly, and her voice was very soft. "Be careful on the road." Aurora smiled sweetly. "I know the teacher." Hela, who had been expressionless and speechless, showed a hint of respect in her eyes, nodded and bowed and bowed. "Thank you very much for your teaching over the past 10 years. A kind look flashed in Emmer's eyes, nodded, and said nothing. Hyla straightened up, glanced at his friends who had been with him for more than 10 years, pulled Aurora, who had turned around, and stepped on the gangway of the dark red spacecraft, walked into the cabin, and closed the cabin door. Under the gaze of Emmys and others, the spacecraft slowly took off, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared from the other end of the stars. Emmers stared at the direction of the spaceship going away with her hands behind her back, and muttered to herself softly, "So this is what it feels like to be a teacher." Aesop's ears moved and walked away as if he was a thief. At the headquarters of the Black Star Army, the fleet that went on a triumphant journey with spoils, players earned a lot of rewards, and their shriveled wallets became fuller. Most of them came back to spend. This large-scale military operation has a great influence in the player group. This is the first large-scale battle for Legion players on the main line of 3.0. After this battle, many players have basically adapted to version 3.0 and figured out the main line goals and the current interstellar situation. In the forum, there are countless discussions about this battle. The first large-scale interstellar battle participated by the Black Star Army, which changed a decade later, is quite memorable. This battle was also recorded by players in the Star Sea Chronicle. On August 4th, 704, the Black Star Army, together with the Number Zero mechanism, sent troops to attack the Warfield troops in the Kant Galaxy and returned with great victory. The Chronicles of Star Sea is an important document written by all players. It records the experiences of many players and forms the plots and events development process of various areas of the Star Sea. Even if it is not a plot experience by yourself, some of the chronicles are keen on querying various interstellar news and supplementing the events of the chronicles. Although it has only reached the 3.0 version, the Starsea Chronicle has recorded a lot of information, and it is divided into subcatalogs according to the division of star fields, forces, and characters, making it the same as the records of the Grand Historian. In the Broken Star Ring area, the Black Star Legion is naturally the most familiar force and plot line for players. Han Xiao and the Legion have a special subpage. The player records the development stage of the Black Star Legion based on the time course. From the Sea Blue Star to the current star cluster-level forces, various events that have been updated for 10 years of versions have been recorded, which is very detailed for new players who later entered the trap to understand. A spaceship left the airport of the Black Star Army headquarters. 100 people on the ship were players who were planning to go to Krent. They contacted the forum and decided to leave together. Chang Genshin and several friends were also among them, enjoying the benefits of the last Black Star Army. The harvest of this battle took a lot of money. I didn't expect that I had been in the Black Star Legion for so long in a blink of an eye. Now I'm leaving. I'm really reluctant to leave. In the corner of the cabin, everlasting hesitation, Heaven browsed the chronicle records of the Black Star Legion, inexplicably feeling sad. Looking back at the porthole, the huge Black Star Legion headquarters was getting farther and farther away from sight. Players have watched the growth of the Black Star Legion since 1.0, accompanied by 2 versions. The Black Star Legion's current achievements have been made by their contributions. The chronicle records carry the memories of all players working together, and the reluctance of eternal regret arises naturally. Everlasting hesitation, Heaven looked around his companions. 70 or 80% of the players on the ship were gamblers. They did not change camps to experience the unknown plot, but wanted to seize the possible hidden interests of Krent, so they were not as sentimental as a plot player. Don't think too much. My judgment will not go wrong. The man next to him seemed nervous when he saw Chang Genshin's behavior. He reached out and patted his shoulder and said with a smile. The sky of everlasting regret turned around, and the ID above this person's head was flowers in summer night. Xiaoyi Fanhua is the initiator of this team. He believes in himself and is preparing to change camps and take the initiative to contact these players who are interested in joining Krent to act together. Since he is the person who analyzed the benefits of Krent, the players on the ship are vaguely led by him. I'm not nervous. Chang Genshin shook his head. Xiaoyi Fanhua smiled, then clapped her hands, letting all the players on the ship see it, and said loudly, Our goal for this trip is the West Wind Galaxy. There are many strongholds in the war field, the most stable power, and we are recruiting troops. This is our opportunity to join Krent so that we can become the main line of the Krent camp. Everyone responded in groups of 3 or 3. Everyone believes in me. I will definitely not suffer any losses. Xiaoyi Fanhua smiled and looked at the hundreds of players, feeling a little excited, feeling like a pioneer. After a long journey, Xiaoyi Fanhua and others changed several interstellar flights. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Shifeng Galaxy and arrived at the conscription office in the war field. After submitting the files, they followed the officers onto the troop transport ship and headed to a planetary stronghold. The war field will also replenish the source of troops in the local area. Relying on the banner of the Overlord in Krent, there will always be people joining. Interstellar citizens are very free, especially on the borders of the West Wind Galaxy. There are many foreign populations, and they're not loyal to the Amethyst civilization. On the troop transport ship, thousands of space warriors were arranged neatly, receiving inspection by officers, and more than 100 players were mixed in. The officer browsed everyone's resumes, suddenly stopped in front of Xiaoyi Fanhua, frowned, and said in surprise, Are you members of the Black Star Army? Why are you here to join us? Xiaoyi Fanhua thought for a while and replied, We hope to seek better development in the field of war. Oh, you made the right choice. Although he said that, a trace of contempt flashed in the officer's eyes. There are basically tough guys in the field of war, and this officer is no exception. He never misses those who surrender to the enemy for the sake of his interests. Okay, You are now a member of the war field. When you arrive at the stronghold, you'll have a task assigned to you. After the officer said that, he turned his head and walked away. The people from the Black Star Army surrendered to the enemy, and he felt that he wanted to report it to his boss. Xia Fanhua clenched her fists excitedly and whispered, "Did you see it? I'm right. The identity of the Black Star Army can actually get us special attention from Krent. The earlier we join Krent, the easier it will be to be valued." The players who followed him were happy when they saw a good start. At this moment, a prompt popped up on the panel of these people. You activate the new camp, the war field, current relationship, cold 0/300. You activate the new camp, the Krent Empire, current relationship, cold 0/300. Xia Fanhua and others were about to be happy, but the prompt is far from over. The subsequent prompt made everyone stunned. Your S-level main mission, Secret War Machine 0, has failed. You have obtained a new mission, Secret War Field. The accumulated task evaluation is zeroed, recalculated. You join the opposing camp of the Amethyst civilization. The relationship between Amethyst civilization becomes hostile. The relationship between galaxy-level civilization of some Colton clusters is cleared and becomes cool. You join the confrontation camp of the Zero Agency. The relationship between the Agency Zero becomes hostile. You join the opposing camp of the Black Star Legion. Black Star Legion relationship becomes hostile. You lose the identity of a member of the Black Star Legion. The faction panel and faction store are closed, and you cannot enjoy the Black Star Legion service. The relationship between the characters of the Black Star Legion is cleared, and the accumulated contribution is cleared. Xia Fanhua and others were stunned. Although they vaguely guessed that changing camps would lose a lot of things, when it actually happened, everyone was still feeling cold. Suddenly, everyone's communicator sounded, and Philip's subroutine jumped out, and the originally cute sound turned into a cold mechanical sound. You betray the Black Star Legion and choose to surrender to the enemy. You cannot obtain any services from the Black Star Legion. The program will be automatically uninstalled. Uninstall buzz. The next moment, the Philip subroutine of the communicator disappeared. It seemed to be uninstalled, but it actually hid it and turned into background surveillance. If you just join some neutral camps, this would not happen, but betraying the enemy is equivalent to betraying the original camp, and you will inevitably be punished, lose the favorable impression of the original camp, and become a hostile relationship. Xia Fanhua felt distressed and suddenly noticed the angry gazes of the players around her, and was pushed to the corner by everyone. You have to give us an explanation. This wave of losses stimulated their fragile nerves. These camp relationships were all made with two versions, and they were instantly wasted. 100 people were like red-eyed gamblers, with great momentum. Listen to my explanation. Xia Fanhua hurriedly defended. I said a long time ago that there will definitely be risks in changing camps. The advantage of Krent lies in long-term interests. The chance of winning secret wars is greater. There are few people, and no one robs resources. The most important thing is to be able to connect with cosmic civilizations. This is the potential of the future. We must abandon the immediate benefits to gain long-term gains. This is investment. Do you understand investment? Everyone came for Krent's future development, but the huge losses made them lose their minds all at once. After hearing Xia Fanhua's explanation, they calmed down a little. Xia Fanhua struck while the iron was hot and said, "Don't worry, we have lost the favorable impression of many of Colton's camps. But in fact, the loss is not big because we will develop in Krent's territory in the future, with small competition and many resources. Even if we have to get up from the bottom again, the benefits will be greater in the future. You can wait. Sooner or later, more people will join Krent for the sake of cosmic civilization, and we are equivalent to gaining a leading advantage. More than 100 players have different expressions. These people just want to make profits and not want to suffer losses. But now they have already boarded the pirate ship, so they can only believe that Xia Fanhua has gone all the way to black." Seeing everyone calm down, Xia Fanhua breathed a sigh of relief. Among the crowd, only the heaven of Changhen is the calmest. His goal is to have a unique plot and be able to bear the losses calmly. Seeing the group of gamblers around him worried about gains and losses, he felt a little funny, and his mentality was quite transcendent. At the same time, Xiao Fanhua and others did not know that at the moment of their betrayal, the Black Star Army's mission list suddenly topped a new mission, and the information of Xiao Fanhua and others appeared in the wanted order. Bonus mission, Legion Wanted Order, Task Introduction. The Black Star Legion will never tolerate the betrayer. Any member will receive a reward when killing the betrayer. Task requirements: kill or capture the traitor alive. Reward depends on the strength of the target. This mission can be recollected. Not only players, hundreds of millions of members of the Black Star Legion can receive the wanted order issued by the internal members, which is equivalent to the employment issued by the Legion to internal members. Releasing a wanted warrant is an inevitable result. This is the standard process for most forces to deal with traitors. Although Han Xiao attaches importance to players and gives them enough freedom and benefits, the punishment mechanism that should be available must not be missing. Otherwise, his own camp is like a sieve. Wouldn't the player surrender to the enemy if he wants to? If the Legion does not clearly draw a clear line, he will take the blame and take over the board in the end, which will be even more troublesome. Someone is betrayed? It turned out to be a group of players. I thought they were NPCs. Xia Yifanhua. Isn't this the guy who said that the Krink camp is good? Is this the one who wants to set an example? Yes. It means that these players will become wanted red names in a wanted state. We will get rewards for every time we kill them. The players in the Legion were in high spirits. There have been no players in the hostile camp for a long time. The earliest one was the group of unlucky guys who joined the Germination in version 1.0, and now there are finally objects to PK in the wild again. If you're an NPC traitor, you will be gone if you kill once, but if you're a player in an opposing camp, you will kill as many times as you want. This is a recyclable resource. On the other side, before Xiao Fanhua and others calmed down, a friend contacted them privately. What? We are all wanted. Xiao Fanhua opened her mouth wide, looking shocked. Doesn't this mean that millions of players and hundreds of millions of NPCs in the Black Star Army will chase them? This was much more serious than he expected. Xiao Fanhua's throat thrust unnaturally, and she swallowed her saliva with difficulty. A sharp chill suddenly came from behind. He turned his head stiffly like a robot, and what jumped into his eyes was the angry eyes of 100 players behind him. I can still explain. Xiao Fanhua pulled out a stiff and forced smile and tried her best to barely calm the anger that the others had once again surged. Such a serious consequence was something he did not expect. Xiao Fanhua carefully observed the other people's angry faces and felt a little cold. If you guess wrong, you don't need to chase the Legion, and these speculators around you will take the initiative to squat on his body and kill him through it. Colton Cluster, a certain galaxy. 4 Raiders spacecraft surrounded a dark red spacecraft, and the energy chains and traction beams trapped the dark red spacecraft in place. The leader of this small star pirate group stared at the prey through the porthole and licked his lips. A hint of greed appeared on his malnourished face, and the star pirates behind him were also full of joy. Due to the rise of the Black Star Legion, the star pirates of the Colton Cluster are becoming increasingly difficult to mix. The Black Star's reputation is even terrified of the big star pirates. Small star pirates like them can only act in a low-key manner like mice. This time, I finally encountered a single spacecraft, and the star pirate group hurriedly followed and robbed. Finally found this. This is a Chidu-class spacecraft, very valuable. A subordinate went online to check the model of the dark red spacecraft, looking surprised. The star pirate leader clenched his fists excitedly, holding the idea of seizing the dark red spacecraft, and hurriedly threatened with the communication channel. Don't escape, no counterattack, otherwise we will destroy your spacecraft. The people in the dark red spacecraft seemed to be frightened, and the spacecraft stayed obediently, without the intention of counterattack. The star pirate leader relaxed his heart, controlled the spacecraft to slowly approach, stretched out his mechanical arm, and prepared to dock with the dark red spacecraft. At this moment, the dark red spacecraft suddenly burst out with a high-energy reaction, and the red energy fluctuations exploded in a spherical shape. In the blink of an eye, sweeping through the 4 Raider spacecraft, as if they were invisible and intangible. The smiles of the Star Pirate leader and his men froze on their faces. Plop! The next moment, all the Star Pirates on the 4 spacecraft fell all over the ground, their smiles still, but their eyes lost their luster, and their spirits were crushed in an instant, becoming corpses. The gray shadow was pulled out of the corpse by invisible force, turning into swelling and rolling mist, flying towards the dark red spacecraft from afar, gathering in a white palm. Hyra Noodles had no expression, absorbing these scattered soul power, and its supernatural powers grew a little invisible. She was able to absorb the residual spiritual energy of dead living bodies to enhance her superpowers. She had no chance when she was in Longtan. She only broke through the A-level threshold through hard practice. Now, she has officially entered the universe and has no restrictions. There are more opportunities for killing, so she picked up this way to enhance her strength. In terms of growth, Hella's potential may not be lost to normal players. However, she will not pursue power as enthusiastically as in her previous life and Massacre Planets. Sister, what should I do with these 4 spacecraft? Aurora asked while controlling the spacecraft. In Longtan, in addition to exercising superpowers, Aurora also learned a lot of auxiliary knowledge and knew how to fly a spacecraft. Take it with you. Maybe Han Xiao will use it for modification. Hella was not very concerned about the spoils and secretly recalled the battle just now. She had been training with Emmers for a long time, not sure how high her actual combat power was. I seem quite awesome, Hyla said intimately. The galaxy is long and the road is long. On the other hand, after a long journey, Han Xiao and the other 2 were calm all the way. After spending more than half a month, they finally arrived at the headquarters of the Red Row Cultivator in Austin. As a famous Super A organization, the Red Painting Society is headquartered with public information. It is located in the Goran Star Cluster and is known as the Secret Arts Temple. The Palace of Secret Techniques is a huge palace suspended in the universe. This palace itself is the Wizard Tower in Austin and is taken out as the base of the Hongpao Secretariat. The Mage Tower is an important equipment for magicians, and it can come in handy whether it is fighting or doing research. As the Mage Tower of super-level mages, the Secret Art Palace is said to have solidified 48,000 rune magic arrays with perfect attack, defense, movement, life, energy, and other mechanisms, and projected throughout hundreds of secondary dimensions, and can leave the main universe and enter the secondary dimension at any time. If divided by equipment quality, Austin's Secret Arts Hall level exceeds that of Orange equipment, reaching the level of Cosmic Treasures, and is the top golden equipment. The spacecraft slowly approached the Secret Art Hall, and Han Xiao and the other 2 observed the famous Magister Hall through the porthole from a distance. The Secret Art Hall is magnificent and magnificent. It is based on fine gold and mithril, and is dotted with colorful magic crystals. It is like a dreamy cosmic castle, layer by layer, and many sub-towers are distributed. The tidal, surging magic light wrapped around the luxurious palace, covered with colorful mist, and countless energy arrays were distributed on the protective cover, drawing dark energy from the universe and flashing complex rune circuits. It's really spectacular. Fording looked admiring. It's so grand. Marion spoke in awe. It's so rich. Han Xiao squeezed out an envious voice from his teeth, and his focus was obviously different from others. If a mechanical system is a businessman, then the magician is a rich man, especially the magician at Austin level, with strong assets that even Han Xiao couldn't help but envy. Han Xiao issued a landing application to the Palace of Secret Laws. After obtaining permission, he drove the spacecraft to the airport. At this time, there were many spacecraft of different types docked on the spaceport, all of which were from different galaxies. The mages who came to study. The Palace of Secret Arts has always been open to the outside world. Countless mages stayed here to study spells, which was very prosperous. A brick here can kill at least 2 magicians. The Red Row Cultivation Order is a transcendent neutral magic force. Austin does not cooperate with the star cluster-level civilization and does not conduct armed expansion. He allows most mages from the Order Party to join the Society to study, share knowledge, and improve the membership level to browse more advanced magic knowledge. The organizational structure is loose, but there are more members than the war field. Only the Forbidden Witches and several other troops are directly subordinates of Austin. According to Han Xiao's understanding, the Red Painting Society is a private magic school. Austin is the principal, and direct cadres are leaders and lecturers at all levels. The Witch Forbidden Army is equivalent to a student union or school spirit picket team. This is much more popular. The three of them stepped onto the airport dock, and there was already someone waiting for reception. It was the one who had once met and took away the Forbidden Witch, Master Tesoro. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. Have you not been promoted yet? Han Xiao remembered him and joked. You are kidding. The Master of Curse is in the main hall. Please come with me. Tesoro's attitude is more respectful than last time. He dared to fight Han Xiao 10 years ago, but now he has no idea of confronting him. Several people chatted casually, walked into the secret technique hall, and headed to the main hall. The energy level here is so high. Marion took a few deep breaths, full of energy. Well, the Palace of Secret Methods absorbs the free dark energy and magic elements in the universe, and increases the concentration of magic here through the energy gathering array. The mage meditates here, with amazing efficiency and sufficient magic power is also convenient for various magic research. Even if you're not a magician, breathing the air here will make you full of energy. Tesoro explained. Fording pinched his eyebrows and said in surprise, My mind power seems to be suppressed and cannot be released too far. If it exceeds 50 meters, it will cause a huge obstacle. That's right, because many mages stay here to conduct their own magic research. They will set up various restrictions to prevent mental detection. It is a taboo to release mind power here. Tesoro said. Several people entered the main hall, and the scene inside jumped into their eyes. Countless heavy magic books were suspended in the air, emitting the brilliance of silver stars, like stars in the sky and bright galaxies. Hundreds of translucent Austins sat cross-legged in the air, flipping through different books, all of which were projected by the star body. Austin's body sat on the throne, with his eyes closed, his round little face supported by the back of his hands, as if he was sleeping soundly, and there seemed to be a crystal light of water hanging on the corners of his mouth. As soon as Han Xiao and others walked in, Austin noticed something, brows moved, woke up, opened his eyes, and yawned, sleepy. Black Star, come on hot. Austin wiped off the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and his saliva turned into a finger-sized sky blue magic dragon, flying away like a joyful look. Your Magister. Han Xiao nodded and said hello. Fording and Marion followed suit. Tesoro left with a tactful sense and closed the door. It's rare that you come to me for help. Let's talk more later. I'll see what Cisco did to you first. Austin walked off the throne, and the clone projected by the stars in the sky returned to his nest like 100 birds, returning to his body, disappearing without a trace. He walked to Han Xiao with his short legs. His height was only as tall as Han Xiao's waist, and his unfitted wide red robe dragged all over the floor like a red carpet. Austin shook his head, his feet off the ground, and rose to the height of looking at Han Xiao in a straight look. He stretched out his short and tender fingers, gently tapped Han Xiao's forehead, looked at the mind power toxin, and exclaimed in surprise. How is it? Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he was moved by the Super A level. Is there any hidden danger in a situation? So that's the case, it's a bit troublesome. Austin took his finger back, put his hands behind him, and circled around Han Xiao. How much do you know about Cisco? Don't know much. Han Xiao thought about it. He remembered the information compiled by players in his previous life, but Cisco had very few deeds, and players could not involve senior management, so some information should be unknown to him. Okay, first of all, I have to tell you that the official name of this group of mind power toxin should be called the Soul Embryo, and I can't help you drive it away. Han Xiao was shocked. Can you not even a super A-level mage like you? Magic is not omnipotent. Austin shook his head helplessly. Lockie said the same. Han Xiao murmured in a low voice. I'll explain it to you. Just like I occasionally make magic scrolls myself, Cisco will use active techniques to store their own mental attacks. The disposable weapons we made in Super A level will be circulated on the black market and sold at sky-high prices. What hurts you this time is the disposable mental weapon made by Cisco. To be precise, this not only contains Cisco's mental power, but also contains another kind of power. As far as I know, before Cisco became Super A level, he had been in the Ancient Star Desert, which was an ancient star field. He got a cosmic treasure there, called the Evolution Block. I don't know which lost civilization it was. Han Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard this. It turned out to be this thing. At this time, Fording looked curious and asked, "What is the function of the evolutionary square?" Austin glanced at him, felt that Fording liked him, and explained to him, Cisco hid the evolutionary square very deeply. I have never seen the evolutionary square look, nor do I know the specific operating mechanism. I only know two deeds of Cisco using it. First, the evolutionary square can stimulate the potential of a species, evolve greatly in a short period of time, and automatically adjust it to the most adaptable gene sequence. It was Cisco who used the evolutionary square to complete the transformation of a super-level species. It was his activation of the rebirth bloodline, which is also the credit for the evolutionary square. Marion's breathing was heavy. Can this treasure lower the threshold for super-level A? More than that, Austin said slowly. Cisco also used evolution blocks to influence all the same races, completed the species evolution of the entire civilization, and easily passed through the process that other civilizations could only complete tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. His race has reached the perfect state of its own genetic sequence, and his body, lifespan, intelligence, and other qualities are all far beyond normal species. The combat power of a newborn is approaching the sea-level superpower. Fording looked surprised. It's too incredible that such a treasure exists. Will other forces covet such a powerful thing? Of course, someone was moved. The Zuling sect took the initiative to come to them. Cisco reached a deal with them and was willing to use the evolution block to serve the Zuling sect in exchange for the Zuling sect's protection for the entire civilization. Originally, Cisco's civilization was just an ordinary galaxy civilization, which developed rapidly and vaguely became the next cluster-level civilization. Although there was already a cluster-level civilization in his area, Cisco had the support of the Zuling sect, and its competitors did not dare to suppress him openly, so they could only watch him rise. Han Xiao nodded secretly. This was similar to the information he had. Cisco was dedicated to leading civilization, managing his own acre of 3-point land, and did not like to participate in disputes in other regions. He felt that with Cisco's temperament, the possibility of running out to participate in a secret war was very small. Fording was a little admired. It sounds like he is the hero of his civilization. Austin continued without comment and said, "The second manifestation of the evolutionary block is the increase in mental power. The upper limit is unknown, so Cisco's mental power is incredibly strong. His mental power alone is higher than mine. The most important thing is that the power of the evolutionary block is entangled with his mental power, producing a special reaction, making his active mental power contain strange vitality. The toxin of the mind power in your spiritual brain is actually the embryo that nurtures a new soul. Well, that is what you call a subpersonality, and this soul that has not yet been born has been rooted in your spiritual world and is linked to your own soul. Although I can eliminate it, you will suffer an irreversible heavy blow." Austin spread his hands. Irreversible heavy damage means. Han Xiao asked carefully. "I don't know. If you want to give it a try, I don't care." Austin laughed. Han Xiao was so distressed. "Is there no other way?" "That's not." Austin's smile was unfathomable. "If it were me or Emmers who suffered the same injury as you, he would be able to recover easily." Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he understood something. "You mean?" Although Cisco's mental power is strong, it is far from unsolvable at the Super A level. The Super A level spirit is extremely solid and tough. As long as you can become Super A level, you don't need other people's help. You can recover by yourself. Austin stared at Han Xiao with interest and added, "You know, if it were other people, I wouldn't say such things to them, but you are different. I have been optimistic about your potential for a long time. You might be able to become Super A level before being eroded and get rid of this predicament. Actually, there's a simpler way." Han Xiao couldn't help saying, "You will make notarization. Please ask Cisco for help. He must know how to resolve his attacks. You should have a good relationship with him." "Nonsense. I don't know him. I'm not familiar with him." Austin didn't think about it and denied it. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. "I believe you. You are so bad. You are so bad. When I asked you for help, that's not what you said." Seeing that Han Xiao didn't believe it, Austin said, "Cisco only cares about his civilization. He doesn't know you. He probably is not interested in helping you. Even if I ask him for help, he may not give me face. I have a relationship with him. Your face is not great. At least he is Super A level, but you like socializing as much as I do." Han Xiao secretly complained in his heart. As if he understood Han Xiao's eyes, Austin stuttered and changed his tone. "Even if he is willing to help, if you don't become a Super A level, you won't live long." "Oh." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Austin said slowly, "You have killed so many A-level superpowers in the war field. Due to the unspoken rules, the Overlord has never attacked you. But once the secret war is settled, guess what he will do to you?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "He will praise me for killing well." Austin was speechless, with a look of "how can you be so shameless?" and shook his head and said, "If you reach the Super A level before the end of the war, the Overlord will intervene in the war against you. But you at least have hope of survival. But if you can't break through the Super A level boundary and don't even have the qualification to resist, at most postpone the death period for a period of time, and you'll have a fight. So being a Super A level is your only choice. I didn't lie to you, and you don't have much time left." Han Xiao pinched his chin and said nothing, but Marion on the side, even his eyes were straightened. Fording also looked worried and looked at Han Xiao frequently, his eyes full of worry. "Become a Super A level in 2 or 3 years. It's impossible." Fording couldn't imagine how small this chance was. He knew very well that Han Xiao had reached a very high level now, and it was so difficult to go further. His strength had almost not improved in the past 7 years, which was in sharp contrast to the rapid growth rate. Many old friends, including him, all privately infer that Black Star had finally encountered a bottleneck. If the Overlord attacks, the Black Star will be in danger, and the huge Black Star Legion will fall apart with his death. Even if the Black Star can seize the extremely slim probability and become a Super A, it may not be able to survive in the hands of the Domineer. The Domineer was Super A level a long time ago, and his reputation was achieved, and his combat power naturally crushed a new Super A level. Thinking of this, Fording was pessimistic about the future, reached out and touched Han Xiao's shoulders, and pinched them hard, hoping to give him some comfort. In his opinion, Han Xiao must be very desperate now. "Where did your news come from?" "I have my own intelligence channel." Austin smiled. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and pretended to ponder. In fact, the news was not beyond his expectations. Since he dared to participate in the secret war, he had already prepared to be an enemy of the Overlords, and had no luck. "Originally, I was just an ordinary member of the number 0 mechanism, but now I have become the trump card combat power, which naturally attracted the attention of the Domineering." Han Xiao has been secretly wary of Herber's intervention in the war, but he is not afraid. He is still affiliated with Long Tan's name at this time, and has a backer behind him. The Domineering attacks him is equivalent to provoking Dragon's throne. The new and old hatreds of both sides have accumulated deep resentment, and Emmers will not swallow his anger. Moreover, once the Overlord intervenes, Amethyst will also get angry and sends official troops to encircle Heber. The star cluster-level civilization can threaten life above A. At that time, Krent would use this as an excuse to send troops. At that time, the nature of the secret war will definitely change and become a large-scale war between two civilizations. Both sides of the war wanted to control the scale of the war, which was why the overlord never took action, but Han Xiao was not too rude. It would be too much to piss on others' heads, but it would be too much to shit. In fact, after making his reputation, he consciously reduced the frequency of his moves in recent years. He successfully formed an alliance with Amethyst and obtained a large number of development opportunities. He has fulfilled his original intention of participating in a secret war, so he began to avoid the risk of big trees attracting wind. Although he influenced the process of secret war, it was difficult to change the outcome of the war based on his natural disaster-level strength and status. He did what he could and did not devote himself to Amethyst. At this time, Austin's words only made Han Xiao's guess a fact, and he was not too surprised. However, on the surface, Han Xiao still thanked Austin for kindly reminding him. I can only help you so much. The enchantment that Riki gave you is very good, and I don't need to improve it. You go. Austin waved his hand, revealing the intention of seeing off the guests. Seeing this, Han Xiao no longer entangled and left the secret art hall with his worried face. Austin returned to the throne, with a hint of interest in watching the show on his round face. He is not involved in disputes. He likes to stand from the perspective of the bystanders and observe the changes of the world. Pressure is motivation. He deliberately expressed the intention of the Overlord, just to see what actions the Black Star would take under pressure, whether it would rise against the trend, or die, or become a dog that was stranded, leave the Broken Star Ring, and escape the pursuit of the Overlord. No matter which result it is, Austin likes to hear it. Of course, what he wanted to see most was that the Black Star changed the pattern of the Broken Star Rings over the years and injected new vitality into this remote star field. Han Xiao and the other two boarded the spaceship and left the Palace of Secret Techniques. There was silence on the ship. Fording couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure to break through the current bottleneck within 2 or 3 years?" Bottleneck? What bottleneck? Han Xiao didn't react for a moment, glanced at him in confusion, and then realized what Fording meant and shrugged. I don't know either. He naturally did not intend to reveal the panel. What should I do? The Overlord will definitely come to kill you. Fording was a little anxious. Marion suggested, maybe you can find a way to borrow the evolutionary blocks in Cisco's hands. Can't that thing lower the threshold of Super A level? I guess there's nothing to do. Han Xiao shook his head. Austin can definitely ask Cisco, but they have no obligation to help her. Emmers is very homeless and probably not familiar with Cisco, so her face is not good. The evolutionary block is Cisco's treasure. It's not enough to use it whenever you want. If you don't know me and others, Cisco is probably too lazy to get involved in this matter. Besides, I have no real bottleneck. All I lack is experience. What are you going to do? Fording looked worried. Look at it one step. When the 3.0 version player returns, Han Xiao is confident that he will become a Super A-level player, but he can't explain it to Fording. Fording pressed Han Xiao's shoulder with a serious look on his face. If it really doesn't work, then give up the Black Star Army and flee to other star fields. The power can be managed again, and life is more important. Then will you follow me? Han Xiao joked. Fording hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. Yes. Han Xiao was a little moved when he noticed Fording's true concern. He shook his head, changed the subject, and smiled and said, "Don't be scared by what has not happened yet. Let's talk about the domineering thing in the future. There is still a problem waiting to be dealt with now. I have to find a way to suppress the toxin of the mind that is parasitic in my mental brain. Oh, it should be called the soul embryo. With this thing in it, I dare not even use my strength. It's a pity that the Curse Master was unable to help." Folding sight. He simply doesn't want to help. Don't look at him as kind as he looks, but this old man is actually very terrified. Do you think he told me this information just to help me? Han Xiao curled his lips. He was not as easy as Melos. He asked him to come all the way, but he just swears him and doesn't even reimburse the fuel expenses. You big-headed doll fool you. In the final analysis, I have to find a way. If I had known it, I wouldn't have believed in Austin. It would be useless to travel this time. It's not reliable to Super A level these days. Han Xiao thought about it, and suddenly had a way of thinking. Since the reason why you can recover by yourself through Super A is that your mental power is strong, and every time you upgrade, your spirit will increase accordingly. So even if you do not reach Super A, upgrade should be able to suppress the soul embryo. NPC has no panels, so it can only be improved subtly through water grinding, while the upgrade itself will be instantly enhanced with significant results. Although upgrading cannot eliminate negative states, it should inhibit the growth of soul embryos. Han Xiao opened the panel and spent more than half a month on the way. The players had already returned to the Black Star Army and consumed one after another. At this time, they had accumulated enough upgrade experience so that they had the capital to experiment. He did not hesitate and directly promoted one level. Apostle Mechanic upgraded to LV23, Strength plus 240, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 5, Intelligence plus 10. You gain 8 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Han Xiao immediately entered the spiritual brain area through his portrayal enchantment and looked down and saw that the purple-black mist area of his soul embryo was further compressed, down from 6% to 4%. Upgrade is indeed effective. The expansion of the mental brain area can suppress the erosion of the soul embryo in disguise. Han Xiao took back the mental detection and immediately had an idea. It was not impossible to do it. As long as the erosion area of the soul embryo is controlled below 30% through reasonable upgrades, the troublesome personality will not be born. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Since there was a long-term suppression method, the threat of the soul embryo to him was reduced by a level. Sure enough, enchanting is an external means, and it is the most reliable thing to enhance himself. Super A-level mages can solve it by upgrading. In this case, I can't take action. Just control the battle time. Well, but just in case, I still have to find a powerful thug. At this time, the communicator suddenly rang out, and Han Xiao took it out and saw that it was a message from Sawiya, who was in the headquarters, containing a photo. In the picture, a dark red spaceship was pulled by dozens of star pirate spaceships with a towing beam and stopped in the airport. The long, curly, dark red hair that had not been seen for a long time jumped into his eyes. Hela and Aurora stood at the dock, revealing their cold and beautiful side face. Has Hyla been back? Han Xiao stared at the photo, his mouth curled slightly. At this moment, he had the best thug candidate in his mind. Old Dragon. They have arrived at the headquarters of the Black Star Army. At the Long Tanfu Island Palace, Verna was lowering her head and reporting to Emmys the itinerary of the Hela Sisters. Emmys pinched the force field into tiny light green spheres, playing with it between his fingers, dancing around like elves, and smiled softly when he heard this. What happened to them on the road? Well, the fleet I sent was escorting secretly. 8 small star pirate groups attacked them, but they were all easily killed by Hela. Verna said, Hela and the 2 left for fear of accidents, so she sent someone to secretly protect them. You did a good job. Since they have arrived at Black Star's territory safely, you can withdraw the troops. Black Star will take care of them. Emmers nodded. Her concern for the 2 sisters was even greater than that for herself. She didn't feel it. After the 2 sisters of Hela left for more than half a month, she felt empty and melancholy. Aesop, who was standing aside, shook his head. You don't need to worry about them at all. They can grow up quickly with Black Star. Emmers looked over and was a little unhappy. Are you saying I didn't teach well? Aesop waved his hand and looked helpless. Hela can absorb the remaining spiritual power of the dead and enhance her supernatural power. She didn't have the chance to use this ability in Longtan, and Black Star happened to be participating in the war. There were countless people dead in the war. For Hela, the battlefield is the most suitable place for her practice, and even I can't imagine her growth rate around Black Star. Yes, that bastard, Black Star, will definitely let them participate in the war. The battlefield is so dangerous. What if Black Star doesn't protect them? Emmers said to herself. Her focus was obviously biased to the other direction, just like a parent who was worried about her children. The 2 apprentices who had been with her day and night for more than 10 years were like her own children in her eyes. When Aesop and Verna heard this, they suddenly had a bad premonition. It took another half a month to Han Xiao and his party back to the headquarters of the Black Star Army and met the two Hela sisters who had been away for a long time. In the office, Aurora hit Han Xiao's head on and twisted her head nonstop. Although she had grown up, she still treated Han Xiao as close as before. As agreed, we will serve you. Hyra Noodles were expressionless. We are all old acquaintances. Needless to say, no agreement is made. I'm very happy for you to help me. Han Xiao touched Aurela's head and smiled. I didn't expect that in a flash. You all have grown up. There was a slight fluctuation in Hyla's eyes. Once upon a time, they were just puppets controlled by the buds, but now Black Star has become a big figure in the universe and has become a natural disaster-level powerful man, which is different from before. Thinking of the past, Hela felt a little emotional. The man in front of her changed her life's destiny. If it weren't for the Black Star, she would probably grow old with guilt and hatred on the planet and would never be able to enter the magnificent universe. The last time we fought side by side was more than 10 years ago. I couldn't help you at that time. Hyla raised her eyebrows and was full of energy. Now I finally caught up with you. I've been waiting for 10 years on this day. Han Xiao patted Hyla's shoulder, smiled slightly, took 2 steps back, opened her arms, and raised her tone. Welcome to the Black Star Legion. In his previous life, Hela made the reputation of the goddess of death in the interstellar world and had a strong combat power. Since Han Xiao rescued the 2 sisters from Mengwa, he has always regarded Hela as an important helper in the future. After waiting for so many years, he finally waited until Hela grew up and already has the strength of a natural disaster level and can help in the initial stage. Han Xiao knew Hela's ability and could absorb the souls of the dead to enhance herself. This was her quick success method. I don't know how many planets were slaughtered in my previous life, and my growth rate was even higher than that of the players. In his eyes, although Hela does not have the halo of luck, she is an epic character. Of course she is a villain. Now Hela has not gone astray, but it happened to be a war period, and all the soldiers who died can become her source of strength. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to inspire Hela's true potential. He needs a double flower red stick who can replace him to calm the scene, and Hela is the best candidate. As for Aurora, Han Xiao turned his head and smiled kindly. How is your superpower development? Aurora laughed, and her palm flipped, and a dazzling golden halo appeared from her palm. I'm not good at fighting, but I can heal any physical damage, and it can stimulate the vitality of others and allow them to exert stronger power. You can try, as he said, that a ball of golden light hit Han Xiao, and Han Xiao was energetic. His whole body seemed to be over-electric, as if he was full of energy. Several gain states suddenly appeared on the panel. Like Li, the holy light, Han Xiao felt a little moved. Can your ability be stored? Yes, I have tried injecting vitality into energy potion, which can be preserved for a long time, but I'm not as hard as my sister. I am not a natural disaster level, so the shelf life is a bit short, and the treatment effect will continue to decrease, and it will last for up to 2 months. Aurora scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and when he looked at Aurora, he looked like he was looking at a treasure. He saw hope of expanding the Legion business and entering the interstellar pharmaceutical industry. Aurora's superpower is a natural nanny. When she was still weak, her healing ability was already very strong. Now Aurora is a B-level superpower, and I'm afraid her milk volume has expanded countless times like a cup. Also, although my combat power is average, I can regenerate at high speed. Aurora pulled out an explosive pistol from the belt of the combat uniform, turned it around with her fingers for a few times, and suddenly opened fire at the other palm. With a bang, the beam of light pierced through the palm. Before Han Xiao could be surprised by her behavior, the wound healed rapidly and disappeared without a trace. His palms were white and smooth, like white glazed jade porcelain. There was no sign that he had been injured just now. Look, I have the ability to protect myself. Aurora looked expectant, like a show-off child, wanting to be praised by Han Xiao. After more than 10 years of training, Aurora not only developed her superpowers, but also learned a lot of shooting and fighting skills to make up for her combat effectiveness. Due to the torture that had been budding, although she looked weak, she was actually full of toughness in her bones, soft on the outside and hard on the inside, and had a very high tolerance for pain. She easily penetrated her palms without even frowning. What a man! Han Xiao complained secretly, then smiled and praised, "Excellent ability. It is worthy of being a superpower called Return of Life. Aurora is only at level B now. When she reaches level A, her recovery ability may be stronger than him. Unfortunately, her superpower does not have too high combat power, but complements Hela." After the three of them recounted the old story, Hela put away her unexpected smile and looked serious. "How are you going to arrange for us?" "I will take you to meet the cadres of the Legion first." Hela shook her head. "When you were not back, Xiaoya took us to meet all the senior cadres. She said that when you came back, she would arrange our positions in person." In the 2.0 version of Alienation Disaster, the oldest core member of the Legion had known Hela for a long time. Knowing that Han Xiao had a different relationship with her, she naturally would not neglect the two sisters. "Since that's the case, let's get to the point. You two follow me first and be my bodyguards. After you understand the operating structure of the organization, you will then arrange for you formal senior positions." Han Xiao said, "I have no objection." Hela nodded. Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "You have a few days off first, and I will take you to do things." Hela shook her head and refused. "No need. We have rested enough. Give us a task as soon as possible. I want to prove what level of strength is at." "Why are you more anxious than me?" Han Xiao laughed, thought for a while, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll set out tomorrow. I'll take you to fight." He was just about to keep a low profile for a while. In addition to harvesting the experience of players, he also decided to develop Hela's potential himself to make this double flower red stick take shape as soon as possible. West Wind Galaxy, the 11th star zone. This is the earliest border galaxy to be invaded. The troops stationed here in the war field are the largest, and hundreds of strongholds have been established, covering various star areas of the westerly galaxy. The Zero Agency has set up blockade lines and some strategic impulses to prevent the war field from invading surrounding areas from the westerly wind. Blockade line number 027 is one of them. Several members of the number 0 Agency 0 have sent people to guard them all year round, and the Black Star Army's fleet is also among them, and personnel are rotated periodically. In addition to the occasional large-scale military operations, the blockade line is the most frequent place. The war field occasionally hits the blockade line, and the troops on the blockade line often send small fleets to harass and attack strongholds in the war field. Each blockade line is the front line in the practical sense. After the Kant Galaxy battle ended, players began to explore freely. The 50% discount on participating in the battle set by Han Xiao has not been canceled, and the requirement to continue to enjoy the benefits is to continue participating in the battle. Therefore, in more than a month, when Han Xiao went back and forth, most players were scattered to various blockade lines, and there were countless battles here. This is also a normal way to carry out the main line of Secret Wars. There are also players who do not do the main line. Some people go to higher, some people explore everywhere, some people focus on life professions, and some guild players have crowdfunded various mining equipment and small transport boats, and went to the resource planet under the Black Star Army to work as miners. Blockade line number 027 gathered more than 20,000 players to participate in various daily combat missions. Not long ago, a warfield fleet attacked the blockade line and returned in failure. The garrison troops on the blockade line were cleaning the battlefield. In the office of the military space station, Rexon, the commander of the blockade line number 027, looked at the troops fishing for the wreckage of warships outside the viewing window and listened to the adjutant behind him reporting the results of the battle. The enemy lost 86 small warships and 19 heavy frigates. Our side lost 38 warships. Personnel, cough. The enemy is unknown. Our casualties are being counted. Initially estimated that the losses are very small. Is it the Black Star Army's credit again? Rexon looked relaxed. Yes, The undead people of the Black Star Army destroyed many enemy warships by connecting the platform. Because they did not need an evacuation plan, we did not have any additional casualties. The adjutant swallowed, and the battle report said that after many people landed on the enemy warships in the charge cabin, they directly detonated the charge cabin without considering retreat. Some people even landed in carrying nuclear bombs. It was too fierce, and they were all dead soldiers. Since the Black Star Legion has transferred tens of thousands of undead people, our combat pressure has dropped significantly. This group of people are simply natural warriors. Rex's son exhaled. Nearly 2 months after the opening of the version, more than 1 million Legion players reached level 100 on a large scale, completing advanced tasks one after another, getting the opportunity to sublimate the race, and the diversity of players was further improved. The first batch of Ashes players finally entered the B-level position in large numbers. Although it is only the B level at the bottom, the improvement of the level still causes a qualitative change. The Black Star Legion's intermediate combat power level has been immediately improved to a higher level. More than 1 million of the main combat power has been invested in the battlefields of various blockade lines. Many blockade lines have turned down, and the pressure has dropped sharply. With the 027 blockade alone, more than 20,000 B-level players won all the recent battles of the blockade, and Rexon was simply not more satisfied with the players of the Black Star Army. The earliest Ashes-level players of this group of Black Star Legion were finally reborn and no longer the low-level cannon fodder they used to be. They finally have the ability to have a decisive impact on the small-scale battle. This matter was discussed in the player forum. When the meat bag was making the video, it posted a theory of Crazy Knife, saying that as the player's strength improves, it will exert a greater real-time impact on the world and is widely recognized. Real-time feedback is an important source of interest for players. If a full-level player and a new player, NPCs treat them exactly the same attitude and can only do tasks but not affect the environment, that would be too rigid. The most attractive feature of Star C is the immersion and indulgence of living in the real world. Just as Rexon was feeling emotion, he suddenly received a notice and took a look. His face changed drastically. "What's wrong?" the adjutant asked hurriedly. "Come on, Mr. Haixing is coming here in person. He is almost here." Rexon hurried out of the room. Rexon summoned the senior officers to greet them at the port. After waiting for a while, the Blacklight Lurker drove into the dock. Han Xiao brought the 2 sisters of Hela and Fording. Fording himself wanted to follow him, worried about Han Xiao's mental problems. Before Han Xiao recovered, he was going to follow Han Xiao, just in case. As soon as he got off the spaceship, Rexon and others came up to him, very respectful. To him, Han Xiao was a big man he could not usually contact. Han Xiao was respected by all members of the Number Zero organization through his record. "You're welcome. I want to know the situation of the nearby war zone strongholds," Han Xiao said with a smile. Rexon was flattered and hurriedly invited Han Xiao and others to the combat conference room, opened the tactical star map, and introduced it. Han Xiao stared at the star map and nodded. "I understand. I'm going to attack the W-58 stronghold." The W-58 stronghold is the largest enemy stronghold near the blockade number 027. There is a natural disaster-level position here. Rexon has never dared to make any decisions here. Hearing this, he was secretly surprised. "I need some helpers. Don't worry. The credit is yours." Han Xiao smiled, and Rexon nodded repeatedly. "I will dispatch a fleet of blockade lines to cooperate with you." Although Han Xiao is not his immediate boss, Rexon is unwilling to miss this opportunity to hold his thighs, let alone the credit for eradicating the enemy's large strongholds is his own. "Okay, take action in one day." Han Xiao nodded. This time he came to the battlefield of the blockade line to let Hela try his hand, so he naturally took the initiative to attack. W-58 Stronghold. Menudo is a Class A Superman in the war field that is in charge here, and he is very panicked at this time. Not long ago, the spy heard news that the Black Star had arrived at the 027 blockade line, and the only one in the surrounding stronghold was himself. Menudo felt that the Black Star had come, so he would definitely not mind to make up for his ordinary natural disaster level. He felt a little cold. Menudo hurriedly reported the news to the headquarters, but unexpectedly the commander-in-chief actually contacted him. The Black Star has a high chance of attacking your stronghold, but don't panic. Now I want to give you a mission. Is it a retreat? Menudo's heart was filled with hope. Of course not, Xiao said in a deep voice. I need you to do something to lure Black Star to take action and fight him. You just say you want me to commit suicide. Menudo looked desperate. Well, I will draw on nearby natural disaster level support for you. You are not fighting alone. Xiao was helpless. Black Star's reputation has penetrated into the hearts of the advanced combat forces in the war field. He had no choice but to explain. Black Star fell into my trap not long ago. Now it is not in its prime. I need you to test him. Xiao wanted to observe Han Xiao's reaction in the battle and infer what kind of trauma Cisco's mental weapon caused to Han Xiao. Only by seeing it with his own eyes can he feel completely relieved. Meanwhile, a desolate planet in the middle of the W-58 stronghold and the 027 blockade. Summer Night Fanhua and dozens of players who joined Krent came here on a spaceship. They were going to do the main mission of the Krent camp, and as a warrior in the warfield, they were transferred to a stronghold near the blockade and participated in small-scale battles like players of the Black Star Army. The rules in the warfield are strict, and they cannot explore freely like in the Black Star Legion. Xiaoyi Fanhua and others are not adapted and can't help but miss the treatment of the Black Star Legion. Only when they lose it can they know how to cherish it. This time, Xiaoyi Fanhua and others finally had free time to come to this planet and wait for others. They have a low status in the war field, and their welfare is not as good as the Black Star Legion for the time being. So they contacted friends who stayed in the Black Star Legion and asked their friends to purchase the Legion's 50% off products. This planet is the joint location. Brother, have you arrived? It's almost done. A small spacecraft was parked on the desolate Earth-gray land. Xiaoyi Fanhua and his group were staying next to the spacecraft, sitting or standing, waiting for the purchasing agent to arrive. Soon, another spacecraft landed beside him. The purchaser walked off the spacecraft, glanced at him, and greeted Xiaoyi Fanhua. Where's the goods? Xiaoyi Fanhua came up. Where's the money? The purchaser looked alert. Didn't I transfer the money long ago? Xiaoyi Fanhua looked helpless. I'm just exaggerating the atmosphere of gang transactions. Don't you think it's very touching? The purchaser laughed twice. Seeing Xiaoyi Fanhua's expressionless face, he had to smile embarrassedly and take him into the cabin to see the cargo. Here, these are all things you want. You can count them. Don't say I'm cheating you. Xiaoyi Fanhua glanced and calculated the results correctly. Then she said, No need to check, I believe you. At this time, the purchasing agent rubbed his hands. His face felt a little embarrassed and said, You said, we have known each other for several years, and we have a very familiar relationship, right? Xiaoyi Fanhua was a little confused. What do you want to say? I will ask you, are we friends playing together? What do you do? Since you are friends, can you sacrifice yourself and let me kill a few times and earn some reward? The purchasing agent said, Anyway, you can't get the wanted mission of the army. I can get 30% of the bounty with you. Instead of being cheaper for others, it's better to let my brothers go to the meet and just help me solve my needs. Get out. Xiaoyi Fanhua's black hair was on the forehead. It's 300% more. Can your reward be worth the experience of losing one death? Also, what does it mean to let you be a fucked woman? Do you think we miserable women? Stop talking nonsense. The things are fine. I'll take them away. Xiaoyi Fanhua said, as she wanted to pick up the equipment. At this time, the purchaser suddenly held his hand and smiled. No, I think it's better to let me keep it for the time being. What does it mean? Do you want to pay the debt? Xiaoyi Fanhua was immediately angry. His companions around him looked bad and surrounded him, saying that they were not suitable for killing and robbing people. The purchaser was not panicked at all and said slowly, I'm for your own good. You may be robbed later on with your new equipment. Xiaoyi Fanhua suddenly had a bad premonition. At this moment, the sound of airflow from the spacecraft landing came from outside, and small spacecraft fell on the surface, and a large wave of players rushed out in excitement. Xiaoyi Fanhua and others' faces changed drastically. He thought he knew that this group of people came for a reward. He turned and glared at the purchasing agent, looking disbelief. You actually betrayed me? You see for yourself. The purchasing agent curled his lips and took out the communicator. It was the position of the wanted person of the Legion, marking the location of Xiaoyi Fanhua and the group of people. Their coordinates were always monitored. This joint transaction was no secret in the eyes of nearby players. Why don't I know? Xiaoyi Fanhua was stunned, and then suddenly remembered that his internal Legion program was automatically uninstalled, and she felt so painful. The Philips subprogram of this group of players has been converted to background monitoring, and has always controlled their coordinates and sent them to nearby Black Star Legion members at any time. It is like constantly reminding the members of the Legion that the traitor is here to go and play with him. Xiaoyi Fanhua and others are as eye-catching as sheep swaying among the wolves, but they know nothing about it. Only nearby players will get the coordinates. Xiaoyi Fanhua and others came to the W-58 stronghold not long ago. Only the players on the blockade number 027 learned the coordinates and thought it was a task reminder. They were used to it. No one posted a discussion on the forum, which led to Xiaoyi Fanhua and others being kept in the dark. Suddenly, Xiaoyi Fanhua realized something and looked shocked. Wait, you already knew that our coordinates were exposed, but you didn't tell me, and you didn't cancel the transaction? I'm sorry, I'm a policeman. Speak. The purchasing agent smiled shyly. Oh, you want to have a meal? Anyway, you are here, you don't kill them. So I said, instead of being cheaper to others, you might as well let me get a bounty, give you 30% off, and you're not bullied. Xiaoyi Fanhua's lips trembled, pointing at him, unable to speak, and her mood was as if she had just swallowed 2 kilograms of rishiong and was choked. Good boy, you have bad intentions from the beginning. This is still a trap. I treat you as a friend. Do you actually want to mess with me? The world is getting worse and worse, but people's hearts are not as good as ever. What about the most basic trust between people? If the angry eyes of the Krent camp players next to him turned into a knife, they could cut Xiaoyi Fanhua into pieces and look at the quickly approaching player. Xiaoyi Fanhua looked sad and angry and raised her hand suddenly. The purchaser thought he was angry and wanted to fight. He hurriedly jumped out a few meters away, but saw Xiaoyi Fanhua standing in place, raising 4 fingers. 6 and 4 points. The purchasing agent's eyes lit up as if he was sharpening a knife to Xiaozhu's butcher, kindly reminded, when you are resurrected, remember to choose a camp resurrection point. Otherwise, you will have to be killed once. I'm so fucking thank you. Xiaoyi Fanhua's gritting teeth seemed to grind metal with steel grazes, full of helplessness, compromise, and accusations of the society. Swish, 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 a familiar white light flashed by. The summer night, Fanhua's eyes were in front of her, and she had returned to the W-58 stronghold. Her face was sad, her heart was even more bitter, and she wanted to cry without tears. I was so tired that I knew I wouldn't come Krent. Xiaoyi Peanut had this idea, and hurriedly gave up the idea, took a few deep breaths to calm down, and convinced myself to believe in my speculation. Although the road is tortuous, he still believes that the future of Krent Camp is bright. The losses suffered now will definitely be earned back in the future. Xiaoyi Fanhua secretly cheered himself up, and then stayed away from the resurrection point. He didn't want to become a little white rabbit who was taken by the black bear to wipe his butt, and was used by other resurrected companions to vent his anger. At this time, a friend message suddenly popped up on the panel, and the purchaser sent a message. Your goods are temporarily stored in me. I will find another time to contact me and make an appointment next time. Xiaoyi Fanhua's nose was almost pissed. I'll ask you for a monkey. This is fishing law enforcement. Do you want to cheat me again? Get out. Refund the money. Han Xiao also saw this little player storm on the forum. A player posted a post showing off his first killing of the traitor. He thought it was worthy of praise, so he used the faction panel to dial a lot of experience and idle. Xiaoyi Fanhua's analysis post was pushed up again, and many people teased and laughed at it below. Xiaoyi Fanhua's neck stalked and defended, saying that being killed was nothing. It was just a normal camp struggle, and the plot in the future will prove that he is right. This is very urinary. Watching the forum to adjust and pass the time, one day later, Rexon assembled his troops and attacked the W-58 stronghold in a mighty manner. With Han Xiao's current experience, this kind of small interstellar battle with a single stronghold is already commonplace. The fleets of both sides tempted, shot, contacted, and fought. He didn't need to observe the situation and knew that this was the work process. The fleet was in a fierce battle, and Han Xiao kept observing in the flagship without intervening, nor did he let the two natural disaster-level Hyla and Fording join the battle. Seeing that both sides suffered numerous casualties, he looked at Hyla beside him. Try to see the effect of absorbing the dead souls on the battlefield. Hyla nodded, her eyes closed slightly, and a red light flashed. And then a rich black and red energy spread throughout her body, as if her figure had risen 20 centimeters out of thin air, and her aura was even more like a few hundred meters high, grand and solemn, like an ancient god. In a vast interstellar battlefield, countless spacecraft floating in the wreckage, a gray aura emerged, forming countless gray snakes, spanning thousands of kilometers, gathering in Hyla's hands, like a whale swallowing a long rainbow. All the soldiers who died in the entire battlefield, the remaining spiritual power was absorbed by her. Hyla exhaled an arrow-like breath, and she was full of energy. She clenched her fist. The strength and range of superpowers have increased, at least as much as my ability development in half a year. It works. Han Xiao was happy. This was good news. The faster Hela took shape, the sooner it could help him fight. Some unimportant enemies could be let Hela help him. Hela's exclusive quick-achieving method, he decided to call it the picking of gray soul, which is like the nature of the Biming divine art. It squeezes out others and accumulates internal strength, which is also AB. At this moment, an abnormal energy suddenly burst out from the middle of the battlefield. 3 natural disaster-level teams flew out from the W-58 stronghold. The intervention of advanced combat power immediately broke the balance of combat power and became a point that Rexon's troops could not handle. They were originally a small disadvantage, but were beaten to retreat step by step. How come there are 3 natural disaster levels? There is obviously only Menudo in the intelligence. In the flagship, the adjutant looked shocked. However, Rexon was not only not panicked, but even laughed. 3 is useless. With black stars here, let alone 3 natural disaster levels, even 30. Rexon paused. Although he was very confident in Han Xiao, he still didn't dare to lick too much. He coughed and changed his words. Even if it is 13, Lord Black Stars will do whatever he wants. When he comes, he can only help us expand our battle record. At this moment, the flagship's viewing window expanded its vision and focused on Menudo. Menudo made a provocative gesture towards the flagship, and then the flagship received a video message from Menudo. His pale expression appeared on the screen, his forehead full of cold sweat, and his arrogant expression that looked very twisted. Black Star, I know you are inside. Don't hide without saying a word. I'm not afraid of you. We 3 A-level superpowers are here to challenge you at the same time. Do you dare to accept it? Ha ha ha. At the end of the talk, Menudo laughed stiffly 3 times, and the cold sweat on his face rolled down. Looking closely, you can still see the skin twitching constantly, as if he was about to cry, as if he could only maintain a fierce expression. Everyone in the flagship command room looked strange. Although the enemy is making harsh words, why do you feel unconfidence? Han Xiao put on his forehead and used such poor acting skills to provoke him. Are you serious? Rexon turned his head to look at Han Xiao and said respectfully, Hello, Black Star. We cannot deal with a natural disaster-level powerful people. Please help. In his opinion, Han Xiao took action and killed just 3 normal natural disaster-level superpowers, which was easy to defeat. Han Xiao shook his head and patted Hela's slender waist. These 3 people are left to you. One person faced 3 opponents of the same level, but Hela did not show any embarrassment. She turned around and prepared to go to the battle. She was not a person who feared difficulties. She liked to face difficulties. Since Han Xiao could deal with multiple opponents of the same level, Hela regarded it as her goal and had high standards for herself. Moreover, she also wants to fight a life-and-death battle with a strong enemy under enough pressure to test her actual combat effectiveness at the level of natural disaster level. Menudo and the other two were attacking the warship while waiting for Han Xiao to fight. For Menudo, every second was a torment, as if he had already stepped onto the execution ground, waiting for the guillotine to fall. If it weren't for Xiaoda's order, he would have turned his head and ran away now. Xiaoda was also observing the battle through remote video, staring blankly, waiting for Han Xiao to take action. At this time, a dark red meteor appeared in the field of vision of several people, and it was so fast that it hit me without saying a word. A teammate of a level gunman master fired from a distance, and a beam of high-energy particles hit the dark red meteor, slowly weakening the opponent's speed. However, the next moment, this dark red meteor suddenly exploded, releasing thousands of red energy beams, as if covering half of the battlefield. The energy level was extremely thick and rich, like 1,000 giant pythons, crashing into the war field fleet, as if they had eaten ecstasy and swung thousands of heads like a whip carrying out AoE strikes. Menudo and the other two were also swept by dozens of red energy beams that were almost condensed into substance. In addition to carrying conventional energy attack forms, such as scorching and explosion, the three people's energy beam also shocked and shocked. They felt the palpitations and hurriedly retreated, shocked and suspicious. This kind of energy is so weird. A moment ago, this energy beam was like a suction cup, trying to suck my spiritual body away. The red energy release, like a tsunami, ended, revealing Hyla's figure. The black and red armor on her body was mainly light and amplified energy release. There was no helmet, but covered the head with a transparent energy film, providing an internal life maintenance system and a broad field of view. Menudo looked surprised. He thought it was Black Star who took action. Who is this woman? Does the Black Star Legion have this number? The information did not show that it was a new cadre who had just joined recently. It's very strong, and I felt threatened by her. The three of them talked in the communication channel, all feeling pressure. Xiaoda, who was watching the game from a distance, was also confused and looked at Hela carefully. He had never seen this person before. Haixing actually sent her to fight against 3 natural disasters. Is this trusting her strength? The Black Star Army is really full of talents. Xiaoda gritted his teeth. Seeing that Black Star did not take action, he had no clues, so he had to signal Menudo and others to fight with Hela to explore the opponent's bottom. At the same time, others on the battlefield also noticed the confrontation between advanced combat power. The players of the Black Star Army who participated in the battle were shocked when they saw Hela's appearance clearly. Hey, this beauty looks familiar. I remember, isn't this Hela that appeared in both 1.0 and 2.0, an acquaintance? Yes, it's her. I thought she was dead in 3.0, but she was still alive and seemed to have become very strong. She disappeared in the mid to latest stage of the 2.0 version. When did she join our Legion? If I remember correctly, the Black Star in the 1.0 version went deep into the budding organization to save her. She seemed to be the old lover of the Legion commander. Oh, many players suddenly realized, made meaningful sounds, and quietly turned on the recording function. On the battlefield, Hela released dark red energy and fought with Menudo and the 3 people. At the same time, he felt pressure when he was in the battle with 3 natural disasters. He gritted his teeth and held on. With the special nature of his own death ability, he barely dealt with the 3 people. Han Xiao observed and learned about Hela's actual combat effectiveness. These 3 enemies are ordinary natural disaster level, around 180. Hela's current strength belongs to this level and lacks some natural disaster level combat experience. However, her ability is special. It is her limit to dealing with 2 at the same time, and 3 are too forced. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Although Hela is now qualified to participate in the level of struggle he is in, there is still a gap between becoming the right-hand assistant he wants. However, with her growth, this gap can be smoothed out soon. While thinking, Hela gradually fell into a disadvantage, and the situation gradually became passive. Han Xiao was not worried about Hela's life safety at all. Hela not only has the expertise of bloodlocking templates, but also has the nurse Aurora, which is hard to die. At the same time, a small episode that Han Xiao didn't know about occurred on the battlefield where the fleets between the two sides fought. A small assault ship in the war field was fleeing around the battlefield and was surrounded and intercepted by dozens of Black Star Legion ships. Run quickly, they are here again. The shield was hit by light cannons one after another, and the inside of the spacecraft was shaking continuously. The red alarm was as rich as blood. On the ship, the Summer Knight Fanhua and his group were sweating heavily and panicked. They were being chased by a large number of Black Star Legion players. In the battlefield, Philip sent their coordinates to all the Legion members. Many players who participated in the battle saw that there was extra money, so they rushed over. Xiao Fanhua and others' nightmare came. No matter how they changed their positions, they were all displayed in the detectors of the Legion players. Originally, it was normal for players from opposing camps to fight, but the problem was that in this battle, the number of players participating in the Black Star Army was more than 100 times that of Xiao Fanhua, which resulted in a one-sided result. Xiao Fanhua and others were chased by the Legion players like dogs. Xiao Fanhua was in a very bad mood and regretted coming to the W-58 stronghold. If he had known, he would have applied to be transferred to other strongholds that could not meet the Black Star Legion. The Black Star Legion is full of bad guys, and he is so scared that he is afraid. As a player in a hostile camp, he decided to see the Black Star Army wandering around in the future. Even if he went to other remote strongholds to turn on the standalone mode, the game experience will be much better than being chased by someone to keep the corpse. He now felt like a good woman in a wolf's den, being turned over and over by the vicious, cunning, and vicious Black Star Legion players, feeling extremely humiliated. When Xiao Fanhua and others were killed by the Legion players to collapse, the battle between Hela and Menudo became increasingly fierce. Several people kept moving to the battlefield, shuttled through various areas where the fleet was fighting, exploding one after another, and casualties continued to occur, and gray souls sank into Hyla's body to replenish her energy. So this is my current limit. While fighting, various thoughts flashed through Hela's mind. This is the first time she has fought a life and death battle with a natural disaster level, quickly absorbing combat experience and having a clear judgment on her combat effectiveness. Her sparring team has always been strong men like Emmys and Han Xiao, who were completely crushed. Now she is fighting with a normal disaster level. Although Hela is at a disadvantage, she feels very happy. Both sides have come and go, so that she can 100% play her strength. He seems to be quite awesome, but Hela is not satisfied with that. It's so difficult to deal with 3 enemies. Han Xiao can fight 10, and there's still a big gap between me and him. Hyla gritted her teeth. She regarded Han Xiao as the target of catching up, and it was difficult to fight the 3 of them at this time, which indirectly gave her a deeper understanding of Han Xiao's combat effectiveness. If he had taken action, the battle would have been over now. Hela felt the gap between the two, gritted her teeth, and increased the energy output power again. The dark red energy in the sky is like a colorful cloud, and even the graphic data of the surrounding spacecraft detectors has shown an energy iridescent of peaks and valleys. On the other hand, Menudo and others also communicated in the communication channel. This woman's ability is very strange, giving me the feeling of a necromancer, but it is not the same. Her energy can cause both material and mental effects. After being hit, cell activity will be suppressed, which will weaken the efficiency of cells producing energy. It's like my vitality has been curbed. Staff Officer Jod, what do you think? Menudo asked. Xiaoda, who was watching the game from a distance, nodded slowly and said in a serious tone, I have stored her battle videos into the database. Although her ability is strong, it is not the focus of this time. Black Star is the target of your temptation. But if he doesn't take action, can we retreat? Menudo couldn't wait to ask, and he didn't want to stay near Black Star for a second. He doesn't take action. Maybe it's to train his subordinates. Maybe there are other reasons. Xiao said in a deep voice, "You increase the offensive. As long as you cause life danger to this woman, Black Star will definitely do something. Are you urging us to commit suicide?" Menudo complained. Several people rolled and fought fiercely for a while, and Hela finally revealed a flaw under the restraint of the three parties. Menudo's gun master teammates were able to see the opportunity. He shot Annihilation Particle Cannon with unknown number of burst skills superimposed on it. Defeating Hela's hastily defended him, directly smashing her armor and bombing her out. Hela groaned, finally stabbing her body in the universe, with necrotic black wounds all over her body, and the small half of her left shoulder and half of her neck disappeared without a trace. If she had to put it on a normal person, this kind of injury would have long been dead. Even if she had a strong vitality, she would have been seriously injured. Menudo's two teammates were about to pursue the victory, but Menudo's heart beat a bell, slowed down his flight, and landed behind. Hyla exhaled, and suddenly her eyes burst out with a rich platinum light. The wounds squirmed on their own, and the cells proliferated rapidly, repairing themselves. The missing flesh and blood on her neck and left shoulder grew out in the blink of an eye, recovering as before, and the broken armor exposed her white and tender skin. Her whole body was full of energy and almost returned to her full state. In the flagship, Aurora's eyes also lit up at the same time. After Hela recovered, the light in Aurora's eyes slowly disappeared, and she took a few quick breaths, as if she had consumed a lot of physical strength. The superpowers of Hela and Aurora have a special complementary reaction. Through blood relationship, Aurora builds a vitality connection between the two. As long as Hela is too severe, Aurora will transport vitality and undergo remote treatment. As long as Aurora still has the energy, Hela can share the terrifying recovery power, and the effect is similar to Han Xiao's Aurora character card. In Hela's battle, Aurora's treatment. The number of treatments depends on Aurora's physical strength. It is only slightly worse than Han Xiao's blood blue complement in terms of battery life. When the two sisters cooperate, they have his style and are almost invincible. Xiao was stunned suddenly. His face changed slightly, and this scene reminded him of Black Star. Black Star also has such terrifying recovery power. Could it be that the red-haired woman in front of me has a special relationship with Black Star? Maybe it's his daughter? Originally, Jia did not pay much attention to Hela, but now he felt that he should collect her information. Menudo and the other two were also stunned for a moment and hesitated. Hela felt the energy full of energy and was displeased and angry, full of anger. She has always prevented Aurora from being hurt, but at this time, because of her negligence, Aurora wanted to consume her vitality to treat her. She felt that this was her dereliction of duty. Although Aurora is now full of vitality and a little loss can be replenished soon, due to her budding experience, Hela is still very taboo about this matter. Hela was about to take action with anger when a big hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. She turned around and saw that it was not Han Xiao. Okay, if you continue to fight, it will become a war of attrition, and there is no value for exercise. Han Xiao tapped Hela's cheek with his fingers. The touch was smooth and tender, and the blowing was broken. The nanoparticles spread out from his fingertips to form a helmet, replacing Hela's broken face shield, allowing her to enter the communication channel. Hela gritted her teeth when she heard this. I understand. Leave it to me here. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the three nervous natural disaster-level people in the distance. Menudo was in a state of chaos, and Black Star finally took action. At this time, Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he suddenly thought of something. The enemy knew his achievements, but made a clumsy aggression against him, probably to force him to take action. The reason for doing so was definitely not a kind heart to give him a head. Recalling Menudo's nervous expression when he was provoking, Han Xiao suddenly realized that there must be Xiaoda's instructions behind this. This kid used Cisco's mental weapon 2 months ago to conspire him, and he went back and forth to the Palace of Secret Techniques and did not participate in the battle for a month and a half, which made the enemy uneasy. Xiao wanted to take the opportunity to test his current state. Thinking of this, Han Xiao had an idea and did not take action immediately. Instead, he connected to the communication channel of Menudo and others and said slowly, "Are you sure you want to fight me? I don't know if this is your original intention or if someone instructs you, but you have to think clearly that this will die." Menudo swallowed, and the other two did not say anything. Xiao didn't want him to be discovered by Han Xiao, so he just listened and didn't say anything. "Now I will give you a chance. As long as you surrender and declare your escape from the realm of war, I will not attack you." "How about it?" Han Xiao said. "Want to make me betray the realm of war?" "Dream." The A-level gunman among the three angrily scolded and fired immediately. Han Xiao did not move, and more than 300 guards and floaters appeared. The array was like blooming lotus flowers, weaving the secret shield, easily blocking the attack. Han Xiao shook his head and said deliberately, "What's the point of Herbert? As for you being so loyal to him, only he is worthy of my follower, and you deserve to be compared with your Excellency Dominator." The gunman smiled coldly. He was the direct descendant in the war field, and his loyalty was basically full. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, stopped talking, summoned the Mechanical Legion, took action, washing away the entire battlefield like a craze, and rushed all the fleets into pieces. Facing the mechanical army that covered the sky and the sun, Menudo felt a suffocation and secretly complained in his heart. He wanted to delay for a while, and now he could only bite the bullet. Han Xiao activated the Apostle transformation, and secret blue psychic energy flowed all over his body. He personally joined the battle group. He secretly changed the rhythm of the battle and increased the attack frequency of all mechanical warriors. For this reason, he did not hesitate to weaken the hit rate and deliberately showed his impatient fighting style. If it were an ordinary person, he would naturally not find this detail, but he believed that with the virtual intelligent analysis capabilities in the field of war, these obscure changes would definitely be discovered. Sometimes, it is easier to use smart people than to use Erlangzi. As long as you mislead the other party through details, you will be easily deceived. If the other party is not cautious enough, these details of Han Xiao's disguise are all for the blind man to see. Gao Ming's lies are true and false. What Han Xiao wants is to make Xiao to guess the conclusion that he cannot do it at will and show that the enemy is weak. As for the reason, it is to take this opportunity to withdraw from the secret war and concentrate on cultivating leaks. This is the top priority at present. Whether it is to upgrade to Super A or to suppress soul embryos through upgrades, it requires huge experience. He was not interested in waiting for his subpersonality to be born, and it was the best way to keep it from becoming molded. After Han Xiao took action, the battle became one-sided. In the face of 3 real injuries of legendary combat skills, the gunman was quickly torn apart by the mechanical warriors, and another teammate of Menudo was also blown off by Han Xiao, leaving Menudo himself alone and still breathing. Menudo was panicked and hurriedly sent a message. "Wait, I surrender." Han Xiao heard this and asked the Mechanical Legion to stop, waved his palm, and grabbed Menudo from afar through the traction field of the mecha. Menudo did not dare to resist and allowed the mechanical warriors to control him. "You made the right choice." Han Xiao smiled. Menudo nodded repeatedly. He thought it clearly. Jode obviously didn't care about his life or death. It would be a waste of time to stay in the war field. He might as well surrender. And if he wanted to survive, he had no other choice. Escape from Black Star? I am not Hardaway. I can't do it. The enemy's advanced combat power was defeated in one fell swoop, and there was no suspense in the next battle. The excited Rexun led his team to destroy the W-58 stronghold and seize the spoils. After absorbing the remaining gray souls on the battlefield, Hello locked himself in the room and digested his first experience of fighting against a natural disaster level. Xiao was at the headquarters and analyzed the video of Han Xiao's actions. He didn't take it seriously because he lost a stronghold. He was concerned about Han Xiao's current status. Soon, he discovered something weird. 2 months ago, Black Star never persuaded us to surrender. He would only kill all of us when we met us. Even if we only faced a disaster, he would not show mercy. Why should we persuade us to surrender now? Xiao frowned, watched the video several times, and found clues. In the past, the battles of the Black Star's Mechanical Legion were carefully calculated, giving people a sense of tactics. Today, the attack frequency of the Mechanical Legion has increased significantly. It seems that in order to speed up the offensive, it has given up some precision operations and produced many invalid attacks. This change made him feel like impatient. First, I persuaded surrender. Then I wanted to fight quickly and end the battle urgently. Xiao thought for a while, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed. Black Star's performance is to reduce the combat time, or Black Star doesn't want to take action. These two details made Xiao feel that he had vaguely guessed Han Xiao's current state. Cisco's mental weapon may have caused some persistent trauma to Black Star, causing him to fight, which will worsen the trauma, so Black Star is abnormal. My guess should be right. The threat of Black Star has decreased. It confirmed that Black Star's attack was restricted, and Xiao was in a good mood. Although he didn't know Han Xiao's specific injury, he could boldly adjust his subsequent tactics with this discovery. The battlefield of the Secret War is too vast. A small battle on this front did not receive much attention, and only Xiao was so concerned. Regardless of the response in the war field, after winning the battle, Han Xiao rejected Rexon's invitation to celebrate and took Hela to other blockade bases to provide her with more battlefields to pick up gray souls. Just as Han Xiao and his friends are traveling to various battlefields, new hot topics appeared on the forum. Many players who attacked the W-58 stronghold uploaded videos, and the Hyla that appeared once again brought back long memories of the players. Originally, this was just a very ordinary battle video, but when Han Xiao and Hela went through 3 versions, they were still together, especially when they found out the old love between Han Xiao and Hela. The topic inevitably turned to the gossip that they were welcomed. The editor of the 8 immortals from all walks of life, showing their magical powers, shock. Black Star actually did this to Hela. Old love rekindled? Or find a new love? After 20 years of love, boys will be silent when they see it, and women will cry when they see it. Who is the woman Black Star loves the most? Count the beauties he had loved in those years. Players are most interested in gossip topics. Anyway, they don't have to be responsible in the future and actively think about it. The topic gradually shifts from Hela to Black Star, wanting to dig deep into his emotional line. Han Xiao is now the most famous NPC in the hearts of the Broken Star Ring players. He has a high status, strong family background, strong strength, and is quite handsome. Since version 1.0, players have not been clear about his emotional plot. Players are extremely curious about the emotional belongings of the camp leader. Just by thinking about the brain, they can come up with more than a dozen romance dramas of domineering presidents. Not only Hela, but all the known living female characters related to the Black Star Legion, such as Emmys, Sivia, Orochia, and others, have all become the objects of fierce debate among players. On the forum, supporters of different female characters split into several factions and argued. Hera has known each other for the longest time, obviously because of the rekindling of old love. Bah, Qingmei is not as good as the sky. My dragon party will never be a slave. You know, Sivia is the king. This is the cultivation department. The Melas party smiled, but didn't say anything. The Harmon party was dissatisfied and cut off your head with an axe. Please, you are very weak. Greetings from the Phillips party. The Fording party announced its withdrawal. Fording is our husband. You are not worthy of Black Star. The Jindai party hugged the little salted fish tightly and did not dare to speak. At this time, Orochia was still on the way to come. The leader of the Bud was silently watching you in the kingdom of heaven. It was not me who I target. Everyone here was my younger brother. The hot topic of the forum increased a wave of popularity for many cadres of the Black Star Legion. As the protagonist of the topic, Black Star followed it with a wave of face. The gossip topics of big names have always been popular, and Han Xiao didn't pay much attention to it. This gossip topic appears from time to time on the forum. It is used by players to entertain themselves. No matter whether there is a conclusion or not, it will not have any impact. The only substantial consequence of the project may be to indirectly increase the output of the notebook. After several blockade lines, Hela's combat power has increased rapidly by picking up gray souls. In just about half a month, the energy level has increased by more than 400 Anna. At her level, this growth rate is enough to shock 99% of the superpowers of the same level. During this period, Han Xiao took action several times. The spiritual barrier and the enchantment on his body reduced the growth rate of the soul embryo by about half, and the growth of the soul embryo increased from 4% to 9%. However, a lot of Legion players have reached level B, and these people have begun to develop experience to learn professional knowledge. In the past half month, Han Xiao finally got the experience of being promoted to level 220 or above. Han Xiao stopped the trip, touched forwarding, and couldn't wait to lock himself in the training room. Open the panel, Han Xiao stared at the massive amount of experience and smiled with satisfaction. After 7 years, it is not easy to finally advance. Without hesitation, all experience was invested in upgrading. Apostle Mechanic, upgraded to LV25, Strength plus 240, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 5, Intelligence plus 10, you get 8 free attribute points and 1 potential point, upgraded 2 levels in a row, with a total level of 220, and once again stepped on the critical point of advancement. The panel pops up the requirements for advanced tasks, and Han Xiao doesn't even look at it this time. The task settlement card that had been hoarded for 7 years was finally put into use. Directly advance. Do you use task check card to confirm/give it? Use. Target select advanced task. You're using task settlement card. Death Edge is checking. The settlement is completed. The level 220 advanced task has been completed. Advanced success. Endurance bonus increases. 1 endurance equals 175 health equals 185 physical power. This time, the endurance bonus has been increased by 30 points at one time, and the amplitude has been increased by 5 points. The heart burst out with a hot stream of magma and swam all over the body in an instant. Every cell jumped up, and its activity increased sharply. Han Xiao felt the increase in vitality. Han Xiao raised his spirits. This time he advanced. He still had a racial sublimation every 40 levels, and he attracted 12 points of attention and looked at the panel prompts. I just used Fording's Chi, hoping to extract some good options. You're going further on the road of evolution. Your life level has been sublimated. Your gene encoding is reorganized by itself, and you're closer to a new starting point of life. The race was detected as void twisting human form. 9 matching evolution directions are being randomly drawn. The extraction is completed. Please choose one of the following 9 options as your evolutionary race. Warning. The evolution process is irreversible. Please carefully choose Appendix. Description of the characteristics of evolution direction. Of void, energy field form. Minus 38% fit. Void jumper, alien band. Minus 44% fit. Void witch spirit, spirit body form. Minus 28% fit. Multidimensional shadow, spirit body form. Minus 23% fit. Void execution officer, human form. Minus 71% fit. Margot Moto's blade, human form. Minus 57% fit. Void star chaser, human form. Minus 75% fit. Void dragon, clan high. Concentration mixed blood body, human form. Minus 66% fit. Saint Universe human, gene restrictor removal. Minus 54% fit. Staring at the 9 options flashing with glimmers in front of him, Han Xiao had a headache. It's not that these options are bad, but that they are too good. He had difficulty choosing. Because he had taken the core of the Void Lord, Han Xiao directly crossed an evolutionary stage. If there was no that core, the current option would have appeared species at the same level as the Void Twisting Man. And now, Several options are higher than the evolutionary direction of void twisting. Han Xiao first eliminated the first 4 options. These 4 abandoned the human form, and the degree of fit was too low, which was incompatible with his ability. What he was worried about was the next 5 options. Void Star Chaser is the direct evolution direction of the current race Void Twister. Cosmic life feeds on cosmic radiation and stellar energy. Void Execution Officer is good at fighting and is located in the middle and upper chain of the Void life system, which is equivalent to a senior supervisor who commands a small legion. Magamoto is a Void Majesty recorded in history. It transforms powerful Void warriors through Void energy and creates a special elite army, which is Magamoto's blade. It is very powerful. If you have to describe it, it is like a powerful general who is qualified to fight in front of the formation with one enemy of 100. High concentration hybrid body of the Void Dragon clan. It should be the evolution direction brought by the Void Dragon marrow that I once took. Han Xiao was not very clear about the final result of this evolution direction. Is the domineering Void Dragon clan gene finally rewrite its own genes and turn itself into the Void Dragon clan, or some strange aberrant? The final Saint Universe humans is one of the endpoints of the evolution chain of the universe humans. It is very tempting to remove the gene limiter and will make up for a large number of attributes. However, compared to the Void system that still has evolutionary potential, Han Xiao didn't really want to choose this. Most evolutionary systems will have the effect of removing gene restrictions when they reach the end, and the Void system is naturally no exception. Which one is better? Han Xiao was confused and paced back and forth. He is getting closer and closer to Super A, which may be the last chance to sublimate racially before Super A, and he is very cautious. If you consider improving combat power, the human race in the Saint Universe is the highest, and the Blade of Magamoto is second. And in terms of potential, the Star Tracking Person is the strongest, while the Execution Officer balances the two. As for the mixed blood of the Void Dragon clan, the subsequent evolution of this chain should not be suitable for me. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao finally chose to focus on potential and hesitate between the Star Tracking Person and the Execution Officer. The evolution of the Execution Officer is heading towards the Lord of the Void and the Great Lord of the Void, while the Star Tracking Person is developing towards the new Ancestor of the Void and the God of the Void, each with its own characteristics. Racial talent has little impact on my combat effectiveness, so it is better to choose a longer-term potential for me. Han Xiao took a deep breath and made a decision. The selection is completed. The race is evolving. Evolution is completed. Race change is Void Star Chaser, human form. The molecular structure is improved. The organ structure is strengthened. The metabolism changes. The adaptability is enhanced. The gene coding optimization. Your potential qualifications are improved. You have obtained attributes to make up: strength plus 154, agility plus 179, endurance plus 323, intelligence plus 188, mystery plus 120, charm plus 70, power plus 3,760, power level bonus attribute changes. Han Xiao's senses exploded. It is like the soul leaving the body. The chaos is first divided. The spirit is clear and rising slowly. The body is turbid and calmly descending. The body and the soul seem to be separated, but in fact they are closely linked. Perception seems to extend infinitely, and its range continues to expand, exceeding this galaxy, exceeding this star cluster, exceeding this star field, as if it is a glance, and you can see the entire universe. Although this is just an illusion of perception, it almost made him experience a super high-dimensional perspective with falsehood. The next moment, a strong pulling force exploded, and Han Xiao's perception returned to his body. The body structure is rapidly transforming, and the pain is unbearable. But with the transformation process, Han Xiao's perception is becoming more and more sensitive, and he has more sensory visions, and there are more ways to view the world. Although everything in front of him has not changed, it is completely different in his perception. Finally, the pain subsided, and Han Xiao exhaled a long breath. His breath was wrapped in extremely tiny energy crystals, flashing with a gray-blue glow. The first time the species transformation was completed, Han Xiao took out a mirror and confirmed that nothing strange had grown on him. The hair is not bald but still very thick. She's still familiar and handsome. Body, well, good-looking. The tail, fortunately it didn't grow. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Although he no longer acts as a human being, due to aesthetic reasons, he still hopes that he will look like a human being. After examining from head to toe 3 times, Han Xiao opened the panel and invested the rest of his experience in upgrading. After the advancement, the experience required for upgrading soared again, and it was only 1 level higher. As a cosmic life, the star-tracking person has a strong body, so there are particularly many attributes to the sublimation of race this time. He turned on his personal attributes and checked his changes. Total level, 221. Main occupation, mechanical system. Race, Void Star Chaser, human form. Attributes, Strength 810, Agility 1316, Endurance 1658, Intelligence 3455, Mystery 654, Charm 284, Lucky 1, Free Attribute Points, 24. Potential Point, 15, Happiness, Physical Strength Value. Strength, LV13. LV13 Total Strength Bonus. Strength plus 279, Agility plus 374, Endurance plus 466, Intelligence plus 544, Mystery plus 308, Physical Strength. Limit plus, Mechanical Affinity plus 467%, Super Electromagnetic Induction. Energy level, A plus, a level bonus. Extra 15 for the Endurance bonus. All Resistance plus 12%, Maximum Attribute plus 15%, Other Attributes plus 8%, additional 80 free attribute points, and 10 potential points. Hello, goodbye to Meat Shield. He wanted to vomit when he saw this amount of blood. In addition to filling in the attributes of race evolution, his strength also broke through the 30,000 mark, received the bonus of the 13th level, providing him with hundreds of attributes. The effect of this advancement is very considerable, and the gap with the Super A level is further narrowed. I haven't enjoyed the pleasure of surge in strength for 7 years. At this time, Han Xiao only had one feeling: Shuang, you're dead. When I entered the spiritual brain domain and took a look at the soul embryo, 9% of my growth was directly suppressed to less than 1%. Stable, it's so stable. Han Xiao smiled. Do you have a subpersonal personality and want to be born? Wait for the miscarriage. After checking the attributes, Han Xiao turned his eyes away and looked at the new racial talent he had obtained after his evolution. The Void Star Chaser is the direct evolution direction, retaining some old talents and enhancing them. Among them, Advanced Void Shuttle has been changed to Void Dimensional Jump, which is no longer a short-distance flash skill. The Star Tracker in the Void is a cosmic life. It can sail in the universe without using vehicles. It can change the curvature of time and space in the void dimension through abilities similar to distorted voids, and move long distances with a transition mode. Therefore, the Star Tracker can stay in the void dimension for a long time. This skill is an escape skill. Twisted Void has been changed to Enhanced Twisted Void, which has increased its power and is easier to use and has reduced cooldown time. Void Degeneration. The name has not changed. It is still in the full attribute gain state. The actual effect has been strengthened, and the Void Ripple talent has disappeared. 4 old talents, 3 were retained. There are 2 new talents, both of which are the core abilities of the star tracking person. Radiation Energy Absorption. The Star Seeker in the Void can absorb star energy and cosmic radiation to survive and strengthen himself by this. This is the basic characteristic of cosmic life. The first function of this talent is to transform Han Xiao into a cosmic life, and he can survive in the universe without the assistance of any instruments, just like a fish in the water. The second function is that cells absorb cosmic radiation for a long time and can continuously obtain permanent attribute improvements. The specific effect has not been tested yet, so Han Xiao is not sure how efficient it is and whether there is a cap limit. But in any case, this is a new path to stable growth and the most potential species talent for star tracking people. The universe is filled with endless radiation, which is equivalent to the universe becoming a buffet table. These circulating radiation are free pastries that can be eaten at will. Another new talent, called Cosmic Environment Adapter. There are countless high-energy radiation and particle flows in the universe, and the universe lives in this extremely harsh environment, and the body has strong adaptability and defense. Like the star beast that Han Xiao once hunted, the thickness of the skin is almost desperate. This talent transformed Han Xiao's body into cosmic life, providing considerable defense, physical resistance, harsh environmental resistance, various heat, cold, electric shock resistance, etc., which greatly improved. Han Xiao tried it, and his ability to resist hits rose to nearly 2 levels, gradually developing towards thick skin and thick flesh. It can be said that this is the talent that suits his flesh shield ability the most. The talent of the Star Chaser is biased towards assisting and defense, which is very comprehensive and is very consistent with my combat mode. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the talent of the Star Chaser. After figuring out the changes after the advancement, Han Xiao has time to think about the subsequent problems. The advancement at level 220 has been held back for more than 7 years, and now it has finally been completed. The strength has finally soared again after a long time, which is a natural result. Han Xiao estimated that his limit of Super A level was around 240. Although he was happy to advance at this time, he knew that this was just overcoming one of the obstacles and still had a way to go. After passing the threshold of level 220, the experience required for upgrading has soared again, which is completely astronomical. It is hard to sustain the more than 1 million players in the Legion alone. After all, professional knowledge and teaching skills are a one-time transaction. More than 1 million Legion players have learned a lot of abilities, and consumption demand has declined. It's time to open up a new league field. New players who are booming in version 3.0 are all young buds without forming, and they are eager for skills and knowledge. This is a brand new market. Hylon Star is the old place of birth, and I have already taken it into my pocket, and the new place of the Broken Star Ring of the 3.0 version is not under my control. Han Xiao opened the star map, and the new player's birthplace is named Deer Star, located in the Galong Star Cluster, with a new player, and some people were born only 3.0. This is equivalent to opening a new server. New players in version 3.0 will naturally not be as troubled as players of the 1.0 Aquarium Blue Star. They're directly in line with the Interstellar. Deer is a planet similar to an interstellar transit station. Around it is a resource-rich galaxy. Many branches of large interstellar consortiums are stationed here to explore nearby star areas. For players, the mission resources are very rich. These new players born outside the battlefield can travel thousands of miles to participate in the main line of Secret War, or explore on their own, use the rich experience of version 3.0 to catch up with the level, or participate in another main line. Red Tide is the theme of version 3.0, and Secret War is one of the main plots. In other star clusters, various major events also occur. The Goran Star Group, where Deerd is located, the large-scale plot that new players can access is the plot line of the Mercenary Allied Forces in the Broken Star Ring. This force is a joint organization established by a large interstellar mercenary group, such as Qian Huan and others, who asked Han Xiao to take the lead in the lead. They were moved by the turmoil of the star field environment, so they integrated the mercenaries of the Broken Star Ring to form a super-large mercenary joint group called the Pan-Broken Star Ring Allied Forces, referred to as the Mercenary Allied Forces. The Mercenary Allied Forces have been established for several years, and the results are obvious. With the joint efforts, the Allied Forces employment business has expanded to multiple star clusters, undertaken dozens or hundreds of civilized employment, and participated in many major events. 7 years ago, Han Xiao participated in this main plot. Although he did not pay much attention to the changes in the mercenary world, the Black Star Army is still one of the decision-makers of the Mercenary Allied Council, and is one of the senior leaders of the Allied army. Don't worry about Hylon Star, and Deerd Star is easy to deal with. Just expand the Black Star Legion. Han Xiao pondered. Deerd Star is located in the Gorn Star cluster, outside the business scope of the Legion, but with the status of the Black Star Legion, it is only a trivial matter to open a branch on Deerd Star. He used 3 versions to create the Black Star Army's signature, which left a deep impression on players and had great advantages in recruiting new players. There are so many people discussing the Black Star Legion on the forum. Even new players, they will be curious about the past of the Black Star Legion and thus develop a yearning for the camp itself. Han Xiao's most fundamental goal in developing the Black Star Army is to build it into a tool for efficient harvesting of leaks. Deerdexing doesn't even need him to come forward in person. If you want to reach more than A as soon as possible, you must expand the scale of leak planting. In his plan, recruiting Deerd Star players is an important task for the next period of time. The Legion can help me recruit new players, and I have to start preparing for Super A level. The shadow of the domineering man was shrouded in his head. Herbert was the biggest obstacle. Once he became Super A level, he had to face this powerful enemy, and the two of them would have a fight. This is not as simple as dealing with the alien god clone or Wan Yingying. What he's going to face is a real Super A level powerhouse with completely different pressures. I have to train Hela while doing some valuable tasks. Han Xiao said intimately. Just so happens that because of the soul embryo, he has sufficient reasons to temporarily withdraw from the secret war and do his own business in a low-key manner. Not only do you have to upgrade, but you also have to find ways to improve your combat effectiveness as much as possible. Make sufficient preparations before you surpass A level and gain more expertise in order to deal with the domineering. Compared with others, this is his biggest advantage. He can actively acquire expertise and continuously improve his combat effectiveness, and there is no bottleneck. It would be great if I could get the treasures of the universe. Han Xiao sighed. Cisco's evolutionary block made him envious, but unfortunately, he didn't have much chance to borrow it. He also wanted to obtain a cosmic treasure that belongs to him. In the previous life, players recorded many records of cosmic treasures. In the later version, some players even mastered cosmic treasures. However, at this stage, most cosmic treasures do not know where they are. Even if there are fixed places, they are heavily protected. If Han Xiao could easily obtain the treasure of the universe, he would have gone to get it long ago. In his memory, there are 3 more well-known cosmic treasures in the Broken Star Ring, which are mastered by 3-star cluster-level civilizations. Cisco's evolutionary blocks belong to treasures that he had heard of, but had few clues. At present, Han Xiao only knows that there is a cosmic treasure that he might get. At this point in time, 80% of this universe treasure is still quietly staying in a civilization ruin, and the coordinates are the shining world that has not yet been explored. It's a pity. The distant water cannot quench the near thirst. Han Xiao felt a little regretful. At least after the Red Empire gained ownership of the Shining World and built the Cross-Star Domain Stargate, he had the opportunity to get this cosmic treasure. Now he can't even go to the Shining World. Therefore, if you want to improve your combat effectiveness, you still have to start with your expertise. The specific plan has to be discussed in a long time. Han Xiao just wanted to relax, open the door of the practice room, and return to the cabin. Hela was practicing hard in the practical exercise room. There were only 2 people in the cabin, Ferdin and Aurora. They were chatting happily, like a pair of good friends. When they heard the footsteps, they turned around and looked over. Qinxing, Fording let you out again? Han Xiao glanced at Fording. At this time, Fording was sissy, and it was obviously Morningstar who was controlling his body. Qinxing snorted, not wanting to talk to Han Xiao, so he returned his body to Fording. After his temperament changed, Fording regained control of his body and smiled gently. She is still afraid of you. Han Xiao shook his head and said curiously, I've always wanted to ask, if you two share the same body, are your physiological needs the same as her? Fording coughed awkwardly. By the way, you two are not distinguished from each other. Are you unable to mate? Han Xiao looked funny. Is this a forced platonic love? Do you have to talk about this topic? Can you talk about something else? Fording was so distressed. Aurora blinked her big eyes and interrupted. Actually, I'm quite curious. Fordine is very popular and has become familiar with Aurora during this period, mainly because Chun Xing in her body loves her very much. Okay, Fording was helpless. I am a psychic master, and she is also a psychic master. We can simulate physiological needs, cough, and the organs, and then use the mental body. You understand that. Han Xiao. Damn, it's such a brain-to-heart relationship. Is this the same principle as having a spring dream? Am I training RBQ in my brain? Is this the highest level of fantasy? Han Xiao had a strange expression and pointed at Fording. I didn't expect that your thick eyebrows and big eyes are also a pervert. Shut up. Chun Xing bubbling violently, blushing, roaring with Fordine's body, and then shrank back. Fording came to his senses and had no choice but to spread his hands. She ignores me. It's over. So what if she ignores you? She lives in your body. Where else can she run? Anyway, it's already your shape. Han Xiao is powerless to complain. Aurora smiled aside so hard that she fell back and forth. After a while, she couldn't laugh anymore. She wiped away the tears from her laughter, looked at Han Xiao, and said curiously, "By the way, I just realized that your vitality has grown a lot. Have you finally broken through the bottleneck?" Fording's eyes lit up, and she was overjoyed. The strength of Black Star has stagnated for 7 years. Now she has finally made progress again. It is undoubtedly great news at this critical moment. That's right. Han Xiao nodded. It's great, so we still have hope. Fording was overjoyed. Ever since he heard Austin's words, he has been worried about Han Xiao, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Han Xiao chatted with the two for a while, and felt much more relaxed, and then returned to the room to do the business. He took out the communicator and sent the coordinates of Deard Star to Sivia, asking her to send someone to establish a branch, report the situation to him at any time, and let her, the chief affairs officer, be responsible for this matter. Sivia knew that this represented the importance of the Legion commander and took the order solemnly. After thinking about it, Han Xiao sent another message to Bennett to check the recent situation of Hylon Star. It seems that it has been 10 years since I went back last time. See Blue Federation Parent Star, the first elementary college of the Federation. In the classroom, many 7- or 8-year-old students followed the teachers on the podium to read the textbooks. In 694 of Xinghai Li, Hylon underwent a governance unification movement. Driven by Black Star, the social structure changed drastically. The 6 countries were replaced by the current Hylon Federation. This was the turning point of the Hylon civilization process. The same year was also the first year of the Hylon Federation. Black Star, whose real name is Han Xiao, a Hylon Star, a member of the Hylon organization, abandoned the dark and turned to the light, and is now the shelter of the Hylon civilization. He has the highest veto power in the Federal Council and is our greatest backer on the other end of the starry sky. He guided Halen's civilization in the past 20 years and brought us the ticket to the interstellar community. To this day, the Black Star Legion still maintains a close cooperative relationship with the Federation. A male student with freckles raised his hand and said curiously, "Is Black Star still alive?" A burst of laughter in class. Of course, Nilo, Black Star is a strong man in the universe and has a long lifespan. When we are old and die of old age, he will still be alive. The teacher smiled and nodded. I thought only dead people were considered great men. The student named Nilo blushed. The teacher shook his head. Black Star and the Federal President Bennett are friends. The landmark portrait in the Central Garden is the statue that Bennett has set up for Black Star. If you are curious, you can log into the Interstellar Network and search for the deeds of Black Star. There are public information on it. He is the most powerful person who has walked out of the aquarium and the glory of our entire planet. The afternoon class ended soon, and the students came home from school, and Nilo followed the crowd and came to the school gate. The school is located in the middle of a building. Standing on a wide platform at the entrance of the school, looking around, the view is wide, and you can see the entire city. The tall buildings are staggered, like a steel forest full of science fiction, and the anti-gravity suspension vehicle flows continuously along the tracks planned by the float. Over the past decade, Hylon has been constantly exposed to interstellar technology, and some common equipment in the starry sea have entered all aspects of people's lives. Now Hylon has built many high-tech cities, and the city style has gradually changed under the influence of the Interstellar Consortium. Prosperous and full of vitality, a private anti-gravity hover truck with different styles is waiting for his children outside the school. Nilo boarded an unlicensed hover truck, shuttled through the city, and finally entered the aqua blue federal government building. Nello followed a man who looked like a secretary to an office. Bennett was looking at the documents. Compared to 10 years ago, he had more wrinkles and gradually became old. He looked up at the sound and laughed when he saw Nello. "It's time for school? Let's sit down first. I'll handle the matter at hand and then take you to dinner." "I know, Dad." Nilo put down his little school bag, sat obediently on the sofa, shaking his calves and looking around. 10 years ago, under the instruction of Han Xiao, Bennett became the chairman of the Aquatic Blue Federation and completed the unification of the planet's regime. After the initial turbulent period, Aquarium Star entered the right track and developed steadily. The people recovered from their past trauma. The Mother Star ushered in peace. Bennett's wish was fulfilled. As the president of the federal government, he needed to establish a family, so he got married and had children. He was also a martial artist after all, and he was in good health. He was not a problem with creating a human being. Nilo was his child. "Dad, today the teacher told us the story of Black Star." Nilo said lively. "Oh, what did he teach you?" Bennett was interested. Nilo's breast's voice retelled it and said curiously, "Is Black Star your friend?" "Dad, yes. I have known him for almost 20 years. Bennett missed him quite a bit. Is he really that powerful? Are you even better than you, Dad?" Nilo's eyes widened. In his heart, his father, as the president of the federal government, was the most powerful person in the world. "He is much better than me." Bennett laughed. "Daudu." At this time, the communicator rang. Bennett saw the call clearly, was slightly shocked, and waved to Nello. "Come here. Aren't you very curious about Black Star? Come and see him." Bennett picked up Nilo and put it on his legs before he connected the video, and Han Xiao's face appeared on the screen. "Long time no see. It's almost 10 years. Bennett smiled. "Yes." Han Xiao nodded, and when he saw Nilo, his eyes lit up. "This child is—" "Well, this is my child Nilo." Bennett smiled, touched Nilo's head, and urged, "Call Uncle quickly." "Hello, Uncle." Nilo said hello well. Han Xiao looked surprised. "When did you get married? Why didn't you notify me?" "You were so busy, I don't want to disturb you in this little thing." "What's this?" "We are old friends, and we didn't even inform me of the good news." "You disappointed me." Han Xiao looked dissatisfied. Bennett laughed and didn't care. Although he didn't say it, he knew that he and Han Xiao were no longer on the same level. He Langsing's daily affairs were undoubtedly a trivial matter for Han Xiao. Bennett did not want to disturb him because of these trivial matters, and the two of them had fewer and fewer contacts. "Are you the one written in the textbook?" Nilo stared at Han Xiao curiously. "Textbook?" Han Xiao was stunned. Bennett explained with a smile, and Han Xiao suddenly laughed. "I didn't expect that I was actually written into a history textbook. This feeling of being remembered seems pretty good." After chatting for a few words, Bennett suddenly said, "I want Nero to be your adopted son. What do you think?" Han Xiao was a little surprised and nodded. He and Bennett had a good relationship and were willing to be the child's godfather. Bennett patted Nilo. "Hurry, call him a wielding father. One father." Nilo's tone was a little stiff. Han Xiao was a stranger he had never met before, and his adoptive father was not very yelling. Bennett smiled, put down Nilo, and asked him to go aside to play, and then he started to talk about this serious matter. "What's the matter with me?" Han Xiao. "It's nothing. I just want to ask about Hylon Star's recent situation." Hylon Star is one of the birthplaces of players. It transports troops to the Black Star Legion, which is equivalent to his logistics base and is very important. Before opening up a new vegetable field, he wanted to confirm the situation of the old vegetable field. Benny's feature head, detailed introduction to the current situation of Aquarium Star. With the light of the Black Star Army, the Aqua Blue Star is transforming from surface civilization to interstellar civilization and has tried to colonize nearby unmanned planets in recent years. A considerable number of newbies in version 3.0 were born on Hylon and were recruited by the Black Star Legion branch. Overall, the situation is very good. Han Xiao was very satisfied and asked, "You did a good job. Now Aquarium Star no longer needs you to worry about. Do you want to come to the universe to see it?" If you remember correctly, Bennett also yearned for the universe, so Han Xiao sent an invitation. However, to his surprise, Bennett shook his head and refused. "I have decided to stay in the Aquarium Federation, the universe. I don't want to go." "Why? I remember you before." "I have a new wish. The Aquarium Federation is still very young. I hope to protect its growth and give my remaining life to it." Bennett smiled with deep wrinkles. "I am old, have a family, and have children, and I don't want to fight and kill anymore. I am very satisfied with my life now. Although the universe is magnificent, it is enough to have you. Please help me see the world." Han Xiao gave up the idea of dissuasion when he heard this. Everyone has their own ambitions. Bennett spent the first half of his life in the war and turmoil. Now he's found his belongings. "My heart is at peace in my hometown. There's no need for him to turn around others' wishes." "I understand. Actually, I have something else to ask you," Bennett said. "You said, the only thing I can't rest assured is Nello. He still has a great future and shouldn't stay here with me. After my death, I hope you can take him by your side, take care of him, and cultivate him." Bennett's eyes were full of love. "You're going to die. Why did you suddenly lift the orphan?" Han Xiao's scalp was numb. "After all, I'm different from you. My lifespan is limited. I don't know when I will die, so it's better to tell you earlier." Bennett smiled openly. "Can you promise me?" "No problem. I still have the money to support someone." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, eased the atmosphere, and jokingly said, "When you die, do you want me to take care of your widow?" "I won't bother you." Bennett's mouth twitched. After chatting for more than half an hour, Han Xiao hung up the communication, smiled, and sighed. Not everyone has a long lifespan like him. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the fate of normal people. Bennett is getting older and older, and one day he will die. Still a little sad. However, even if one day he will die, the career he loves will remain. Aqua Blue Federation. Han Xiao nodded secretly. With his protection, the Aqua Blue Star civilization will go further and further than in the previous life. With the famous foundation laid by the first two versions, 3.0 has become a booming period for new players. According to statistics, more than tens of millions of new players have poured in so far, and the number is still growing. Due to the influence of the China Championship in the last professional league, the Broken Star Rings region attracted the most players. About 3 months after the opening of 3.0, the number of new players has been nearly 2 million. Half a month later, Gorin Star Cluster, Deerd Star. The public airport hall has become a player square, with everything from setting up stalls, teams, leading, and training. Countless players gathered here, noisy and crowded, with transparent viewing windows on the walls, from which you can overlook the surface of Deer Star or admire the magnificent cosmic starry sky. As an interstellar transit station, Deer Star has a lot of job opportunities. After 3 months of experience, these more than 1 million newbies have been promoted very quickly under the reward of level 3.0. Now, they are above level 30 on average, and the first echelon has reached more than 40 levels. Unlike the bitter Aquarium Star players in version 1.0, Deer Star players are citizens of Interstellar as soon as they are born. They have rich information channels and can view interstellar information at will. After 3 months of exploration, Deer Star players have found various development directions. At this moment, in the crowded public airport hall, there's a team of players discussing where they will go in the future. We should join the Ajin Consortium to help them fight against the nearby star pirate gangs. This is the main mission of the planet, and it is definitely the best choice. What is the future of joining a consortium? It's better to be a free mercenary. I read the strategies of the old players on the forum. They all say that being a mercenary is the best. I checked the information. Now the largest mercenary organization in the Broken Star Ring is the Mercenary Allied Army. I heard that someone triggered a new main line in it. If you want to be a mercenary, you might as well go to Colton, hold the thighs of those old players, and join the Black Star Legion to participate in the main line of Secret War. The Black Star Legion is good, but cross-star group flights are a bit expensive. I think it's better not to go there. We have a new main mission here. Why go far away? Why not come a little challenging? As the saying goes, the gold belt of killing and setting fire. Let's go to be a star pirate. Hee. Do you think we can afford a spaceship? You stupid. Since you want to be a star pirate, can you afford to buy it or grab it? The player team discussed for a long time and suddenly found that the noisy environment around them had quieted down at some point. Several people turned their heads in shock. I saw millions of people in the entire hall, whether it was players or NPCs, looking at the dome viewing window of the airport hall, with their mouths wide open and their faces were shocked. What's going on? The few people also raised their heads and saw clearly the scene outside the viewing window. Their eyes suddenly widened. A huge armed satellite fortress appeared at some point, occupying all the views of the viewing window. The size of the public airport is less than 1/20th of this satellite fortress. Thousands of warships guarded the satellite fortress and slowly approached, stopping in the outer space orbit of Deert Star. The outer armor of these warships has the same mark. As long as players who often go to the forum to read posts and get flooded, they will not be unfamiliar with this mark. This is the symbol of the Black Star Legion. The Black Star Army directly moved a satellite branch over. Millions of newbies in the airport hall were incredible and confused. Didn't the Black Star Legion fight in another star cluster? Why did you come here? To this day, the Black Star Legion is already a famous organization in the Broken Star Ring. A satellite base suddenly arrived, causing a sensation from Deert Star. The Golden Star Group has nothing to do with the Secret War. Whether it is the various consortiums of Deer Stars or the more than 1 million new players here, they're all wondering about the purpose of the Black Star Legion. The airport sailed out of the escort warships and met the Black Star Army satellite base, showing the caution he deserved. The heads of various consortiums could not wait to send out a communication invitation, wanting to speak with the commander of this Black Star fleet. Soon, their application was responded, and all the consortium leaders were pulled into a video conferencing channel, and Sivia's face appeared on their communication screen. It's her, Black Star's Chief Affairs Officer. As an important cadre of the Black Star Legion, Sivia is very famous. Many consortium leaders know her. When they see such an important person leading the team, everyone was a little uneasy and felt that the Black Star Legion had some plans. I am Sivia, the commander of this fleet. Sivia nodded and made an opening remark. Why don't you say hello and suddenly come? Are you trying to violate the interstellar business principles and seize the business of Deer Star? A consortium head who was faintly headed by everyone, speaking in a bad tone and aggressive manner. The Ajin Consortium is the largest Chable force on Deert Star. The person who spoke at this time was Carver, the person in charge. Others have similar ideas to Carver, and Deert Star is a treasure pot for them and does not want to be touched by others. Sawia smiled faintly. Please don't get me wrong. Although our Black Star Legion is an armed organization, it will not use force to coerce the legal consortium. Moreover, Deer Star's business is not attractive to us. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Carver and others looked a little unnatural. They regarded Deer Star as treasure pot, and the Black Star Legion, which has a big business, were just a little trivial interest in the eyes. Sawia's subtext was obviously that she looked down on this prophet, which made Carver a little embarrassed. Then what are you here to do? And I have brought a satellite fortress here. If I remember correctly, the Goran Star Cluster is not a battlefield for secret wars. Carver asked in confusion. Sivia cleared her throat and said loudly, as an important member of the Mercenary Allied Forces, the mercenary department of our Black Star Army decided to expand its business to the Goran Star Group. Deer Star is our branch location. We will contract the employment in this area. You can also regard us as the office of the Mercenary Allied Forces. If you need manpower, you can apply to us." Carver and others' eyes lit up. If the Black Star Army does not interfere in the business of Deer Star, it will only expand the mercenary business, which will be beneficial or harmless to them. If Deer Star stationed a reliable mercenary organization, the security situation would improve significantly and attract more people. Moreover, with the Black Star Army, they don't have to find those crappy little mercenaries, so they can be safe and secure. Nowadays, the mercenary allied forces have a tendency to monopolize the employment business of the entire star domain. Carver believes that since the Black Star Army is a member of the mercenary allied forces, it is expanding to expand the mercenary allied forces business. Understand, we have no objection. Carver let go of some of his guard, and others agreed. Sivia, very good. I want to ask you one thing. I hope you all use their influence to publicly announce the news that our Black Star Legion will be stationed here. With your help, we will soon open up the market. As an external force, even if the Black Star Legion has a great family and a great business, Sivia will ease its relationship with local forces so that it will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Carver hesitated a little. At this time, Sivia added, "Of course, in return, if you need mercenaries in the future, we will provide a certain discount. Don't worry, we will cover the things we promote for you." Carver was happy and agreed without saying a word. Whether on the surface of Deer Star or in the airport hall, you can see the huge satellite fortress floating in outer space orbit as soon as you look up. Just when people were in panic, several forces led by the agile consortium jointly issued an announcement claiming that they had reached a cooperation treaty with the Black Star Army. The Black Star Army came with goodwill and would establish a branch on Deer Star to undertake the employment business. As soon as the announcement was released, most people breathed a sigh of relief and became happy. The security of the interstellar transit station has always been a problem, and the Black Star Army station here may improve the current situation. Of course, not everyone welcomes the Black Star Legion, such as the small mercenary organization that seeks life on Deer Star felt pressure. They can all see that their future life will definitely be difficult, and their business will probably be snatched away by the Black Star Army. But the Black Star Legion soon issued a recruitment notice, recruiting personnel on a large scale, with local mercenaries being given priority. For a time, there were many responders, and countless people participated enthusiastically, especially the players of Deer Star. The topic of the Black Star Legion is often slaughtered on forums, and we have a certain understanding of the benefits, plot, and deeds of the Black Star Legion, even if it is a newbie. The Black Star Legion has accompanied the players through 2 versions of the main mission. Countless players contributed to the Black Star Legion, and their deeds remained in the Star Sea Chronicle. The current scale of the Black Star Legion is credited to the players, which makes some newbies naturally feel a sense of belonging to the camp. In the eyes of many newbies, the Black Star Army is the large team of players who break the star rings. It is just because of the regional nature that many people do not want to travel all the way to Colton. At this time, the Legion's business expanded to the Galong Star Cluster. Without the distance restrictions, a considerable number of players no longer hesitated and joined decisively. Some hesitant players are mainly confused about the choice of plot lines. In their opinion, joining the Black Star Army is equivalent to participating in the main line of the Secret War, and they do not want to give up the freedom to explore other plot lines. But after listening to the explanation of the players who joined the Legion, they realized that it was not the case. If they wanted to join the Secret War, they needed to submit an application for joining the war. If they had no intention, the Legion would not force them, and they could choose not to trigger this main line. If you don't participate in the war, you'll be a normal mercenary of the Black Star Army. You can screen tasks yourself, explore yourself, and enjoy the benefits of the camp. And they were surprised to find that the Black Star Legion is a senior executive of the Mercenary Allied Army, and it can also trigger the plot line of the Mercenary Allied Army, which is equivalent to choosing 2 main lines to join the Black Star Legion. There are also some players who want to be the local main plot of Deer Star to help the Ajin Consortium drive away the nearby Star Pirate gangs. However, they were shocked to find that the Ajin Consortium had actually canceled this task, and the local main plot of Deer Star disappeared. After careful investigation, many players realized that the Star Pirate gang entrenched near Deer Star heard that the Black Star Legion was coming, so they gave up their stronghold and left the decisive. All these Star Pirates were scared away by the Black Star Legion. There is nothing to hesitate about. Basically, within 3 days, more than 90% of Deer Star players choose to join the Black Star Army. Han Xiao has been operating for so long, and the benefits of the Black Star Army are unparalleled to newbies. They not only have a large amount of equipment and props, but also have complete basic and advanced professional knowledge, so they don't have to learn from the NPCs everywhere. The current level and demand of the newbies are equivalent to players in the 10th period, and his Black Star Legion gives all the benefits of a 30th period, which is an extremely luxurious temptation for the newbies and cannot be refused. Sivia recruited players on Deer Star, and Han Xiao's panel also received real-time feedback. As soon as these newbies join the Legion, the first thing they do is to learn knowledge. He has the political assets that he rewards for the mission and the additional 30 experience rewards. The dry experience pool quickly fills up and quickly gets enough experience to upgrade. The second piece of Leak Land was opened, and his harvesting experience was significantly improved. According to this efficiency, level 240 is just around the corner. Legion players are now divided into 2 groups. One is old players who basically reach level B, and the other is new players who are more than 30 levels on average, with more than 1 million each. The consumption power of new players is not as good as that of old players, but their potential needs are the greatest. Han Xiao decided to stock up on Deer Star's newbie and not force them to participate in secret wars with their combat effectiveness. The benefits of participating in the war are worse than hiring. The main line of the mercenary allied forces is more suitable for this group of newcomers. Han Xiao pondered secretly. The player market has doubled compared to before. These newcomers have to learn knowledge and skills from scratch, but their level is still very low and they need to be fattened slowly. Professional knowledge is a necessity, and newcomers have to learn sooner or later, so he is not in a hurry. Doo-doo. The communicator suddenly rang, and Han Xiao glanced at it, and it was called by Lever of the Amethyst Civilization. Black Star, I heard you have established a branch in the Gornstar cluster? Asked Lever. It's very well informed. Do you have any opinions? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Ahem, I'm just curious to ask. Lever Kohidridi. In fact, the Amethyst Civilization hopes to tie the Black Star Army to Colton's territory and does not want to see Han Xiao expand outward. But it is not time to talk about this matter yet. Han Xiao, what's the matter with me today? Lever's face turned serious and said in a deep voice, That's right. When we heard the news, the Red Empire and the Glorious Federation have reached a preliminary consensus. There is not much time left for us. We must speed up the counterattack. The negotiations are about to end. Han Xiao's heart moved. The Red Empire and the Glorious Federation completed negotiations, which was when the secret war ended. No wonder Amethyst was anxious. What's the reaction in the war field? Lever, they are active, and the advanced combat power is launching a lot. Without your suppression, we have suffered a lot. Han Xiao knew that there must be some reason why Xiaoda was misled by him, and thus became irresistible. We urgently need you to return to the frontal battlefield. It just so happens that we are preparing for the next large-scale military operation. Black Star, we need. At this time, Han Xiao interrupted him. Sorry, I don't want to participate in this operation. Lever was stunned. Black Star is an important part of tactics, but now Han Xiao doesn't come. Wouldn't it disrupt the overall plan? Why? Han Xiao thought for a while and said, You should know that no matter what the war ends, the overlords are unlikely to let me go. Lever was silent. Amethyst did know about this, but he never planned to tell him that it was not that he was alive and that the top leaders were very realistic, just to make the best use of it. 7 years ago, Amethyst was attracted by Han Xiao's potential and implemented preliminary investment, but now 7 years have passed. Seeing that he has lost the momentum of rapid growth, the senior management of Amethyst was no longer as optimistic about his potential. Although he still pays attention to it, the senior management's ideas have changed, and he no longer expects to become a Super A level. Amethyst will not allow the domineering to take revenge on their heroes afterwards, but the top leaders have their own considerations. Although the possibility of Black Star becoming a super A-level has been reduced, it is still the peak disaster-level Superman, and it still has the value of winning over. The Overlord's action can prompt the Black Star to seek protection from the Amethyst, which will further the relationship between the two sides. The benefits outweigh the disadvantages for the senior management. As for the safety of Black Star, Amethyst is not worried. No matter what, there is Dragon behind Black Star. If you run out and add icing on the cake, it is naturally better to help you in time. Maybe you can even form a relationship with Emmers because of this. Han Xiao didn't care. The essence of cooperation between the two parties was to take each of them. Amethyst didn't owe him anything, and said slowly, "So I have to think of some solutions and spend the rest of my time trying to break through the bottleneck of the natural disaster level." I understand. Seeing that Han Xiao made the words clear, Lever stopped forcing him. Lever is actually very clear about the situation of the Secret War. The senior leaders of Amethyst know that they cannot drive away all enemies, and in the end they will lose some of the border galaxies. They are mentally prepared. The counterattack they're now making is to regain their territory as much as possible and stop losses for themselves. Under such circumstances, it is not something that Amethyst cannot accept that Han Xiao is unwilling to participate in the war. I guess Black Star also knew this, so he made this request. Lever secretly thought that Han Xiao said he wanted to try to break through the super A-level, just an excuse. There was no movement for 7 years, and he didn't think Han Xiao could make any breakthrough in the short term. But there is no need to make these words clear. Lever, I will submit your opinion to the top leaders, but you may not come, but the Black Star Army must participate. It's natural. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the communication. In this way, neither Amethyst nor the war field will be both concerned about him for the time being. He has withdrawn from the Secret War. It is time to get some expertise and prepare for the Super A level. Template expertise is hard to come by, and Han Xiao is obtained through unconventional channels without any fixed rules. Although the mission is a good opportunity to gain expertise, he has not triggered the next link for so long. He almost thought Wanting gave up, but the mission has never been settled. He didn't know what the situation was, so he naturally couldn't count on it. The tasks that obtain expertise and memory are basically ordinary expertise, and even rarer, so what tasks to do need to be measured. The task that is not broken into the ring will be eliminated first. Some of the specialties have limited growth in combat power, which will only waste time, and this part is also ruled out. After filtering it, Han Xiao selected several relatively cost-effective tasks. Although the rewarded expertise cannot change the combat power dramatically like the template expertise, it also increases to a certain extent. It will take about a few months to complete these tasks. The war will not end so soon. I have enough time, Han Xiao said intimately. Currently, the total level is at level and needs to be transferred. During the version update, he stocked up several task settlement cards and used one at level 220 to advance, and there is still some left in his hands, so he lacks only experience. The experience required to upgrade to level 220 will soar, but with the harvest of 2 leak fields, it may only take a few months to make up enough experience. Just as I do the task, I waited for the experience to be full. Han Xiao called Hela, Aurora, and Fording to explain the next itinerary, and the 3 of them had no objection. By the way, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something and said to Aurora, "You help me make some recovery potions. I want to equip senior cadres in the Legion, and maybe they can save their lives at critical moments." The war field began to rogue. In order to avoid casualties at the top of the Legion, he wanted to provide some life guarantees for senior cadres. Aurora's vitality potion has miraculous effects, which is equivalent to a second life. Now Aurora is free to retract and release superpowers, and creating potions is not a big consumption for her. No problem. Aurora was very happy. Finally can help. Hela wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Aurora's happy appearance, he still maintained a tacit attitude. Since it was Han Xiao's request, and it was not too much, she just let Aurora's temperament go. She also saw Aurora's growth, and her desire for protection was not as extreme as before. After spending a day to handle the trivial matters properly, Han Xiao and the three of them began their journey of talent-making. 3 blue and black, scimitar-shaped spacecraft dragged their surging tail flames and sailed out of the desolate universe belt and entered the broken star environment from a remote border. In the cockpit of the leading spaceship, Ecolin looked at the galaxy outside the porthole and spat out the rotten fruit chewed in his mouth with a sniffle, revealing his sharp teeth covered with blue-purple juice, cursing. The bastard who is not killed has been flying for almost 6 years, and he finally arrived. As he said that, he slapped the freezer control button on the spacecraft's operating panel. Hissing, dozens of neatly arranged low-temperature survival, freezing cabins in the cabin began to thaw. The cabin door opened and the air conditioner was everywhere. One by one, tall or short guys walked out with different races, naked bodies, and scars and tattoos on their bodies. We've slept for 3 years? It's really long enough. Are you changing shifts or at the station now? These guys who woke up from hibernation put on their own clothes and came to the cockpit. Ecolin didn't turn his head when he heard the footsteps and pointed to the star map casually, saying, "We're here. This is the broken star ring. If you don't sleep stupidly, hurry up and restore your physical condition and don't delay the task assigned to us by the boss. Don't worry. Just suck some blood from me and I will recover." A pale man as tall and thin as a bamboo pole spoke, licked his lips, and glanced at his companions with malicious intentions. "Baron Oro-san, if you dare to attack my men, don't blame me for throwing you off the boat. Why should I listen to you?" The pale man, Oro-san, smiled coldly, and his tall cheekbones made him look sinister. "Because I'm the captain appointed by the excellency of the god of heaven. Or, do you want to fight?" Ecolin glanced at him fiercely. Oro-san sneered and shrugged, showing compromise. Ecolin snorted coldly and then said, "You'd better act low-key. I remember you were wanted criminals who escaped from the Broken Star Ring. I don't want to expose your whereabouts because of your stupidity before completing the mission. That was wanted 60 years ago, and maybe it would have been canceled long ago." Orosin didn't care. The people on the 3 ships were all members of the Fallen Ark, wanted by different star fields, and they were sent out to carry out missions to the Broken Star Ring. Ecolin, nicknamed Kurodo, and his superpower, is the captain of this team. He has spread plagues in several colonial stars of the ancient star desert, causing more than 3 billion casualties. He was wanted and rewarded by 23 galaxy-level civilizations and 2-star cluster-level civilizations. Later, he joined the Fallen Ark and followed the alien gods. Oro-san, who calls himself Baron, is the immortal vampire, and another L-level Superman in the team, has been mingled in multiple star fields to hunt lives. He is extremely vicious and has wanted rewards in 5-star fields, especially the Broken Star Ring. He once chewed the senior officials who delivered the speech in front of the audience of the entire civilization at a celebration of a galaxy-level civilization, causing a sensation. After he escaped from the Broken Star Ring, he joined the command of the strange god. The group of people set out 6 years ago and have only arrived at the Broken Star Ring. As wanted criminals, they dare not use the cross-star domain Stargate and spend most of their time crossing the desolate universe belt. These 3 light mink spacecraft are equipped with top-level super-warping jump engines, specially used for cross-star domain navigation, and can accelerate to a warp speed of 17.89. If the maximum speed is mentioned in the star domain, it can cross a galaxy in a few minutes. Even superpowers who are at least B-level must sleep in the low-temperature survival pod to resist the powerful load of super-warping jumps. Relying on this super-warping jump engine, this team spent about 6 years to cross multiple star domains from the desolate universe belt to the Broken Star Ring without relying on the Stargate. A subordinate asked, "Captain, which mission we will do first?" This team has 2 tasks to do in the Broken Star Ring. Are you a fool? Of course, it's easy to do it first. Ecolin was impatient and clicked on a file and displayed it on the light red virtual screen. There are 2 information about each of them. One is Heriful and the other is Han Xiao. It was the two who had joined forces to deal with the clone of the strange gods. Herifar, the A-level superpower of Terra civilization, the vice president of Terra Official Mechanical College, is a researcher. Black Star Han Xiao, leader of the Black Star Legion, ally of the Amethyst civilization, super A-level seed. Wow, this guy's record has been updated again. He is a powerful guy, and he is said to be the best among the natural disaster level of the Broken Star Ring. When Orosin heard this, he looked dissatisfied and smiled coldly. Black Star? When I was mingling the Broken Star Ring, I had never heard of this person. He was just a newcomer who has emerged in recent years. Ecolin didn't care and said expressionlessly, Black Star Ring is just a remote star field. The strength of the superpower here is not comparable to that of the 3-star fields of the Central Star Sea. Following the strange gods mingling in the Central Star Sea, Ecolin and others didn't look down on people from remote star fields like the Broken Star Ring. As the most vicious gang of thugs in this star sea, they're used to being arrogant, and even super A-level people may not be taken seriously by them. Since 7 years ago, the alien god has been talking about trees all day long. In their opinion, the alien god's madness has aggravated again, so he inexplicably sent them to break the star ring to find the coordinate data of a certain wormhole. Ecolin, Herifal has the data we want, and he is the primary goal. If we can get the data smoothly, we don't have to cause trouble for Black Star. No matter what, Herifal is easier to deal with than Black Star. Everyone nodded. Ecolin paused and continued. When the first task is solved, we will go and sneak into the block. I have something to do at night. I wrote a little less, so let me organize my thoughts. After several days of voyage, the Blacklight Lurker arrived at his destination along the booked route. Outside the porthole is a planet with green vegetation, earthy yellow earth and blue oceans forming the planet's surface, among which earthy yellow accounts for the highest proportion. Aurora was curious and overlooked the planet. Philip, what planet is this? The database search. The search was completed. Narain Star, coordinates Broken Rings, Colton Cluster, Gorit Galaxy, 6-star zone. The planet area number is S0, discovered and recorded by the Gorit civilization. There are signs of civilization, relatively backward, and interstellar technology has not yet been developed. The observation priority is 4 OM. Narain Star has surface civilization, and its technological level is still in ancient times. There is no nuclear energy for aircraft and cannons, and it is far from the stage of exploring the starry sky. Aurora was puzzled. Why did Han Xiao bring us here? Anyway, you must have a reason. Please ask him when he arrives. Fording smiled. At this time, Han Xiao was not on the spaceship. The three of them sailed on the ship. He used them to run naked in the universe, to expose them to the radiation of the universe, and obtain some attributes through the star-tracking person in the void. The navigation speed was much slower than the three. The spacecraft was suspended in the outer space of Narain Star. Before long, the space next to it was wrinkled and twisted. Han Zhao's figure jumped out of the void dimension, shivered, and hurriedly opened the cabin door and flew into the cabin. Ooh! When he stepped into the cabin, Han Xiao quickly let out a breath and squirted out a boiling and hot breath. As soon as he escaped from the vacuum environment, hissing white smoke suddenly rose all over his body, as if it had been cooked. The cells in the body absorb a large amount of cosmic radiation. The body is like a furnace, extremely hot, and the skin can be fried. Opened the panel and glanced at it. Han Xiao was quite satisfied. It is worthy of being a middle and high-level evolutionary species. This talent has a good growth potential. As long as you accumulate enough time, the bonus will be considerable. After actual testing, Han Xiao has figured out the operating mechanism. After evolving into a void star chaser, the body cells are transformed and have the ability to absorb cosmic radiation. As long as the body is exposed to the universe for a certain period of time, it can be triggered. Each time, it will be permanently increased by 1 to 3 points of strength, agility, or endurance, or increased by 5 to 10 points of power limit. If triggered multiple times within a certain period of time, the interval between the effect of this talent will become longer and longer, That is, it is to run naked in the universe for longer to improve the attributes again. If you rest for more than one day, the interval between the talent taking effect will be reduced, and you will return to the initial state. The absorption process can be dissolved into 3 steps: absorption, storage, and digestion. The cells are not bottomless pits, and their storage and digestion abilities are limited. Just like eating, the cells are overeating and need time to digest, so this situation occurs. This is a species talent that can gain considerable returns through time accumulation. It can become stronger by hanging up. It will definitely make a profit without losing money. It is Han Xiao's most satisfied talent ability at present. At this time, the total bonus provided by this talent has accumulated 16 strength, 13 agility, 21 endurance, 68 strength, and there is also a huge improvement in the breakthrough. Back at the cab, Han Xiao greeted the 3 of them. "Let you wait for a long time, we can act. What are we doing on this planet?" Aurora asked. "Do good things." Han Xiao smiled and changed to manual driving mode, allowing the spacecraft to enter the invisible state, enter the Narain star atmosphere, and slowly descended. This is his first stop when he chose to gain expertise. Narain star has 3 land sections, but only one of the continents has civilizations, and the other 2 continents have not been discovered by local civilizations, and even the age of navigation has not been opened. Naturally, this civilization does not know what the universe is like. In addition to the Gorit civilization who discovered Narain star, he should be the second cosmic visitor who favors this planet. This civilization is a magical route. Several kingdoms rule the continent, mainly based on the king-lord and aristocratic system, and fight against each other. The most powerful kingdom is called Heluan. Players in previous lives discovered a specialty mission here, which is of some use to Han Xiao. The spacecraft in stealth dropped to an altitude of 1,000 meters and swept across the Earth under Han Xiao's control, and towns made of stone bricks passed through their sight. The surface civilization of Narain planet did not discover the ability of interstellar spacecraft. The spacecraft quickly flew around the mainland and completed the scan. Philip whispered and generated the map. "Who?" The trees sway, and the spacecraft landed in the dense forest of a mountain range. Han Xiao took the 3 of them off the spacecraft, keeping the spacecraft invisible so as not to be discovered by the indigenous people of Narain. Taking out the newly generated map, Han Xiao glanced at it and explained. "The destination is nearby. This is the territory of the Halyuan Kingdom. We're at a city called Shurxin City. Let me see. Oh, that's city." Han Xiao pointed to the distance, and Hyla and the other 2 followed his hands and looked over. "I saw that on the edge of the mountain range, there was a town built against the mountain, with brick and stone gray as the city tone. You guys follow me and keep a low profile. I won't let you do anything. Don't do it randomly." Han Xiao instructed carefully. Level A is the advanced combat power in the universe, which has the power to crush this surface civilization. It is unmatched by Narain star. If you accidentally destroy a city, in order to do the task, Han Xiao needs everyone to keep a low profile, at least to incorporate this segment on the surface. Although he didn't understand Han Xiao's intention, Hela and the other 2 nodded. "Philip, simulate the appearance of the Narains." Several mechanical balls rose and shot blue conical rays at Han Xiao and the other 4. The matrix data flow flashed, and a simple simulated illusion was quickly generated on the surface of the 4 humans, turning into the appearance of the Narains. The body structure of the Narains is similar to that of the human race, with darker skin, rougher skin, and patterns. Adjust the translator channel, and after everything was ready, Han Xiao and the 3 of them followed the mountain path to Shurxin City. The afternoon sun is lazy. The 4 of them were extremely fast, and soon arrived at the scattered towns outside the city. Next to the road were the fields of farming. Farmers in groups of 3 or 3 were working hard in the fields, and the smell of some kind of animal manure was floating in the air. I am used to seeing the magnificent scenery of the universe and enjoying the primitive scenery of the surface civilization at this time, which has a unique flavor. Even advanced interstellar civilizations have experienced such a period. The spark of civilization is very weak at the beginning and continues to grow under the care of generations. When fighting in a universe every day, you see either warships or armor. Occasionally, you can relax when traveling to such backward surface civilization. Don't worry about the enemy. You can walk sideways here. The environment here is good. There is no industrial pollution. Han Xiao took a deep breath and shook his head. Even the smell of shit smells so fresh. I think you have become more and more perverted recently. Fording told the truth. No, you are better in this regard. After chatting all the way, several people came to the gate of Shirshin City. The guards could not see the disguise of interstellar technology. Han Xiao and others smuggled into the crowd and entered the city. What came towards us was the smelly hot wind, and the noisy shouts hit the ears roughly. In front of us were messy stone streets, backward town planning, and primitive natives. What the hell are we going to do? Aurora asked in a low voice. You have the most problems. Just follow me and you'll be done. Han Xiao pulled Aurora's elastic face with 2 fingers and let it go with a snap. Aurora covered her red face and burst into tears. Sister, he bullied me. Aurora turned around and complained. Hella looked straight and looked blind. Several people approached the signboard in the town. Philip translated the narrating text into general text, and Han Xiao looked at an old notice that had been posted for unknown years. The content can be summarized as, a manor in Shirshin City is haunted and demons appear. The owner of the manor hopes to ask someone to solve the problem. This reward has been around for a long time. The mission was located in a small manor. Han Xiao and others expressed their intentions and were soon welcomed by the owner of the manor and sat in the main hall. As soon as he sat down, the owner of the manor couldn't wait to speak. That's great. Finally, someone is willing to help. This notice has been posted for several years. I have received at least 100 people, and 5 of them claim to be wizards, but they have not solved the problem. Don't worry, we are different. Han Xiao spoke, and the translator turned his words into Narain Star. Then are you wizards? The owner of the manor looked hopeful. That's right. Let me tell you about the specific situation first. Okay. On Narain Star, there's a kind of energy creature similar to a ghost, which is called a demon spirit in the native world. A few years ago, demon spirits appeared in this manor and occasionally appeared at night. The superpower of Narain is a magical system, and the Narains call it Soder, and the meaning given by the translator is wizard. The super energy system here is very weak. The wizard mainly uses potions or materials to cast spells, which are probably only at level D. But in the eyes of the natives, they seem mysterious and powerful, and they are incredible means. Exorcising demon spirits is the job of a wizard, but decades ago, a large number of wizards disappeared collectively. It is now difficult to see wizards. The spells have lost their inheritance, and the super energy system has been cut off. No one knows how to expel demon spirits. They can only re-exploration of the super energy system through obscure magic books. Fortunately, the demon spirit in this manor is relatively weak, so the owner and his family can live for a few more years. After the owner of the manor finished speaking, Han Xiao's panel was moved. You trigger a chain of tasks. Task introduction. You learn from other people that the wizards of Narain Star disappeared collectively for some reason, and there seems to be another hidden story in it. First ring mission requirements. Eliminate the demon spirits in the manor. Reward. 20W experience. This is a chain mission, and the first ring rewards are very few. In the past life, players also discovered this when they were freely exploring the 30th version. Every civilization has a large number of trivial tasks, which is hidden very secretly. After a plot stream player in the previous life completed this task by coincidence, he found that the reward is a specialty that can enhance spiritual resistance. Although the Narain Star power system is extremely weak, the reward expertise is very good. Not long after the version was opened, the Black Star Legion has raised leaks on a large scale, resulting in no one having explored Narain Star yet. Because of the soul embryo, Han Xiao decided to get another mental resistance expertise, so he came to this place where the force level was not as good as that of the novice village. He is clear about the process of the task, and can omit a lot of exploration time. We'll leave the demon spirit to us, and we'll solve it until night. Han Xiao said, glanced at the corner of the room, where a transparent magic eyeball was floating, monitoring the conversation between several people. Only the owner of the manor did not know the existence of this magic eyeball. When he first entered the room, Han Xiao and the other four noticed it at a glance. In the eyes of superpowers of their level, this clumsy, low-level magic eyeball is like a living person squatting in the corner of the wall, muttering, "You can't see me," and can only deceive the air. Don't worry about it. Han Xiao waved his hand to stop fording. He knew who was paying attention to the manor, and induced surveillance was the key step in the mission. At the same time, a secret gathering center is located somewhere underground in Shixin City. There were no windows in the room. Only a few kerosene lamps provided a faint light, and a hoarse sound came from the dimness. The number 13 detection guard responded. Someone accepted the reward from the manor and wanted to deal with the demon spirit. At this time, another young voice sounded, with a helpless tone, and responded, "I'm afraid it's the kind of layman who has read a few witchcraft books and thought he's become a wizard. Alas, the demon spirit is not something they can handle. They said that they will act tonight. Tomar, you go and follow them. I know. I will protect them so that they won't irritate the demon spirit and get hurt." The conversation came to an end, and the sound of hinged gears sounded in the room, which lasted for a long time before stopping. Late at night, Han Xiao asked the owner and his family to leave, and then took the three of them to the rear of the manor. There is an abandoned area surrounded by stone walls and fences, with several locks on the gate. Using the key given by the owner of the manor, Han Xiao and others walked in. There was a long desolated warehouse area with several barns distributed. A cold and sticky breath floated in the air, as if an invisible airflow gently brushed across the skin. If an ordinary person is here, he will be inexplicably nervous, just like a haunted person. But it has no effect on Han Xiao and the others. There are faint abnormal spiritual signals here, and I discovered them during the day. Fording whispered, "Do you need me to deal with it?" The demon spirit was completely as small, which in front of a master of thought power like him. Not to mention a demon spirit. Eliminating 1,000 demon spirits is just a matter of thought. Let's talk about it when it appears. Han Xiao shook his head and glanced at the direction of a certain barn. In his perception, there was a living person squatting there, and this was his goal. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Fording was helpless. Although they were confused, they were now bodyguards, and their job was to follow Han Xiao everywhere. Not far away, Tomar was hiding carefully on the back of a barn, leaning against the wall, poking his head out, and secretly observing Han Xiao and the other four. He was a young man, wearing a black hooded outfit, covering his appearance with shadows, dressed like an assassin, with many small bags on his belt, storing spell-casting materials. Seeing Han Xiao and the other two looking around, Tomar couldn't help rolling his eyes and secretly despised him. "It's so unprofessional. I don't even know how to arrange the spiritual stone powder in advance. Where can I get the confidence to help people drive away the demon spirits? It seems that they will inevitably suffer a little." Just as they were thinking, a gust of cold wind suddenly broke out, and the dust on the ground rolled up like a tornado. A light blue phantom appeared, and a shrill roar sounded in the air. "Oh no, I haven't seen this for several years. This blue shadow demon spirit has mutated." Tomar was shocked and anxious when he saw this. He has only been learning witchcraft for 5 years, and even he cannot guarantee that he can protect himself in the hands of this demon spirit, let alone these 4 laymen are dragging him down. Seeing that the 4 people were indifferent, Tomar cursed inwardly, reached out to the casting material bag, but he didn't care about hiding his identity and was about to rush out to help. Puff! At this moment, Fording randomly emitted a mental fluctuation and hit the demon spirit. The blue phantom-like spirit body was like a broken mirror, collapsed piece by piece, turning into blue snowflakes, disappearing without a trace. At this time, Tomar had just rushed out and was exposed to Han Xiao and the other 4. Seeing this scene, He kept his running posture and froze in place. What happened just now? The demons and demon spirits were destroyed in an instant. Don't wizards fight with potions? What's going on now? Why didn't the book say it? Tomar looked confused. Turning his head to look at Tomar, Han Xiao greeted a smile on his lips and said hello. Oh, hello, this friend who suddenly appeared. Hello, you. Tomar came to his senses and stammered, looked at the four people in surprise and doubt, and said uncertainly, "Oh, are real wizards?" As soon as he said, Tomar felt that he had asked a redundant question. What's the point of asking about this? Only wizards can drive away the demon spirit. And these four people must be powerful wizards. Otherwise, how could they kill the mutated blue shadow demon spirit in seconds? I thought I was protecting four laymen, but I didn't expect that they were my colleagues. Tomar widened his eyes and was secretly shocked. Suddenly, Tomar seemed to remember something. His face changed, and he hurriedly took out the white glimmered dust from his bag, raised his hand and sprinkled it in the air, and then called Han Xiao and others to follow him. I used the dust to eliminate the traces of mana here, and it should not be discovered. Follow me quickly, and I will take you to the assembly center in Shirshin City. As he said that, Tomar flexibly climbed over the wall and ran out of the manor and ran all the way. Han Xiao followed up slowly with the confused three people and came to an old empty house in the corner of Shirshin City. A simple hidden magic array was arranged here. In the eyes of several people, he was naturally very crappy and had nowhere to hide, but it was no problem to deceive the natives of Narain Star. Flipping through the chimney, Tomar lifted the floor in the corner of the house, revealing the black cellar entrance. Unfathomable. The gathering center is right below. Come with me. There's a hanging basket at the entrance of the cellar, transporting personnel through hinges and gears like a primitive elevator. Several people stepped on it, and amid the sound of the hinges' teeth, the hanging basket finally touched the ground with a loud bang. There was a dim space in front of me, like an underground base, piled up with many wooden boxes of supplies, and there were more than a dozen rooms. The crackling kerosene lamp was the only light source here. I am used to enjoying advanced interstellar technology. This backward place gives the three of Hyla a very fresh feeling, and it feels like returning to ancient times. This is the Shixinxing Assembly Hall. I will take you to meet the person in charge of this place, Mr. Longley. Tomar enthusiastically led several people to one of the rooms, where there were more than a dozen rows of bookshelves filled with old books. An old man with a gray beard buried in the faint light of the kerosene lamp and read a book. He heard the sound and looked at several people, showing an unexpected look. After hearing Tomar's explanation, the old man named Longley put down his guard and said hoarsely, "It turns out that you are also wizard brothers. You can enjoy everything here at will. The Shirshin City Club welcomes your arrival." Tomar said curiously, "I was curious all the way. How did you kill the demon spirit, even though you didn't use potions? It's actually quite simple. This is a spell-using technique." Fuden was instructed by Han Xiao and had no choice but to start role-playing. It turns out that Black Star likes this tone. Is that so? Why haven't I seen it in the book? Tomar scratched his head. When Longley heard this, she stood up suddenly and said in surprise, "Only the legendary Great Wizard does not need to use potions to cast spells. Are you great wizards? I thought all the great wizards were killed by that devil 50 years ago." "What devil? What's going on?" Longley was stunned. "Don't you know?" "I don't know." Han Xiao pretended to be confused. "Actually, I know, but only after you hear me tell me that I can trigger the mission." Han Xiao was helpless. "I understand. You're the legendary wizards and did not participate in the battle 50 years ago." Longley became excited and explained the future and the ends. 50 years ago, wizards were walking extensively on this land. A wizard named Vosumd created a divine weapon that can create and drive demon spirits and can absorb the power of demon spirits to enhance their magic power. In order to increase his strength, he deployed a large number of feared demon spirits in several towns, using the fear of ordinary people as nourishment to enhance the power of demon spirits, and eventually became a great wizard. At that time, many wizards united to kill Vosumd. However, Vosund used a divine weapon to kill all the wizards who besieged him, and then chased the remaining wizards all over the world, killing almost all wizards and cutting off countless magical inheritances. After that, Vosund became the great wizard of the Helluan kingdom and was the great devil in the wizarding world. He also raised demon spirits in the kingdom. At most, due to his identity, he restrained his methods a little. The demon spirit army under his command became more and more powerful and committed crimes. A small number of wizards defected to Vosund and became his hawk, while the other surviving wizards could only hide and set up various assembly houses to help each other. Vosund has been chasing the surviving wizards, so the wizards hide and no longer appear publicly. The outside world has lost the trace of the wizards. The spell inheritance is only controlled by Vosund and the assembly. The wizards in the assembly will teach spells only when they meet credible young people, and carefully replenish fresh blood and survive. This Vosund is also a fellow who grows leeks. Han Xiao curled his lips. After being in the universe for so many years, his ears were almost calloused when he heard similar events. It was nothing more than a crushing boss in the surface civilization. No one on this planet could defeat him, so he was ruled by darkness for an era. Narain didn't know that there were other creatures in the universe, and even the definition of a universe might not be clear, so he naturally did not have the ability to ask the interstellar mercenaries for help. Vosund is the ultimate goal of this chain of tasks, showing off his might on Narain's star. However, in front of Han Xiao, he was a brother who was killed instantly, but rushing directly to turn the boss over, and he might not be able to get the expertise reward in the last link of the task. In order to obtain the expertise safely, Han Xiao planned to complete the task according to the steps. Anyway, I am now opening a large number of newbie villages, so I don't have much pressure, so I just treat it as a traveler. Lonli paced back and forth excitedly. Her tone became respectful, and she said, "For wizards, we need your help. Tell me." Han Xiao did. Vosund will never die for a day, and the wizarding world will always be under his control. So you want us to kill him? Fording interrupted. Langri shook her head and smiled bitterly. We have tried this for 50 years. Vosund is too powerful. She could kill several great wizards decades ago. Now, she must be even more powerful. Even if 4 of them are great wizards, they are not his opponents. I can't let you die. Hyla curled her lips. She could fuck the entire Narain star alone, but when Han Xiao didn't speak, she could only shut up depressedly. Then what do we need to do? Han Xiao asked patiently. That's right. Vosund's most powerful helper is the demon spirit army. He created the most powerful demon spirit ever to help him lead the army. We call it the Demon Spirit King. If you want to deal with Vosund, you must first eliminate his helper. But the Demon Spirit King is very powerful, and even the great wizard may not be its opponent, but we found its weakness. The Demon Spirit King is a man-made product. It maintains its strength through 3 magic altars. Every time an altar is destroyed, it can be weak. Our assembly center has found the location of 3 altars. There's an altar near Shirshin City, but there's an altar in front of Shirshin City. Now 4 of them join. We have the power to destroy the altar. As soon as he finished speaking, the next task appeared on Han Xiao's panel, which was to destroy the altar near Shirshin City. The mission introduction said that this was a letter of fame and gain the trust of the assembly center by destroying an altar. Okay, I accept it. Lonli was overjoyed and said, "Then please, our Shirshin City Assembly Center has limited staff and can only provide 8 wizards to help you." "No, just have him." Han Xiao pointed to Tomar on the side. Tomar, who was silently listening, was a little surprised and then nodded firmly. "I will do my best." Han Xiao nodded secretly. Using expertise is one of the goals, and the second goal of this trip is Tomar. This guy has a low-level lucky halo and is the protagonist of Narain Star. Most missions have subsequent impacts. After several versions, the player who did this mission returned to Narain Star by chance and found that Tomar had left behind his deeds. After Vosund's death, the Wizard of Narain was finally free. Tomar became a famous wizard, studying spells throughout his life, achieving pioneering results, leaving countless knowledge for future generations, and almost raised the superpower level of the entire Narain star by one level alone. This is not an easy task. For example, it is equivalent to a person who has only received junior high school mathematics education. He has figured out the advanced university mathematics by himself. In the process of civilization, he can be regarded as a great figure in a new era. In fact, many historical great men of civilization are geniuses who are buried due to the times. Tomar is a character of this type. His magical talent is excellent, and he is a genius that Narain is rare in thousands of years. However, in such a backward place, geniuses cannot be systematically cultivated, and even the best talent will be abandoned. Another purpose of Han Xiao's trip was to abduct Tomar and bring him into the army to train. Talent is the most precious. The more protagonists you have under your command, the better. No matter how bad you are, you could be happy and enhance the fortune of the Legion. The address given by Longli is a cave hidden among the mountains, and it is said that an altar is hidden here. Early the next morning, Han Xiao and his party set out with Tomar. In order to take care of Tomar's footsteps, it took most of the day to arrive at the cave. It was already dark. The group stood outside the cave, and the cold wind was blowing out of the black and broken hole, as if they were breathing very gloomy and weird. Tomar shivered. Night is the time for demons to appear, and their power will increase. We'd better camp outside for a night and go in at noon tomorrow. No need. Han Xiao shook his head. The mission itself was not difficult for him. He took Hela and the other two into the cave. Tomar hesitated for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and hurriedly followed. The cave part is winding and winding, and the deeper the wind, the more the gloomy aura becomes, the more obvious it becomes. When it reaches the depths of the cave, the aura of the demon spirit is almost uncovered, and vague murmurs will sound from time to time in the darkness. Tomar was sweating heavily, and his nerves were tense. He looked around nervously, for fear that a demon spirit would suddenly pop up to surprise him. He held the potion on his waist tightly, and was ready to throw it at any time, which was completely different from the leisurely strolling in Han Xiao and others. If you want it, why don't we go back? Tomar's tone trembled. Although you are great wizards, don't underestimate the enemy too much. There are at least 300 demon spirits here, which is difficult for us to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange stone altar finally appeared in front of him, with hundreds of candles arranged, burning green flames, and never extinguished. It's here. Let's destroy the altar quickly and retreat immediately. Tomar's tone was quick, and he was about to throw out the potion. At this moment, a biting cold swept over, and hundreds of phantoms suddenly appeared around, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, looking at several people coldly, forming an encirclement. It's all demon spirit. Tomar's eyes widened and his heartbeat was slapping. However, before his fear could burst out, all the gloomy aura melted instantly, like snow under the sun. Hundreds of demon spirits collapsed without saying a word, and were beaten by 40 in seconds. The whole phantom disappeared, and Tomar's screams of energy stuck in his throat. His eyes widened. This scene impacted his worldview. What happened just now? So many demon spirits are gone? Is the great wizard so powerful? Just destroy this altar. Hyla waved her hand, and the dark red airflow swept through it. With a bang, the entire altar turned into stone powder. Han Xiao's panel pops up a prompt for completing the second ring task. But the moment the altar was destroyed, the cave suddenly vibrated. Boom! Black mist floated from the broken altar, turning into a black vortex of about 1 meter in the air. A burst of pressure came from the vortex, as if some kind of existence had arrived. Tomar's hair stood up all over his body, feeling as if he was staring at some kind of beast, and an instinctive fear arose in his heart. It's the king of demon spirits. Tomar's throat was tight, so scared that he could not move, so he could only let out a weak moan. The next second, a gloomy sound came from the vortex, with deep malice, which seemed to cause the vibration of the entire cave. "You insects, how dare you destroy my altar? You will pay the price." Han Xiao and others watched the king of demon spirits perform without expression. It's too late to regret. I will eat your souls and let you turn into part of me and fall into the deepest black." Before the pussy was finished, Fording muttered, pretending to be a god and a ghost, and shot out a ray of thought, as if a spike pierced into a balloon. The king of demons spirits screamed, like a sigh, and then there was no sound. The magic vortex in mid-air disappeared, the vibration of the cave calmed down, and all the visions disappeared, as if nothing had happened. "Hey, you won't kill it." Han Xiao was a little worried. If the demon spirit king was killed, would the mission be interrupted? "You can kill, but there is no need." Fording rolled his eyes in anger. "You still understand me?" Han Xiao laughed and patted his shoulder vigorously. As he said that, Han Xiao turned around and greeted Tomar, who was stunned. "The altar is resolved. Let's go back." Tomar closed his wide, open mouth with great effort, jumped back suddenly, staring at the few people with a vigilant look on his face. "Who are you?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I said that we are wizards." Tomar looked disbelief. "Don't think that if I read less, I can lie to me. You must be not wizards, because the wizard is not that powerful." He praised his rationality. "Okay, since you have discovered it, I will tell you the truth." Han Xiao's eyes rolled, and he felt evil, his arms spread out, and his expression became solemn. "Actually, we are gods." Hela and the other two almost choked. "Wow, you are really shameless." When Tomel heard this, he looked disbelief. "There's actually a god in this world? Could it be that what those religions say is true? I thought they were all charlatans. It seems that only God can do it if he can easily kill hundreds of demon spirits." Tomar could not think of any other explanation. Facing a god, he was at a loss and didn't know what to say. Han Xiao smiled secretly and pretended to be serious. "I came for Wozemed. His behavior has violated the laws of nature, and he will be punished. The Narain people are all natives, and it is not difficult to fool them. This is not the first time he plays a god. He has tried it once in the Black Spirit clan before. When facing the natives, you say you are a cosmic human being, and your credibility is not as good as saying that you are a god." When Tomel heard this, his eyes lit up and his face was excited. Seeing this, Han Xiao put his hand in front of his lips and smiled. "But I hope you can keep the secret. The truth that we are God. It is best that you only know. After completing the task, it is time to kidnap people." "I get it." Tomar nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice. He originally wanted to tell the others in the assembly hall, but the god himself asked for something, and he decided to keep this secret in his heart. When Tomar felt excited, he was so excited that his bladder was tightened. After destroying the first altar, they rested in the wild for a night and returned to the Shixinching assembly hall. Langley was surprised to learn that the action was so smooth. "You guys succeed so soon?" He has been leading the Shixinching assembly for all these years and is very afraid of the demon spirit army nearby. Due to insufficient manpower, he has never dared to take risks. He thought that it would take at least 8 to 10 days for Han Xiao and others to slowly clear the demon spirits in the altar. Han Xiao's efficiency was much beyond his expectations, especially when he saw that there were no casualties in the group. Only Tomar looked like he had not had a good sleep. Longley was very curious about the details of the actions of the few. "I remember there should be hundreds of demon spirits there. How did you do it?" "That's it." Tomar swallowed and spoke first. When camping last night, Fording gave Tomel a faint spiritual hint, and Han Xiao asked Aurora to show a few miracles. Tomel believed in the statement that Han Xiao and the other 4 were gods. He was the only one who knew the truth about the god. Tomar was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep all night. In order to fulfill his promise to conceal his identity for the god, he thought hard all night, made up excuses, and waited to report to Longley today. After explaining it, Tomar was nervous, afraid that Longley would find a flaw. He didn't know why the god concealed his identity, but he didn't dare to gamble, afraid that if he exposed his identity, the god would leave and the assembly center would lose huge help. Seeing the fragments of the altar, Lonley did not suspect that he was there. After expressing gratitude to Han Xiao and the others, he hurriedly left and used communication magic to report the situation to the leaders of other gathering centers. Hitting it, Tomar breathed a sigh of relief. You did a good job. Han Xiao nodded. Tomar was a little restrained. Although Han Xiao and the other four were quite approachable and were not as arrogant as the gods described in religious scriptures, he was still under great pressure and asked carefully, Your Excellency of the Four Gods, I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Tell me. Actually, I've been curious since yesterday. Tomar stammered. Those mythological books say that gods have their own names and authority. I don't know if you a him. I don't know if this is an offense. If so, I hope you can accept my apology. What he actually wanted to ask was whether Han Xiao and the other four were the gods in the myths he had read. God name. Han Xiao touched his chin and smiled faintly. This is no secret. My god name is Black Star. Black Star? Tomar looked confused, and there was no matching image in the mythology he knew. Han Xiao pointed at Hela and Aurora again. They are the gods of death and the gods of life respectively. Hela looked speechless and could only let Han Xiao joke about them. As for him, Han Xiao turned his head to look at Fording, coughed, and joked, This is the lucky male god. By the way, he is a hermaphrodite god. Do you have to emphasize gender? Fording's face is helpless. Tomar kept it in mind and hurriedly expressed his loyalty. I will recite your name so that the world can know who the true God is and let your glory spread in this land. Let's talk about it later. Han Xiao secretly laughed, and when Tomar enters the universe, this might be his dark history. After completing the second ring task, the representatives obtained the initial trust of the Assembly Center. The Assembly Center attached great importance to Han Xiao's four new great wizards. In the next period of time, many commissions were handed over to them, which were the intermediate links of the task. With his crushing strength and interstellar technology, Han Xiao completed the intermediate steps of the chain mission with super high efficiency, including destroying the remaining two altars, clearing the demon spirits in multiple towns, killing a dog-legged under Wozomed, collecting rare materials, etc. The spacecraft can greatly save time on the journey, and the scanning device can easily find rare materials across the continent. It took only about half a month to plague the club for 50 years, and all the problems that have plagued the club for 50 years were solved by Han Xiao. The entire assembly hall was stunned by Han Xiao's magical efficiency, almost thinking that this was a miracle, while Tomar struggled to conceal the truth and never expose the identity of the god. But what followed was suspicion from the senior executives of the Rally Center. Some people believed that the four people's actions were too smooth. Maybe it was a spy sent by Wozomed. They did a scene regardless of the losses, try to lure everyone in the Rally Center out and catch them all. Ulyss is the current leader of the rally. He has the most suspicion of Han Xiao and the other four, but he did not show it. He just kept some secrets to Han Xiao and others. His plan was to create a magic artifact that competes with Wozomed. The rare materials collected by Han Xiao were the materials of magic artifacts. He did not disclose this to Han Xiao and the other two. In this way, even if Han Xiao and the other two were undercover agents of Wozomed, they didn't know his real plan. They also used the other party's power to gather materials to create divine tools. In a secret place, all the materials were sent here, and Ulyss and several senior wizards were secretly creating this divine weapon. The fire of the furnace illuminated the dim room, and several craftsmen were forging the prototype of the magic artifact. Dang dang, the iron hammer constantly hits the iron felt, sparks splashed everywhere, and the burning red metal gradually deformed. Ulyss and his group kept sprinkling magic potions, chanting spells, carving magic circles, and completing the magic process. Soon it reached the last step, and the craftsmen put the soon-to-be-formed artifact into the prepared cold water. Swish! A large amount of water vapor was stimulated. After a while, the craftsman took out a twisted scepter of metal from the cold water, like a pitch-black vine with many spells engraved on the surface and emitting a glimmer of light. Finally finished. Aquarius magic wand. Ulyss excitedly picked up the scepter. This is the artifact that the Assembly Center has always wanted to create. It can greatly enhance the power of magic and extremely restrain the Demon Spirit Army. It happens to be the nemesis of the artifact Demon Spirit Necklace in the hands of Vosumed. The wizards present all show joy. With the Attractilode's wand, we will have the power to deal with Vosumed head-on. Euless held the wand tightly and said loudly, "Everyone must keep the existence of the wand confidentiality. You must not let Vosumed and the 4 great wizards of unknown origin know. This is our strongest trump card. It depends on it to kill Vosumed. For 50 years, we finally ushered in the decisive battle. Notify every wizard in the Assembly Center. It is time to launch a counterattack." Euless' fighting spirit was burning. The serial mission finally reached the penultimate link, requiring it to go to the capital of the Kingdom of Helluin and gather with other wizards in the Assembly Hall. The next link is to face the final boss Vosumed in the Palace of Helluin. In a secret courtyard in the capital, wizards gathered in all the assembly areas, headed by the leader Euless, and there were more than 230 wizards in total. It was evening, and Euless stood in front of everyone and delivered his final speech. "Tonight is the decisive battle. We will pass through the cordon of the Palace Guard Regiment, attack the Palace Mage Hall, gather the strength of all of us to kill him. Now is the weakest moment for Vosumed, all of which is attributed to the 4 newly joined great wizards of the Cultivator." As he said, Euless nodded to the 4 Han Xiao and the 4 people in front of the crowd, with a hidden alert in his eyes. In his opinion, if these 4 people were spies, they would definitely be exposed tonight. Euless was ready and asked his confidant to keep a close eye on Han Xiao and the other 2 in private. Han Xiao smiled slightly and did not answer. When the final battle is reached in the evening, the mission will reach the last link, and you will gain something in the past half-month of action. Tomar mixed in the crowd, clenched his fists secretly, feeling excited. "I am the only one who knows that they are gods. Night is coming while waiting. Dark clouds are swaying tonight, and the world is dark, and you can hardly see your fingers." Seeing that the sky was good for the action, Euless stopped hesitating and announced the start of action in the second middle of the night. More than 200 people quietly approached the palace, covered their breath with magic potions, sneaked into the palace without disturbing the guards, and quickly went to the Palace Mage Hall. Han Xiao and the 3 of them mixed in the crowd, waiting for the mission to enter the final decisive battle. The journey was very smooth, with more than 200 people gathered in the Palace Master Hall. Woo! At this moment, the sound of the army's horn suddenly sounded in the palace. The gate of the Palace Mage Hall opened, and a court mage group composed of dozens of wizards emerged one after another, facing more than 200 wizards in the Assembly Center. In front of the Palace Mage group, there was a conspicuous old man, standing with an arrogant look, which was Vosumed. A group of rotten-toothed rats. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Vosumed looked at everyone and said lightly, "I have discovered the tricks you have done in the past half-month, but I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. Do you really think you can sneak into the capital of the kingdom without knowing it? I have been operating in Helluin for 50 years, and my demon spirit army is everywhere. The moment you enter this city, I know. Now the Palace Guard Regiment has cut off your retreat and is surrounding here. You can't escape." As soon as the statement came out, the mages in the assembly area had a slight riot. Euless came out and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. The number of palace mages is less than 1/4 of ours. We can kill him before the palace guard arrive." Vosumed suddenly laughed to the sky, his tone full of mocking. "Euless, are you brain broken? Have you forgotten what my strongest trump card is?" As he said, Vosumed held the silver necklace on his neck. The next moment, the temperature in the field dropped sharply, and the wind blew, and demon spirits appeared, at least more than 1,000, surrounding everyone. A special, huge demon spirit appeared beside Vosumed, and it was the king of demon spirits. More than 200 wizards at the Assembly Center couldn't help but take a step back and scan the demon spirit army nervously. This is the reliance of Vosumed's rule over the wizarding world for 50 years. His demon spirit necklace can create and drive demon spirits. Compared to the panic of others, Euless was confident and quietly clenched the Attractalode's wand in his hand. This was the nemesis of the demon spirit army, and the confidence he dared to provoke a decisive battle. You have a magic weapon, and I have it too, he sneered in his heart. At this time, Euless suddenly thought of Han Xiao, and the other two, narrowed his eyes, and gave up the idea of immediately using the Attractalode's wand. The artifact must be used at critical moments. Euless was very afraid of Han Xiao's 4 unstable factors. He glanced at Han Xiao and made a decision. If these 4 people are Wozum's companions and want to make any abnormal moves, they will just kill them with the Attractalode's wand first. Euless said intimately. On the other side, Wozum stroked his beard, showing off his own expression of being light and calm and holding the overall situation. Do you know? Actually, I never take you seriously. If you hide well, I might be willing to let you go avenge, but you have to jump out from time to time to oppose me, and even want to kill me. Haha, your delusions are as far away as the stars in the sky, and your existence is as annoying as brown flies in pots. A group of rotten-toothed rats who have been hiding and lingering for 50 years. Do you really think you can defeat me? It's extremely stupid. As he said, the gorgeous clothes on Wozum's body were automatically windless, and powerful magic fluctuations burst out. In the eyes of wizards in the assembly center, such as Euless, Wozum's image seemed to have become as high as several floors, and the suppression of the life level suppressed their souls. What is this? Euless and others were startled, and their faces changed drastically. There's a stronger power above the great wizard, and I have taken this step for 50 years. Wozum opened his arms in a proud smile, increasing his voice. Now I am a god. More than 200 wizards at the assembly center showed a shock, and even Euless' heart skipped a beat. No, the situation has changed, and you can't keep your cards to deal with possible spies. Wozum must be severely damaged with the Attractalode's wand. Otherwise the others will suffer heavy casualties. Euless couldn't help but hold the Attractalode's wand tightly, silently chanting the spell, ready to use this divine weapon. Wozum obviously did not understand the reason why the villain died, because he talked too much and was still immersed in the pleasure of holding the overall situation. He stretched out his finger and pointed at everyone, his eyes like a giant looking down at an ant. You know nothing about true power. After the words came, Euless just finished casting. His eyes were about to use the Attractalode's wand to send the strongest blow to Wozum. At this moment, a sudden phantom cannon shot out from the crowd, hitting Wozum's arrogant face at a speed that exceeded everyone present's reaction. He was so fast that he couldn't even think of dodging. Bang! The beam of light flashed, and Wozum's head disappeared without a trace, leaving only his burnt neck. The headless body shook a few times and fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, no matter how enemies were, everyone present was stunned. Everyone stared at Wozum's headless corpse, and the shocked expression was frozen on their faces. The brain was unable to deal with what was happening in front of them for a moment. Everyone can't believe their eyes, and they can't help but feel weightless like falling from a high altitude. The psychological gap between the front and back is like jumping off a cliff. Wait, Wozum is dead? Just not like this. Euless's eyes almost popped out his eyes. Could it be that I killed? No, my artifact is not useful yet. Everyone remembered the direction where the light beam was just shot, turned their heads stiffly, and looked at Han Xiao and the other two in unison. The wizard at the gathering center around the 4 subconsciously moved aside and exposed the 4 people alone. After finishing work, Han Xiao ignored everyone's horrified eyes, put down his palms, and opened the panel with satisfaction. Just now, the mission finally entered the final link. Without saying a word, he knocked down Wozum's head. This guy looked very powerful, but he was actually just a sea-level Superman. After one shot, he lost all the fancy things. The wizards present stared at Han Xiao and the other two. Before they could react, a sudden change occurred in the field. As soon as Wozum died, the demon spirit present lost control, suddenly rioted, burst out with a shrill roar, scattered, and rushed towards all living people. More than 200 wizards came to their senses and hurriedly prepared to face the enemy. But at this moment, everyone clearly saw that Fording, beside Han Xiao, pressed his forehead with his fingers and released a circle of invisible energy emitted with white light, sweeping the whole audience, and the demon spirit collapsed when it touched. In the blink of an eye, thousands of demon spirits, including the king of demon spirits, were instantly destroyed, just like the snow melted by the sun. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Their movements were frozen in place, and their faces showed incredible expressions. What kind of power is this? So did these 4 people really kill Wozumd? And it's a flash sale. Click. The white witchcraft wand in his hand fell to the ground. Eurus's lips trembled, looking in disbelief. He speculated on many kinds of tonight's process, but he could not guess what is now. In his opinion, the 4 people who might be enemy spies actually possess such terrifying power that they even directly killed the enemy's leader Wozumd. The magic wand he created with great effort was useless and meaningless. Who are you? Eulis stared at Han Xiao and the other 2 with bloodshot eyes in his eyes, and he spoke with difficulty. His question was also the voice of everyone present shouting wildly. After 50 years of rule over the wizarding world, Wozumd was easily killed by 4 cultivators of unknown origin. It seems easier than trampling on a bug to death. This made the hearts of more than 200 wizards in the assembly hall feel an unparalleled sense of frustration. Eulis felt particularly deep. This scene made him feel that his persistence for 50 years was meaningless. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, without answering, and turned to look at Tomar. From the beginning, Tomar was so excited that he almost bleated. From beginning to end, he was the only one who kept staring at Han Xiao and the other 4. When he saw Han Xiao glance at him, Tomar suddenly became happy and understood the hint. The next moment, he excitedly came out and spoke loudly, attracting everyone's attention. At this point, there's nothing to hide. I have always known their identities. They are gods, real gods. Only gods have such power. As soon as the statement came out, everyone's expressions were frozen on their faces, and the crowd was confused. God, 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 God. This answer exceeded everyone's imagination, and even his thinking seemed to be stuttering. Everyone present only felt that their worldview was lifted up, and they threw it hard on the ground, and it shattered it. It's more than 5,000 words today, and it seems that the update in the past few days is okay. It's the end of the month. Please vote. Recommend the new book of the urban master Lao Shi. Having seen the performance of the 4 people, everyone present believed that they were gods, which seemed to be the only reason to explain this unprecedented powerful force. Tram. Just as everyone was stunned, the palace guards of the kingdom of Haileyuan came late. They had obeyed the orders of Wozumd to surround the wizards in the assembly center. However, Wozumd was dead, and the palace mage was also scared by 4 suspected gods and lost the courage to resist. The wizards of Wozumd surrendered one after another. The leader of the palace guards learned that Wozumd was killed, and he was overjoyed after confirming that his body was correct. Wozumd is not favored by normal people. Many people wish he could die sooner, but they did not have the ability to kill him. At this time, Wozumd's death is actually good news for some people. The leader of the palace guards thought it was the mage of the assembly center who killed Wozumd, but the truth in the wizard scared him. He couldn't help but look at the 4 gods with awe and suspicion, and hurriedly sent his men to notify the king. At this time, the night was deep and the atmosphere in the field was strange. Almost everyone was looking at the 4 people. Han Xiao ignored the reactions of the people around him and checked the task settlement on the panel. After solving serial tasks, the reward expertise has finally been obtained. Mental resistance 20, the duration of all mental negative effects, is reduced by 0. When you suffer a mental attack, you have an 834 chance to save this damage. When the save takes effect, it takes 30 minutes to cool down before triggering the next save. In addition to mine, there's a total of 55 bonus for mental resistance. Compared to the resistance bonus, This saving effect can sometimes have a surprising effect. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Although the cooldown is very long and may only be triggered once in a battle, and it cannot be controlled by itself, it is still a very useful ability. If you have this expertise when facing Cisco's mental weapon, you might be able to directly save a mental attack that exceeds the ill level. The chance of triggering the save effect is 8. Even if you are lucky, you can barely get through it. Han Xiao is used to seeing the lower limit of the probability at first sight. At this time, Tomar had already introduced the names of gods to everyone. Euless brought everyone to Han Xiao with a cramped expression, as if he didn't know how to communicate with the gods. He had first contact with the gods who exceeded their life level, and his heart was full of awe and uneasiness. For pavilions, gods, on behalf of all wizards, I thank you for getting rid of the devil Vosumt. If you have any requirements, I will do my best to do it. Han Xiao put away the panel, looked at the nervous people, and smiled. There is a request. Tomar is the missionary of my choice, and I will take him to the kingdom of God. Net, the missionary of the gods. Everyone suddenly turned their heads and stared at Tomar, their eyes full of envy, surprise, and other emotions. Tomar opened his mouth wide, his mind was blank, and he pointed at himself in disbelief and stuttered, "What does this mean?" "It means, I will take you to the world of gods." Han Xiao made a whole set of opera and asked, "Would you like?" Tomar was incoherent by this surprise, and several sentences popped up in his mouth. The translator didn't know what it meant. He nodded wildly, with the frequency as fast as testing whether he could break his cervical spine. Euless swallowed. He was full of curiosity about the gods themselves and the kingdom of God. However, he did not know the god's character, so he did not dare to ask rashly at this time. At this moment, the soldiers who had previously informed the king finally came back and reported the situation to the leader of the palace guard regiment. Immediately afterwards, the leader of the palace guard team came to Han Xiao and the others with a humble look on his face. "Four gods, Lord Euless, Lord Tomar, His Highness the King hopes to meet you." Euless did not answer, but turned to look at Han Xiao, obviously knowing that what the king really wanted to see was the god. Han Xiao thought for a while, nodded, and agreed to the invitation. Seeing the king of the indigenous regime will not waste much time, and it can also dispel the worries of the new leak Tomar. Seeing this, Euless and Tomar agreed. "Please come with me." The leader of the palace guard team was overjoyed and led the 6 people all the way to the main hall. King Halyuan had urgently put on his king's outfit and met everyone. Faced with creatures suspected of gods, King Halyuan tried hard to make himself look majestic. When he first came into contact with gods, he did not want to fall into the glory of the kingdom. Unfortunately, his fat belly repeatedly destroyed his attempts. Seeing the appearance of the Narain star disguised by Han Xiao and the other 4, his inner tension dissipated a lot. At least the appearance of the gods was familiar. "Great God, on behalf of Halyuan, I welcome you all. I wish I could not help you ask me what the gods are, and what purpose do you have? Even if you tell you still cannot understand our level of life." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and pretended to say, "As for our goal, the first thing is to clear Vosumt. This has been completed. The second goal is to choose a missionary, and Tomar is my choice." King Halyuan glanced at Tomar, kept his appearance in his heart, and asked, "So, do the 4 gods want to preach?" "Well, you can understand this way." Han Xiao nodded. "This reason is more convenient." King Halyuan's eyes lit up, thinking that he had grasped the needs of the gods. "Since this is the case, if the 4 noble gods can show miracles and protect Halyuan, I am willing to establish your sect and mobilize all the people of the kingdom to become the 4 believers. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, not surprisingly. For a backward civilization, knowing that the gods really exist is equivalent to an opportunity to reshape the social structure. In their eyes, the help of the gods is more important than the development of technology. He could predict that through his own influence, the development trajectory of Narangsing civilization will change, and the theocracy of religion will begin to intervene in politics, and there is a high chance of forming a political system. At this moment, a new mission popped up on the panel. Task Introduction. The indigenous regime of Narain Star treats you as a god and wants you to show miracles, and maybe you will leave your footprints forever in the history of this civilization. Task Requirements. Show the miracles that amazed King Halyuan, the cognition that needs to subvert the target. Reward. 300 experience, Point Planet Legend. Oh, there's another branch mission. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. In the past life, in order to obtain legend, players in the middle and late versions occasionally go to backward civilizations to pretend to be a god. Leaving their names in the history of civilization is also a way to obtain legend. Since there is a legend, Han Xiao doesn't mind doing this task at will. After glanced at the expectant expressions of King Halyuan, Ulyss and Tomar, Han Xiao pondered for a while, then stretched out his hand and formed countless carving knives, quickly carving a map on the walls of the palace. "What are you doing?" King Halyuan was stunned. He thought the miracle would be shocked, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. This is the original appearance of the world you live in and the map of the entire world. Han Xiao said slowly. The wall is painted on the Narain star map generated by Philip. King Halyuan was shocked, and he hurriedly observed the map carefully, exclaiming, "Is the Earth actually round?" Even Ulyss and Tomar looked surprised. Nowadays, the Narain civilization only occupies one continent and has not yet explored the entire world, and people do not even know that the planet under their feet is a sphere. Wait, there are two lands outside our continent. King Halyuan saw the key point, and his breathing was suffocated. Halyuan is just one of the kingdoms of the Narain star, and there are other countries competing for hegemony with them. If the other two unmanned continents really exist, the kingdom will have the advantage. According to this map, first set foot on the other two lands for expansion. When he thought of the possibility of expanding territory, King Halyuan was so excited that he could hear the sound of his heart pounding. Suddenly, King Halyuan reacted and realized that this map might not be right, because he had no way of knowing the true appearance of the world, and even if it was a lie of the gods, he could not expose it. King Halyuan couldn't help but feel suspicious, coughed, and asked carefully, "God, how should I confirm the authenticity of this map? You know, we are all small mortals, and we do not have the ability of you to explore the world across the oceans outside this continent." The mission has not been completed. Han Xiao frowned slightly, quickly let go, thought for a while, and said, "That's right. Let you see it yourself." "Look at yourself?" King Halyuan was stunned. Before he could react, Han Xiao grabbed his shoulder and used nanoparticles to form a layer of life protection shield for him. Bang! The next second, Han Xiao grabbed him and soared into the sky, smashing the dome of the palace. The height rose rapidly and soon reached the edge of the atmosphere, where you can barely overlook the full view of half of the planet. No, have you seen it? The world is round, and those two continents are there, Han Xiao said casually, turning his head to look at King Halyuan. He saw that King Halyuan was so scared that his face was pale, his eyes were dazed, and his whole body was dull, as if he had lost the ability to react to the outside world. It seems too exciting for him. Shaking his head helplessly, Han Xiao took him to fall quickly and returned to the palace, less than a minute. When Han Xiao took off, Ulyss and Tomar were already stunned. Seeing the two of them go back, they looked shocked and realized that they had underestimated the gods. The power of the gods was not something they could understand. Han Xiao gave King Halyuan a refreshing shot, and King Halyuan came to his senses and shuddered. His legs became weak. He sat down on the ground and could no longer maintain his majesty. He looked frightened and stared at Han Xiao and could not speak. Before this, he had a little doubt about the identity of the four gods, but now he had no doubts. His almost incontinent bladder replaced his brain, allowing his body to remember the fact that the gods could do everything. "Do you believe it now?" Han Xiao smiled. "Believe it." King Halyuan nodded repeatedly. In addition to awe, there was also fanaticism and piety in his eyes. This is a miracle. At this moment, he felt that he had finally found his faith. Han Xiao's panel issued a prompt that the task of showing the miracle has been completed and the legend has been started. Planet Legend, Narain God of the World. The miracle you show will change the development trajectory of the Narain civilization to a certain extent. Your existence will be loaded into the history of this planet. The creatures of Narain will regard you as a belief, and so your divine light. The impact you cause will accompany this civilization for a long time. The extra legend has been obtained. Han Xiao smiled secretly. After King Helyuan promised to establish the divine cult for the Four, Han Xiao and his group left the palace and disappeared into everyone's eyes. Tomar became a member of the team, and he had agreed to follow Han Xiao to the King Kingdom. He is a standard orphan-type protagonist template, without any worries, so he walked freely. Han Xiao felt that taking Tomar away was also a good thing for Narain. Tomar was the first person to enter the universe, just like himself. And Tomar is a completely indigenous person who just opens his eyes to the world and understands the true face of the universe. After he is systematically trained, he can use his talents to the greatest extent and have stronger power. He can use the resources obtained in the universe to feed back to Narain Star, which will bring much more benefits to his mother star than his achievements in staying on Narain Star in his previous life. The mission has ended, and Han Xiao is not staying at Narain Star for too long, and takes everyone on the ship and leaves the planet. Tomar was curious about everything on the spacecraft, and at the same time he was a little confused, feeling that he was not very similar to the style of the gods he imagined. Han Xiao threw him directly to Fording and asked Fording to complete the Enlightenment education. He himself returned to the room alone to check the backlog of news in the past half-month. After a rough scan of the daily trivial matters of the Legion, Han Xiao searched through the communicator for a while and suddenly found a message from Herifel. After 7 years of contact, Han Xiao was a little curious about what Herifar asked him to do. However, just one glance, his face suddenly changed. The news was short, but the content shocked him. There was a sentence written on it. "It's a strange god. Why are the strange gods suddenly mentioned?" Han Xiao. When he was attacked by the strange god's clone, Herifar was fighting side by side with him. After 7 years, Herifar mentioned this matter again, and something might have happened. Without a word, Han Xiao sent a message to Herifel directly and asked what he meant. However, after waiting for a long time, Herifel did not reply. Han Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition, summoned Philip and said in a deep voice, "Search for the keyword, Herifel, and filter out abnormal entries." Philip buzzed, searched online diligently, and quickly completed the work. "Master, a few days ago, several news channels of the Terra civilization broadcast the death of Herifar." That a few days ago? Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. "Click it out and show it to me." Philip heard this and played the relevant reports. After reading it, Han Xiao finally figured out what happened. Just a few days ago, Herifar was attacked at the official mechanical academy of Terra civilization and was kidnapped in full view of everyone. The 3 disaster-level superpowers who worked in the academy could not stop the kidnappers, and the kidnappers left. A day later, Herifel's body was discovered, and what Herifel left him was the message sent before his death. News said that the Terra civilization confirmed the identity of one of the kidnappers through clues and announced a reward. Han Xiao opened the reward message, and the portrait was a pale man. Oros in the Blood Clan, the wanted criminal 60 years ago. Han Xiao murmured. He doesn't know this guy. But after contacting Herifel's news, the answer was clear. This guy named Orosin was probably a subordinate sent by the alien god. Why did they attack Herifar? Han Xiao. In his opinion, the intersection between the strange god and them was only a battle 7 years ago. Could it be that the strange god was so petty that he sent his hands to take revenge on them because his clone was plotted? He felt that this only reason seemed to make sense. But the strange god is a lunatic, and a lunatic cannot judge things with common sense. Han Xiao didn't know whether the strange god knew his current strength. If he only sent his subordinates at the disaster level, he would basically give him a head. Since even his clone was defeated, if the strange god wanted to take revenge, it would be impossible for him to rely on his subordinates at the disaster level. As soon as his thoughts changed, Han Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. So, this group of people may have a trump card similar to the leader of the Dark Star, and can summon the clone of the alien god? If this is true, it would be a bit tricky. The exile of the alien god at that time was due to the terrain advantages and the help of Herefar, but now there is no such condition. My strength is different now. I have broken through level 220 to complete the advancement, and my health is almost twice as high as 7 years ago. And I have the talent of the Void Star Chaser, which greatly improves my defense. Even if I face the enemy head-on with the alien god clone, I will not be as passive as I did 7 years ago. Well, if it is just a clone, the alien god may not be able to threaten my life. With Aurora's potion, I will have several more lives. Han Xiao's brain quickly analyzed and found that the situation was not that bad, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 30th version has opened. I have gained enough experience from the leaks, completed a transformation of my strength, and my self-protection ability has been much stronger. If it were the strength 7 years ago, the revenge of the alien god is indeed very threatening to him. After carefully reading the news of Herefal's death, Han Xiao sighed and could only watch silently for the old acquaintance who had fought side by side. At this moment, a new task suddenly popped up on the panel. You trigger the A-level reward mission. Task Introduction. Herefar is an important member of the Terra civilization. He was accidentally killed, and the murderer caused an extremely bad impact. Terra civilization issued a reward. As long as he avenged Herefar, he can get a huge reward. Task requirements. Capture or kill the reward target alive. Orosun. Reward. W experience. A reward of 800 WNR. Terra civilization has a favorable impression of 1800. Wow. For players of 30, the difficulty of this task is already beyond the scope. No wonder the reward is so generous. Han Xiao was secretly shocked. Players in version 30 basically do not have the ability to complete this task, which is at least the difficulty of the task after 2 or 3 versions. However, the reward type mission itself is unlimited. Many strong people are born in rewards from civilization or black markets. Even today's players can receive rewards from natural disaster level or even Super A level, but it is impossible to complete it. For example, Han Xiao himself. Many forces with broken star rings secretly offered him a reward on the black market with a total bounty of about 92 million inars. This is a sky-high reward that even superstar pirates can't match. However, most bounty hunters have their own knowledge, and no one will receive such a mission of sending death. Is it necessary to help Herefar revenge? Han Xiao pondered. There is no need to waste energy to track down wanted criminals. This is the job of the Terra civilization. A star cluster level civilization has more resources to track the murderer. If I go to find it myself, I will probably come to me on my own and wait for the opportunity to do so. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao was calculating. He was not going to disrupt the rhythm of his expertise because of this task. It would be fine if the strange god subordinates didn't come. If he really came to deal with him, he wouldn't mind killing the mission targets at this point. At this point, he was quite confident. After all, the outside world didn't know that his strength had once again made a breakthrough, which could be said to be the enemy's light in the dark. Based on the experience of fighting 7 years ago, my current combat power can barely withstand the pressure of the alien god clone. Of course, self-confidence is self-confidence, and the vigilance of Honda Technician will not be reduced. You have to be careful not to capsize in the gutter. At the same time, the broken star rings are somewhere. 3 light arc spacecraft were slowly sailing in a meteorite belt in stealth mode, with signs of combat on the hull, and the nanorobots were repairing external armor. Inside the main ship, Orosun and others are checking the data records of a wormhole detector. This is the instrument they obtained from Herefal. It stores data on wormholes for many years. One of them is the detection data of the alien god's clone falling into the wormhole 7 years ago. Well, the date is up, and what God wants is this set of data. Orosun grinned and showed a few fangs. The memories I read are indeed correct. Orisan's superpower is a rare species enhancement, which enhances his racial talent as a blood clan. He has the ability to suck blood and read target memories. This group of people kidnapped Herifel not for torture, but for Orosan to suck blood and get the information he wanted. The cause of Herifel's death was that he was sucked alive. said coldly. But because of your stupidity, the Terrace civilization discovered your identity. Now, a whole star, cluster-level civilization is coming to chase us. In a while, maybe they can find out that we are members of the fallen Arkansas. If it weren't for your use, I really wanted to kill you a waste. Orosan didn't care, leaned against the sofa, raised his legs, and said lazily, "So what? The Terra civilization can't catch up with our spaceship, and it's also broken star rings. It's not the central star C ruled by the three major cosmic civilizations. So, is it necessary to be cautious? It's better to have a happier time. Forces like this remote star field, even if they know our identity, can they go to the central star C to deal with the fallen arc? Besides, even if they really dare to go, they will be pinched to death by the Lord Ishan." Snorted coldly. "If something goes wrong in action, I will make you pay the price. Instead of worrying about such a small thing, it is better to send the data back first." Orosan spread his hands and sneered. Upon hearing this, no longer worried about the exposure of his whereabouts. Through the ultra-long-range directed quantum communication device across the star domain, the wormhole data was transmitted back to the fallen Arkansas. In this way, the first task assigned by the Lord Ishan is completed. Was quite satisfied with his efficiency. They planned for more than half a month and successfully kidnapped Herifel. They got the data in one go and the action went smoothly. Since the data is obtained, there is no need to find trouble with Black Star anymore. This team has 3 alien god clones in their hands, and the abilities given by them are different. does not want to waste any of them on Black Star. These are important trump cards given to them by alien gods to steal evolution blocks. The most important task of this trip was to steal evolution blocks from Cisco. In contrast, kidnapping Herifel was nothing at all, almost no difficulty. The data has been sent back. It's time to do the job. Cisco is at least a super A level. We need a detailed plan and waiting for the right opportunity to start. Clapped his hands and said in a deep voice. The 3 spacecraft turned and headed to the galaxy where Cisco was located. In the deserted universe belt outside the central star, the large troops of the fallen Ark are resting in secret strongholds. In the main ship, a cadre woke up the sleeping strange god. "Grand God, the team we sent to the broken star rings has sent back the message. They have obtained the data you want." Hearing this, God woke up. The black vortex under the hood turned into a face, showing an inexplicable smile, and said hoarsely, "Very good. Very good. Let the people from the scientific research team analyze this set of wormhole data and find me where the other end of the wormhole was connected at that time. I want to know the coordinates of that area in the universe." "Understand." "Well, let me think about it. Yes, I asked them to bring the evolution block back. Have they succeeded? They did not send back the news in this regard, and they should still be taking action." The strange god nodded slowly and said to himself, "I finally discovered the whereabouts of the evolutionary block. The Zuling sect has been looking for it for so long, but they will not know that the residual records of the evolutionary civilization have actually been in my hands. I am the heir of the evolutionary block. It can help me complete a higher level of transformation. Cisco is not qualified to own such treasures." One more later. "My name is Tomar Tekken. I was born in Huangya Town, the kingdom of Haileyuan. I was adopted by the only orphanage in the town when I had no memory and spent my childhood here. I still remember when I was 6, I saw a few children in the town who were a few years older than me doing strange things around Sister Sana in the alley 2 streets outside the orphanage. Sister Shana is the oldest child in the orphanage. She takes good care of everyone. We all treat her as her sister. She has freckles on her face. I think she looks good and gentle when she smiles, and has cute dimples on her cheeks. I often dream about her when I was a child. I thought they were bullying Sister Sana, so I picked up a stone and injured a person on the forehead, and they beat me up. When I grew up, I realized what they did to Sister Sana. After that incident, Sister Shauna left the town and did not say goodbye to us and didn't know where she went. Later, the parents of the guy who was smashed by me found the orphanage to complain. The dean taught me a lesson. I asked the dean why my parents didn't support me. He said that my parents died very early. They went to the mountains to pick things and met a demon spirit. It was then that I realized that there was no one in the world who could rely on me. Later, when I was 10 years old, I left the orphanage and worked as an apprentice in the carpenter's workshop in the town. When we were 15 years old, the teacher took a job and took us to the nearby Shershin city. After working for half a month, we finally finished our work. That night, Pierre mysteriously said that he wanted to take me to a good place. He is a senior apprentice in the carpenter's house, a few years older than me. Then we went to a tavern called Honey in Shershin city. It was my first time drinking, where I saw Sister Shauna, whom I hadn't seen for many years. She works in a tavern, wearing heavy makeup, and loves to laugh more than before, but I think she smiles so fakely, which reminds me of the smiling doll I have carved thousands of times. Her job is to deliver food to customers. When she passes, people will always touch her. Whenever this happens, she will smile more obviously and falsely. I remember she is still very young, but I found that wrinkles have grown on the corners of her eyes. Pierre said I was an adult, and he had already paid. Sister Sana would take me to the second floor to help me complete the coming-of-age ceremony. I realized that she had become a prostitute, and her business was very good, and she had many patrons. I remember that my brain was blank at that time. I fought with Pierre, but I couldn't win. He was taller than me and stronger than me. I was pressed under my crotch and beaten up. Sister Shauna didn't come up to help. I don't know if she recognized me. Then I was thrown out of the tavern. My eyes were swollen and my body hurt, but I didn't want to go back to the hotel and wandered around the streets alone. It was on that night that I met the legendary wizard. Sometimes I can't help but sigh that life is really impermanent. When I was a child, I never thought that I would become a wizard in the future. Later in the 5 years, I learned the manufacturing process of various magic and potions at the Shershin City Assembly Hall. Mr. Longley often praised me for being talented, and I don't know if it is true. In short, I entered another hidden world, and my life once became out of reach. Others set a mission for me to defeat a man named Vosumt. Although I don't know him, everyone says he is my enemy. When I was 20 years old, I met 4 guys who call themselves gods. I didn't expect that this was a turning point in my life. Their appearance changed everything. They easily accomplished the goal of the assembly house for 50 years, and I met my enemy, Vosumt, for the first time, and then he was killed by the gods. The gods chose me and took me to the kingdom of God. I thought I would become a devout believer in the future, but everything that happened afterwards subverted all my cognition. We boarded a huge iron box, which actually flew and entered the depths of the starry sky. Is the world where I'm actually a ball? Why is it a ball? I can't figure it out. The lucky male god told me that my world is called Narain, which is something called planet. Outside the planet is a space called universe, and in the universe, there are countless planets like Narain. I was really scared. This shocked me even more than the existence of the gods. My most extreme imagination could not imagine this situation. However, the lucky male god actually told me that the so-called gods were just a joke. They were just visitors to the universe, and I was the only person on Narain to enter the interstellar planet. Oh my God, I can't believe that I would encounter such a thing. He said his name was Ferdine, and he told me what the real world looked like, and it all destroyed my past worldview. Fording said that they were all members of the Black Star Legion, and the guy who lied to me was the leader of the Legion. I have never seen such a shameless person, but I'm actually quite grateful to him. If he hadn't chosen me, I would have always been the ignorant native of Fording and would never have touched the true face of the universe. Lord Blackstar changed my life. The Black Star Legion seems to be a very powerful organization in the universe, and I naturally became a member of the Black Star Legion. Well, I'm used to this kind of thing, just like the Assembly Center, and I inexplicably joined a certain force. For several days, I was in a state of confusion. While teaching me common sense, Fording persuaded me, saying that if I don't know what to do, then I should regard helping my mother star as my life goal. This is the mission of being a pioneer of civilization. Honestly, I like this mission more. Mr. Fording helped me a lot. I think he's a good person, and he smiles very well, just like Sister Sana before. A few days later, I was sent to another spaceship. They wanted to send me to the headquarters of the Black Star Army to learn magic, saying that I am talented. Alas, why do everyone think I am a genius who learns magic? It's simply inexplicable. Isn't magic already very simple? I was transferred to a guy who seemed to be infatuated and said that he would be my teacher in the future. To be honest, I don't think a guy who tells me, actually, magic is useless. You can learn a little to make me get along with you, is suitable for being a teacher. 3 months later, mechas star. This is a neutral planet that is very famous in the Broken Rings. It is located at the edge of the star field and is not controlled by any civilization. At this moment, Han Xiao's spacecraft hovered over the star mechas. It has been 3 months since the trip to Narain Star. In the past 3 months, the secret war broke out, the largest battle to date. Due to the news of the initial success of negotiations in the Red Empire, the Zero Agency and the war field started a war on the whole line in order to win time. Both sides were furious and abandoned all conservative tactics, leaving only the head-on face of the anus. The battle situation was extremely tragic. In just 3 months, the total number of natural disasters killed on both sides was nearly 100. Han Xiao did not participate in the war, and Amethyst acquiesced his way through the water, but the Black Star Army had to fight after eating so many resources. The Legion was led by quirky and mechas, and the work of sending deaths was topped by players, so the casualties of the middle and lower levels of combat power were within an acceptable range. In terms of advanced combat power, since there was no leader Black Star, many natural disaster level cadres were injured. However, Han Xiao asked Aurora to make a lot of super recovery potions, which could save her life at critical moments. Therefore, the Legion's advanced combat power was in danger, and no one was killed. Han Xiao took Hela, Aurora, and 4-man Starfield to run around and do side missions. Tomar is the only protagonist-type figure to win. This new leak was thrown to quirky and slowly cultivated. Han Xiao gained 5 new specialties in 3 months. 3 ordinary specialties, 2 rare specialties. Each with its usefulness and its actual combat effectiveness has been improved to a certain extent, but the biggest gain is not the expertise, but the accumulation of 3 months of experience. The old players of the Legion and the newbies provided a lot of experience. Han Xiao has been hoarding it. According to his calculations, these experiences are enough to reach level 235 or above, getting closer to level 240. The experience accumulation speed is faster than I thought. It seems that because the newbies have also started to learn advanced knowledge on a large scale. At this speed, in about half a month, my experience will be enough to level 240. Han Xiao was quite excited in the spacecraft. The accumulated experience has not been invested in upgrading, mainly to deal with the possible revenge of the subordinates of the alien god, so he regards these experiences as a trump card for temporary improvement. However, after 3 months of waiting for the rabbit, the strange god's men never appeared. If the enemy does not show up, he will not rush to escalate. Anyway, the experience exists in the panel and will not run away with long legs. When the strange god subordinates didn't come, Han Xiao took advantage of his own expertise, and mechas was his next stop. This neutral planet is famous for 2 businesses. One is the huge black market where countless commodities are circulated, and the other is the developed interstellar shipbuilding industry. There are a large number of mechanical and magic shipbuilding factories here, and a large number of spacecraft models that exist on the market can be customized here. Many interstellar passengers who come to mechas come to build ships. Since it is a neutral planet, the mechas star is mixed with fish and dragons, and the shipyard is not picky about the identity of customers. As long as you give money, you will place an order. Many star pirates or wanted criminals will disguise themselves and come here to purchase and replenish the spacecraft. Neutral planets often have a powerful manager, and mechas is no exception. The owner of this planet is named Sedum, nicknamed Giant Soldier Builder, and is a powerful A-level mechanic. However, Han Xiao's goal for this trip was not him. Through the spacecraft porthole, overlooking the steel surface of McShibit Star, Han Xiao turned around and spoke to the three of them. "Let's pretend. Don't use your true face here." As he said that, Han Xiao applied a transparent film on his face, and the surface of the film flashed through the electron matrix patterns, forming the appearance of another person. This is a disguise mask he had long been making. Now the technology has been strengthened for more than 10 generations, making it even more difficult to detect. Hela and the other two didn't ask why, and put on film to disguise themselves. They were already used to Han Xiao's strange behavior in the past 3 months. McThibit has an available mechanical expertise, and the effect is to strengthen the ability to manufacture machinery. This is a task exclusive to mechanics, and you need to apply for a job at a shipyard and become a ship worker. As Black Star, it is undoubtedly impossible to be a mechanical shipman in a shipyard, so Han Xiao can only disguise himself, cover up his handsome appearance, and temporarily be an ordinary man so that he could trigger the mission. After completing this task, I will almost accumulate enough experience at level 240. Han Xiao took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and issued instructions to Philip. "Land. The new month has begun. Please guarantee a guaranteed monthly ticket." Since McShibe is not a colonial star, it is an industrial-neutral planet with a population agglomeration effect. There are only 5 cities on the surface, 1 main city and 4 satellite cities, and Han Xiao landed in the largest main city. Looking down from high altitude, the city of McTibe has a strong industrial style, mainly composed of huge spacecraft factories, and even some places can directly assemble large spacecraft in the open air, so that the prototype of these spacecraft can be seen directly from high altitude. This planet has no real residential houses, only dormitories and entertainment facilities for mechanics and workers, as well as various hotels for interstellar travelers. There is a conch-shaped mechanical floating city in the middle of the city. This is the base camp of Sedum, the giant builder. It is spiral in shape, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. At the base of the floating city, there are 16 sentinel-shaped mechanical giants, 240 meters high. They are dormant. They will automatically activate the attack invaders as long as they are attacked. They have strong combat power. The 3 branches of the mechanical department have specialties. Sidem is obviously an A-level mechanic in the arm department, good at creating powerful mechanical giants, while a virtual mechanic like Han Xiao is good at turning other people's machinery into a shape, allowing other mechanics to feel the broad love of the grassland. There are 8 surface ports in the main city of McShibe. The spacecraft landed at the ground port number 3 according to the ground instructions and entered the hangar. After Han Xiao completed the simple procedures, he took the disguised Hela, and the 3 of them walked out of the airport and mixed with the outbound people entering the city. Wow! A noisy craze is coming, and the crowds are bustling. The streets are full of creatures of various races, including the short Nilon people, the tall stone giants, and even some arthropods, all of whom are interstellar citizens from different star clusters. Some people are hawking, some people are discussing what to find fun, and the interstellar universal translator allows them to communicate with each other. The voices are like boiling, and there is a noisy and prosperous interstellar society. It's so lively here. They're all neutral planets. Why is Longtan so deserted? Aurora looked around curiously. Because Longtan has no characteristic industries and is not friendly to foreign consortiums. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. The area with a super A-level position has always been very popular. Longtan's poor management is completely a problem with the strategy, and Emers doesn't want to develop well at all. Moreover, in terms of the nature of the territory, McTeeb is a pure industrial planet, while Longtan is Emers' home. The management model and openness of the two are different. Sedum is also qualified to be a boss. He is also a mechanic with technical advantages and is good at attracting investment. So, it is easy to make a piece of land prosperous. At this moment, the sound of energy jets passing through the sky. Several people looked up and saw a mechanical guard formation flying overhead. This was the armed force setim used to maintain public order and his own mechanical force. It's quite profitable to open a neutral planet. Well, although my Black Star Legion is a force at a higher level, it seems good to build a neutral industry planet, which can concentrate on attracting leaks. Well, but I have to wait until the secret war is over. Han Xiao stroked his chin, pondered secretly, thinking about the expansion of the Legion's business. Black Star's identity is quite well known in the Broken Star Ring. Fortunately, he was disguised, so no one recognized him along the way. The group changed to a shipyard in the central area of the main city. The shipyard is extremely large and magnificent. Han Xiao and others stopped outside the gate and looked up at the virtual colorful signboard floating in the air, which read Pensidental Stone Group in interstellar lingo. This is one of the several shipyards with the best reputation of McTeeb Star. It's right here. Han Xiao nodded, turned on the communicator, and the screen was the recruitment notice of Tingfeng Keystone Group. The minimum access condition for this large shipyard to recruit mechanics for a long time is C-level or possess a mechanical technician certificate issued by a galaxy civilization. This is just like the minimum education required by a company. Han Xiao does not have a mechanical technician certificate, which is something that only R&D and life-oriented superpowers need. In essence, it is convenient for scientific researchers and technicians who do not like fighting and killing. He does not need to take this kind of thing, and with his level, he does not need to take the certificate at all. The superpowers have extraordinary power, and some people use this power to commit violence, such as star pirates, mercenaries, and bounty hunters, while the other people use their abilities to produce. The 5-type superpowers are also a very important productivity and labor force in the interstellar society. Among them, the mechanical and magical systems are the most popular, and some special psychics have good market conditions. The Psychic Master is suitable for engaging in psychological adjustment, exploration and reconnaissance, and other positions. Only the employment prospects of martial artists are very worrying, because martial artists are best at working coolies, and robots can do this kind of thing, and it is much cheaper. After all, who foreman will specially invite martial artists to come and move bricks? Several people walked into the shipyard. There were many customers in the reception hall, all of whom were customizing the spacecraft and using the self-service operating screen in the hall to browse the desired spacecraft model. Han Xiao found an unmanned self-service operation screen and directly pressed the manual service. The next moment, the screen of the self-service operation screen switched to a cosmic human beauty receptionist. Hello, dear customer. Welcome to use the business services of Tingfeng Keystone Group. What can I do to help you? I am a mechanic who came to apply for. Han Xiao expressed his intention, and his disguise was very effective and would not be recognized. Okay, please follow the reception robot, and there will be a person responsible for interviewing you to receive you. A white spherical robot as big as a palm flew over, wearing a pocket receptionist clothes, which was very cute. It saluted and then led the way forward. After leaving the reception hall, passing through the outer factory area, and entering a large workshop, Han Xiao saw at a glance that many low-level mechanics were working on lathes one by one, assembling parts. At this time, a well-dressed old man with white hair came up, with a small braid on the back of his head, and a smile on his face, looking quite kind. Hello, I'm a senior mechanical engineer at the Pinphone Cornerstone Group, Luke. Your name is Luke? Han Xiao couldn't help staring at him, his eyes a little strange. Is there anything wrong? The old man with a white-haired looked puzzled and asked tentatively, Do you know me? It's okay. Han Xiao coughed. It's just that I have a friend whose name is the same as you. The translator basically transliterates the names. The universe is so big, and it's normal to have a duplicate name. Luke laughed twice, and then said, Will you call me? By the way, I have to make a pseudonym. Han Xiao had a bad taste, coughed, and said, You call me Bane. Luke always felt that Han Xiao's smile was indescribable, which made him a little scared, and he couldn't help but tighten his scalp. There are many mechanical pirates or mercenaries who change careers as boatmen on McTeeb. Could it be that this guy, named Bane, also changes careers? Luke paused, brought the topic back on track, and said in a deep voice, "Our Peninsula group has been recruiting mechanics for a long time. You should have seen all the conditions. Which test method do you want to use? Should you show your mechanical technician's professional certificate or test level?" "Test the test level." Luke nodded, raised his hand to release a mechanical force, and grabbed the reception robot into his hand. The energy fluctuations displayed in an instant were of level B. He looked at Han Xiao quietly and saw that Han Xiao's expression had not changed. He nodded secretly, pressed the reception robot a few times, and a probe popped up on the robot's head, which was a device used to test the power level. "You know how to use this thing. Just release a thread of mechanical force to the probe." Luke said. Han Xiao exhaled, carefully mobilizing the mechanical force in his body, for fear that he would ejaculate too much and expose his A-level position. A mechanical force shot out from his fingertips to hit the probe. Luke glanced at the test results. His face suddenly changed, and his tones suddenly became enthusiastic. "Are you a B+ mechanic?" It seems that he is still a little taller. Han Xiao is helpless. B+ is basically the top talent that shipyards can recruit. A-level superpowers are not cabbages. Although natural disasters are common in secret wars, in daily interstellar life, A-level dragons are not seen at the head and tail, and it is even more impossible to apply for a job at an ordinary shipyard. "Is there any more tests needed?" No. We will directly give you the position and remuneration of senior engineers. This is the treatment you deserve at this level." Luke is very enthusiastic. In the group, B-level is the prerequisite for becoming a senior engineer, and you also need to accumulate merit, while B+ can directly become a senior engineer. "Please wait. I'll let the senior management negotiate with you directly." After saying that, he turned around and reported the situation to the upper management, and then enthusiastically took Han Xiao to visit various areas of the shipyard. Not long after, several senior managers of the Peak Cornerstone Group arrived and sincerely discussed the treatment issue. Han Xiao came mainly for his expertise. The two parties quickly signed a 2-year work contract, including certain drawings that cannot be leaked. Of course, Han Xiao did not intend to abide by the contract. He signed the contract as Barn and was about to leave after getting his expertise. Even if he revealed his true identity one day, with his status in Interstellar, how dare a mere shipyard pursued his breach of contract? It is true that he was carrying the evil people. Moreover, he himself does not intend to harm others' interests. "We are a peak disaster-level job for you. What are you thinking?" The contract was signed. Luke smiled and shook hands with Han Xiao. "Pinphone Cornerstone Group warmly welcomes your franchise and wishes us a happy cooperation." Han Xiao nodded. "What project do I need to be responsible for?" "Well, that's right. The group recently received a high-level order from a large customer. The other party provided drawings. We needed to build a relatively rare warship model in batches. Our production line could not produce some of the spacecraft parts with very high technical requirements. The drawings of these parts were very complicated. At least B-level mechanics could learn and start manufacturing. So we used many senior engineers, but the progress was not ideal. I understand. My job is to create some parts." Han Xiao nodded. "Yes, I will arrange your accommodation issues first, and then give you some of the drawings for the parts. You should have 5 days of free time to learn the drawings, and then you can borrow the group's factory to start manufacturing. Every senior engineer has task indicators. You are a new member of the plan, so the construction period may be a bit rush." Luke explained. "In less than 5 days, just give me the drawings. I can learn it in 1 second. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled secretly. And with the natural disaster-level manufacturing capabilities, it is just like playing to build spacecraft parts in batches. At this time, the panel finally made a movement and a task popped up. "Engineer. Task introduction. The first mechanic's work code is that a mechanic who does not cheat others' resources to practice for himself will have a career incomplete. Task requirements. Use the resources of the Peak Cornerstone Group to create 1,500 products. The types are not limited, but they must be the business assigned by the group. Current progress, 0/1500. Reward, 650W experience. Expertise reward - proficient technician. The task has finally been triggered." Han Xiao Ishi. Although the name of this expertise is a bit frustrating, the effect is still very good, and it can enhance the expertise of the main profession, and cost-effectiveness has always been very high. He now has 13 mechanical expertise, including pneumatic modification, mechanical analysis and understanding, virtual technology specialization, mechanical theory summary, advanced ordnance mass production experience, flexible weapon application, super electromagnetic induction, junior mechanical induction, assembly mechanical induction, assembly line manufacturing expert, advanced mecha driver, machinery truth master, mechanical force sublimation apostle body, most of which were obtained from the transfer of main professions. The increase in the superposition of mechanical expertise is very considerable, and the accumulation of small amounts becomes more and more. For the next half day, Luke accompanied Han Xiao to learn about the shipyard area. At night, his residence was finally arranged, and he lived in the high-end dormitory within the group. Hela and the other two kept acting as his bodyguards and lived in together. After tidying up the room, Aurora couldn't help asking, "Uncle, is it a terrible purpose for you to stay here to work?" "Oh," Han Xiao was curious. "You actually want to steal trade secrets and steal the drawings here," Aurora said excitedly, with an expression of "I guessed it. You think too much. I don't need to do such a terrible thing." Han Xiao twitched. "Isn't enough to spend money to buy any drawings? I'm not poor." "Hey Xing, we won't really stay here for 2 years, right?" Fording suddenly asked. "Of course it's impossible. What are you thinking?" Han Xiao was helpless. Fording sighed. "We followed you around in the past 3 months. You said it was to experience different lives and see more things, but I really couldn't imagine how helpful this would be for you to break through to the Super A level." Han Xiao had to use an excuse to make excuses. "I have fought for 7 years and have not made any progress. Maybe relaxing will make me have different gains." Fording said helplessly. "In short, you have to know your time and your heart. If you really can't break through, you have to make plans early. Whether you ask the Dragon Champion for help or escape from the Broken Star Ring, you have to have a plan. You're like, I'm going to be cold soon. It would be great if you were Riki." At this time, the doorbell was ringed, and Luke walked in with a thick stack of drawings, put on the table, chatted casually, and then turned around and left. These are drawings for 3 components. In order to prevent the technology leaks of the entire spacecraft, each senior engineer gets drawings for different components and is responsible for the production of different links. Han Xiao took dozens of seconds to quickly browse the drawings, and the drawings of the 3 components were recognized by the panel, and he generated skills and mastered them completely. The technical level of these 3 components is a bit high. Ordinary spacecraft cannot use these 3 components. Only super-large spacecraft need it. Han Xiao was suddenly stunned. It seems that only spacecraft with Starclub-class technology can use these 3 components. These factors are linked together. Could it be that the order received by the Peak Cornerstone Group is to build a Starclub-class flagship, just like the Amethyst Civilization Star Diamond flagship? That is a manufacturing process that must be kept confidential by Star Cluster civilizations. Han Xiao was moved. He was not an armed mechanic, and had always lacked drawings for large machinery. Only one satellite fortress could take advantage of it. If he could get a drawing of a cluster-level flagship, it would be a great surprise. The next day, Han Xiao came to the shipyard early in the morning and prepared to start building the spacecraft components assigned to him by the group. In order to keep it confidential, the overall drawings of the spacecraft are divided into various components for different senior engineers to build. The most core component is the responsibility of the group's direct members. External engineers, like themselves, who have just joined will generally not involve such large orders. However, because Pinphone Cornerstone Group considers the construction period and has shown a B+ position, it is so eager to pull him into the plan, but the core component drawings will not be handed over to him. The 3 components Han Xiao was responsible for were devices with high technical requirements, but not critical. Because they were customized high-end components, the group did not have corresponding production lines, so senior engineers came in handy. He had no intention of stealing the drawings, but if it was a Star Cluster-level flagship, the the mechanics business can be called stealing? He plans to use virtual technology to allow Philip to penetrate into the database of Tingfeng Cornerstone Group, which should be able to steal the basic framework of the Star Cluster-class flagship. The virtual security engineer hired by Tingfeng Cornerstone Group is his younger brother in front of him. He usually goes around other people's homes, but he can't find it, which is so annoying. More key component drawings are preserved in paper form. Although this method is primitive, it will never be outdated. After all, virtual mechanics are fraternal missionaries and are notorious. No one wants their own database to be favored every day. The Peak Cornerstone Group is rushing the construction period, and its manufacturing speed is an advantage. As long as the indicators are completed quickly, the group should give him some component drawings for him to manufacture at the discretion, by the way, accumulating the progress of the specialized tasks. As long as you find a way to steal the remaining part of the confidential drawings, you can synthesize a complete Star cluster-level flagship drawing. When he arrived at the work area of the senior engineer, Han Xiao saw Luke at a glance, nodded and greeted him. "Barn, why are you here?" Luke was a little surprised. "Why are you surprised?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I thought you would spend the whole day studying drawings today. If you want to visit, I will let someone take you. The construction period is a bit rush. I am very busy today and may not have time to do anything else." Luke thought Han Xiao was still familiar with the future working environment. Han Xiao shook his head. "You misunderstood. I'm here to start work today." Upon hearing this, Luke glared at his eyes. "You learned the drawings I gave you in one night. This is too efficient." He was a little unbelievable. These advanced spacecraft components were very complicated. It took him 3 days to master them. In his opinion, Han Xiao had to learn at least 1 or 2 days, but did this new colleague learn it in one night? "If it's okay, I'll go to work." Han Xiao saw Luke staring at him in a daze and reminded him. Luke came to his senses and quickly responded, Okay, I won't bother you." Han Xiao nodded and walked into the workshop by swiping the card. It was not until Han Xiao's back was blocked by the door of the private workshop that Luke withdrew his gaze and was stunned. This new colleague named Barn was even more powerful than he thought. The certificate of senior engineer can be borrowed from the senior private workshop of Tingfeng Cornerstone Group, and it has all the equipment. Although it is not as luxurious as Han Xiao's private workshop at the headquarters of the Black Star Army, it is also valuable. Close the door. Han Xiao was the only one left in the workshop. He looked at the workshop environment and nodded. "What they gave me was a half-month manufacturing index, which I could do in about half a day. Well, this seems too exaggerated. Slow down and drag it to 3 days. Kerala." Han Xiao popped up a series of compression balls to form various mobile phone robots. These are mechanical products made and modified by him personally. They are exclusive equipment for peak A+ mechanics. The performance is extremely strong, and all are private equipment that cannot be bought on the market. Sizzle, mechanical force overflowed from both hands. Bright electric light connected to the machinery. All assistants took action, used various equipment to process the materials, and began to manufacture. The huge pool of experience is to ignore the confidence of the soul embryo. While he created it, he used the quantum matrix thinking field to connect the network of the climbing foundation group to penetrate the shipyard's database. Han Xiao's virtual technology should not be too simple to deal with the virtual intelligence of an ordinary shipyard. It should easily conceal its own traces, bypass the database firewall and early warning mechanism, so that Philip can enter the database and copy the data. What good things do I have for Kong Kong? Han Xiao was in a happy mood. Countless information is directly displayed in my mind, and all the past order history of Tingfeng Cornerstone Group is fully visible. A large amount of redundant information is removed, and Han Xiao digs out valuable information from it. The database will not store the spacecraft drawings with too high value. Generally speaking, special drawing storage warehouses will be built, but the plan map of the shipyard is not marked, so I don't know where the drawing library is yet to be known. The common spacecraft drawings stored in the database were all relatively ordinary spacecraft drawings. Han Xiao refused everyone, and he caught everything in one go. He learned everything he could. No matter how small the mosquitoes are, they are still meat. Besides, he has special expertise, research theory, every 3 skills plus 1 point of intelligence. The more drawing skills, the better. After searching for a while, Han Xiao finally found the information he wanted, which was the current large order of Tingfeng Keystone Group. Fortress of Eternal Light. Han Xiao was stunned. This model of flagship is so famous. It is not a product of a cluster-level civilization that broke the Star Ring, but one of the flagship types of the Glorious Federation. Although Eternal Light is not the ace flagship of cosmic civilization, it is also on the front line of service. It is one of the main battleships of the Glorious Federation fleet in conventional interstellar combat. Its combat effectiveness is comparable to that of the Star Cluster-class civilization, and it is even slightly stronger in terms of energy. The manufacturing cost is quite low in comparison, and it is considered a model with low technical requirements in the Glorious Federation flagship. The battleship drawings of the Glorious Federation are priceless on the black market. An ordinary shipyard located in the Broken Star Ring is actually building a high-end flagship for cosmic civilization. There seems to be something strange behind this. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but think a lot. The Glorious Federation secretly hired the local shipyard of the Broken Star Ring to build warships. In fact, they wanted to garrison troops in this star field. Could it be that they had any big moves? If so, it would be more than just a shipyard of the Peak Cornerstone Group that was building the brilliant Federation warships. Well, no. The Glorious Federation has its own secret military factory in Broken Star Ring, and there is no need to outsource business. Moreover, their goal of garrison troops in Broken Star Ring could only be to confront the Red Empire. Could it be that the negotiations are just a false conspiracy, and they want to occupy the Shining World by force? It is not very similar. Not to mention that there was no such part of the plot before. If the brilliant Federation really wanted to do this, they would have sent a large army long ago. After a while of dissipation, Han Xiao roughly had a relatively reliable guess. This matter should have nothing to do with the Glorious Federation. It may be that someone gets the drawings of Eternal Light from some channel, and then places an order for the Peak Cornerstone Group to help build this powerful shipyard. In this case, this big customer would either have a close relationship with the Peak Cornerstone Group or someone they could not afford to offend. Otherwise, it would be impossible to provide outsiders with a priceless drawing. So, stealing drawings may be more difficult than imagined. Maybe it will offend some powerful forces. Han Xiao frowned slightly and then let go. I am Barn now and not Black Star. What does Barn stealing the drawings have to do with my Black Star? Just steal it. The basic framework drawings at the fortress level of Eternal Light exist in the database. The framework refers to the hull structure and external armor. Just like building a vehicle shell, it is equivalent to the skeleton and skin of a spacecraft, and there is no critical technology. Because the framework of this large flagship is generally built on the outer space track, the project is difficult and requires virtual intelligent coordination, so the framework drawings must be entered into the database. The components of the spacecraft are the core, such as energy furnaces, shield generators, transition engines, etc. These components are the organs of the spacecraft and are more important than the framework. Han Xiao browsed the basic framework drawings of the Fortress of Eternal Light, and the panel quickly popped up a prompt. You get Battleship Drawings, Eternal Light, incomplete. It's okay to be incomplete. Try your best to steal the complete drawings. Han Xiao smiled secretly in his heart. In the next 10 days, Han Xiao stayed at the shipyard to build spacecraft parts, and the mission progress of Engineer steadily increased. He completed the first wave of indicators in 3 days, which really surprised the group's senior management. After checking the quality of the components, the senior management felt that he had hired a treasurer and gave Han Xiao a few drawings for him to build, and it was completed again in less than 2 days. The group's senior management successively handed over some drawings to Han Xiao, and all of them were quickly completed, but the senior management was in a turmoil at this time. Han Xiao's work efficiency exceeded their expectations, and now it caused trouble. If this continues, the new barn will learn more drawings of the components, which will not be in line with the original intention of splitting the spacecraft drawings to share risks. Just when the senior management was struggling, the boss behind the group came to inspect. In the conference room, Sidem looked through the recent reports of the Peak Cornerstone Group, glanced at the digital group executives who were standing by Ho, and spoke lightly. "I'm a little disappointed with your efficiency. Why haven't Eternal Light been built yet?" His Excellency Sidem, this is a flagship model of cosmic civilization. With our technical reserves, we really can't quickly build high-end flagships. Moreover, the engineers in the group are only B+ at most, and the productivity of those high-end components is too low. "Oh," Sidem narrowed his eyes. "I doubt you're focusing on the sales performance of the shipyard, just thinking about completing external orders and getting commissions, and don't want to do idle work for me." You misunderstood. We don't have this idea." Several senior executives' faces changed, and they hurriedly defended. Although they are senior managers of the group, Sidem is the boss. The Peak Cornerstone Group itself is an industry under Sidem. In addition to taking on external orders, another responsibility is to produce machinery for him, and all production resources must be given priority to the manufacturing tasks issued by Sidem. If Sidem is the king of Mektib, then the Peak Cornerstone Group is a state-owned enterprise. As long as Sidem wants, he can take back the power of their senior executives. Building the Eternal Light Fortress is the task indicator that Sidem gave to the Peak Cornerstone Group, and this drawing belongs to him. "Don't forget who you are." Sidem beat several people and said lightly, "Give you another 4 months if you can't complete the Eternal Light." Several senior officials hurriedly expressed their loyalty. "Don't worry, we will definitely build it." Sidem nodded lightly, looked at the report for a while, and suddenly asked, "Don't worry, you have recently hired a new senior engineer?" "Yes, his name is Bain." Sidem pointed to the data on the report. "Even if he is in the B+ level, such high work efficiency is rare." "Well, there are 2 possibilities. He may have excellent mechanical talent and the potential to become a disaster level, or he deliberately concealed his strength for some purpose." The senior officials were shocked. "Then what should we do?" "You don't have to worry about this." Sidem waved his hand and showed an interesting expression. "If he were the former, I would be interested in taking an apprentice with good potential. If it was the latter, it might be better." Many senior officials looked at each other. "Then how should we arrange his work? Do we want him to continue to participate in the manufacturing of Eternal Light? With his efficiency, he will learn a large number of drawings of components." Sidem curled his lips. "Just protect the core component drawings, and no need to worry about the disclosure of the others." Okay. Everyone dare not refute." Sidem stood up with his eyes playful. "Observe him for a while first, and then I will find some time to contact him, and I always think he will be an interesting guy. The galaxy is vast, and the universe is boundless. The Broken Star Ring is one of the edges of the explored universe. This star field is divided into more than 10 star clusters, with hundreds or thousands of galaxies present. Among these galaxies, the Eternal Night Galaxy is the most special, because this galaxy is nurturing the next star cluster-level civilization. A unique race reproduces here. Under the leadership of great men, their civilization rose at an astonishing speed, and the race evolved in an incredible way. This race remembers the glory brought by the leader and changed the name of the race. Now, they call themselves the Star-Eye God Clan. Cisco is the leader of this civilization. On this day, the Star Pupil God Clan welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Eternal Night Galaxy, Aviatin. This planet is not the capital of the Star Pupil God Clan's home planet, but an important administrative planet that is quite prosperous. It belongs to the super first-line large colonial star of the entire civilization. It has a superior location and is similar to a trading port. It is an important economic center with more than 12 billion permanent residents and is consuming a huge amount of foreign population every day. In a main city of Aviatin, floating vehicles shuttle between the sky high-rise buildings. The star-eyed gods, who are born with flying ability, come and go along the traffic-planned flight route, and the city is prosperous and peaceful. However, On this day, Aviaton's calm was broken. A black and red meteorite suddenly appeared in the outer space at a high speed. The observation radar did not find the previous trajectory of the meteorite, as if it was born out of thin air. The meteorite fell very fast and was heading towards this main city, leaving little reaction time for the Aviaton fleet. Countless fully automated planetary air defense arrays arranged in the atmosphere responded quickly, releasing huge dark energy condensed into an orbital capture net that stretched for hundreds of miles, blocking the meteorite's path to falling. This device is generally used to capture meteorite groups. The dark energy is almost substantial, and it has extremely strong elasticity, toughness, and ductility. It can use the distance from the atmosphere to the ground as a buffer zone to cover meteorites and eliminate its kinetic energy. However, the meteorite directly penetrated the outer orbit capture net as easy as a knife cutting through silk. The planetary air defense array immediately implemented the second plan, shooting out countless tracked annihilation rays, preparing to intercept the meteorite at high altitude and knock it into flying ashes, but it also failed. The meteorite seemed indestructible, and it also had some anti-targeting ability, which misled the radar's judgment, and a large number of annihilation rays were knocked out. Looking up from the ground, you can see the strange black spots formed by the ablation of the air from a large number of annihilation rays. Woo-woo. At the same time, an air raid alarm sounded throughout the city where the meteorite fell. The city surface exposed countless underground shelters entrances, and a large number of citizens hid in nearby underground shelters. The streets quickly became deserted and empty. At this time, the city also activated the super-large protective cover to protect the entire city, preparing to withstand the impact of the meteorite falling. Tens of thousands of anti-aircraft high-fire dark energy cannons stretched out from the ground on the edge of the city, firing bang-bang and firing at the sky, like the earth was raining into the sky. Outside the city's shield, the natural disaster-level star-eyed gods who guard the city floated in midair. The black and red meteorite was wrapped in a vigorous flame and rapidly expanded in his dark blue pupils. The flame is too thick to see the specific appearance of this meteorite, so it will soon fall to the ground. I have to intercept it. The Guardian is a natural disaster-level mind master. He looked up at the meteorite that was descent faster and faster, and released his mind power frantically, superimposed it in front of the meteorite, hoping to stop the meteorite or let it deviate from orbit. But he was shocked to find that once his mind power came into contact with the meteorite, it would collapse on its own and could not form any obstacles. What the hell is this? Just the next second, the meteorite suddenly accelerated, crashing through the city's protective cover and landing in the city center. Bang! A large pit hundreds of meters was smashed on the ground, and the tornado-like flames quickly dissipated, revealing the whole picture of the meteorite. It was a pitch-black humanoid creature, like mist condensed into shape, with black smoke rising all over the body, without facial features, a whirlpool on the face, and a red light spot in the center, as if it was its core. Is the clone of the strange god. The observation satellite of Aviaton Star looked down from a high altitude and broadcasted the situation here to other cities on the planet. The behavior of the alien god clone was seen by hundreds of billions of people. The garrison of Avita had already noticed something was wrong. The city guardian led the Superman guard to surround the alien god clone, and the garrison fleet was also acting. Spacecraft with shuttle appearances quickly assembled, and most of the armed forces of Avita were rushing to this city that was attacked. However, the next moment, the behavior of the alien god clone directly caused global panic. His arms spread to both sides, his energy level increased sharply, and the terrifying energy condensed rapidly, like a supernova about to explode. Buzz! The next moment, the fierce light made all the Aviaton people watching the satellite broadcast close their eyes, and then the burst of radiation interference forcibly cut off the satellite's observation. But even if there was no broadcast, the entire people of Aviaton felt. The earth under their feet was shaken. A black and red energy ball was centered on the alien god clone and expanded rapidly, becoming extremely huge, swallowing the entire city. Looking down from the outer space, it was like a black acne growing on the earth. The energy photosphere has expanded to the entire city and seems to have expanded to its extreme. At this time, the energy ball suddenly separated into two layers of energy. The outer layer of energy decayed. The color became lighter, maintaining its original size, while the inner layer suddenly began to shrink rapidly, looking like a large light black hemisphere covered with a small deep black-red hemisphere. When the inner layer shrinks to half its original size, the entire energy ball seems to have lost its balance. No matter the inner layer and outer layer, it all explodes, turning into radioactive explosion energy, and the shock wave sweeps everything. Boom! The earth is wailing, and the crisscrossing Rift Valley was born from this city. Whether it is the city guardians, a group of ground troops, or all citizens in the underground shelter, they all turned into ashes in this destructive explosion. It's like the end of the world. It took a long time to go, but the aftermath of the explosion finally ended. The main city had been erased from the map and no longer existed. All the high-rise buildings were leveled, leaving only an extremely huge sinkhole and an interlaced rift valley. There is no living person in the entire city. The clone of the strange god slowly flew up from the bottom of the sinkhole, rushing out of the dust in the sky and exposing it to the satellite image. He paused in the air for a short while and suddenly flew in one direction, which was the location of another city. The satellite broadcast screen was restored, and everyone on Aviaton saw this scene, and everyone seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. The boundless panic grabbed everyone's heart. Just a few minutes after the Big Bang, every interstellar news channel of the Star Pupil clan immediately broadcasted emergency news to the full civilization about what happened to Avita. At the same time, a fleet surrounded Cisco's car and went from the Star Pupil god's mother star to support Aviaton. 3 Light Fox spacecraft that maintains a hidden mode are quietly floating in the area not far from the Star Pupil god's mother star. Cisco is out. The first step is successful. E. showed a hideous smile and clenched his fists excitedly. Cisco is always in charge of the parent star, and the evolutionary blocks are stored in the parent star. Only by guiding Cisco out can you have the opportunity to steal the evolutionary block. Cisco's weakness is that it attaches importance to the race. As long as a super-level alien god clone is placed on an important colonial star and massacres the star-eyed god clan, Cisco will definitely leave the mother star to support it. This is a plot to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Unless Cisco doesn't care about the lives of the people on that planet, he has no choice. The first clone, the alien god, gave it superpowers with extremely strong destructive power. The strange god can create countless clones, but it is not without restrictions. Although he possesses countless superpowers, the clone cannot use all of them. Only when the original body gives the superpowers to the clone can the clone have these abilities. However, his original body cannot use the superpowers that have been handed over to the clone until the clone is destroyed or actively removed. For example, he gave 10 superpowers to the clone, and these 10 superpowers were temporarily frozen, and the body could not be used, and it could not be handed over to the second clone. Simply put, different individuals could not use the same superpower at the same time. Therefore, the alien gods are tirelessly collecting superpowers, and they don't even miss the repeated superpowers, not just to synthesize a list of super high-risk superpowers. When Cisco arrives at Aviaton, it's time for us to act. Orozen smiled. E. nodded, looked at the second strange god clone beside him, and asked, "Old god, please wait for a while, and we will wait until the right time before taking action." Yes. The second strange god clone nodded. This clone is controlled by the main body, and the main consciousness of the main body is projected here. E. and others are communicating directly with the alien god far away in the Central Star Sea. This second clone is given numerous supernatural abilities in stealth, regional teleportation, shielding detection, and mentality. He has been using his supernatural power to hide the traces of everyone, and has used his supernatural power to block the large-scale mental perception of Cisco covering the parent star, so they can hide under Cisco's noses and stay near the parent star without being discovered. The main force who steals the evolutionary block is also the second alien divine clone. Only he can quietly send E. and others to the storage location of the evolutionary block. As for the third clone, he was ambushed on Aviatin early, and the mission was to cooperate with the first clone to hold Cisco up. The abilities of the third clone are basically control-type superpowers. Although the clone is of super A-level, it is just a clone, not Cisco's opponent. It can't last long with just one clone. The two clones can join forces to entangle Cisco for enough time so that he can't rush back to his mother star. As for the confidence of the alien god to plan for evolution blocks, it is the only detailed information about the evolution blocks he has. Evolution blocks are not small items. No instruction manual. No one knows how to carry evolution blocks with you. Thank you very much for the buy-in alliance of Chijung Boss. I am so flattered. I'm so deserving of being so salty. I used up the manuscripts last year. People are different from people. I am not a model of tentacle monster. I almost quit the game now, but I write 810,000 yuan every day. It's not that I don't want to, but that I really can't do it. The speed of typing is also a talent. I have added too few points in this regard. In the middle of the plot, I have considered more things, and it's difficult to get faster. Unlike other authors, I'm not going to add update mechanisms, because I know I can't pay it back. Since I hit my head last October, my attention has easily become distracted and my brain has slowed down. I also want to write more. It is of course better to write quickly. I still know this truth, but I can only write a few tricks without saving the manuscript. Although I'm not a perfectionist, I don't allow myself to do it randomly. I can only try my best to write more while maintaining the plot without going offense. See if I can save some manuscripts and post them together. Please pat on the manuscript. I've already laid, When the reinforcements of the parent star led by Cisco arrived at Aviatin, the clone of the number one god had destroyed more than 20 cities and caused heavy casualties. At this time, they were still making waves on the planet and plastic surgery on Aviatin's surface. The transitional stream of the parent star fleet dragged its long flame tail and stopped in the outer space of Aviatin. Cisco flew out of his car, his body floating in front of the fleet, overlooking the messy planetary surface, and endless anger erupted in his eyes. The normal star pupil god clan has 4 arms and 3 eyes. The skin is smooth and secret blue. The organs in the body are very different from those in the human race, and they have 2 brains and 5 hearts, without 2 fatal keys. Under the influence of evolutionary blocks, their genes are excellent, and their skeletons, muscles, and blood vessels have been optimized, which is very strong. Although they are not rare cosmic species, the ordinary star pupil god clan can barely survive in the universe with their physical body. Cisco's appearance is very different from his own tribe. He awakened the gene of ancestral rebirth, and his appearance is even more ferocious. He has 7 eyes on his face, 6 of which are diamond-shaped, surrounding the largest main eye in the middle. His pupils are like a pitch-black gem, flashing with endless star dots, as if they contain galaxies. He had long, thick white hair, but this was not real hair, but countless tiny perceptual tentacles as thin as hair. He had a pair of jade-like straight horns on his forehead. His shoulders, chest, elbows, knees, spine, and other parts were covered with naturally growing white exoskeletons, like simple bone armor. Secret blue skin was covered with strange dark purple patterns, and 3 pairs of bone limbs with shapes that looked like wing bones without wing membranes when opened. Of course, as a civilized leader, Cisco has no habit of running naked, and he is wearing a gorgeous robe tailored. The next moment, Cisco dived toward the surface, and the number 1 alien god clone noticed it, stopped in a wasteland, and looked up at Cisco, falling in front of him. Strange god, I know you can hear me. Do you throw your clone into my territory and want to be an enemy of me? Cisco's tone was cold. He had traveled to other star fields and knew very well about all the names of Super A-level in the Starry Sea. He had long recognized that this was the clone of the alien god. The red light on the face of the number 1 strange god clone rose, and the original consciousness came. He controlled the clone to transmit the voice of the soul, and said with a faint smile, "Do you know why I came? Do you think that as long as you draw me out, you will definitely be able to grab my treasure?" Cisco said coldly, directly calling the intention of the strange god. He is the leader of civilization, and his reaction is naturally not slow. A notorious Super A-level thug who is mingling the Central Star C suddenly appears in the Broken Star Ring and destroying his territory. Definitely not for fun. I don't know how many people coveted the evolutionary block in his hand. When Cisco saw the news on his home planet, he understood the intention of the alien god. The other party could only come for the evolutionary block. But even though he knew that this was a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, he had no choice. If he didn't come, no one could stop the Super A-level alien god clone from destroying Evita. No matter how powerful a person is, as long as he has concerns, he will always have weaknesses. The clone of number 1's strange god laughed very lightly. What's the point of being powerful? Cisco narrowed his 7 eyes at the same time, and his powerful thoughts soared into the sky. His voice became magnificent, solemn, and ancient, as if it filled the entire world. I really can't ignore your trap, but as long as I kill you quickly, it's meaningless to lead me away. Rumble. As soon as the words finished, the number 1 alien god clone came out with both fists, spraying out black and red energy waves like destruction. The earth cracked and shattered, and the land plates with holes began to vibrate violently and gradually tore up. Superpower destroy dark energy. Cisco ignored the approaching energy waves like a tsunami, and the 7 eyes sprayed out a splendid light at the same time. The invisible mental power rose up and turned into countless needles to meet them. Bang! The energy wave exploded like fireworks. Although it was dazzling, it was full of huge dangers. The scattered energy shock shoveled out gullies on the earth, and even the soil was turned into annihilated powder wherever it passed. The next moment, the black fog condensed again in the core of the red dot and tinged back to the upper ends of the clone, but it became much thinner. Cisco's mind power can cause the greatest damage to the core of the alien god clone. The alien god clone can't stand the power that exceeds the A-level level, not to mention that he has consumed a lot of energy. Bang, bang, bang. When the two fight, it is like thunder in the sky and earth fire. The Super A-level fight makes the sky collapse and the earth crack. The main reason is that the alien god clones do not care about the destruction and open and close together, as if they have pulled out the plug of the reservoir, allowing energy to gush out like a flood discharge. But Cisco's ability will not cause too much aftermath. It seems that the alien god clone is amazing, but in fact it is not Cisco's opponent at all. After all, he is just a clone, and he cannot compare to a truly Super A-level powerhouse with a complete set of skills and complete expertise. Bang! After a few minutes of fierce fighting, the number 1 alien god clone was once again blown up and barely recondensed, almost unable to maintain the shape of the clone. The core of the red dot is uncertain, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Cisco was about to take advantage of the victory and eliminated the clone in one go. Suddenly, he sensed a new super-level energy source and suddenly looked up at the sky. Just now, the clone of the number 3 god who had been ambushing outside Aviatin Star finally appeared and was attacking the support fleet that was staying in the outer space. Just by my clone, I really can't stop you. The Lord of the God of God was consciously controlling the clone number 1 and spoke. But if it was 2, it would be fine to entangle you for a short time. If it was ruined, your fleet would be destroyed. If you don't have a car, you can't quickly return to the mother star. You are talking too much nonsense. Sisko's eyes narrowed, and he didn't want to waste time when speaking, so he directly pressed the clone number 1 to the ground with his mind. In fact, Sisko was not panicked. He was not worried about theft of evolutionary blocks. He felt that the alien god only knew that evolutionary blocks were a cosmic treasure, but he probably didn't know what kind of item the evolutionary block was. The evolutionary block is very strange and huge. He has been studying it for so long and cannot carry it with him. Unless he forcibly robbed it, there is no possibility of being stolen. He dared to temporarily leave his mother star to come for support because of his confidence in this regard. Of course, Sisko didn't know the real trump card of the alien god. The mother star of the star pupil god clan. When Sisko was entangled by 2 clones, the second clone of the god number 2 finally took action, using regional teleportation powers, and teleported to the place where the evolution blocks were stored with E. Orosin, and others. Glare, an extremely dazzling bright light. After everyone gradually adapted to the dazzling light around them, they looked around. This is a strange space, full of incandescent viscous liquid up, down, and left and right, isolated from the light green protective cover released by the number 2 alien clone. Where is this? Orosin was curious. The outer layer of the star core of the star pupil god's mother star. The second-digit alien god clone spoke lightly. The evolution block was hidden in the core layer of the parent star by Sisko, covering Sisko's mind power barrier and blocking most of the detection and perception abilities. If it weren't for the evolutionary civilization recording the way of positioning the evolution block, the alien god clone could not be directly transmitted to the destination. The second-digit alien god clone identified it and used spiritual power to resolve the barrier left by Sisko and remove the slutty methods. The next moment, an extremely large metallic object appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Everyone didn't know how big this object was. They only knew that they could only see one of the planes of the evolutionary blocks, and they could not see the end of this side at all. This thing is too big. Ekelin's pupils shrank. Orosin looked curious and reached out to touch the evolution block, but did not touch the entity. His palms stretched into the inside of the block without any obstacle, as if the evolution block was just a projection of no entity. The material form of the evolutionary block is very strange, between matter and energy, and cannot be touched through conventional means. The information shows that as long as the whole person enters the evolution block, he will evolve inside. This is the simplest way to use it. Orosin was ready to move. Ecolin was also a little moved, but he still remembered the task and scolded, "Don't waste time. Hurry up and use instruments to accommodate it." Everyone hurriedly took out a silver cube the size of a palm and handed it to Ecolin. This is an evolutionary block supporting device created by the alien god based on the data left by the evolutionary civilization. It is like a container for water. Its only use is to load the huge evolutionary blocks so that they can be carried with you. This is a special technology of the evolutionary civilization, and it has long been lost. Only the strange gods who have mastered this civilization information can create this kind of device. Without this device, stealing evolution of blocks would be almost impossible to complete. Ecolin lifted the silver cube and activated it. Bite! The silver cube suddenly lit up a soft, shimmering light. The huge evolutionary block seemed to sense something. It shook suddenly, and some kind of particle resonance appeared on the surface. The next moment, a black light suddenly shot out towards the plane of the evolutionary block of the crowd, connecting the silver block like a pipe. Then, the evolutionary block began to turn itself into a pure energy form, and slowly stuck itself into the silver block along the established pipeline, as if it had finally found its home. The size of the evolutionary blocks in the outside world gradually shrinks, and the silver block is like inserting a straw into it, drinking the evolutionary block leisurely. Seeing that the installation was correct, Ecolin breathed a sigh of relief. It will take about a few minutes to contain the storage process, and we have plenty of time. As soon as he finished speaking, at the end of his sight, a dense white light ball suddenly appeared and rushed towards them quickly. If everyone hadn't been super powerful people with outstanding vision, they would have been unable to find these inconspicuous light balls in a strong light. Were those light balls? Ekelin's face changed, and a huge warning in his heart. The second demon clone suddenly spoke. Cisco really has a backup plan. This is all his active mind power. Each light ball is equivalent to a super-level mental power attack. This is a means to protect evolutionary blocks and will attack all invaders. You should concentrate on containing evolutionary blocks. I will block these active mind power. The power of these active mind power light balls is equivalent to the one-time mental power weapon that Han Xiao had endured. At this moment, more light balls are constantly appearing, as if endless, swarming towards this group of people. The second digit's strange god, clone, opened its invisible spiritual shield and enveloped everyone. Bang, bang, bang. The active mind power light balls hit on it one by one, like a heavy rain hitting the lake, and countless ripples appeared on the surface of the soul shield. The red dot core of the second-level alien clone dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He endured so many super-level mental attacks, and his energy was being consumed wildly. Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone was extremely anxious, and they all stared at the silver square straw and slowly sucked the evolution blocks like drinking milk, hoping to knead the evolution blocks into a ball and stuff them directly into it. They knew very well that once the alien god clone could not hold on, they would be dead. The waiting time is as long as the year. Fortunately, although the material form of the evolutionary block is strange, it is a whole. When the silver block absorbs enough volume of the evolutionary block, it begins to have a huge attraction to the remaining part, and the absorption speed soars, getting faster and faster. Finally, the last bit of evolutionary cube also turned into energy and stuffed into the silver cube. The storage was finally completed, and the silver cube had turned into ink black. This is the evolutionary block of the complete body. It's done. Ecolin shouted hurriedly. Let's go. The clone of the number 2 god could no longer hold back. He used up his last energy and teleported Ecolin and others back to the spacecraft, and then hurriedly cut off the portal. The next moment, this clone could no longer maintain the shield and was flooded by the endless ball of active mind power and was directly blown up. But his mission has been completed, which is to protect his men until they steal the evolutionary block. The clone's energy is limited, and only by relying on these subordinates can we cross the desolate universe belt and bring things back to the fallen Arkansas. The original body of the alien god dared not leave the central star sea at will. The 3 major cosmic civilizations always stared at him. If the original body was moved, it would be impossible to conceal this action, which would become even more difficult. Ecolin and others were blinded and were teleported back to the spacecraft. Before they could speak, they were attracted by the alarm sound of the spacecraft beeping. Oh no, our spaceship was discovered. The mother star of the star, pupil god, sent a fleet to attack us. Everyone's faces changed. The 3 Light Fox spacecraft were surrounded by a large number of Star-Eye God Clan warships, and the shield was baptized by light cannons. When they were stealing into the block, Cisco sensed it and hurriedly asked the army stationed in the home planet to search the surrounding universe in a carpet-like manner. As the clone of the number 2 god was destroyed, the 3 spacecraft lost the hidden barrier and were finally discovered by the Star Pupil God Clan and were immediately besieged by the fleet. Run quickly. Ecolin didn't bother to observe the evolutionary blocks and hurriedly drove the spaceship to avoid the attack. The 3 spaceships fled separately, and soon one of the spaceships was blown up in the air. The remaining 2 spacecraft relied on their powerful engine performance. At the critical moment, they fled at high speed. The hull was extremely damaged, and the external armor was full of damage. Ecolin gasped until he entered the transition mode, and his tight body relaxed. Escaped at our speed, the enemy cannot catch up. Ecolin said in a deep voice. Start the spacecraft self-test and count the damage. The spacecraft intelligent reply intermittently. ZZ is undergoing self-inspection. The hull is damaged by 63%. The shield generator is close to destruction. The energy furnace is moderately damaged, and the power output is reduced by 42%. ZZ, the cluster thruster is damaged by 38%. The engines of 4 and 6 are on the verge of scrapping, and the automatic repair device has failed. It is recommended to repair the spacecraft immediately. In the current state of the spacecraft, it cannot support long-term leaping navigation. Orozin bared his teeth. Stealing something super A-class is really exciting. No matter what, the thing has been obtained. Ecolin glanced at the evolutionary block that turned into a palm-sized state. The current situation of the spacecraft cannot be used to navigate across the star domain. We just need to find a safe place to repair the spacecraft, and we can go back and hand the deal. Well, I know that a planet can repair spacecraft. Not controlled by any civilization, it is very safe, and it is located on the edge of the broken star ring. As long as the spacecraft is repaired there, we can leave this star field. 60 years ago, I escaped from the broken star ring. Orozin pondered, hearing the name of the planet. Ecolin looked up the star map and nodded. Okay, it's very far from the star pupil god clan. We can get a long distance away from the pursuers by speed, and we can get enough buffer time to repair the spaceship. Only when the spaceship is repaired can they dare to sail across the star domain. Otherwise, the spaceship will fail in the desolate universe belt between the star domains, which will be called the sky, and the Earth will not work. The Light Fox spacecraft immediately turned its direction and turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the other end of the universe. Aviatin, the last strange god clone, was blown up and turned into a ball of black mist and dissipated. Cisco retracted his mind, dusted off the dust from his clothes, looked up at the sky, and looked solemn. I really stole the evolution block. Unexpectedly, the alien god actually mastered the detailed information of the evolution block and miscalculated. The 3 alien god clones were equivalent to 3 super A-level division of labor and cooperation, and he had only one person, and the clone was unable to be skilled, and it was understandable that he was succeeded by the alien god, and he was very helpless. This is also the tricky part of the alien god. However, Cisco was very calm and did not get angry. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Although you succeeded, don't think that it can take the evolution block away from me with such a simple way." Although Cisco did not have the instruction manual for the evolution block, he had the evolution block for so long and had also found some results, just like Austin had control over the Secret Arts Palace. Cisco had been staying in the evolution block for so many years and had almost refined the evolution block into his own magic weapon. He has established a spiritual connection with the evolutionary block. Even if the evolutionary block is not around, he can remotely borrow the evolutionary block to improve his mental power. At the same time, he left a mark on the evolutionary block, and even if he was far away from the horizon, he could sense the position of the evolutionary block. In his induction, the coordinates of the evolutionary block were moving rapidly, marking the coordinates of Ecolin and his group. Want to run away if you steal something? How easy it is. Cisco pointed his forehead with a finger and sent a voice to his subordinates' hearts. Prepare me the fastest spaceship, and I'll chase those thieves. McTeeb Star, the Pinto Cornerstone Group. Han Xiao worked here for more than 20 days, and his reputation spread among the group's senior engineers. Now the entire group knows that a high-level mechanic joined them. In less than a month, he completed more than 10 times the workload of a normal senior engineer. Because the boss behind the scenes spoke, the group's senior management no longer cared about keeping the drawings confidential, boldly reused Barn, and added his task indicators, allowing Han Xiao to master more eternal light parts drawings during this period. The task of engineer has been completed. Proficient technician has obtained the expertise. The effect is that the attributes of the mechanical equipment produced are slightly improved, ranging from 8% to 14%. The manufacturing speed is accelerated by 22%. The cost is reduced by 6%, and the accumulation is small and the amount is large. It is a good ability within the normal expertise. With his expertise, Han Xiao left only one goal at the Peak Cornerstone Group, which was to steal, learn the drawings of the fortress level of the Eternal Light. Due to the group's reuse, Han Xiao learned a considerable number of component drawings, while the drawings in the hands of other senior engineers have invaded the auxiliary intelligence of these B-level mechanics through virtual technology, obtaining their vision of communicators, mechanical assistants, etc., and conducting multi-directional monitoring. When these senior engineers look at the drawings, Philip will grab the monitoring screen and copy the information of the drawings. Some drawings that were not available to peek at, Han Xiao visited other senior engineers by visiting each other. He only needed to contact the drawings for a short time to generate skills through the panel to make up for the integrity of the Eternal Light drawings. Unfortunately, due to the sublimation of race, the talent for observing marks that once stole intelligence was gone, otherwise it would be easier to learn drawings. Han Xiao missed the original void peeping magical skills. In most of the month, Han Xiao collected all the component drawings of Eternal Light, leaving only the most core technical drawings, all of which were kept strictly by the group's core engineers, and there was no chance of contact at all. Han Xiao was thinking about how to get the core component drawings. During this period, all the experienced players spent on learning knowledge in the faction store was paid, and his experience reserves increased a lot. In the workshop, Han Xiao completed today's work while looking at the panel properties and calculating experience. The current experience accumulation can probably be about 238 or 239, and it is only one step away from the threshold of 240. If you wait for another 3 or 4 days, you will definitely be stable. Han Xiao was secretly excited. Super A level is like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Even if it is placed in the entire sea of stars, he is a well-deserved master. Even the cosmic civilization must look at it directly. Once successful, you can get the top-level upper-class seat in the star field, and the Black Star Army will be promoted to a true Super A-level force because of him. It can be said that one person has attained enlightenment, and a chicken and a dog have ascended to heaven. After looking forward for a while, Han Xiao looked at the time. It was already lunch break, so he stopped working, took back all the manufacturing assistants, and prepared to go for a meal. As soon as he walked out of the workshop, Han Xiao found Luke standing outside the door. "Barn, I have something to come to you." Luke called Han Xiao. "What are you doing? Are you going to have a meal with me?" Han Xiao stopped and looked at the old gentleman curiously. Luke smiled and shook his head. "I'm happy to rest with you, but I'm looking for you for other things. The real ruler in the group wants to see you." "The real ruler?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Okay, lead the way." Luke reached out and made a "please" move, leading Han Xiao all the way into the group's core service area. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at the top of a tall building and entered a wide office. There was a man sitting in the room with the back of the chair facing the door, and Han Xiao could only see the back of his head at first sight. This familiar style of domineering, CO, Han Xiao's eyes twitched, resisting the desire to complain. Luke retreated and closed the door, leaving only Han Xiao and the so-called group's real power in the room. At this time, the man spoke with his back to Han Xiao. "Barn, this is not your real name, right?" As he said that, the man turned around and faced Han Xiao. Seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Han Xiao was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized. It turned out to be Sedum. This is reasonable. As the owner of McTeber, Sedum controls many industries, and it is not too surprising that the Climbing Stone Group belongs to him. In a past life, players only knew that they would reward their expertise at the Peak Cornerstone Group. As long as they were mechanics, they could do this task. However, with the strength of the players at that time, they would not involve 2 core levels. In the eyes of the Peak Cornerstone Group was just an irrelevant small branch line and did not show clues worth digging. So players did not know that the owner of the shipyard was Sedum. But this is not difficult to guess. In this way, the Eternal Light drawing belongs to Sedum. He suddenly looked for me, wondering if there was something wrong. Could it be that he saw through my identity? Han Xiao's thoughts changed slightly. He is afraid, but not afraid. Although the other party is also an A+ mechanic, he is not his opponent. He just wants to secretly learn the Eternal Light drawings. If he reveals his identity, he may have to steal it openly Han Xiao does not like to make enemies, and PY is his favorite position. Seeing that Han Xiao was not speaking, Sidam showed a smile of "I have seen through you," and his tone was faint. "I have been observing you for a while. In fact, you have concealed your strength. You're not a B+ mechanic, but a natural disaster level." "That's right." Without waiting for Han Xiao to respond, Sidam sat still, folded his hands, and supported his lips. He looked at Han Xiao with interest and continued, "A natural disaster level mechanic lurks in my industry and is willing to work here as an ordinary engineer. This makes me have to doubt your true intentions. After my observation, you seem to be very interested in the drawings of eternal light. Am I right?" Hearing this, Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy just saw my A-level strength and didn't know my true identity. He just thought I was an ordinary disaster-level mechanic. Seeing Sidam looking fearless, Han Xiao could guess that Sidam thought he would sure take him. Indeed, Sidam is at the A+ level and has a whole planet as the base. This is his home court, and the general disaster level is indeed not his opponent. Thinking about Sidam's confidence, Han Xiao calmed down and did not break Sidam's misunderstanding. He pretended to be an ordinary disaster-level person and pretended to be vigilant. "What do you want to do?" Seeing this, Sidam smiled with satisfaction. He just wanted to see Barn get nervous. "I don't know where you learned about eternal light from, nor which force you belong to, but don't worry. I asked you to come today, not to settle the score with you, but to ask you an invitation." "Invitation?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Sidam stood up and smiled softly. "Be my subordinate. I can guarantee that this will be the wisest decision in your life." "You want to recruit me?" Han Xiao's tone was strange. "It's too hasty. You don't even know where I came from. Do you think I can't cause you any trouble?" "Brother, you're a little arrogant. Even someone as good as me is not as enlarged as you. I have many industries and many troops, but I lack a right-hand man, and if you have this qualification, we will join forces." Sidam's tone was not slow. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. "I'm not happy." At this time, Sidam waved his hand, interrupted Han Xiao's words, and chuckled. "If you are willing to become my subordinate, let alone the eternal light, as long as it is the drawings I know, you can learn everything." "Well, I have to think about it." Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he immediately changed his words. As the leader of the camp, he naturally could not be a natural disaster level subordinate, but it seems quite tempting to cheat the drawings. "After all, what Barn did was nothing to me, Black Star." "Cough, that's what he meant." Han Xiao's eyes rolled, and he suddenly asked, "Are you forcing me? If I don't join you, will you use force against me?" Sidam shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry, I don't like making enemies. If I target every strong man who visits McShibe, I can't stay for so long. You can refuse me. I won't drive you away or even force you to reveal your true face. You can continue to stay at the Peak Cornerstone Group as Barn. I don't need to refuse an A-level mechanic in my industry, but I will keep staring at you and will not let you involve any major projects." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Then you are quite generous. It's difficult for stingy people to do something. I have been running McShibe for almost 130 years. What's the situation I've never seen?" Sidam looked calm, and his anger was leaking. Han Xiao thought for a while, but shook his head. "I am a quasi-super level leader of the A-level camp, and went to work as a subordinate of a disaster level for a drawing. This is too disgraceful. Although it is disguised, if one day accidentally reveals its true identity, it will become a dark history that cannot be washed away, destroying its tall image in the minds of players, which is not conducive to stabilizing the sense of belonging to the camp and cultivating the Leak land. In short, the gain is not worth the loss. The eternal light drawing is indeed a good thing, but it has not yet reached the point where you want to get it desperately. Besides, do you think I can't get the drawings if I don't join you? You're thinking about nothing." Seeing Han Xiao refuse, Sidam narrowed his eyes. "Haha, I know you have the arrogance of natural disasters, but I am worthy of your followers. Do you think, can ordinary people get the flagship drawings of the glorious Federation?" Han Xiao's heart moved slightly after hearing this. Indeed, even he couldn't buy the drawings of eternal light that were priceless. How did Sidam get this drawing? Is this guy so wild? Saidam was holding his hands behind his back and staring at Han Xiao lightly. You may think that as a disaster-level Superman, there's no need to join another disaster-level leader. So he rejected me. But what if I say that I represent not only myself, but there's a super A level standing behind me? Han Xiao was stunned. If you think about it carefully, in addition to Saidam's outstanding strength, there should be some unknown reasons. He may indeed be a secret cadre who is super A level. But there are only 4 super A rings in the Broken Star ring. Who is this guy's backer? Domineer? It's possible, but the chance is slightly smaller. After all, Saidam is not a muscle bully. Mantra Master? It's not very similar. The principle is the same as above. Xingtong? The possibility is not high if the otakus who is dedicated to managing his own land is not high. Could it be the Dragon Throne? Hello. Stop kidding. Emmys is my backer. Can he even have to flood the Dragon Temple? Seeing Han Xiao showing doubts, Saidam shook his head and smiled. I think you must have heard of his name. Saidam showed a proud look on his face, and he felt a sense of superiority. Do you know the country of machinery? Han Xiao's heart sank, and he was surprised, and he almost felt the urge to turn his head and leave. Magnuson, a country of equipment? I don't know you. I haven't heard of you. Say goodbye. Saidam actually claimed that he was a subordinate of the Mechanical Kingdom. This was Han Xiao's unexpected information. Saidam was not a well-known NPC in the eyes of players in his previous life. He had no plot on his body, but he didn't expect that he would be hidden. Jiahua is a sensible guy. As a member of the Ancient Gang, he has formed his own camp in the Super Disaster version. Han Xiao is very sensitive to Manison's name and does not want to have anything to do with the other party. The reason is Erosia. She is a survivor of the AI civilization conquered by Manison. Restar is still hoping that she can stand up for them. Han Xiao holds a restart mission in his hand, but he himself was not willing to provoke this ancient and powerful existence. The two sides had no intersection. The military country had no conflict of interest with him. It was a loss to establish such a strong enemy for an ordinary task. He actually didn't want to do this task, so he kept dragging Resta. Resta knew that this would not be possible without the help of super A-level help, so he waited patiently and had not urged too much for so many years. Manison mainly operates in the Central Star Sea and the Old Galaxy, but his minions secretly spread across multiple star fields and secretly recruiting talents. His nickname of Armed Country not only refers to his mechanical troops, but also symbolizes that the number of mechanics under his command is worthy of a country. Unexpectedly, even the remote Broken Star rings had subordinates from the Mechanical Kingdom, and their tentacles were really long. Machine Kingdom liked to recruit mechanics. As a subordinate of Broken Star rings, Saidam suddenly recruited me. I'm afraid there was this reason. No wonder this guy was inflated. He turned out to be so confident. Han Xiao's thought flashed. However, although he was shocked by Saidam's self-report, he quickly calmed down. In any case, the Jiahua has no idea of his existence at the moment. There is no conflict between the two sides, and there is no need to be afraid of the other party. It is my biggest advantage when I am in the open and I am in the dark. I also accidentally discovered that Saidam was a secret from the military country, which was a huge gain. After pretending to hesitate for a while, Han Xiao shook his head and refused. Of course, I have heard of the name of the Jiahua, but I still don't want to join. Upon hearing this, Saidam's confident expression froze on his face, but he was stunned in reverse. He thought that as long as he spoke the name of the armed country, he would be able to recruit the person in front of him, but he didn't expect that Barn would actually reject him. Don't you know how valuable the resources in the mechanical country are to a mechanic? Saidam's tone was strange, and he felt annoyed that you don't know how to grasp it. Manison has accumulated countless years of technology and drawings. Not to mention cutting-edge knowledge. Even the top-level mechanical system ultimate knowledge is probably complete, as well as various lost or confidential drawings of certain civilizations. He even has all the spaceships and weapons drawings of the 3 major cosmic civilizations. It can be called the Mechanical Department Sutra Pavilion, which attracted countless mechanics to join his command. Of course, These knowledge and drawings require merit in exchange for merit. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. I understand what you mean, but not all mechanics are willing to be subordinates of the mechanical country, right? He is indeed quite jealous of the resources mastered by the mechanical country, but knowledge, technology, and drawings are not learned in vain. We must do things for the mechanical country for a long time in exchange for merit. Joining the armed country camp is different from joining Sidam. He has the confidence to crush Sidam, but he cannot overwhelm the armed country, so he can only honestly follow other people's rules. In the armed country, his true identity is mostly unconcealed, and joining the armed country becomes a real effort to others. So he couldn't agree. It's like the best-ranked companies in the world, but they would rather start their own business and start their own company than to become an executive in the world. Although the scale is not as large as others at the moment, we only enjoy the benefits. It is impossible to work. Only by running a legion can you barely maintain your life. Sidam narrowed his eyes, turned around and returned to his seat, sat down with a blank expression on his face, and said indifferently, "Then you can leave." Seeing that Barn was determined to refuse his recruitment, he was too lazy to talk to the ungrateful guy. He was not afraid that Han Xiao knew his identity. He had been operating in Mechas for more than 100 years. His origin was not a secret in the eyes of some people. He dared to report himself and was not afraid of being exposed. He was in business with Mechas, so what if he knew that he was a subordinate of the Machine Kingdom? Your Excellency Manison is not a wanted criminal, so it is not illegal to develop a stronghold in the Broken Star Ring. Han Xiao didn't care about Sidam's dissatisfaction and shook his head and left the room, feeling helpless. He was not afraid of offending Sidam, but in this way, Sidam would definitely increase his surveillance on him, and the Eternal Light would be even harder to steal. But fortunately, Sidam didn't see through my true identity. He made a wrong judgment on my strength. This is my advantage. Some of his hands and feet should be hidden from him, but if he can't steal in the end, he had to use Bane's identity to steal it. Well, or change his vest. While thinking about the murder and setting fire, Han Xiao walked away slowly. After Han Xiao left, Sidam was the only one left in the office. He shook his head and looked quite disappointed. I thought it was very simple to recruit Bon, but I didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn and wouldn't get into it. Beep beep. At this moment, Sidam's communicator rang. He glanced at the contact person. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly answered the communication. "Hello, Lord Cisco." The person who contacted him was Cisco. Cisco's video call was displayed on the screen and asked, "If I remember correctly, McShibe is still your territory now?" "Yes, what are your instructions?" Sidam's tone was respectful, which was completely different from his attitude when facing Han Xiao. As the leader of the Star-Eye God Clan, it is too easy to contact the controller of a famous neutral planet. Moreover, he had known Sidam for a long time. The backer behind him was the Su Ling sect, who had a lot of information. Sidam's true origin was no secret to him. Because of his backing to the Zuling sect, although Zisco is in a remote Broken Star Ring, he is also the #1 figure in the Super A-level circle in the Central Star Sea. Those big guys all know that he is half an ally of the Zuling sect and a heavyweight chip on the Zuling sect. Although Cisco is focused on managing his own ethnic group, not showing off, and is not as fond of trouble as the domineering. In terms of influence in the high-level circle, Cisco is the chief of the 4 Super A-level titles of Broken Star Rings, and is a cold and low-key invisible boss. So Sidam respects him very much. Because of the relationship between the military country, the two have known each other for a long time. "Well, there is something you need to do," Cisco said slowly. "I want you to help me pay attention to a Light Fox model spacecraft. The specific appearance will be sent to you later. No matter who takes this kind of spacecraft, you will help me keep a close eye on it. They're likely to be repairing the spacecraft. You can find a way to keep them on the McShibe star." "Okay, I'll write it down." Sidam agreed without saying a word, and the boss asked him to do things. This was a favor that came to his door. Although he claims to be neutral, he still knows what kind of people should be given privileges. Be sure to hold them back and don't let them escape from the Broken Star Ring. Cisco emphasized. "I understand." Sidam nodded. Cisco then hung up the communication, because the second clone led E: and others to steal the evolution blocks by teleportation. The Star Pupil God Clan did not leave any image records of these people, and they did not know the appearance of E: and others. However, because the warships outside the parent planet exchanged fire, they recorded the appearance of E: and his group of Light Fox spacecraft. The spiritual imprint of Cisco left on the evolutionary block shows that the evolutionary block finally stopped jumping and fleeing. It stopped for the first time. After querying the star chart, Cisco found that the position where the evolutionary block stayed was mechas. Since you know the other party spacecraft and location, you can naturally guess the intentions of these thieves, which must be for the final rest before sailing across the star domain. So Cisco made a countermeasure and contacted Sidem to ask the local snake for help. And he kept chasing behind him, and if he delayed for a few days, he would arrive. With his power, E: and others could not escape from his palm. At the same time, the outer space of the planet. E: slowly sailed to the airport of mechas in a severely damaged Light Fox spacecraft. Because of the superiority of the spacecraft engine, they maintained a super high warp speed jump and spent nearly 10 days across half a star field, leaving the pursuers far away. Now that we have finally arrived at this famous neutral planet, mechas is the site where they chose to repair the spacecraft. The Light Fox spacecraft sailed toward the mechas starry airport, and in the cabin, E: was instructing his men. We will land in an acropolis later. You will immediately go find a local shipyard and ask them to drag the spacecraft over and repair it as quickly as possible. Money is not a problem. As for the rest of us, find a hidden place to rest in the acropolis of mechas. Everyone responded sparsely. Orosin said lazily, "Don't worry. The planet of mechas is a planet. No one will come to cause trouble for us. The Star-Eye God Clan has no idea where we escape. There are no pursuers behind us, so it is basically safe. As long as we stay on mechas for 1 or 2 days to repair the spaceship, we could take the evolution block back." Speaking of the evolution block, Orosin subconsciously looked at the small ink-black square hanging on Ekelin's neck, and his eyes revealed a scorching color. Aware of his eyes, E: shouted, "When we leave the Broken Star Ring and then study how to use this thing, don't think about it now." With the treasure in hand, everyone was a little jealous, but few people had bad thoughts. At most, they just wanted to experience the effect of the evolutionary block. Although the evolutionary block is a cosmic treasure, it is not worth betraying the strange gods because of this. Because the evolvers mastered by the alien gods clearly know the effects of evolutionary blocks, they will not have unnecessary expectations for evolutionary blocks. Otherwise, there would be so many natural disaster levels in the Star God Clan, and they would not have only produced one super A level in Cisco. However, it is a fact that you can become stronger by using evolutionary blocks. At this time, the spacecraft entered the airport, completed the simple procedures, and landed towards the ground port of one of the acropolis of mechas. After getting off the spacecraft, E: and others mobilized them, found a not-famous shipyard, and paid the other party to repair the spacecraft. The Light Fox spacecraft is equipped with a top-level jump engine. It only takes a few days for ordinary spacecraft to arrive for several months. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to run from the territory of the Star Pupil God Clan to the edge of the Broken Star Ring. They insist on repairing the ship because the speed of the Light Fox spacecraft can greatly save them time to sail across the star domain. They will never change vehicles unless they have to. Because they kept running away, they didn't know whether there were pursuers. However, in their opinion, the ultra-high speed and speed jump of the Light Fox spacecraft was enough to get rid of any pursuers. Maybe the Star Pupil God Clan didn't know where they were running. Of course, the connection between Cisco and the evolutionary block is a secret, and they didn't know their location was exposed. As for the identity issue, they were not worried at all. They stole the evolution block through the teleportation ability of the alien god clone, so the Star Pupil God Clan did not know their appearance. The only time it was exposed was in Terramin, but that was a few months ago, and it had nothing to do with stealing evolution blocks. No one would associate two things. After all, the Star Pupil God clan did not make a big announcement about the stolen evolution blocks. Even the news about Avita was temporarily suppressed by the domestic market, and it did not cause any waves in the Broken Star rings, and continued to let the secret war occupy the headlines of the news. So in the hearts of Ecolin and others, arriving at McShibe is equivalent to stepping out of the broken ring with one foot, and they think they are completely safe. Because the spacecraft was sent for maintenance, Ecolin and his men lived in an interstellar hotel in the Acropolis. But they didn't know that when they entered McShibe, they were stared. It only half an hour has passed since the Cisco's call. Has the Light Fox spacecraft appeared? Sidon got the news immediately. The entire port entry information of McShibit was under his surveillance. As soon as Ecolin's spacecraft entered the country, he discovered it. Sidon monitored Ecolin and others' actions. They went to Acropolis number 2, where they found a shipyard to repair the ship, and then the people of the ship moved into a hotel. The location was the security forces and observation satellites. Each camera was connected to the control pivot system of the floating city, and the entire planet was under his surveillance. After locking the Light Fox spacecraft, Sidon naturally locked up Ecolin and others. He did not know Ecolin and others, but after searching for a while, he found that Orosin was wanted in Terramin. It turned out to be a group of wanted criminals. Why is Cisco chasing these people? Sidon couldn't help but open his mind. Is it because he wanted to use this as an opportunity to make the Star Pupil God clan establish a friendly relationship with Terramin? From Cisco's position, there is a possibility of doing so, but he personally took action. Maybe he wanted to amplify the impact of this matter. He couldn't help but have a lot of random thoughts, and the information was lacking, so he naturally didn't know about theft of evolutionary blocks. Moreover, due to preconceived ideas, Sidon would not associate the small black square jewelry worn by Ecolin on his neck with the huge Star-Eyed God clan's national treasure, evolution block. Cisco just asked him to hold them back. Well, so if there's no need, I don't have to do anything to them. Sidon thought for a while and gave up the idea of going to test himself for fear of alarming the enemy. He changed his approach and issued a new order to his mechanical security forces through the floating city control hub, secretly increasing the density of patrol guard around Ecolin and others stay, which was equivalent to putting more eyeliners and increasing surveillance efforts. By the way, Sidon remembered another thing, called the shipyard that took over the repair work of the Guanghu spacecraft, ordered them to work hard and move their hands and feet on the spacecraft. Although this shipyard is not his, with his position as McTybo, there is still this power. This is almost done, and you only need to monitor slowly. Sidon set up a new command for the Floating City Control Center. Once Ecolin and others made abnormal movements, he then put the matter aside. As the master of the planet, he is also very busy every day and cannot keep staring at the monitor. After parting with Sidon, Han Xiao found that no one drove him away. He completed the afternoon work step by step, but in the evening he received a bad news. The Pinnacle Foundation transferred him from the Eternal Light Project, preventing him from continuing to participate in the project, and he did not need to continue to build spacecraft parts, and the drawings in his hand were taken back. He learned all these drawings, and it doesn't matter if he handed them over, but the signal released by Sidon was already very clear, and Han Xiao would no longer have any chance to contact the Eternal Light drawings. Sedum is starting to guard against me. If I continue to stay in the group, I will only be a coolie in the future and will not involve important projects. Han Xiao shook his head. I have obtained the expertise, so there is no need to stay on McShibe. You can get the Eternal Light drawings away. Although Sidon has increased his vigilance against him, Han Xiao has already gained some insights and is stealing the core component drawings of the Eternal Light. Speaking of which, this is the clue that Sidon gave him. Originally, Han Xiao could not find where their core component drawings were hidden in the database of Tingfeng Keystone Group, which was a bit of a stalemate, but today Sidon took the initiative to reveal the details and gave him a new goal. It turns out that Sidon is the actual owner of the Eternal Light drawing. Then his home must also preserve the Eternal Light drawings, so there is no need to make a seal on the Pinnacle Foundation Group. Sedum's home is the magnificent floating city base in the McTeeb starry sky. Han Xiao's target is green. Help blacken Sedum's floating city. Sedum doesn't know my true strength, and he doesn't know if he will regret revealing his bottom line to me today. Oh, I almost forgot. He will definitely not regret it, because he wouldn't have known that I had hacked into his floating city. If he hadn't worked in the Peak Cornerstone Group for his expertise, it wouldn't have attracted Sedum's attention. If he did not attract his attention, he would not be recruited by him. If he didn't recruit him, he wouldn't know that Sedum was the real master of the Eternal Light drawing. It can be said that Sedum personally pointed out the direction for him. Han Xiao smiled secretly. Floating City is the base of A+ level armed mechanics, with stronger intelligent defense, and the database of Peninsula Group is impossible with it. But I am a virtual mechanic with a high level of Sedum. As long as I prepare it properly, I can still penetrate the control pivot system of the floating city quietly. But it's better to add some confidence. Han Xiao is currently at level 221, and at level 225, it can trigger the transfer of Apostle Mechanic. As long as the transfer is changed, the virtual technology will be enhanced again. The experience panel contains a lot of experience. Because there was nothing important before, Han Xiao wanted to hoard experience and make a big impact. Now that he has demand, he will not delay. The night on McShibe is as noisy as daytime, and interstellar travelers enjoy and rejoice all night, dragging spaceships with various flame tails to fly among the tall buildings, as if painted with neon lights on the night, and the bustling night view is seen. This is the indulgent life of interstellar citizens. There is rich nightlife here, so no one stops Han Xiao from slipping out of the dormitory of the Peak Cornerstone Group. He came to the ground port, returned to the boathouse he had rented, boarded the spacecraft, and walked into a dedicated practical practice room to avoid the movement caused by promotion. When Han Xiao closed the door of the practical practice room, he opened the panel without hesitation and directly consumed his experience reserves and invested in upgrading. Soon he reached level 225 and was stuck in the transfer task of Apostle Mechanic. Han Xiao spent 7 years to accumulate task settlement cards, so naturally there was still left, so he directly settled the transfer task. The next moment, my brain was shocked. You used the task checkout card. Your job transfer task has been completed. You have obtained a new profession, Emperor Mechanic, LV1, Strength plus 300, Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Endurance plus 8, Intelligence plus 12. You have obtained 10 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have obtained a specialty, Mechanical Emperor. You understand the skills Emperor level Mechanical Affinity. You comprehend the skill Gift of the Emperor. You understand the skill Quantum Distanceless Transmission Channel, not activated. You understand the skill Second Dimension March, not activated. You have understood the skill Mechanical Power Rule, not activated. You have comprehended the skills Teacher of the King, not activated. All your virtual technology skills and expertise have a 35% increase in effect. This book comes from Please bookmark this site to read the latest novel. The next stage of Apostle Mechanic is called Emperor Mechanic, with a maximum limit of 35, which means literally. It can be called the Emperor in the machinery and commands countless mechanical warriors. The so-called king must not have soldiers in his hands. The skills in this profession stage have a huge bonus to the Legion flow, and at the same time, it also has further great power to itself, which is very powerful. Mechanical Emperor, expertise. Introduction is mechanical is like all people, surrendering to you. The effect is to increase the efficiency of virtual intrusion by 150%, mechanical affinity plus 200%, and the default level of all mechanical skills is +1. This bonus can break through the upper level limit, and the effect is simple and crude. This expertise has another effect, and it is also a core effect. Just like the specialty of Apostle Mechanic, Mechanical Power Sublimation Apostle Body, Mechanical Emperor also sublimates its own mechanical power attributes again and can give machinery a special enhancement effect. This is a prerequisite for matching with many skills of Emperor Mechanic. Imperial Mechanical Affinity. Needless to say, the new skills of Mechanical Affinity have stronger effects than Apostle-level Mechanical Affinity and have been upgraded to a maximum level Mechanical Affinity plus 150%. Gift of the Emperor is one of the core skills. The effect is to use the sublimated mechanical force of Mechanical Emperor to permanently strengthen the single machine, giving extremely strong extra attributes. It can be used for the same target 3 times at most, and the cooling time is long. The degree of strengthening depends on Han Xiao's own attributes. The target has a random chance to obtain additional special abilities. This skill is obviously used to create elites, just like the reward of an emperor, giving great power to the mechanical soldiers under his command, making them leaps on the Dragon Gate, stand out, and become generals. In layman's terms, it is to strengthen ordinary monsters, turn them into elite monsters, or even small bosses. Mechanics originally had the ability to strengthen machinery, but at this stage, strengthening skills were sublimated. As for the other 4 unactivated skills, they need to learn corresponding cutting-edge knowledge or even ultimate knowledge before they can be used. Han Xiao still has a gap in this regard. Quantum Distanceless Transmission Channel requires several cutting-edge knowledge, including high-level space application, and requires sufficient pre-level level. The effect is an enhanced version of Han Xiao's use of void transmission mechanical force. Because of the void race, Han Xiao can transport mechanical force across distances, but this is limited to his own energy and belongs to his personal talent. Quantum Distance Transmission Channel is a widely used technology. Not only himself, but any energy can be applied. It is a higher-end, ultra-long distance energy transmission method. The values of the two are completely different. Manson used this technology by transforming the AI civilization into an immortal country. Second Dimension Marine is to hide the army into the secondary dimension through space technology, and then master the channel of the secondary dimension through some technology, which can be opened anytime and anywhere. This is a more advanced mechanical portable technology than a compression ball, just like a skill introduction. The King's Commander is the army's approach, where the Emperor arrives and where the King's flag is. Mechanical Power Royal Power is the skill that great power belongs to one's own, such as the advanced ability of mechanical apostolicization. At the same time, if the mechanical force that gives the mechanical force bonus reaches a certain scale, the main body will be fed back and forth, so that the mechanic can obtain a tribute bonus from the mechanical force link. The extent of the enhancement of the main body depends on the size of the legion. The larger the legion in your hand, the higher the bonus of Mechanical Power Royal Power, which means that the legion flow will benefit the most. As long as you activate this skill, once you apply a mechanical force bonus to the mechanical legion, you can get a huge bonus and gain stronger power from it. Of course, the power consumption is also very terrifying. If an ordinary mechanic does not have the ability to return to the blue, he cannot activate Mechanical Power Rule Power for a long time. The skill introduction is also very direct. The power of the royal power comes from the army, and the army is the source of the king's power. The more troops, the stronger the royal power. The final teacher of the king is somewhat similar to Gift of the Emperor, and it also strengthens the ability of the machinery. The difference is that this skill is a group bonus, can be used on a large scale, and the effect is also very special. Using the special mechanical power of the Mechanical Emperor, it is stored in the mechanical body for a long time, and is endless through the supply of the energy furnace, so that the enhanced machinery can gain self-growth. Self-growth means that Han Xiao does not need to take the initiative to transform, and the machine can be upgraded by itself. As long as the enhanced mechanical warrior goes through battle without destruction, its attributes will gradually improve and gradually become elite. Blue quality mechanical warriors may gradually upgrade to purple quality. Level 100 level mechanical warriors will gradually grow to level 120 level mechanical warriors. Just like turning a mechanical warrior who was originally a dead thing into a living soldier, he can become an experienced veteran of war without death. The skill introduction is a king's teacher, who has experienced many battles. But it is difficult to be an elite, which means to cultivate the king's teacher as the mechanical king. These skills have basically demonstrated the characteristics of Emperor Mechanic. They are mainly composed of legion streams, commanding countless mechanical warriors, treating them as living subjects, and starting to gradually sublimate mechanical equipment in the direction of mechanical life. Just like Cisco's active mind power, the Mechanical Emperor expertise also gives mechanical force similar attributes, which can make mechanical reactive. The sublimated mechanical force can become a special energy that flows into the mechanical structure for a long time and becomes the energy of the machinery itself, just like the power of mechanical life. Apostle Mechanic is a watershed in the later stages of the mechanics. In the later stages, the mechanics methods are getting closer and closer to miracles. Using the word emperor to describe the mechanics' ability at this stage is quite worthy of its reputation, and it is the king of the mechanics. In the practical practice room, Han Xiao endured the painful changes brought by the change of his job, and his eyes were filled with lightning. This is not a racial evolution. Han Xiao's body has not changed, but the energy in his body is rioting, and the mechanical force seems to be boiling. At the microscopic level, every cell is like a supernova bursting, tirelessly squeezing the mechanical force. The total amount keeps rising and then compressing itself. In this process, the mechanical force gradually evolved and completed its sublimation. The huge mechanical force whistled and shuttled through his body, even causing Han Xiao to make an auditory sound like a sound of flood discharge, deafening. After a while, the movements in my ears slowly disappeared, and the spring-like cells in my body seemed to have been squeezed dry, and the energy in my body calmed down. Ooh! Han Xiao let out a long breath, and his senses were renewed again. Power is the foundation of the superpower. It is not only the fuel for the power to transport great power, but also promotes the gene evolution of a superpower. This time, the transfer of the job caused the mechanical force to be sublimated qualitatively. Although the species has not changed, Han Xiao could feel that his life level has risen again, no less than an advancement. When you reach the later career stage, the level you need to experience for each job change even exceeds the advancement threshold of every 20 levels, and the increase brought by the job change is getting higher and higher. This time, the transfer of his job has increased his mechanics ability by a huge increase. Although his attributes have not changed much, these new skills are awkward. Han Xiao was quite happy to browse the new abilities brought by the change of jobs. The 4 unactivated skills cannot be used for the time being. You have to learn the corresponding professional knowledge to activate it. Wow, the actual effect can only be tested after activation. Han Xiao couldn't help but ponder. For the time being, only 3 new abilities, Mechanical Emperor, Emperor-level Mechanical Affinity, and Emperor's Gift, came in handy, and the ability of virtual technology has been strengthened by 35%. The grasp of invading Sedim's floating city is even greater. After thinking about it, Han Xiao will not upgrade his skills for the time being, and level 240 is about to be approached, and he does not want to spend his experience elsewhere. Since he started to upgrade, he didn't stop and simply put all his experience into it to see how much actual gap is missing. The total level was raised to level 238 in one breath, and the experience pool was flooded thousands of miles away, and it was almost consumed soon. The rest could only fill 3/4 of the experience slot, and it was not enough to upgrade to another level. The last 2 steps away from the superorder position. Well, it's almost the same as what I estimate. It's a few days away. The experience provided by the players can only fill the final gap. Han Xiao nodded secretly. After changing jobs, he has time to study his new abilities in the future. He did not forget his goal tonight and directly connected to the quantum network. The field of vision suddenly turned into darkness. The next moment, the quantum network nodes were like lights of thousands of homes, illuminating one by one in the darkness. These nodes were big and small, light and dark. The light formed by the interaction of information flow links these nodes, forming a luminous network covering the city. outlining the shape of the city. Han Xiao raised his head, and above the main city, the quantum network nodes of the floating city were as dazzling as stars, surrounding countless ribbon-shaped defense mechanisms, like crystal nuclei surrounded by runes. Han Xiao had a thought and rushed straight to the quantum network node of the floating city. The floating city node suddenly magnified in his field of vision and flew into the inside of this node. What caught my eye was a copper wall woven by a torrent of data. Many data light spots that act as guards patrol around, like neat troops. This is the outermost firewall of the floating city control center. Philip, give me that. Floating city is a base for A+ mechanics. Sedum naturally understands the dangers of virtual mechanics and has arranged many protective measures for the base. The intelligent defense of Floating City Control Center is far more than that of the Peak Cornerstone Group. Ordinary disaster-level virtual mechanics cannot even get in. However, Han Xiao had just transferred his position and his virtual technology was enhanced. At this time, the intelligent defense mechanism against the floating city was quite easy. After all, he is specialized in his profession. In terms of spreading greenery, virtual mechanics are well-deserved experts. Armed mechanics are not good at such non-head-on-head fights, and Han Xiao's hard power is much better than Sedum. Silent data deep diving is more difficult than raping the other party's intelligence in front of him. Han Xiao dare not be too radical. He cooperates with Philip's slow penetration of the defense mechanism of the Floating City Control Center to avoid triggering an alarm. The base camp is being quietly invaded by Han Xiao and Philip, and the owner of Sedum knows nothing about it. It took a lot of time before Han Xiao quietly bypassed the defense line of the Floating City Control Center, penetrated directly into the depths of the control center, leaving his temporary permissions inside. Do it. Han Xiao was happy. Philip, search for his database and search for the Eternal Light drawing. Retrieve 'em. Found 'em. Philip said happily. Han Xiao's eyes were bright, and he couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, this guy didn't dare to put the drawings in the database of other industries, but it was saved in the database of the base camp. Sedum's drawings were probably earned from the country of Mechanism. The country of Mechanism's hometown is so far from the Broken Star Ring that it is impossible to transport physical drawings, so the original drawings were sent to Sedum in data form. Sedum has a great possibility to retain the complete drawings in the form of data. Because the defense of the floating city is far from comparable to that of the Peninsula Cornerstone Group, most virtual mechanics cannot attack, so he is more at ease to save it in the base camp database. With the premise of safety, this method is naturally more convenient than physical drawings. In this way, Han Xiao doesn't need to steal physical drawings. He just needs to copy the database of the floating city, which greatly saves his energy. Han Xiao smiled and said, Philip, copy all his drawing database. Since there are complete drawings of eternal light in the database, 80% of them still preserve all the drawings accumulated by Sidem from the Mechanical Kingdom. After finally getting in, Han Xiao didn't mind holding on. Not only the eternal light drawings, he simply emptied all Sidem's inventory and caught them all in one place. Han Xiao looked at what Sidem was doing, and his face suddenly turned strange. Sidem happened to be browsing the database because the alarm of the defense mechanism was not triggered. Even if he was using the database, he was unaware of Han Xiao's actions. He had no idea that Han Xiao had opened the back door of the Floating City Control Center and his family's assets were turned over by the thieves. It's quite exciting. It just seems a bit perverted. Han Xiao tilted his head, feeling strange. Philip was copying the drawings, and he had nothing else to do, so he opened the command log of the control center to see what Sidem had done recently. The log records all the command records of Sidem. Han Xiao just glanced at it casually, but suddenly his eyes paused and found that Sidem had a record of his personal operation today, which made him care a little. Send a large number of mechanical security forces to Acropolis number 2 to monitor a group of people. It's interesting. Isn't Sedum neutral? Why did he suddenly monitor people? At least he can value the disaster level like me, Bane. Hey, I understand. This guy may have to recruit others with the name of the mechanical country. If it's really a disaster level, I might be able to intercept him as a talent before leaving mechas. Han Xiao couldn't help but smiled and casually called out the image of the surveillance object of the mechanical security forces. The moment he saw the picture clearly, his smile immediately froze on his face. The image is E. and his group. Han Xiao has never seen this group of people, but he knows one of them. Orosin, the wanted criminal of the Terra civilization, the murderer who killed Hereful, was suspected to be the subordinate of the strange god. This person is the target of the A-level reward mission, Hereful's revenge mission. This discovery was beyond Han Xiao's expectations. He was stunned on the spot. His brain started to run rapidly, and all kinds of guesses flashed through him. It turned out to be this group of people. They disappeared for several months. Why did they suddenly appear here? Han Xiao became secretly alert. Hereful's last words once said that this group of people is likely to be sent by the alien gods to retaliate against their subordinates. Hereful is already dead, and this group of people suddenly appeared on mechas after a few months. Could it be that they finally came to take revenge on him? When he turned around, Han Xiao felt something was wrong again. He concealed his whereabouts and pretended to be an identity. The subordinates of a strange god had no reason to find him. This is the edge of the Broken Star Ring. They came here a few months later. Well, are they preparing to leave the Broken Star Ring and escape from the pursuit of the Terra civilization and not seek revenge on me? Han Xiao frowned. In his perspective, only Hereful's affairs were the only intersection between the two sides. With the only clues, they could only make limited inferences. I didn't expect to meet the subordinates of the strange god here. Is this the other party's premeditation or a simple accident? After pondering for a while, Han Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he made a decision. No matter what, since these people hit me, there is no reason to let them escape, whether they avenge Hereful or complete the mission and get a bounty. Hereful was his friend who fought side by side. Han Xiao had no time to find the murderer, but if the enemy showed up on his own initiative, he would not sit idly and sway. Han Xiao looked at the surveillance image again and thought that he had guessed Sedim's intention. Sedim is actually monitoring them too. It seems that this guy also won a bounty. I have to take the initiative first. This is not difficult for him, since he has already entered the control center of the floating city. As long as the surveillance mechanical security forces do not call the police, they can attack these people without knowing it. The only problem is that Han Xiao felt that Oro-san and other people might have a clone of a strange god in their hands. Han Xiao clenched his fists secretly. Because of the possibility of the alien god clone, he raised the danger level of Oro-san and others to a level that was quasi-A and was very vigilant. Now the enemy is open and secret, so I can only attack and give them a thunderous blow. Kill them before they summon the clone of the strange god. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. He didn't know the combat power of this group of people. He only knew that Oro-san was at the natural disaster level, but his strength was enough to beat a lot of ordinary natural disaster level. If you want to kill the opponent in seconds before the enemy uses the strange god clone, you should be 50% sure. After locking in the positions of Oro-san and others, Han Xiao immediately contacted Hela and Fording. Where are you? The picture shows the game scene of a beast-fighting gambling stadium. Several strange beasts from different planets fight each other. The edge of the venue is separated by protective covers, and the audience is crowded with people, and countless people roar and shout for the beasts that have bet, and the atmosphere is fanatical. Fording sat in the crowded audience, with Hela and Aurora sitting next to him staring at the stadium intently. Fording replied helplessly, "This is the largest public casino in the main city. We are gambling here." "When did you like gambling?" Han Xiao was surprised. "Well, I don't like it. It was Qingqing who insisted that I come over and bet. She said, 'Why don't you want the money you make sure to make, and let me come over to subsidize the household income?'" Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "What about the two of them?" "They insisted on coming with me." As soon as he finished speaking, the game on the field was a result. A greenscale, crown-shaped giant python that was dozens of meters long sprayed out a mouthful of poisonous mist, paralyzing the last giant beast and standing at the end. Win again and again. Aurora waved her arm excitedly. Sister, we have won 4 times in a row. Hela nodded slowly, turned to look at Ferdine, a little addicted. Which will you buy next game? Ferdine spread her hands, with a helpless expression of, I don't want to lead them badly. Seeing this, Han Xiao had a little toothache and coughed seriously. Don't play anymore. We have something to do. Come and meet with me now. I'll wait for you in the second Acropolis. The location will be sent to you later. After that, Han Xiao turned off the communication. While maintaining his brain-connected control center, he left the boat port and headed straight for the second Acropolis. It is better to choose a day than to meet the day. Han Xiao plans to attack Orozen and others tonight. After all, Sidem is a subordinate of the Mechanical Kingdom, and the matter is a bit sensitive, so Han Xiao still does not intend to reveal his true identity. The drawings have been obtained just now, and there is no need to continue to stay on McShibe. Bane's fake identity is useless, so he is not afraid of causing trouble in the name of Barn here and directly deal with Orozen and others on the surface of the planet, without worrying about the impact. Han Xiao waited for a while at the meeting place of Acropolis No. 2. Hela and the other two quickly arrived to meet him. As soon as they met, Aurora noticed Han Xiao's changes and screamed in shock. Your vitality has become stronger again. Fording and Hela were both stunned when they heard this. Han Xiao also did not deny it, and nodded. I have a feeling that I have touched the threshold of Super A level. Hela's body was shocked, staring at Han Xiao deeply, with complex eyes. Fording was sincerely happy for Han Xiao, and asked, So are we going to leave McShibe? Well, but before we leave, there is one more thing to do. Han Xiao continued to explain his intention to kill Orozen. Hyla nodded. The enemy has a level A superpower. Ford and I will go with you. Aurora will go back to the ship first. Ford had no objection to chasing the wanted criminals, but was just a little confused and asked, With your ability, we don't need our help to deal with 1 or 2 disaster-level superpowers. Han Xiao shook his head. His tone became serious, and he said seriously, Don't underestimate this group of people. They may be subordinates of the alien gods, and the alien god clone with super-level A combat power. We must cause fatal damage to them at the moment of fighting, so we must take all our strength from the beginning, and you will be more sure. Hearing that the enemy is related to the super-level A, Ford and Hela's faces also became serious. If the enemy summons the strange god clone with my strength, there is no life danger, but you are different, so you must listen to my orders. We only have one chance. Han Xiao immediately explained the combat plan to everyone. He had already suffered a loss once, and did not rashly kill him at this time, and did not dare to entrust Super A level, because he had the advantage of the enemy's openness and secretness, so he decided to make all preparations first. Acropolis No. 2, Starbridge, Hotel. This is where Ecolin and others stay. The Han Xiao Hotel is located in the red light district of Acropolis No. 2. This city is filled with countless pleasure facilities and a huge flow of people. This hotel is expensive and stands in the middle of a street, which is very conspicuous. Ecolin and others arrived at McTeeb during the day today. After sending the spacecraft for maintenance, they stayed in the hotel and spent money like soil. They called a large number of call girls of different races to indulge in a carnival, working from day to night. The members of the Fallen Ark naturally had no moral integrity and were used to indulging in their desires. Even Ecolin had a mission in mind. He did not refuse this activity, because once they sail across the star domain, they will spend several years in the desolate universe belt, and the last day or 2 of their stay on McShibe is the last chance to enjoy themselves. Ecolin pushed away the girl who was sleeping on her body, got up from the bed, glanced at it, and at this moment, there were more than a dozen exhausted female creatures lying on the wide bed. He put on a casual robe, covered his scars, took out a bottle of blue, stimulating synthetic alcoholic beverage from the freezer, poured half of the bottle in one mouthful, and walked to the one-sided window of the hotel room, looking at the scene outside the window. It was already late at this time, and there were still many people on the street. 4 or 5 of the 10 were drunk. The city was filled with red and green neon halos, making the planet seem intoxicating. From time to time, floating vehicles crossed the sky, and mechanical security forces were also patrolling nearby, staring at the scene of spaceships coming and going from outside. Ecolin recalled the actions over the past few months and secretly did two major things in the Broken Star Ring, which almost turned the Star Pupil God Clan upside down. Even the local Super A-Level 1 was tricked by them, and now they were about to retire. Ecolin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. Ecolin couldn't help but smile contemptuously as he raised his hand and touched the evolutionary block worn on his neck. Breaking star rings. This star field is just like that. The moment he had this thought, the one-sided window in front of him was shrouded in a sudden burst of dazzling light. Boom! The next moment, the window burst. The powerful shock wave directly shocked Ecolin, who was caught off guard in front of the window, flew out, crashed through the wall of the room, and fell into the hotel aisle. At the same time, the same explosion occurred in all rooms, and Ecolin's subordinates were blown away, and they fell all over the floor like him. The entire hotel seemed to be bombed, and in an instant, bricks and stones flew everywhere, dust splashed, and it became a mess. Oro-san, naked, also fell into the aisle. Ecolin immediately looked at him, and the same information was revealed in each other's gloomy and angry eyes. Someone attacked them? Could it be the bounty hunter? The enemy could only offer a reward for Terra civilization. The two of them are here, and this group of bounty hunters are simply ignorant of their lives. Ecolin glared at Orosin fiercely, and was about to burst out with natural disaster-level strength to kill these bounty hunters who were seeking death. Just the next moment, two spiritual shock waves were like hurricanes passing through the border. One was dark red, and the other was invisible and colorless, sweeping through the entire hotel. All the brains under his command suddenly exploded, turning into sputtering flesh and blood. Only Ecolin and Orosin supported these two mental shocks. However, the brain was also extremely painful, and his mind was blank, and he temporarily lost control of his body. There are also two natural disaster levels in the bounty hunter. Ecolin and Orosin's faces changed drastically. However, before they could struggle, a strong light lit up in front of their eyes again. This is the last scene in the sight of the two. Outside Han Xiao Hotel, the pedestrians on the street were shocked and hid from afar. Just now, the black mechanical army that covered the sky and the sun suddenly appeared. The inner and outer 3 floors surrounded the building of Han Xiao Hotel and opened fire on the hotel wildly. Tens of thousands of light cannons were attacked in each round. Boom! The small half-block where Han Xiao Hotel is located was directly bombed and leveled. The crowd on the street was blocked by the Mechanical Legion, and the eyes could not pass through the dense Mechanical Legion and could not see what was going on inside. On the other side, in the encirclement of the Mechanical Legion, Han Xiao looked at the two corpses moved to the front of the mechanical warriors with a strange expression. These two corpses are Ecolin and Orosin. Before the two of them could resist, they were attacked by the Mechanical Legion and died on the spot. Han Xiao overestimated his opponent's strength as much as possible. He was ready to rush in and fight in person when the Mechanical Legion gathered. However, what he didn't expect was that after one round of gathering, he directly killed these two disaster-level opponents in seconds, which surprised him. This went smoother than he thought. Han Xiao had originally formulated several backup plans, but found that they were all useless, and the easy action surprised him. Aren't these people the subordinates of the strange god? Why are they so fragile? I thought the strange god subordinates would be more powerful, but in terms of feeling, it seemed that it was no different from killing other natural disasters. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he felt like he hit the cotton with one punch. It's like killing a chicken with a slaughter, as if fighting wits and courage with the air. Well, maybe it's because I just changed my job and my strength has increased, so I'm even more overwhelming the average natural disaster level. By the way, these two people don't have the expertise to be immune to real damage, and it's not surprising that I've triggered 3 attacks in seconds. Han Xiao had to convince himself like this. He already has the ability to crush the natural disaster level, and he has just completed the transfer. Not to mention 2 natural disaster levels. 20 are not a waste. Orosun is dead. Hariful's revenge is displayed. Han Xiao asked Philip to install Orosun's body in a pair of mechas and take it back to exchange for a bounty for Terra civilization. At this time, he looked at the body of another disaster-level Ecolin, and then he noticed the square ornament on Ecolin's neck. What's this thing? Is it not broken by the army's concentrated fire? Han Xiao was a little curious and bent down to pick up the small black square. The moment your finger touches the small black square, the item introduction pops up immediately on the panel. After just one look, Han Xiao's face suddenly froze. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the item introduction again, almost unable to believe his eyes. Evolution cubes? Are my eyes lame? Isn't this a universe treasure of Cisco? How could it appear here? Is this a magic weapon I picked up on the street? Han Xiao grabbed the evolution block, stunned, and stood there. Suddenly, he realized it. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Fording on the side. What are you looking at me? Fording's hair stood up by Han Xiao's aggressive eyes. Han Xiao swallowed, gave a thumbs up, almost breaking the sound. Fording awesome. Fording looked black in question marks. A few minutes later, Sidem, who led a large number of mechanical troops, arrived at the Acropolis too and rushed to the scene. At this time, there was only a ruin left in Xingqiao Hotel, with countless people gathering around, pointing and talking, while Han Xiao and his group and the Mechanical Legion had long disappeared. The public security forces hurriedly cleaned the scene and found that no clues remained. The group of people I monitored were all dead, and the bodies were gone. Even the traces of the attackers could not be found. Sidem was furious. Because of Han Xiao's control, Sidem's eyeliner used to monitor Ecolin and others did not notify him immediately, and the mechanical security forces along the way did not stop Han Xiao and his group. Even the surveillance footage was destroyed, making Sidem unable to track it. Sidem is still in the dark until now and has no idea what happened. Who killed Ecolin and others? How strong is the attacker to be able to kill a disaster-level powerful person in a short period of time? And what are the motives of the attackers? They are bounty hunters. Or is it a special force that obeys Cisco? Or is there any hidden information? If the attacker is not Cisco's person, then the people he is watching will be killed and the attacker will be lost. How should I explain to Cisco next? Sidem couldn't help but have a headache, so he had to report the emergencies to Cisco truthfully.